Chapter 1973. Wait for me to break this eight-sided space. Oomph. Trying to trap the three of us with just a broken space? You must be dreaming. Nantion roared. His domineering aura soared to the sky. These three people were not to be trifled with. Each of them had the strength to fight against an exalted immortal. If the three of them joined forces, it would not be difficult for them to kill an ordinary exalted immortal. Of course, trapping them was not an easy task. Qin Shao knew that it was impossible to trap Qian Jiangyue and the other two with just the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Firstly, he could not unleash the full power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Secondly, the Buddha mirror was mainly used against evil cultivators. It did not have much of a restraining effect on righteous cultivators. Naturally, its power would be greatly reduced. Thirdly, Qian Jiangyue and the other two were too strong. Even if he could unleash the full power of the Buddha mirror, he would not be able to trap them. Because of this, Qian Jiangyue and the other two did not put the eight-sided Buddha mirror in their eyes. They were fully confident that they could break it. Oomph. Qin Shao snorted. How could he not have thought of this? Since he had made his move, how could he let the three of them walk out so easily? If you want to break out of the eight-sided space, you'll have to see if I'll give you the chance. Just now, I was just pretending to be weak on purpose. I wanted to lure you into the trap and take advantage of your carelessness to attack you when you are unprepared. I wanted to catch you off guard and trap you all in the eight-sided space. Then you'll be my Qin Zhao's caged birds. It'll be much easier for me to control you. Qin Zhao's domineering actions at this moment made by Shan and Tai Yulong come to a sudden realization. They were still very puzzled. How could Qin Shao show weakness so easily? This was not Qin Zhao's style at all. Only now did they understand Qin Zhao's intentions. So it was a trick, purposely showing weakness in order to lure Qian Jiangyue and the others into the trap. He was indeed black-bellied. The two of them glanced at Fairy Purple Chest. Clearly, Fairy Purple Chest had already thought of this. That was why she had pulled them back and didn't get excited with them. Oomph. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. You'll know what we're capable of in a while. When the time comes, you will know how to write the word death. Crazy Taoist snorted coldly. He was still disdainful and did not put Qin Shao in his eyes. They had already figured out what kind of means Qin Shao had. All he had was a Buddhist instrument. However, they were able to break through the might of this Buddhist artifact. Other than that, what else could Qin Shao do? Just a puny little one-step Empyrean brat. How could he still have any ability? The three of them wanted to break out of the eight-sided space, but how could Qin Shao let them do as they wished? Heart Force kill! Qin Zhao's Heart Force burst out. Under the amplification effect of the Heart Force stone, it surged towards the three people in the eight-god space. Qin Shao had his own reasons for trapping the three of them in the eight-sided space. In this way, the three of them could not use many of their methods. They could forget about using ordinary methods to escape from the eight-sided space. There was no way for them to use the small shift talisman and the like. The reason why the twin ghosts of black and white could escape last time was mainly because of the evil shield technique. It was a very strange, secret technique that allowed them to escape. If Qian Jiangyue and the other two did not have an extremely powerful escape technique, there was no way for them to escape from the eight-sided space. Moreover, this time, Qin Shao had walked out of Heaven Mountain City. He was no longer the Qin Shao of the past. Now, Qin Shao was a second-step Empyrean. His strength had increased by a lot. Therefore, the power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror could be unleashed even more. Qin Zhao's heart force could hold the three of them back and affect them, but his heart force was still relatively weak. Or more accurately, Qian Jiangyue and the other two were too strong. Therefore, it was impossible for him to suppress them with just his heart force. Heart force? What powerful heart force! I didn't expect your heart force level to be so high. So you're a heart force cultivator. Your immortal Tao level is so weak. You're only a first-step Empyrean. No, your aura is that of a second-step Empyrean. It looks like you've broken through a realm in the past few years in Heaven Mountain City. But so what? Whether it's your heart force or the power of your immortal Tao, it's not enough to support you in a fight against us. Your heart force is indeed very strong and strange. But if you want to use it to suppress the three of us, that's a fantasy. Qin Jiangwei frowned. He was doing his best to resist Qin Zhao's heart force attack. He was confident that he'd be able to withstand it quickly. It was only a temporary effect. Dinan Tian and the crazy Taoist were also doing their best to resist the heart force attack. Once they did, it would be time for a new wave of attacks. The trapping power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror wasn't very strong. Once the three of them attacked with all their might, they wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few breaths. Using the eight-sided Buddha mirror and heart force to suppress Qian Jiangwei and the other two was clearly not something that could be done. If it really was that easy, then the three of them were too weak to live up to their reputation. But that wasn't the case. The strength of the three of them was publicly acknowledged. They displayed their brilliance at the Tao Enlightenment meeting and won the right to view the Path Understanding tree. There was no doubt about their strength. They were definitely at the peak of the third step Empyrean realm. Want to come out? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a playful smile. Everything seemed to be under his control. Congratulations. You've successfully enraged me. So today, I'll deal with you guys at all costs. Let's see if you can withstand the endless fury of Qin Zhao. I've just made a breakthrough in the true word of Lin, and I'm using it on you guys in the first battle. You guys should be proud. I'll let you guys test the power of the true word of Lin. What? True word of Lin? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, not only were Qian Jiangwei and the other two shocked, but Bai Shan and the other two were also shocked. They knew that Qin Zhao had stayed with the Heaven Mountain City Lord for 10,000 years and had received many pointers from him. However, the Heaven Mountain City Lord hadn't accepted Qin Zhao as his personal disciple. Therefore, Bai Shan and the other two didn't expect that Qin Zhao would make a breakthrough in the true word of Lin. If he really made a breakthrough in the true word of Lin and displayed heaven-defying talent and potential, why wouldn't the Heaven Mountain City Lord accept Qin Zhao as his personal disciple? Qian Jiangwei and the other two also had similar doubts. They didn't think that Qin Zhao had grasped much of the true word of Lin, so they were especially shocked when they heard Qin Zhao's words. However, before the three of them could be surprised, Qin Zhao made his move. He used practical actions to fiercely wake them up. As soon as the true word of Lin was used, the light of the great Tao filled the entire space. The Tao of nature, the supreme power of the immortal Tao, the power of the law, the endless sharpness, and the Akalanthus seal. One after another, it struck towards Qian Jiangwei and the other two. Qin Zhao's true word of Lin had reached the level of small success. It didn't sound like a high level. However, this was the true word of Lin, the true word of 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. It was the foundation of the Tao, the true essence of the law. Naturally, it wasn't something that ordinary immortal arts or secret arts could compare to. Therefore, the small success of the true word of Lin was actually extremely powerful. It was enough to deter ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerables. At this moment, Qian Jiangwei and the other two were trapped in the eight-sided space by Qin Zhao. Coupled with the heart force attacking the three of them, their strength was suppressed. At this moment, the true word of Lin was suppressing them. Coupled with the supreme baptism of Buddha's light from the eight-sided Buddha mirror, the three powerful methods suppressed Qian Jiangwei and the other two at the same time. It suppressed the three of them in all aspects, making it impossible for them to use many of their techniques. Unable to use any of their techniques and being suppressed like this, Qian Jiangwei and the other two were temporarily unable to retaliate. They could only defend themselves. However, it was extremely painful and difficult for them to defend themselves. They couldn't break through this layer of restraint. One was the suppression of space, one was the suppression of soul, one was the suppression of Tao arts, and one was the suppression of Buddha's aura. It could be said that 4 forces were suppressing Qian Jiangwei and the other two. Moreover, the three of them were caught off guard from the beginning. They didn't have any chance to retaliate. They were suppressed from the beginning. Naturally, they didn't have any chance to retaliate. Now that they were completely suppressed, the three of them had completely lost their ability to retaliate. No matter how hard they clenched their teeth, they were still powerless. If the three of them weren't trapped in the eight-sided space by Qin Xiao at the beginning, it would be very difficult for Qin Xiao to suppress the three of them like this. In fact, it was almost impossible for him to do so. It was the conceit of the three of them that gave Qin Xiao the perfect opportunity. If it wasn't for this, why would Qin Xiao deliberately show weakness and use such a despicable method? In fact, Qin Xiao was also very shameless to use such a method. However, it was suitable to deal with these shameless people. Ha, good job, Qin Xiao. You're really smart. It's really a good method. This plan is too beautiful. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Seeing that the situation was basically settled, Bai Shan suddenly laughed heartily. I knew you were pretending just now, so I also cooperated with you to put on such a show. Haha, my acting just now was not bad, right? It was very good, right? Hearing Bai Shan's complacent look, Tai Yulong didn't hesitate to stab her. Bah, Bai Shan, you're bragging. You obviously didn't think of this level just now. Now you're talking after the fact. Can you be more shameless? Fart, Yulong, don't slander me. Bai Shan rolled her eyes at Tai Yulong and said, I knew it just now. I deliberately pretended. It's just that my acting was too good. That's why you and the box were fooled. Do you really think I'm stupid? I don't understand other people, but do you think I don't understand Qin Xiao? Why would he do such a thing? I just wanted to better confuse Qian Jiangyue and the others. That's why I cooperated with them to put on such a good show. Can't you see my good intentions? I see your ghost. Just continue pretending and continue to be shameless. Tai Yulong didn't believe her even if he was beaten to death. Bai Shan could only helplessly. Zichuan Fairy didn't speak and didn't express any opinion. Listening to the two of them teasing each other, Qin Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. He was too lazy to speak. However, Qin Xiao also felt that Bai Shan should have guessed it just now. She should have deliberately put on an act. This way, it will be better to fool Qian Jianjiu and the others. Chapter 1974. Ah, how could this be? What a strong Lin word. How could it be so strong? How long has it been since he comprehended the Lin word? How could it be so strong? How could this be? If he could reach such a level, why didn't the Heaven Mountain City Lord accept him as a personal disciple? Shit, Qian Jiangyue, it's all your fault for coming up with such a stupid idea. We're going to fail miserably now. It's true that I came up with the idea. Didn't you guys hit it off too? What's the use of saying all this now? Let's think of a way to kill our way out first. Qian Jiangyue and the other two were in pain and anger. But at the same time, they were also a little frightened. That was because they could smell the scent of danger. They tried their best to rush out. But being suppressed by the power of the four forces, they did not have much strength to resist at all. There was no way for them to rush out at all. This feeling was extremely sullen. It was as though a powerful being was tied up tightly. Their limbs could not move at all. No matter how strong they could not unleash their strength. That was the feeling that the three of them were feeling right now. It was a feeling that they could not unleash their strength, even if they had the strength to do so. Not only that, Qin Zhao's power was still crushing their immortal bodies, souls, and consciousness. If this carried on, they would be in danger. What to do? What to do? How could they rush out? Qian Jiangyue and the other two tried everything. But to no avail. They were completely tied up. The three of them were peerless geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of third-step heavenly venerables in the entire southern wilderness. They were the cream of the crop of their respective ridges. In this Tao enlightenment gathering, their brilliance was boundless. But now, they were being suppressed by Qin Xiao to the point where they could not resist at all. If this were to spread out, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? To them, this was an extremely shameful thing. Now that their brilliance was gone, they were extremely unbearable. But who could they blame? They could only blame themselves for underestimating Qin Xiao. From the start, they did not even put Qin Xiao in their eyes at all. Qin Zhao's monstrous talent was far beyond their imaginations. That was the reason why they were in such an unbearable situation. Ha ha ha, Qian Jiangyue, Dinan Tian, and you crazy Taoist. Weren't the three of you insufferably arrogant and proud? Now look at the two of you. TSK, TSK. The gap between the two of you is really huge. Is your face red? Are you ashamed? How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Didn't you just threaten to kill us? Now, who's the one in control? The way I see it, you all are only SOSO. You're all undeserving of your reputation. Baishan laughed out loud as she ridiculed Qian Jiangyue and the other two. Her heart was filled with joy. Just now, she had been suppressed to the point where it was unbearable. Now that she had found an opportunity, Baishan was going to let her mouth off. As for whether or not she would offend Qian Jiangyue and the other two, Baishan couldn't care less. After being humiliated by Baishan in such a manner, Qian Jiangyue and the other two did not have the confidence to refute her and could only endure silently. Qin Shao. Qian Jiangyue gritted her teeth as she glared at Qin Shao and shouted, "How about we admit defeat and forget about today's matter? I have to admit that your strength is indeed strong, indeed heaven-defying. However, it's impossible for you to do anything to the three of us. If we continue to drag this out, I'm afraid that both sides will be defeated and injured. It won't be good for anyone. If you want to kill us, that's even more wishful thinking. You should be very clear about this point. So, why don't we stop now, admit defeat, and leave separately? How about it?" Hearing Qian Jiangyue take the initiative to admit defeat, Baishan and the other two felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Thinking back to Qian Jianyue's arrogant and insufferably arrogant face before, it was a stark contrast to the current situation. To be able to make Qian Jianyue and the other two admit defeat, if this news were spread out, it would probably cause a sensation in the entire southern wasteland. Qian Jianyue, are you sure you're admitting defeat?" Qin Shao sneered and said mockingly. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qian Jianyue's face instantly turned green. What did he mean? Qin Shao continued. "You can even have the tone of letting me go after admitting defeat. There's no one else like you. If this is what you mean by admitting defeat, then I'm sorry, I won't accept this kind of concession. I don't care. If you don't lower your head, then I'll beat you until you do. So what if both sides are defeated and injured? I'll exchange one for the three of you. No matter what, I'll still be profiting. A tree lives with a layer of bark. A man fights for a breath. Today's anger, I, Qin Shao, will fight for it even if I have to give my all. So what if we fight to the end? If you don't lower your head, then we'll fight until we exhaust all of our immortal energy. How can I, Qin Shao, let you go so easily?" Qin Zhao's ruthless words made Qian Jiangyue and the other two's faces turn ugly to the extreme. It made them realize that Qin Shao was an extremely difficult person to provoke. Once provoked, he would not let it go so easily. How arrogant was Qian Jiangyue? So how could he easily lower his head? When he lowered his head just now, he was extremely unwilling. Naturally, there wouldn't be much sincerity in it. All he did was to say that he was going to admit defeat in order to avoid being put in a difficult situation. He thought that he was giving Qin Shao a way out. As long as Qin Shao didn't want to fight to the death, he should have taken advantage of this situation. But he didn't expect that Qin Shao wouldn't even care about him. Qin Zhao's madness had far exceeded his expectations. Qian Jiangyue and the other two already knew that today, Qin Shao was definitely not afraid of fighting to the death with them. The three looked at each other, and their faces turned ugly to the extreme. What should they do now? Fight to the death? Even if they fought to the death, the possibility of them being at a disadvantage was higher. After all, they were suppressed by Qin Shao. Now, they were already at a disadvantage. If they continued, wouldn't they continue to be at a disadvantage? What's more, Baishan and the other two haven't even made a move. If they fought to the end, would the three of them not make a move? So, if they continue to fight like this, even if they still had the confidence to save their lives in the end, they were afraid that their vitality would be damaged and they would end up with serious injuries. If they fought to that extent, the losses would be too great. It might even affect the foundation of their cultivation. This situation was not something that the three of them wanted to see, and they couldn't bear it. So, there was no other way but to ask for peace. But Qin Shao wasn't a person who was easy to talk to. They were the ones who started this matter. Now that they wanted to make peace, how could it be so easy? Advancing or retreating, they were in a dilemma. Both were harmful, so they had to choose the lesser. After the three of them discussed for a while, they could only make a difficult choice in the end. Qian Jiangwei fiercely gritted his teeth and said, Qin Shao, then what do you want? Things haven't reached the point of no return yet. There's no need to fight to the death. Even if you win today, we can still take revenge in the future. So, why don't we all take a step back? Admittedly, Qin Shao didn't like to make too many enemies, but sometimes when he was forced to a certain extent, Qin Shao would also throw caution to the wind. Just because he didn't like to make enemies, it didn't mean that he didn't dare to. If he was really forced to this extent, Qin Shao wouldn't care who you were. If he had to kill you, he would definitely not be soft-hearted. Qian Jiangwei and the other two were indeed not at that level, so Qin Shao might not be able to let them go. Coldly looking at Qian Jiangwei, Qin Shao said, I can take a step back, but you have to show the sincerity you deserve. You were the ones who started this matter. If I don't make you show some sincerity and pay the price, then where will my dignity go? I won't mention any demands for now. It depends on your own sincerity. If you don't have the sincerity, then I can't be bothered to say anything more to you. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qian Jiangwei and the other two's faces were once again filled with uncertainty. Asking them to take the initiative to show sincerity was asking them to lower their own status. This was pushing all the problems to them. This move was really ruthless. If Qin Shao had asked for something, as long as it wasn't too excessive, they would have gritted their teeth and agreed to it. Then they would feel better in their hearts. But now, they were asked to show sincerity. First, they had to lower their status and be very humble. This was a very painful thing in itself. After saying that, Qin Shao looked at Qian Jiangwei and the other two in a calm and composed manner. He left everything to the three of them and waited for the final result. It was as if everything was under his control. What should we do? What should we do? Damn Qin Shao. How dare he bully and oppress us? Why are we talking so much nonsense with him? Let's fight him to the end. I don't believe that he can suppress the three of us forever. With the three of us, what do we have to fear? Crazy Taoist, you're the best at talking big. We're completely suppressed now. We can't even use our strength. How can we fight him? Crazy Taoist, calm down. The situation is not good for us. If we fight to the death, we'll lose more. Forget it. This time we failed miserably. Let's admit defeat. This Qin Shao is really cunning. To think that he wants us to show sincerity. This is forcing us to lower our status and beg for mercy. No matter how cunning he is, we asked for it. What can we do? Now, let's think of a way to show sincerity. After 10 breaths of time, Qian Jiangwei and the other two still hadn't made up their minds. Qin Shao glanced at them coldly and said, What? You still haven't thought of it? Are you trying to wear down my patience? I know that my patience is already very good. But no matter how good my patience is, it can't stand up to you guys. If you haven't thought of it, I'll make the decision for you. No need to think, let's fight to the death. That's good. I haven't fought so crazily in a long time. Today, I can have a good fight. I still have some tricks on my sleeve. Let's see if you can force me to use all my tricks today so that I can fight to my heart's content. Isn't that great? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Qian Jiangwei and the other two started to panic. Qian Jiangwei hurriedly waved her hands and said, Wait, Qin Shao. We'll admit defeat. We're the ones who started this. We'll naturally show sincerity. First, we admit defeat and apologize to you. Second, each of us will compensate you 100,000 Chaos Source Stones to show our sincerity. Qin Shao, what do you think? Hearing Qian Jiangwei's sincerity, Qin Shao laughed coldly. This is your so-called sincerity. It seems like my dignity is only worth 300,000 primal chaos source stones. Do you really think that I lack these 300,000 primal chaos source stones? Then I'm sorry. I can tell you clearly that I'm not lacking at all. If you want to use 300,000 chaos source stones to brush me off, I can only say that you're not sincere at all. Chapter 1975. 100,000 chaos source stones per person was nothing to Qian Jiangwei and the other two. Even Qin Xiao didn't think much of it. Although he didn't have 100,000 primal chaos source stones on him, his net worth was far more than 100,000 primal chaos source stones. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally enraged when Qian Jiangwei said that 100,000 chaos source stones per person was enough to show her sincerity. How was this sincerity? She was just brushing him off. How could Qin Xiao agree to something like this? Since Qian Jiangwei and the other two wanted to beg for mercy, they had to show full sincerity. They had to cut off a piece of their flesh. This was the only way to teach them a lesson they would never forget. This was his bottom line. There was no room for compromise. Although 300,000 chaos source stones was a huge sum to Qin Xiao didn't care about it for the sake of his dignity. If he couldn't teach them a lesson, then there was no point. Wait, Qin Xiao. Seeing that Qin Xiao was really angry, Qian Jiangwei panicked and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I was wrong. Each of us will take out 500,000 primal chaos source stones to express our apology. Our apologies are absolutely sincere." Qin Zhao's anger subsided a little when he heard Qian Jiangyue's change of tone. If each person offered 500,000 chaos source stones, then the three of them would have a total of 1.5 million chaos source stones. That many chaos source stones was indeed a huge sum. Many fourth step exalted immortals couldn't even take out that much. This amount of chaos source stones could even buy an ordinary upper grade immortal weapon. Therefore, Qin Xiao could still accept such sincerity. It could be said that Qian Jiangwei and the other two had paid a heavy price. It could be considered as a profound lesson for them. Now that he'd achieved his goal, it was fine. "All right, I accept your sincerity," Qin Xiao said, but immediately added, "But I also want to remind you, don't think of playing any tricks with me. If you think that I'll let you go now and you'll be able to come out of the eight-sided space, you'll be able to retaliate. If that's the case, you can give it a try. If you dare to play any tricks, I will definitely let you know how the word regret is written." Qin Zhao's words caused Qian Jiangwei and the other two's hearts to turn cold. In fact, the three of them had really thought of this before. Furthermore, they had also intensely discussed the feasibility of this idea. At this time, they were suppressed by Qin Xiao. In fact, they were still very sullen in their hearts. They felt that there were many methods that they could not use, and that they had suffered a great loss. Otherwise, they would not have been suppressed by Qin Xiao. Therefore, they would naturally have such thoughts as well. There was no harm in showing weakness first. First, come out of the eight-sided space, and then fight back. Perhaps he could completely turn the situation around. At that time, everything would be back. However, when they heard Qin Zhao's words and felt Qin Zhao's strong confidence, they couldn't help but waver. From the looks of it, Qin Xiao had already anticipated this situation and was prepared for it. If they wanted to take this path, they would have to think twice before taking it. What other methods did Qin Xiao have that he had not used? Was he bluffing, or did he really have some tricks up his sleeve? On this point, Qian Jiangwei and the other two dared not be sure. However, if they thought about it carefully, they felt that Qin Xiao might not have relied on the power of a Buddhist artifact. He might have some other tricks up his sleeve. After all, the twin ghosts of Black and White had suffered a great loss in Qin Zhao's hands previously. They were very clear about the strength of the twin ghosts of Black and White. They were not weaker than them. Thinking of this, the remaining thoughts in their hearts were temporarily dismissed. It was better not to take this risk. Otherwise, the situation that they had painstakingly turned around would be broken again. Thinking of this, Qian Jiangwei shook her head and said, "No, we don't have such thoughts. Since we have admitted defeat, we naturally admit defeat." After saying that, Qian Jiangwei waved her hand, and a chinquan bag fell into Qin Zhao's hand. Qian Jiangwei said, "There are 500,000 chaos source stones inside. This is my sincerity. Qin Xiao, please check it." Qin Xiao glanced at it and confirmed that there were indeed 500,000 chaos source stones inside. He nodded and looked at Di Nantian and Crazy Taoist. Although the two of them were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to hand over the chaos source stones obediently. Each of them threw 500,000 chaos source stones to Qin Shao. In an instant, Qin Shao had 1,500,000 chaos source stones in his hands. In an instant, he had accumulated a huge amount of wealth. This wealth came a little too easily. Qin Shao was overjoyed. He still owed Baishan 10,000 chaos source stones and Fatty Kai 200,000 chaos source stones. Now, he could pay them all back. Otherwise, it would be awkward if he kept owing them. The chaos source stones were good stuff. They were extremely helpful for cultivation. After keeping the chaos source stones, Qian Jiangwei and the other two sincerely apologized to Qin Shao. They had shown all their sincerity. Therefore, Qin Shao retracted all his power in the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Qian Jiangwei and the other two naturally did not stay any longer. They did not dare to have any thoughts of attacking again. Instead, they quickly left. After sending the three of them away, the battle finally came to an end. Qin Shao had won a huge victory. Not only did he win, but he also gained a huge amount of wealth. This battle was really satisfying. Ha ha! This battle was really unprecedentedly satisfying. It was so satisfying. Even my blood was boiling. Baishan laughed and walked over. She looked at Qin Shao enviously. I say, Qin Shao, how many more battles like this can you participate in? TSK, you earned 1,500,000 chaos source stones in one go. If you do it a few more times, you'll be filthy rich. You've practically dug up a mine of chaos source stones. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. I've worked so hard for dozens of eras, and the chaos source stones that I've accumulated can't even compare to a fraction of what you have. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter today. Qian Jiangwei and the other two had wanted to rob you. But to think that you would rob them instead. I reckon that they're going to be traumatized for the rest of their lives. If news of this were spread out, I wonder how many people would die of laughter. Qin Shao, you're truly a genius. Way too talented. Qin Shao chuckled out. Actually, that was not what he had in mind at the start. It was only because of the sincerity that Qian Jiangwei and the other two brought out later on that Qin Shao was naturally more than happy to accept it. Speaking of which, this battle was indeed a satisfying one, and it vented his anger. Through this battle, Qin Shao had verified his strength as well. Now he had a clear understanding of his current strength. As for the might of the true word of Lin, he had a clear understanding of it as well. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's return to the Fuda Immortal Palace first, Fairy Zishang said. The four of them boarded the flying celestial device and rushed back to the Fuda Immortal Palace at the fastest speed possible. After such a great victory, the four of them were in a great mood. Baishan took out some good wine and dishes to liven things up. Baishan's laughter did not stop. Ha ha! I'm just wondering how Qian Jiangwei and the other two are feeling right now. I'm afraid that they might even have the heart to die. To them, this is a great humiliation. It's a humiliation that they will never be able to wash away for the rest of their lives. What makes them even angrier is that they were the ones who sent themselves to our doorstep and asked for it. Ha ha! Thinking of this, I feel so relieved. Who asked the three of them to be so arrogant and arrogant? They wanted to bully others. Serves them right. Qin Shao curled his lips into a smile and said, Senior brother Baishan, why do I feel that you're becoming more and more black-bellied? Can't you be a little more sunny? Ha ha, I'm black-bellied. I'm still inferior to you. Compared to you, I feel like I'm so weak. I learned it from you. If you have sunshine in your heart, I can have it too. Baishan grinned and laughed. Qin Shao was speechless. He was not black-bellied. It was just a trick that he used to deal with evil people. However, everyone was just joking around to add to the fun. 20 years later, the four of them finally returned to Linfu City. This time, they had been away for almost 2 million years. It was considered a long time. Returning to a familiar place, it felt different. Their mood was inexplicably better. Ha ha! We're finally back. The smell of Linfu City is so comfortable. It's been almost 2 million years. Linfu City hasn't changed at all. It still looks so familiar. This is great. This time, we went out to train. We've gained a lot. It's really a good opportunity. It would be great if such an opportunity could appear a few more times. Baishan looked at Lin Fu City with a face full of smiles. He sighed in his heart. After reaching their level, it was actually very difficult for them to improve further. It was also a very slow and long process. They had lived for more than 10 years. For a third step Heavenly Master, they were considered very young. Every step forward was too difficult. This time, it was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the three of them. The mood of returning with great gains was naturally wonderful. Look, the Lord Qin Shao is back. It's really the Lord Qin Shao. Didn't I hear that the Lord Qin Shao was going to be accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord? Ha ha ha, I heard that too. It said that the Lord Qin Shao was in the limelight in Heaven Mountain City and was summoned by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Now that he's back, could it be that he didn't become a personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord? It seems like he didn't. I only recently found out what kind of existence the Heaven Mountain City Lord is. It's too difficult to be accepted as a personal disciple by such a supreme existence like the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Yes, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao is, I'm afraid he hasn't reached that level yet. It's normal that he wasn't accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. But no matter what, Qin Shao is the pride of our Fu Jin Mountain Range. He's been in the limelight for our Fu Jin Mountain Range. It's good of him to show off our Fu Jin Mountain Range's immortal prestige. Qin Zhao's appearance immediately attracted countless gazes. In Lin Fu City, Qin Zhao's reputation and prestige was unquestionable. It had already reached the point where everyone knew about him. Therefore, as long as Qin Shao appeared, it would basically cause a commotion and attract countless gazes. As for Baishan and the other two, who were standing beside Qin Shao, they were completely ignored. This caused the three of them to feel somewhat awkward. Thus, they decided to put some distance between them and Qin Shao, giving all the space to Qin Shao. Qin Shao slightly gestured to everyone, and then returned to the Fu Jin Immortal Palace. At this moment, 2 step celestial realm human immortals hurried over. Soon, the two human immortals came before Qin Shao respectfully and bowed to Qin Shao. Chapter 1976. The two human immortals introduced themselves, and Qin Shao found out that one of them was from the Dao clan, while the other was from the Haochu race. Both of them said that they were here on orders and asked Qin Shao to stay for a while. They said that they had something important to tell Qin Shao. Both of them were extremely respectful to Qin Shao. As representatives of the Dao clan and the Haochu race, they were very humble. In such a situation, it was easy for people to guess what was going on. Previously, Dao Hofeng from the Dao clan and Hao Gixian from the Haochu race both wanted to kill Qin Shao. They used all sorts of methods, but in the end, they were unable to kill Qin Shao. In the end, Qin Shao destroyed their true bodies. However, their clones were still alive. Qin Shao had previously said that he would only kill their clones. Now that the Dao clan and the Haochu race had sent people to tell Qin Shao that they had something important to tell him, it was easy for others to guess that it had something to do with Dao Hofeng and Hao Guixian. Qin Shao thought so as well. Previously, he had met Hao Guihu and Dao Hatai in Heaven Mountain City. Hence, he was not surprised that something like this happened the moment he returned to Linfu City. He could only say that the Dao clan and the Haochu race were rather tactful. They knew to admit their mistakes before he went looking for them. If that was the case, Qin Shao could calm his anger and not pursue this matter with the Dao clan and the Haochu race. As for the specifics, it would depend on the sincerity of the two clans. Qin Shao stopped and waited. Qin Shao stopped, which naturally attracted more people to come over and watch. Many people started to talk. Haha, Qin Shao, you have really made a name for yourself now. TSK, TSK. Even the Haochu race has bowed to you. It seems like your battle in Heaven Mountain City has made them see you clearly. They know that you are not someone to be trifled with. The Dao clan and the Haochu race don't want to make an enemy out of you. That's why they both chose to sacrifice Dao Hofeng and Hao Chuxian. I'm thinking that if the news of you suppressing Qian Jianyue and the other two is spread out, I'm afraid none of the top 10 forces in Linfu City would dare to provoke you, right? Baishan grinned. The battle in Heaven Mountain City had indeed made Qin Shao famous. How Guihu and Dao Hitai, who had originally wanted to cause trouble, had no choice but to give up on the idea. They no longer dared to provoke Qin Shao. He forced the black-white double demons to retreat, comprehended the true word of Lin, and was personally summoned by the Lord of Heaven Mountain City. Just this reputation alone was enough to shine in all directions and shock everyone for a time. Although Qin Shao didn't participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting, he didn't show off his brilliance in the Tao Enlightenment meeting, nor did he get a good ranking. However, Qin Zhao's radiance definitely overshadowed Qian Jiangwei and the others. Therefore, in this Tao Enlightenment meeting, Qin Shao was actually the one who benefited the most. This radiance and this limitless potential were enough to make the Tao clan and the Hao Chu race wary. Although Qin Zhao's current strength wasn't enough to go against them, what about in the future? What if Qin Shao continued to grow? Then, the situation would be hard to say. Anything was possible. After all, in the entire southern wilderness, only 2 people have been able to comprehend the true word of Lin in the past 10,000 epochs. The first one was young Master Shingen. He was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of the southern wilderness. Although Qin Shao didn't become the son of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, his talent and potential were still not to be underestimated. It was precisely because they considered this point that the Dao clan and the Hao Chu race chose to lower their heads and make such a sacrifice to appease Qin Zhao's anger and resolve their feud with Qin Shao. Forget about the Dao clan. They weren't that strong. However, the Hao Chu race was one of the top 10 factions in Linfu City. If even the Hao Chu race was able to make them lower their heads, it was evident that the Dao clan was very powerful. Look over there. It was not known who suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Far ahead on the main road, 2 prison wagons were driving towards them. They were escorted by 2 groups of people, looking very dignified and dignified. The people in these 2 prison wagons were none other than Dao Hufeng and Hao Guishuan's clones. Their true bodies had already been killed by Qin Shao. Now, only their clones were left. If their clones died as well, they would be completely dead. Of course, unless an ancient saint was willing to resurrect them. That was another story. It wasn't that easy to get an ancient saint to resurrect an immortal. Even if the Hao Chu race had such capabilities, they might not be willing to pay such a huge price for Hao Guishuan. Seeing that the Dao clan and the Hao Chu race had really escorted Dao Hufeng and Hao Guishuan over, everyone's guesses were confirmed. The 2 clans had really lowered their heads to Qin Shao. This was really a good show. At this moment, Dao Hufeng and Hao Guishuan, who were locked in their cages, had disheveled hair. Their eyes were glazed over, and their faces were devoid of color. Despair filled their faces. Soon, the 2 prison wagons stopped in front of Qin Shao. The 2 human immortals from before also stepped forward respectfully and said some dignified words to express their apologies to Qin Shao. They also sincerely handed the 2 culprits over to Qin Shao for him to deal with. As for Dao Hufeng and Hao Guishuan, Qin Shao no longer had any interest in punishing them. This time, Qin Shao was in a very good mood due to the 2 huge gains he had made. Now that his strength was higher, his vision had also become more far-sighted. To him, this was a small matter. Since it was a small matter, he naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't do it himself. Instead, he asked the 2 human immortals to do it. It was impossible for him to spare their lives. They had to die. The 2 human immortals did not hesitate. They simply killed off Dao Hufeng and Hao Guishuan on the spot, right in front of the many onlookers. The Dao clan and the Hao Chu race had done it in front of everyone. This was a show of sincerity. Qin Shao was quite satisfied with this explanation. At this time, he didn't mention it again. The Dao clan and the Hao Chu race also left quickly. Qin Shao didn't stay for long. He returned to the Fuda Immortal Palace with Baishan and the other 2. However, this matter naturally spread quickly in Fuda City. It created another wave of heated discussion. However, Qin Shao really didn't take this matter to heart. After returning to the Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Shao was also welcomed by everyone. His reputation and prestige had obviously increased. The battle in Heaven Mountain City could be said to have raised Qin Zhao's reputation by a lot. Naturally, the disciples of the Fu De Immortal Palace respected him. Qin Zhao and the other three went to exchange for contribution points. According to the agreement, Qin Zhao received 30,000 contribution points. After receiving the 30,000 contribution points, Qin Zhao went directly to the Immortal Pavilion to see Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. When they met, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was full of praise for Qin Zhao. He was full of admiration. Good lad. It seems like you have gained a lot from this trip. You have really made the Fu De Immortal Palace proud. Not bad, not bad. Very good. It seems like you are blessed with great fortune, and your immortal fate is not small. You have also broken through to the second step Heavenly Venerable Realm. Your strength has probably reached the level of a genius. The old man has never heard of second step Heavenly Venerable Realm cultivator reaching such a level. Even the old man has to admire you for this. It seems like you have a heaven-defying opportunity and a heaven-defying method. Coupled with the help of a powerful treasure, you have achieved this. But no matter what, this is your strength. This is your true ability. When he heard Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's praises, Qin Zhao smiled and did not say much. There was no need to say any more humble words. In fact, Qin Zhao was thinking that perhaps all of them had underestimated him. What had spread to Fu De City was only some of the glory in Heaven Mountain City. There was actually some that had not spread. For example, he had single-handedly suppressed Qian Jiangyue, Di Nantian, and the crazy Taoist. For example, he had not displayed his Li Sheng's flying dagger. Therefore, in terms of strength, Qin Zhao could defeat an ordinary exalted immortal of the fourth step Heavenly Venerable Realm. He was definitely qualified to be a genius. However, there was no need for Qin Zhao to be so ostentatious. He preferred to keep a low profile. After praising him, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku said, Qin Zhao, don't tell me you've already earned 6,000 contribution points in this trip to the Immortal Pavilion. More or less. That's why I came to exchange for a secret technique. Qin Zhao nodded. Although he had already guessed it, hearing Qin Zhao say it out loud still shocked Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. He clicked his tongue and said, How long has it been since you left the Fu De Immortal Palace? It hasn't even been 2 million years, right? You've already earned 6,000 contribution points. What kind of luck did you have? What kind of treasure did you find? It hasn't even been 2 million years, and you have earned so many contribution points. Why does it feel like contribution points are worthless when it comes to you? Haha, I guess it's just luck. Qin Zhao smiled and did not explain further. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku led Qin Zhao to the secret technique area and brought Qin Zhao to the berserk art. This was the secret technique that Qin Zhao had his eyes on. It cost 6,000 contribution points, and it was what Qin Zhao had been working towards. Therefore, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku brought Qin Zhao here directly. Qin Zhao, are you sure you want to exchange for the berserk art? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku asked, as usual. Qin Zhao nodded without hesitation. He had already made up his mind, so there was no need to ask. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku nodded. All right, I will deduct your contribution points first. Then you can go and receive the cultivation method for the berserk art. Let me see how many contribution points you have. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't have known. Now that he did, even Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was given a huge shock. After checking Qin Zhao's contribution points, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Zhao in astonishment. After a long while, he came back to his senses. However, he still looked at Qin Zhao with a strange expression. Oh my God, I say, Qin Zhao, what kind of treasure did you dig up? He actually earned a total of 30,000 contribution points. This is too unbelievable. It hasn't even been 2 million years, and you have earned 30,000 contribution points. This is unbelievable. Even if the old man went out, he would not be able to complete this task. But you kid actually did it. TSK. No wonder they say that you are a monster. You are indeed a monster. Even the old man is impressed. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku had never seen such a monster before. Hearing Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words, Qin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. However, it was not easy to explain the situation. Qin Xiao was still thinking. If Exalted Immortal Yun Ku knew that he and Baishan had earned 100,000 contribution points this time, what kind of expression would he have? Would he be so shocked that his jaw would drop to the ground? Chapter 1977. In addition to the Berserk art, Qin Xiao also exchanged for the dual body technique. He had already decided on these two secret techniques beforehand. The Berserk art cost 6,000 contribution points, while the dual body technique was more expensive at 16,000 contribution points. Therefore, the two secret techniques had already cost Qin Xiao 22,000 contribution points. He had worked so hard and experienced life and death situations to earn 30,000 contribution points. In the blink of an eye, he had spent more than half of them. It really felt like he was using contribution points like water. He had exchanged for the two secret techniques and received the cultivation method. However, it was impossible to cultivate these two secret techniques. Secret techniques generally required some materials and external forces to help cultivate. Otherwise, it would be difficult to succeed. The Berserk art and the dual body technique were no exception. Just exchanging for the cultivation method was far from enough. If he wanted to cultivate these two secret techniques, he would have to gather all the materials needed to cultivate them. It was difficult to obtain the cultivation method, but gathering the materials might be even more difficult. As for the Berserk art, the materials required are relatively simple. It's very simple. You only need one material. I told you about this material before. It's called the Berserk Chi. Qin Xiao nodded. Yes, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. I remember this. You gave me the Xiaming quicksand pot. You said it was used to store the Berserk Chi. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. It's like this. You see, I still have 8,000 contribution points. I wonder if I can exchange them for the Berserk Chi? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku shook his head. Qin Xiao, it's not that you can't exchange for the Berserk Chi with 8,000 contribution points. It's just that our Fu 2 Immortal Palace doesn't actually have the Berserk Chi. If we did, we wouldn't need 8,000 contribution points to exchange for it. However, this kind of rare material is very, very rare. Even if we did, it would be exchanged for immediately. Therefore, basically, Fu 2 Immortal Palace can't store the Berserk Chi. Moreover, it's been a long time since Fu 2 Immortal Palace had the Berserk Chi. If not, you can go to the forces in Linfu City and ask them if they have a way to get their hands on Berserk Chi. But I don't think there will be any in stock. Berserk Chi is extremely rare and the demand for it is extremely high. It is the kind of Berserk Chi that is priceless. If you can get it, you'll have to rely on luck. It's something that can only be found by chance. Qin Xiao did not lack primal chaos source rocks, but he was afraid that he would not be able to find them. He had to obtain the Berserk Chi no matter what. Now, Qin Xiao's focus was on cultivating the secret technique. The requirement for a dual body technique was too high, so for the time being, the focus was on the Berserker explosion technique. The Berserk skill only required one material. Speaking of which, it was actually quite simple. All he needed to do was obtain the Berserk Chi. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xiao said, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, if we look for it ourselves, how can we possibly find the Berserk Chi? After hearing what you said, I feel that I have a much higher chance of success if I look for it myself. Haha. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed and said, You're right. Based on my personal experience, I also feel that it would be faster if you look for it yourself. Unless you have the luck and reputation to make the major factions in Linfu City go all out to find the Berserk Chi for you. Otherwise, you might as well look for it yourself. Of course, looking for it himself would not be a problem. Qin Xiao was also very confident in his current strength. He had the confidence to look for it. The last time, Qin Xiao did not have such confidence. Now, he had it, and it was full of it. But the problem was that Qin Xiao did not know where to find it. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku did not wait for Qin Xiao to ask. He said, For now, I know of 3 places where you might be able to find the berserk chi. The first is the Abyss of Beasts. The second is the Underworld Polar region. The third is the Ancient Mining Area. These 3 places are all rather dangerous. If you want to go, you have to be careful. Don't act rashly. Qin Shao also knew that these 3 places were indeed very dangerous. Among the most dangerous places in the southern wilderness, they could all be ranked in the top 100. Qin Shao also knew about the Abyss of Beasts. According to the news from the Immortal Court, Xiao Gu had appeared in the Abyss of Beasts. Previously, Qin Shao had wanted to go to the Abyss of Beasts to look for Xiao Gu, but at that time, he was indeed too weak. In addition, Qin Shao had listened to the advice of others, so he temporarily put aside the idea. But now, Qin Xiao's idea resurfaced. If he had to choose one of these 3 places, Qin Shao would definitely choose the Abyss of Beasts without hesitation. While looking for the berserk chi, he could also find Xiao Gu's whereabouts. Wasn't that the best of both worlds? However, Qin Shao was also very clear about the dangers of the Abyss of Beasts. Even an exalted immortal wouldn't dare to casually enter it. The Abyss of Beasts was the territory of demonic beasts. It was too dangerous for humans to enter. But now, Qin Shao would seriously consider it. With a good plan, it might not be impossible for him to venture in. No matter how dangerous it was, for the sake of the berserk chi and Xiao Gu, Qin Shao wasn't afraid to venture in. Exalted immortal Yun Ku shook his head slightly. Perhaps I shouldn't have suggested this to you. I know that you are indeed very strong now, but it doesn't mean that you can enter those dangerous places at will. Those 3 danger zones are all extremely dangerous places. Even ascendant immortals could die inside those danger zones, Chun Feng said, looking at the 3 danger zones. But even if I didn't tell you, I believe you have the ability to know. So, I might as well tell you first and let you weigh the pros and cons. After all, the path you choose is entirely up to you. Others can only give you some advice, but they can't influence your decision. Qin Shao nodded. I will consider it carefully. Exalted immortal Yun Ku. No matter what I do, I won't act recklessly. Exalted immortal Yun Ku nodded. He trusted Qin Shao on this. Qin Shao had always been very prudent. There was no need to elaborate on these matters. Exalted immortal Yun Ku continued. If it's a dual body technique, it'll be more difficult. You'll need as many as 9 types of rare materials. If you use contribution points to exchange for them, even your remaining 800,000 won't be enough. Of course, our fuming glutton immortal palace only has 2 materials for now. So even if you have enough contribution points, we won't be able to gather all the materials you need. It'll be very, very difficult to gather all 9 materials. Even if you have the Chaos Source Rock, you might not be able to buy them. Among the 9 materials, at least 3 of them are priceless. They're extremely rare and almost impossible to find. You must be very lucky to find them. So, after saying that, Ascendant Immortal Yun Ku did not continue. Instead, he shook his head. If even Exalted Immortal Yun Ku said it was so difficult, it was obvious how difficult it would be. Qin Shao was already mentally prepared. He already knew a little about it, so he did not find it hard to accept. Dual body technique was equivalent to cultivating a clone, which was equivalent to having an extra life. Such a secret technique was naturally very difficult to cultivate. This was also something that was very easy to understand. Qin Shao twisted his lips and said, "No matter what, I'll give a try no matter how difficult it is. Now, the focus of my cultivation will be on these 2 secret techniques. So, I'll do everything I can to gather the materials I need. I'll give it a try no matter how difficult it is." Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, please exchange for the 2 materials that our fuming glutton immortal palace has. I'll think of a way to get the remaining 7. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku nodded and said, All right, I'll get them for you first. As for the other materials, I'll also ask around for you. Some of the exalted immortals in our fuming glutton immortal palace might have some materials for themselves. Maybe someone just happened to have the materials you need. I'll help you ask about that. You can also ask around with your connections and try to gather as much as you can. As for the rest, you'll have to think of a way to find them yourself. It might be very difficult, but it doesn't mean it's impossible to gather them all. We have a few people in the fuming glutton immortal palace who have cultivated the dual body technique. Maybe it'll just take some time and patience. Cultivation requires time and patience too, so it's not a big deal. You're still very young, so time is not a problem for you. As long as you have the right attitude, it won't be difficult. Qin Xiao nodded. Time was not a problem for him. After all, he was still very young, and the higher his cultivation, the more time he needed to accumulate. Rome wasn't built in a single day. After exchanging for the two materials and thanking exalted immortal Yun Ku, Qin Xiao took his leave. He had obtained the berserker art and dual body technique, as well as the two materials, but he was still far from being able to cultivate these two secret techniques. Therefore, Qin Xiao was making plans in his heart. It seemed like he wouldn't be staying in the fuming glutton immortal palace for long this time. But this was cultivation. One had to travel the world as much as possible. Since he was back, it was time to meet his friends. Qin Xiao had just returned to his place of cultivation and was about to ask his servant to call Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao over, but Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao had already come to his door. "Haha, brother Qin Xiao, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Now that you're back, you don't even think of looking for us. You want us to wait at your door so that we can see you. Hey, brother Qin Xiao, why do I feel like it's getting harder and harder to see you now? You're getting stronger and stronger, and I feel like the distance between you and us is getting wider." This was Fatty Kai's voice, which could be heard from afar. He still looked like a meatball. Although he didn't look good, he was still very pleasing to the eye after not seeing him for a long time. He still looked familiar, and he still smelled familiar. Qin Xiao went up and punched Fatty Kai. Of course, he knew that Fatty Kai was joking. "Don't talk nonsense. Come in and have a seat. Let's talk while drinking." Qin Xiao waved to Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao. The three of them quickly sat down in the pavilion, and the table was filled with food and wine. Fatty Kai's mouth didn't stop, and he continued, "Tis TSK, brother Qin Xiao, how long has it been since we last met? It's only been a little more than 1,000,000 years. How can you improve your realm like drinking water? We haven't seen each other for more than 1,000,000 years, and you've already broken through to the second step of the celestial venerable realm. Xiao Dao and I are still in the first step of the celestial venerable realm, and we don't even know how far away we are from breaking through, let alone breaking through to the second step of the celestial venerable realm." Chapter 1978. Qin Xiao looked at Fatty Kai with disdain and said, "You're so fat. I can't pull you. Forget it. So what if I'm fat? Did I eat your food when I'm fat? Did I drink your wine? I'm happy to be fat. Being fat is my symbol." Fatty Kai smacked his lips and said. Xiao Dao immediately added, "It's not your fault that you're fat. Being ugly is the principle. If Fatty Kai didn't have a strong heart, he would have been shocked to death." However, the three of them were joking among brothers. They wouldn't hurt each other's feelings. Joking like this would show that the relationship between brothers was deeper. They wouldn't distance themselves because of Qin Xiao's strength. After joking around, the three of them began to drink. Fatty Kai, the chatterbox, began to talk about the interesting things that had happened in Linfu City during the years that Qin Xiao had left. Then, he talked about what had happened just now. It was very satisfying. The news that the Dao clan and the Hao Gui clan had personally escorted Dao Hufeng and how Guishuan's clones to Qin Xiao for punishment had already spread throughout Linfu City. It caused a huge uproar, and the entire city was in an uproar. Qin Xiao's prestige was raised again. Even the Haochu clan, one of the top 10 factions, had lowered their heads and didn't dare to provoke Qin Xiao. It was enough to show how powerful Qin Xiao was. "Oh, right. Fatty Kai, I need your help with something," Qin Xiao suddenly said. Fatty Kai waved his hand and said angrily, "If there's anything between brothers, just tell me. Don't be so polite. If you continue to be like this, I won't talk to you anymore." "Xiao Dao, don't you think so?" Xiao Dao nodded, showing that he agreed with Fatty Kai. Although Xiao Dao didn't talk much and had a shy personality, he was also a very loyal person. In front of Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao, Qin Xiao was already very casual. He smiled and said, "Fatty Kai, I've exchanged for two secret techniques. One is the berserk art, and the other is the dual body technique. The focus of my cultivation is on these two secret techniques, so I need to find a way to collect them. I need the materials to cultivate these two secret techniques. The berserk skill only requires one material, and that is the berserk chi. For the dual body technique, 9 rare materials are required. They are soul essence crystal, thought flower, rock flame, glazed blood. Take a look at your side and help me think of a way. Oh, that's right. I still have one. 5 million chaos source stones on me. After deducting the 200,000 chaos source stones I owe you, I still have one. 3 million chaos source stones left. If you need more, I'll think of a way. Hiss! Fatty Kai sucked in a cold breath when he heard Qin Shao say that he still had one. 5 million chaos source stones. He looked at Qin Shao in amazement, and the word admiration was written on his face. Brother Qin Shao, you've really found a big treasure. You made such a big fortune as soon as you went out. Tis TSK, if there's such a good thing, remember to bring us along next time. Let's eat some meat too. I, Fatty Kai, have never seen such a big fortune in my life. Qin Shao naturally didn't believe Fatty Kai's words. His family's wealth was very shocking. It wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Fatty Kai didn't joke around anymore. Instead, he talked about business seriously. Brother Qin Shao, leave this matter to me, Fatty Kai. My family's Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce has the ability to find materials. If they claim to be second in Lin Fu City, no one would dare to claim to be first. My family's Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce has business dealings with more than 100 mountains. As long as we mobilize our forces to find them, we should be able Tao should still be able to find it. But as far as I know, these materials are extremely rare. The Berserk Chi is priceless. Also, there are 3 materials for cultivating the dual body technique, which are also priceless. You have 2 of them. If there are 4 more, I'm very confident that I can find them in a short time. As for the others, it's hard to say. We can only rely on luck. But I'll tell my father and let him spread the news. Once there is, I'll get it immediately. This matter can't be rushed. I think it will take some time to wait. Qin Shao nodded. He had already prepared for this situation. It was something that could only be encountered and not sought. Naturally, it was difficult. If it wasn't difficult, Qin Shao wouldn't have asked Fatty Kai to help him. Good things are hard to come by. This was an unchanging truth. If the secret technique could be cultivated so easily, then it wouldn't be valuable. After all, even an ordinary secret technique was worth as much as a prominent celestial technique. Therefore, the threshold of the secret technique was naturally very high. This was a characteristic of the secret technique. This matter was left to Fatty Kai. Qin Shao had always been very confident in Fatty Kai's work. The next step was to wait patiently for the news. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't give up on his plan. He wouldn't wait for too long. If it didn't work, then he could only go out and look for it himself. It just so happened that he had always wanted to go to the Abyss of Beasts. He could take this opportunity to go there. This time, he had to prepare himself well. At the very least, he had to cultivate the 3 middle-grade celestial techniques to perfection before he could go out. In fact, he could even choose a prominent celestial art to cultivate. However, in terms of his own strength, even if he cultivated another high-grade immortal technique, it wouldn't be of much use. After all, Qin Zhao's realm was still there. It was difficult for him to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique. He wouldn't be able to exert much of its power. For Qin Shao, his main strength lay in his other means, which had nothing to do with immortal techniques. Therefore, in terms of improving his strength, Qin Zhao's focus was completely on the secret technique. If he could successfully cultivate these 2 secret techniques, then his strength would have an obvious improvement. Everything else was just icing on the cake and had little effect. Rather than that, he might as well put his energy into cultivating the flying dagger and the confrontation mantra. These 2 means were Qin Zhao's main strength now. It was too difficult to raise his heart force to the next level. For now, Qin Shao didn't want to think about it. Without a certain amount of accumulation, it was impractical to try to break through to the 9th level of heart force. The cultivation of the great Tao often required time, accumulation, tempering, and baptism. Only then could it transform and break through. A petal suddenly fell from the sky and slowly drifted down. The refreshing fragrance of peach blossoms wafted out and began to permeate the sky. There were more and more petals, like a drizzle, falling down one after another, decorating the world, making it even more colorful and beautiful. Seeing these petals, Qin Shao and the others immediately stood up. They naturally knew who had come. Qin Shao looked over, and his gaze fell on Princess Xiaoyu, who was wrapped in a ball of petals. She came over on the peach bridge and seemed to be dancing among the petals. Every time she appeared, she was so stunning, so beautiful, so moving and breathtaking. His master would never get tired of looking at Princess Xiaoyu's beauty. She was like a fairy coming out of the bath among the peach blossoms. The petals scattered, and Princess Xiaoyu walked down and came to the table. She looked at them coquettishly and said, "You three heartless guys, why didn't you invite me to drink with you?" "Ha ha, we didn't dare to disturb you, Princess Xiaoyu," Fatty Kai replied with an embarrassed smile. Little Knife lowered his head slightly and didn't dare to reply. Qin Shao looked a little embarrassed. It was indeed inappropriate to invite Princess Xiaoyu to a gathering of brothers. Besides, Princess Xiaoyu had always been by the palace lord's side. Naturally, he didn't dare to disturb her. Of course, Qin Shao usually didn't take the initiative to look for Princess Xiaoyu when he came back. After all, it was inappropriate for a man to look for a woman all the time. Therefore, when Qin Shao heard Princess Xiaoyu's words of blame, he was naturally embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "And you, Qin Shao?" Princess Xiaoyu pouted, and her charming eyes fell on Qin Shao. "Humph, you didn't tell me every time you came back. Don't tell me I don't exist in your heart. You can think of Fatty Kai and Little Knife when you come back. Why don't you think of me at all?" Qin Shao, I've been thinking of you all the time. You're too heartless, aren't you?" Princess Xiaoyu's coquettish anger made people feel a little ambiguous. Fatty Kai also secretly smiled. Princess Xiaoyu did have some ambiguous feelings for Qin Shao. Although she didn't openly say that she liked him, it was obvious that she treated Qin Shao better than ordinary friends. If things continued to develop, it would probably reach the stage of liking. That Qin Shao wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to lie or coax girls. Therefore, he was really at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer Princess Xiaoyu's words. He always didn't know how to deal with the affairs between men and women. Moreover, Countess Xiaoyu had never explicitly expressed her feelings for him. There was indeed some ambiguity between them, but she had never directly expressed her feelings for him. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't say anything. Naturally, it was more awkward. Before Qin Shao could explain more, Princess Xiaoyu suddenly smiled at Fatty Kai and Little Knife, saying, "Fatty Kai, Little Knife, have you drunk enough and eaten enough?" We just started drinking," Fatty Kai subconsciously blurted out, but after being pulled by Xiao Dao, he suddenly realized and quickly changed his words. He patted Yuanchio's belly and said, Yes, I'm full. Big Sister Xiaoyu, look, my belly is round." "Ha ha ha, Little Knife and I still have something to do. We'll take our leave first." After he finished speaking, Fatty Kai took Xiao Dao and quickly left. Before he left, he gave Qin Shao a mischievous look. Qin Shao didn't know what he was trying to say, but it made him speechless. After Fatty Kai and Little Knife left, only Qin Shao and Princess Xiaoyu were left. The atmosphere was a little awkward. "What's wrong? Don't you want to drink and chat with me alone?" Princess Xiaoyu sat directly opposite Qin Shao and looked at Qin Shao with a smile like a peach blossom. Her eyes were as gentle as the sea. His eyes were soft and gentle, just like the spring breeze. Qin Shao couldn't bear Princess Xiaoyu's tenderness. He felt that his heart was about to be captured. However, Qin Zhao's heart was still filled with Gulingwei. It was difficult for him to accommodate other people. Yao Shiwilian was like this, and so was Princess Xiaoyu. But every time they were alone, his heart would be shaken. Therefore, Qin Shao was actually a little afraid of being alone with Princess Xiaoyu. Chapter 1979. Fortunately, Princess Xiaoyu did not continue to say anything flirtatious, so Qin Xiao gradually eased the awkwardness. After not seeing each other for almost 2 million years, Princess Xiaoyu had already broken through to the third step of the celestial realm. Her aura was obviously much stronger than before. The increase in her cultivation level was really heaven-defying. It was absolutely not a problem to say that no one in the Fudu Immortal Palace could compare to her. Even in the entire southern wasteland, she was probably a rare existence. It could be said that she was heaven-defying. Those who had the immortal king physique, like the peach blossom body, were all heaven-defying geniuses. In just a few million years, Princess Xiaoyu had already grown to the third step of the celestial realm. At this speed, she would definitely be able to step into the fourth step of the celestial realm within 10 million years. To Princess Xiaoyu, becoming an exalted immortal was a sure thing. She just needed time. Qin Xiao was also very happy for Princess Xiaoyu's heaven-defying performance. Because of her, the Xianhua clan would never decline and walk to the peak of glory. She was the glory of the clan. By the way, Qin Xiao, the disciple competition of the Fuda Immortal Palace every era is about to start. Do you know about it? Princess Xiaoyu suddenly asked. So soon, Qin Xiao shook his head. He really did not know about it. He was indeed a little out of touch with the news now. Moreover, he had just returned after almost 2 million years. Before he could chat with Fatty Kai, he was chased away by Princess Xiaoyu. Therefore, Qin Xiao had not heard about it. However, Qin Xiao knew about the disciple competition of the Fuda Immortal Palace every era. It had always been a tradition of the Fuda Immortal Palace. The disciple competition was firstly to test the results of the disciples' cultivation in this era. Secondly, it was a chance for the disciples to show their strength. Thirdly, it was also a mechanism for the disciples' promotion. Bai Shan and the other two had been looking forward to the disciple competition because they had the potential to become a core disciple. The promotion of a disciple's level was a symbol of status and strength. Naturally, the treatment was completely different. Man walked to the top while water flowed to the bottom. Not only was it an empty reputation, but there were also many substantial benefits. Therefore, the grand competition of the disciples was also a grand event for the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was only held once every epoch. He didn't expect to meet them so soon. In fact, Qin Xiao wasn't really interested in the disciples tournament. After all, he didn't really care about fame. His own strength was the most important thing. He was quite satisfied with his current situation, so he didn't need the disciples tournament to prove anything. However, since he had encountered it, he naturally had to participate. Princess Xiaoyu said, "And you just returned to the Fuda Immortal Palace. It's normal that you don't know. It was just that there was news that it was going to be held soon, but the specific date was not announced yet. When the time comes and it is completely confirmed, all the disciples will be informed. However, it should be within the next 10,000 years. It won't be too long. So, Qin Xiao, don't leave the Fuda Immortal Palace for now. Wait until you participate in the competition. This is a good opportunity for you to level up. Given your strength, you can definitely be promoted to a Heaven's Chosen directly." A Heaven's Chosen? Qin Xiao curled his lips. This was indeed the supreme glory of a disciple. It was a supreme status that could be on par with the elders of the Fuda Immortal Palace. It was an undeserved reputation, but it was also a symbol of supreme strength. Without the strength of a fourth step heavenly venerable, it was impossible to become a Heaven's Chosen. Becoming a Heaven's Chosen was equivalent to standing at the peak of the Fuda Immortal Palace and becoming a mainstay. It was enough to shake a region. Although it was an undeserved reputation, it was enough to make countless people chase after it like a flock of ducks. Princess Xiaoyu stayed with Qin Xiao for 300 years before she left. After sending off Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Xiao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. How should he put it? It was indeed a happy thing to be with Princess Xiaoyu. However, Princess Xiaoyu's words, eyes, and body gave off an ambiguous feeling, which made Qin Xiao feel a little awkward. He didn't know how to deal with it. Therefore, if Qin Xiao were to be together with Princess Xiaoyu, there would be an indescribable sense of pressure. Princess Xiaoyu was a very likable woman, but Qin Xiao, who had Gu Lingyue in his heart, couldn't open his heart to her. Therefore, he could only face Princess Xiaoyu in such an awkward mood. In fact, Qin Shao could feel Princess Xiaoyu's heart. As long as he was willing to open his heart, he could capture Princess Xiaoyu's heart. However, Qin Shao couldn't do that. He couldn't. Perhaps Princess Xiaoyu had sensed Qin Zhao's thoughts. Therefore, Princess Xiaoyu did not directly reveal anything. She was always covered with a veil. It was as if there was something, but it was also not. She wasn't like Yao Xuelian. Yao Xuelian's love for Qin Shao was direct. She would show it directly and didn't hide it from anyone. She loved him vigorously and wasn't afraid of letting the world know. In the end, she dared to let Qin Shao and Gu Lingyue be together and was taken away by Lord Galan. Yao Xuelian was like a ball of fire. He could burn fiercely until he was burned to ashes. Princess Xiaoyu was like a ball of water. It was very soft and clear. In the absence of wind, it was very calm and could change its shape at will. Alas! Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Don't think about these things. Let's leave it to fate. I have no regrets if I do what I want. There's nothing to prepare for the disciples' competition. I'd better focus on my cultivation. As for Fatty Kai, I hope he could bring me some good news as soon as possible. After throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, Qin Shao began to cultivate. However, he didn't go into seclusion this time. Qin Shao also told Qin and Qin Air to inform him directly if Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao came to find him. Sure enough, as Princess Xiaoyu said, a few hundred years later, the Fuda Immortal Palace officially announced that the disciples' competition would be held 3,000 years later. The time was still relatively short. During this period of time, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao came again, bringing good news. Just as Fatty Kai had expected, there were 4 materials that weren't a problem. His father had already found them. The remaining 3 were the Essence Soul Crystal, the Thought Flower, and the Rock Flame Glazed Blood. There was also the Berserk Aura, but they hadn't found it yet. The Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce would do their best to find these 4 materials. Once they found them, they would buy them at all costs. Qin Shao left these matters to the Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Qin Shao also asked Fatty Kai to convey his gratitude to his father. Qin Shao would remember this favor. Qin Shao returned the 200,000 Chaos Source Stones that he owed Fatty Kai. Then, the 4 materials cost Qin Shao 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. In the blink of an eye, he was left with 300,000 Chaos Source Stones. The speed at which he was spending money was really fast. Of course, this was because it was Qin Shao who bought them. If it was someone else, they would have to pay at least 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. Such rare materials were really expensive. Even if an ordinary 4th step Heavenly Venerable obtained a secret cultivation technique, they wouldn't be able to gather all the materials to cultivate it. Qin Shao initially thought that he could be rich, but now he knew that he was still very poor. There were 4 materials left, but he only had 300,000 Chaos Source Stones left. In terms of contribution points, he was left with 5,000. These wouldn't be enough to pay for the remaining 4 materials. Therefore, Qin Shao suddenly realized how poor he was. After the disciples' tournament, it seemed like he had to find a way to earn more money. Fatty Kai seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, brother Qin Shao, it's okay. My father has already told me. Don't worry about the Chaos Source Stones. If you have them, just give them to me. If you don't, you owe me. This is just a little bit of primal Chaos Source Rock. Our Kai family can still handle it. As for the remaining 4 materials, the Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce will do our best. Brother Qin Shao, just wait patiently for my good news." Qin Shao smiled and patted Fatty Kai's shoulder. "Thanks." Qin Shao didn't say anything else. However, Qin Shao didn't want to owe anyone, even if he was close to Fatty Kai. If it wasn't a last resort, he could owe him for a while, but not for too long. Even blood-related brothers had to settle accounts clearly. Some things, it was better not to owe anyone. After all, these things didn't belong to Fatty Kai, nor did they belong to the Kai family. The Kai family had to spend a lot of effort to get them. In addition to looking for materials, Qin Shao also took this opportunity to ask Fatty Kai to help him settle Yu Qing down. Qin Shao brought Yu Qing back from Tianshan City. Naturally, he couldn't let him stay in his inner world forever. Therefore, Qin Shao also wanted to find a place for Yu Qing to settle down and arrange for him to join a force. Qin Shao asked Fatty Kai about Yu Qing's situation. Fatty Kai liked Yu Qing, who valued friendship and righteousness. Therefore, he directly said that he would arrange for him to join the Kai family. Although the Immortal Alliance Chamber of Commerce, led by the Kai family, wasn't one of the top 10 forces in Linfu City, in the business world, it was definitely second to none. Moreover, the Kai family's strength was actually quite strong. It was very good to have the Kai family's resources to cultivate. Of course, Yu Qing wouldn't be picky. Being able to live was already a great favor to him. Moreover, the Kai family's strength was like a huge mountain to him. Therefore, Yu Qing was very grateful to Qin Shao and Fatty Kai. After arranging Yu Qing's matter, Qin Zhao's body and mind were also relieved. Qin Shao was about to continue his cultivation when Xiao Dao suddenly came to his door with a cold expression. Big brother Qin Shao, something happened. Seeing Xiao Dao's expression, Qin Shao raised his eyebrows and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Dao said, "Two of our Xinhua clan's people were killed in Linfu City. Now, a man is gathering the Xinhua clan's disciples in Linfu City. He sent someone to inform me and asked me to go there immediately." Two of the Xinhua clan's people were killed in Linfu City? Nowadays, many of the Xinhua clan's disciples had joined the major forces in Linfu City and were trained by the major forces. This was also a way for the major forces to establish a good relationship with the Xinhua clan. The Xinhua clan's headquarters was still the land of the clan. However, it was slowly developing towards Linfu City. Therefore, more and more of the Xinhua clan's disciples came to Linfu City. With the Xinhua clan's current reputation, there shouldn't be anyone who dared to provoke the Xinhua clan, let alone kill them. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown and asked, "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Chapter 1980. On the east road of Linfu City, there was a small mansion that seemed to have been built for a very long time. However, the words Xianhua Mansion on the mansion looked very new, as if they had just been carved. This was the mansion that the Xianhua clan bought in Linfu City as a base for the Xianhua clan. It was convenient for the Xianhua clan members to come to Linfu City. It was also convenient for the Xianhua clan members to gather in Linfu City. This mansion was also the starting point of the Xianhua clan's expansion into Linfu City. The Xianhua mansion was only built in the last 1,000,000 years, which was why even Qin Shao didn't know of its existence. At this moment, the Xianhua mansion was crowded with hundreds of people. All of them were the Xianhua clan's disciples that had joined the various factions in Linfu City. The atmosphere was intense. Many of them were furious and filled with righteous indignation. "How dare they kill our people? They are not putting us in their eyes. We are no longer the Xianhua clan of the past. The current Xianhua clan will not allow anyone to bully us like this. A life for a life. We must find the culprits." That's right. They dared to kill the people of the Xianhua clan. They have no respect for Princess Xiaoyu, Big Brother Qin Shao, and Xiao Dao. We must teach them a lesson. It's too easy to just let them pay with their lives. We must kill their entire clan. Only then can we show our Xianhua clan's might. Our Xianhua clan has always kept a low profile, but it seems like we can't keep it that way. If that's the case, then this time, we, the Xianhua clan, will show them that we are not to be trifled with. Yes, kill those people. Our Xianhua clan's name will be spread far and wide. Where are Xiao Dao and Brother Qin Shao? Why aren't they here yet? Everyone was very agitated, and on the ground, there were two corpses lying quietly. The leader of the group was a man. He said with a cold face, "I've sent someone to inform Xiao Dao and Brother Qin Shao. They should be here soon." How dare they kill our people? They must pay with their lives. Yes, they must pay with their lives. Yes, kill their entire family. Look, Xiao Dao and Brother Qin Shao are here. Qin Shao and Xiao Dao quickly walked in. When they were outside, Qin Shao could hear the noise inside, as well as the angry shouts of killing. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown as he listened to some of the heated discussions. He didn't like such heated discussions. A life for a life. There was nothing wrong with that. However, if one wanted to kill the entire family, that would be too much. That was the behavior of a demon. Qin Shao would never do such a thing, and he would never allow the Xianhua clan to do it. Big brother Qin Shao, Xiao Dao, you're finally here. This time, you must uphold justice for our Xianhua clan. That's right, big brother Qin Shao. Our Xianhua clan has been bullied and humiliated. Our dignity has been trampled on. Big brother Qin Shao, lead us and show the might of our Xianhua clan. We'll follow you. We're not afraid of a battle. Qin Zhao's prestige in the Xianhua clan was unquestionable. It was absolutely incomparably high. Although Qin Shao wasn't a member of the Xianhua clan, the people of the Xianhua clan all treated Qin Shao as a member of the Xianhua clan. How should Qin Shao put it? Actually, he also treated the Xianhua clan as a family. After all, the Xianhua clan was his starting point in the immortal realm, so he naturally had a special relationship with it. There was also Xiao Dao and Princess Xiao Yu. They were also important factors. Qin Shao was also angry that 2 members of the Xianhua clan were killed, but he remained calm. Before the matter was clarified, Qin Shao wouldn't express any opinions. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Qin Shao looked at them but didn't say anything. Instead, he went straight to the 2 corpses. Qin Shao didn't know these 2 people and didn't have any impression of them. They were only universe grades. After sizing them up, Qin Shao frowned slightly and turned to look at Aman. He asked, "What exactly happened?" Aman pulled over a universe grade clansman and said to Qin Shao, "Basha was there. Let him tell you." The man called Basha was extremely angry and his eyes were filled with hatred. He said, "Big brother Qin Shao, it's like this. Today, the 3 of us were walking around the market. Then, for some unknown reason, he provoked a young master called Zhang Xen, who was an immortal. He used his strength to humiliate us verbally. We were very aggrieved and couldn't take it, so we rebutted him. Who knew that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation and hurt us? We got even angrier and said that we were from the Xianhua clan. We also mentioned Big Brother Qin Shao and Princess Xiao Yu's names, but this angered him even more. So, he attacked us and tried to kill us. As he attacked us, he said that even if we were from the Xianhua clan, he would still kill us. He was very arrogant and domineering. He didn't care about Big Brother Qin Shao and Princess Xiao Yu at all. When I saw that something was wrong, I desperately shouted for help. In the end, perhaps there were too many onlookers, so he didn't kill me. After killing them, he swaggered off. Kacha. Despicable, despicable. This is simply unforgivable. If I don't kill this person, I won't be able to appease the anger in my heart. Xiao Dao clenched his fists in anger. It was as if she couldn't wait to rush out and find that person called Zhang Xian to take revenge. Qin Zhao's face was still slightly gloomy. He looked at Basha, but didn't say anything. Xiao Dao was a little anxious and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, the situation is very clear. What are we waiting for? Let's just kill them and get them back. How dare he bully the people of the Xianhua clan? We must make him pay with his blood. There is no need to keep a low profile. We must do it in a high-profile manner. We must let the whole Lin Fu city know. Otherwise, things like this will continue to happen in the future. Since we're going to fight this time, we must show the dignity of the Xianhua clan." Yes, Xiao Dao is right. This time, let's raise the stakes. Yes, let's show the dignity of the Xianhua clan. Let's see who dares to bully the Xianhua clan in the future. Let's fight, Big Brother Qin Shao. Quickly give the order. I can't wait to tear that Zhang Xian into pieces. Later, let me go first. I want to see how strong he is. Everyone surrounded Qin Shao and waited for Qin Shao to give the order. But Qin Shao didn't rush to give the order. Instead, he asked Aman, "Who is this Zhang Xian?" Aman gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother Qin Shao, I've checked. This Zhang Xian's background isn't big. The Zhang clan is just an ordinary force in Lin Fu City. The Zhang clan's clan head is just an ordinary third-step, heavenly venerable great immortal. In Lin Fu City, it's nothing at all." Of course, when Aman said it was nothing, it was only for Qin Shao. In fact, a clan with a third-step heavenly venerable in charge wasn't weak. No matter where it would be able to establish a foothold. But in Lin Fu City, it was indeed not a big deal. To say that it was unremarkable was a little demeaning. An ordinary third-step heavenly venerable was indeed nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. He could easily kill him. Big brother Qin Zhao, give the order. The brothers are all waiting. A man also said. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao expectantly, waiting for Qin Zhao to give the order to lead them to kill the Zhang clan, find a murderer, and make the murderer pay with blood. At this moment, an angry and excited voice sounded. The Zhang clan is here. Hearing this, the crowd was even more furious. How dare they? We haven't even gone to their door, and they dare to come to us? If they're here to apologize, then so be it. But if they dare to come here and show off, then the Zhang clan doesn't need to exist anymore. We'll just destroy them. Brothers, get ready to fight for the honor of our Xianhua clan. Kill. The people of the Xianhua clan were extremely excited, and they were ready for a great battle. Qin Zhao looked at the door and saw a group of people walking toward them. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. But the person in the lead was emitting a strong aura, and his immortal aura was vast and mighty. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression, and he was dressed in luxurious clothes. Judging from his aura, he was a third-step celestial venerable. Thinking of the Zhang clan situation, this person was obviously the Zhang clan's clan head, the only third-step celestial venerable in the Zhang clan. Behind him were a few second-step and first-step celestial venerables, and a young man who was tied up. The young man's face was calm, and there was a trace of fearlessness in his eyes. Seeing this, the anger of the Xianhua clan was suppressed a little. It seemed that Patriarch Zhang was very tactful. He personally brought people to escort Zhang Xian to beg for forgiveness. He admitted his guilt and humbled himself. Obviously, he didn't want to offend the Xianhua clan. Upon seeing such a scene, the Xianhua clan's people felt relieved and proud of themselves. This was the prestige that the Xianhua clan should have. But no matter how relieved and proud they were, the anger in their hearts didn't dissipate. Qin Zhao waved his hand and signaled the people of the Xianhua clan to make way. The people of the Xianhua clan moved to the sides, making some space for the Zhang clan members to enter. The Zhang clan had walked in with the crowd, and the Xianhua clan members quickly surrounded the Zhang clan members. The Zhang clan members didn't look too good. Facing such a situation, it was impossible to say that they weren't afraid. If they didn't come to an agreement today, they might all die here. Qin Zhao alone could easily kill them all. The Zhang clan head came in front of Qin Zhao, and first he bowed respectfully to Qin Zhao and said in a very humble manner, "Greetings, Lord Qin Zhao." Qin Zhao nodded slightly, and the Zhang clan head glared at Zhang Xian and shouted, "What are you waiting for, you evil creature? Kneel down." Zhang Xian didn't resist, nor did he show any expression, nor did he show any fear. He knelt down as if he had accepted his fate. With an apologetic face, the Zhang clan head continued, "Lord Qin Zhao, regarding this matter, I am deeply sorry, and I am here to apologize on behalf of the Zhang clan. I know this won't appease your anger, so I came prepared today. Zhang Xian, I will let you deal with him. His true body and incarnation are both here. The Zhang clan will not dare to say a word. Other than that, to express our apology, we are willing to compensate the Xianhua clan with 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. If Lord Qin Zhao has any other conditions, please state them, and the Zhang clan will try our best to fulfill them. This is the sincerity of the Zhang clan." Chapter 1981. A life for a life, of course. But 2 of our Xianhua clan's people died. How can killing Zhang Xian be enough? 2 of our people died. Your Zhang clan will have to pay at least double the price. That's right. How can 200,000 Chaos Source Stones be enough? Why don't you send a few more people to pay with their lives? Or at least 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Pay? You want to settle this with just 1 life and 200,000 Chaos Source Stones? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? Why don't you ask our Xianhua clan's people if they agree? I don't agree. Brothers, who agrees? No. As soon as the Zhang clan head finished his words, the Xianhua clan's people were all furious and disagreed, causing the Zhang clan head's face to turn even uglier. His face was pale and his body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding back his anger. He was the Zhang clan head, a third-step heavenly venerable great immortal, and he had already shown his utmost sincerity by personally escorting the Zhang clan's disciples to the Xianhua clan to apologize. 200,000 Chaos Source Stones. It would almost deplete the Zhang clan's savings. Such sincerity could be said to be full, but the Xianhua clan's people were still dissatisfied. Were they trying to force the Zhang clan into a dead end? He had gone through untold hardships to make such achievements and multiply such a huge family. Was it really going to be destroyed this time? What should he do? What should he do? He was already so humble. What else could he do? All right, stop arguing, silence. Qin Xiao suddenly waved his hand and shouted. Qin Xiao's prestige was still very strong, and his shout silenced the Xianhua clan's people. The reason why they were so confident and arrogant was because Qin Xiao was here. Otherwise, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to speak like this in front of a third-step heavenly venerable great immortal. The Zhang clan head raised his head and looked at Qin Xiao, his eyes flashing with determination. Mr. Zhang, don't be so agitated. I, Qin Xiao, have always been fair and impartial. I won't listen to one side of the story, Qin Xiao said. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, the Xianhua clan's people looked at each other. They all had a bad premonition. On the other hand, Zhang Jiazhu was slightly agitated. He was indeed more worried that Qin Xiao would attack without saying a word. After all, in this world, there were many times where there was no reasoning. The rules had always been set by the strong. The rules only applied to the weak. In front of Qin Xiao, he was a weakling. Therefore, if Qin Xiao really attacked without saying anything, the Zhang family really couldn't stop her. They could only be at her mercy. But after listening to Qin Xiao's words, it seemed that things were not as bad as he had imagined. This also gave Zhang Jiazhou a glimmer of hope. In fact, he had always admired Qin Xiao's character. The reason why he personally escorted Zhang Xian here to offer a humble apology was that he wanted to give it a try. Qin Xiao looked at Zhang Xian, who was kneeling there, and said, "Stand up first." Zhang Xian's expression, who had long been pale, slightly changed. She seemed to be very surprised. She looked up at Qin Xiao and hesitated for a long time before slowly standing up. The Xianhua clan's people looked at Qin Xiao with some confusion. Some of them wanted to say something, but they still held back. "Tell me what happened," Qin Xiao said. Zhang Xian's face was still expressionless. Her face was as white as a sheet of paper and as cold as ice. This was a face of despair. She looked at Qin Xiao and said coldly, "What's the point of telling you or not? No matter what I say, it won't change anything. I know that I'm going to die today, so there's nothing more to say. Just do it. I'll take responsibility for what I did. I'm the one who killed her. It has nothing to do with others. If you want to kill someone, then kill me. I won't even frown. I hope that you won't implicate the others in this matter. They are innocent. Then in your eyes, I, Qin Xiao, am an unreasonable person who only cares about his fists." Qin Xiao asked. Zhang Xian was stunned and looked at Qin Xiao in a daze. Honestly speaking, Qin Xiao's reputation in Linfu City was very good. Qin Xiao's character were very worthy of respect. Many people praised him and talked about him enthusiastically. If I only cared about my fists, do you think I would need to say so much to you? To put it bluntly, if I want to kill you, or even destroy your Zhang clan, it would be a piece of cake. If it weren't for the fact that I don't want to kill innocent people, do you think you would still be standing here and listening to me? Zhang Xian's heart shook violently when she heard this. Her eyes suddenly lit up a little, and there was some expression on her face. That's right. With young Master Qin Zhao's character, he shouldn't be so unreasonable. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian also seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw in her despair. She saw a glimmer of hope. "Lord Qin, it's like this. Today, when I was on my way home, I saw 3 people flirting with a girl in the market. They were very arrogant. I couldn't stand it and went to stop them. However, they claimed to be from the Xianhua clan. They said that they were under the banner of Princess Xiao Yu and Lord Qin. They asked me to kowtow to them and admit my mistake. And they also insulted me. I tried to reason with them, but the three of them didn't want to let me go. They wanted to kill me. In the end, I had no choice but to kill them. However, in a moment of carelessness, the two of them were killed. Qin Zhao's words were sonorous and forceful, not only to Basha alone, but also to everyone in the Xianhua clan. Originally, there were many Xianhua clan members who wanted to ask Qin Zhao not to say so much to the Zhang clan members and just kill them directly. But after hearing these words, they felt ashamed and did not dare to say anything more. The originally excited Xiao Dao and Wild also calmed down. In truth, they were righteous people, and they would never bully or humiliate others. Before, they were indeed blinded by anger, but now it seemed that the situation was not as simple as Basha said. They believed in their own clansmen, so they only listened to one side of the story. Now, they finally woke up. Although Qin Zhao's gaze was calm as he looked at Basha, Basha felt an endless amount of pressure, causing him to become extremely nervous. Basha wanted to say something, but he still found it hard to speak. Actually, without him saying anything, Qin Zhao already knew in his heart that he had agreed. Qin Zhao suddenly snorted coldly as a trace of anger welled up in him. When he heard Qin Zhao snort, Basha was so frightened that his legs went soft and he knelt down involuntarily. He had a guilty conscience. Qin Zhao said, "Basha, do you know why I didn't say anything when you were so indignant and wanted me to give you orders? That's because I checked their corpses before coming here. There were obvious signs of a fight. The three of you are just ordinary universe grades. Based on what you said, the one who killed you was a first step Heavenly Venerate. Given the strength of the three of you, if that first step Heavenly Venerate really wanted to kill you, there wouldn't be so many signs of a fight on their bodies. Based on this point, it is enough to infer that the first step Heavenly Venerate who killed them intentionally went easy on you. This means that the other party did not have the intention to kill you. This is the first suspicious point. Secondly, when you told me what happened, even though you spoke with conviction, a lie is still a lie. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I can sense that you have a guilty conscience. That's why I didn't believe you from the start. Thirdly, when I asked Zhang Xan, his story was full of confidence, and there were no traces of lying. As soon as he finished speaking, you jumped out to refute him angrily. However, the more you refuted, the more it proved that you had no confidence. You panicked and panicked, so you wanted to salvage the situation. But it's precisely because of this that you've completely exposed yourself. Chapter 1982. Boom! Basha felt as if he was struck by lightning. He sat on the ground with a pale face. From his panicked expression, it could be seen that Zhang Xian was telling the truth. What he said earlier was actually a complete fabrication, deceiving everyone. Facing this situation, the Xianhua clan's people were silent. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. Even so, he killed 2 of our clansmen. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Basha suddenly said. Basha's words resonated with some of the clansmen. Yes, big brother Qin Zhao. Even if what Zhang Xian said is true, it is a fact that he killed 2 of our clansmen. He should pay with his life. That's right. He killed 2 of our clansmen. Asking him to pay with his life is already letting him off lightly. As for the rest, we won't pursue it. But Zhang Xian must die. Yes, I think so too. Zhang Xian must pay with his life. Otherwise, our Xianhua clan will become the laughingstock of the world. Big brother Qin Zhao, no matter what, we are all victims. Qin Zhao looked at the few clansmen who had spoken up. There weren't many people who had spoken up for Basha, only a few. Most of the Xianhua clan's clansmen did not speak. There were also some who wanted to support, but did not dare to. Qin Zhao retracted his gaze and looked at Xiao Dao and Aman. Among the Xianhua clan's clansmen, Xiao Dao and Aman were the strongest, with the highest status and prestige. What do you two think? Qin Zhao asked the 2 of them. Xiao Dao's expression was cold. he said, "Big brother Qin Shao, I was too anxious. I didn't think about the possible problems in this matter calmly. Now, the situation is clear. We are in the wrong first. Zhang Xian killed them in self-defense. But there is one thing that is not wrong. Zhang Xian did kill them. He was not the cause, but he was the cause. So, I think we can't just let it go. There must be a reasonable explanation." A man thought for a moment and nodded. "Big brother Qin Shao, my thoughts are similar to Xiao Dao's. Although I am a member of the Xinhua clan, I will never side with the Xinhua clan. Evil deeds, we will never do them. This is not something that we, the Xinhua clan, should do." Qin Shao believed in Xiao Dao and man. These two people shouldn't be covering up crimes. "Little Dao, this is your Xinhua clan's business. I'm an outsider, so I'll leave it to you to deal with your family's affairs," Qin Shao said to Xiao Dao. If the Xinhua clan was in trouble, Qin Shao would be more than willing to help. However, as an outsider, Qin Shao didn't want to be the one to resolve this matter. Thus, he passed the decision to Xiao Dao. It was best for Xiao Dao to make the decision. This way, the Xinhua clan members would not have any complaints. Xiao Dao was stunned. Although he was also the leader of the Xinhua clan, he had never made any decisions regarding the clan's affairs. However, Xiao Dao also understood that it was inconvenient for Qin Shao to make this decision. Thus, he decided to leave it to him. Xiao Dao thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xian and Zhang Clan Head, "Zhang Clan Head, the fault lies with our Xinhua clan. I apologize to Daoist Zhang Xian on behalf of the two dead people. But they're dead after all. As members of the same clan, I can't say that they deserved it. They did make a mistake, but the price they paid was too high. Even if Zhang Xian killed them by mistake, it's still a mistake." Zhang Clan Head was secretly happy. He had already prepared for the worst. Now, the situation had taken a turn for the better. Thus, Zhang Clan Head immediately said, "Young Master Xiao Dao is right. Zhang Xian killed by mistake. It is indeed a big mistake. We will accept this punishment. Today, we are here to apologize. Young Master Xiao Dao, you can punish Zhang Xian however you want. We, the Zhang clan, will not complain." Xiao Dao shook his head and said, "Zhang Clan Head, this is not appropriate. We, the Xinhua clan, are a reasonable clan. We're not a clan that bullies others just because we have some strength. We, the disciples of the Xinhua clan, will also make mistakes. When we make mistakes, we will admit them and correct them. We will not be unreasonable. Since this matter is clear, Zhang Clan Head, there is no need for you to say such things anymore. I'm not a rude and unreasonable person. I, Xiao Dao, am not capable of doing such a thing. I'm just saying that you need to give the Xinhua clan an explanation for this matter. You, Zhang Clan Head, have personally escorted Daoist Zhang Xian here to apologize. This is a sign of your Zhang clan's sincerity. Daoist Zhang Xian has also admitted her mistake. Her attitude is very good. How about this? You ask Zhang Xian to apologize to the two dead members of my clan and compensate them with 1,000 Chaos Source Stones each. Then, this matter will be settled. What do you think, Zhang Clan Head? 1,000 Chaos Source Stones for a human life, this was not a high price. An apology and compensation, this could be considered as a better solution. After hearing this, Zhang Clan Head was so excited that he wanted to jump for joy. He came here with the worst-case scenario in mind. Who would have thought that the final result would be so good? This result was something that he never imagined. Thank you, young Master Xiao Dao. Thank you, Lord Qin Shao. Thank you. We, the Zhang clan, have no problem with this condition. Zhang Clan had suppressed his excitement and thanked profusely. Zhang Xian also did not hesitate. She immediately went forward and apologized sincerely. Involuntary manslaughter was indeed wrong, and he admitted it. After apologizing and paying the 2,000 Chaos Source Stones, the Zhang clan had left with Zhang Xian. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. But when the Zhang clan had left, many of the Xinhua clan members were unhappy. Xiao Dao, letting the Zhang clan head go so easily, isn't it too easy for them? Are the lives of our Xinhua clan so cheap? 2 lives? Just for an apology and 2,000 chaos sour stones? This result, I can't accept it. Yes, I can't accept it too. No matter what, they killed 2 of our clansmen. It's not too much to ask them to pay with their lives. Xiao Dao, if you do this, how will the Exanhua clan stand tall in Linfu City in the future? Xiao Dao had never dealt with the clan's matters before. This time, it was a temporary order. He could only brace himself and do it. But now, when he heard the dissatisfaction of the clansmen, Xiao Dao did not know how to answer. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said to the crowd, "All right, everyone, calm down and listen to me." No matter what, Qin Xiao's words were still very authoritative. Soon, everyone calmed down and looked at Qin Xiao. In fact, there were still some clansmen who were unhappy with Qin Xiao. Although Xiao Dao was the one who made the final decision, he was still acting under Qin Xiao's orders. I, Qin Xiao, may not be a clansman of the Exanhua clan, but I have always treated the Exanhua clan as my own home. I have always felt that I came from the Exanhua clan. If the Exanhua clan is in trouble, I, Qin Xiao, will not frown even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire. The Exanhua clan has a fine tradition. The clansmen are all righteous, united and loyal. This is the Exanhua clan that I have always felt. Because of this, I am willing to treat the Exanhua clan as my own home. Because the clansmen of my clan are the same. With a heart full of righteousness and a heart full of righteousness, one must do righteous things. Do you all really think that it is right to flirt with innocent girls on the streets and bully others? I believe that there is no need for me to say this. You all already know the answer in your hearts. You all do not think that it is right, but you all definitely think that it is wrong, right? On this point, the clansmen of the Exanhua clan did not object. It was indeed wrong. But although you all think that it is wrong, your emotions are still greater than your rationality. It is because 2 clansmen of the Exanhua clan have died. The dead are more important than the dead, so someone must pay with their life. That is why you all think that you have protected the dignity of the Exanhua clan. You all are protecting the dignity of the Exanhua clan. You are protecting the dead clansmen. In a way, what you all did was not wrong. But you all are too emotional, so you all have a one-sided view of the matter. Indeed, their crimes do not deserve to die, and it is indeed a pity that they died. But they're already dead, and there is no way to bring them back. What is the point of asking Zhang Xian to pay with his life? Zhang Xian is wrong, but he does not deserve to die. If we kill him, what is the difference between that and committing a crime? If Zhang Xian deserves to die, I, Qin Xiao, will definitely kill him myself. But he does not deserve to die, so we should be more magnanimous. The Zhang clan head has personally brought him here to beg for forgiveness. He is sincere enough, and he has given us, the Exanhua clan, enough face. As the saying goes, where it is possible to forgive, one should be forgiving. Those who are righteous and have a heart of righteousness will always know when to stop. So, I support Xiao Dao's decision. Some of you are against it. I can understand your feelings. But please think carefully. Your anger, is there no selfishness in it? You all should also think carefully. Millions of years ago, the Exanhua clan was still being bullied by others. At that time, how much hatred did you all have for the bullies? Now that the Exanhua clan is strong, are you all going to live like those people you hated before, bullying those who are weaker than you? If that is the case, then what is the difference between you all and those evil people? The Exanhua clan strength is a protective umbrella, a better cultivation environment, a clan that you can be proud of. Instead of giving you a sharp sword to do whatever you want, to bully others, to satisfy your own vanity, and to obtain a twisted sense of pleasure. Cultivation, the path of immortality is long. The cultivation of the heart is very important. There is karma in the world, and karma has retribution. It is not that there is no retribution. It is just that the time has not yet come. Those who are righteous and have a heart of righteousness will generally have good luck. With a heart of righteousness, your heart will also become strong. Having a strong heart is a prerequisite for you to become strong. It will help to push you forward and illuminate the darkness in your life. Qin Zhao's words were impassioned and stirred up the hearts of the people. If one understood it carefully, they would indeed be able to understand a great principle. So, when they heard Qin Zhao's words, many of the ex-Anhua clan members lowered their heads in shame. Their hearts were indeed a little twisted just now. Their hearts were blinded by hatred. They only thought of revenge, and they completely ignored everything else. Now that they were enlightened by Qin Zhao's words, they also understood this principle after thinking carefully. Yes, if they did so, what was the difference between them and those evil people? It was clearly their own clansmen who were in the wrong first, but they still insisted on killing others to pay with their lives. Such unreasonable behavior. That was the behavior of evil people. Chapter 1983. This world was still dominated by righteousness. Most cultivators had righteousness in their hearts and would not easily commit evil deeds. Qin Zhao's principles were also the same. When it came to matters of principle, Qin Zhao would still focus on the matter and not the person. He would not blindly protect the people. Once that was the case, it would only fuel the evil deeds and enter a vicious cycle. In the long run, a large number of people in the ex-Anhua clan would be destroyed, and this large number of people would lead the others astray. The entire atmosphere of the ex-Anhua clan would change. In the end, it would probably become a tyrannical and evil power that people despised. In Qin Zhao's heart, the ex-Anhua clan was kind, righteous, united, and hardworking. It was a very good quality. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not want anyone to destroy this quality. In this situation, before it became inflated, he had to stifle it. With Xiao Dao and Aman's support, the ex-Anhua clan members were relieved and understood. As for the Zhang clan, they did not even dream that this matter would be resolved like this. This made the Zhang clan very grateful to Qin Zhao. In addition to gratitude, they also admired him. This was indeed something worthy of admiration. In this matter, the Zhang clan took the initiative to spread out, praising Qin Zhao's noble character. Countless people also praised him happily. This matter was also discussed by the people of Linfu City for a long time. After this matter, the ex-Anhua clan members did indeed lower their heads and looked at him seriously. After the ex-Anhua clan leader knew about this matter, he specially sent a letter to Qin Zhao to express his gratitude. Qin Zhao did not take this matter to heart. Soon, the Fuxiang Immortal Palace's disciple competition that was held once every era officially kicked off. This could be considered as a big event for the Fuxiang Immortal Palace. During the big event, Linfu City naturally became more lively. Although the people of Linfu City could not see the situation of the competition, they still treated it as a festival to celebrate. Moreover, the black market also started to make bets on which disciples would be promoted to the core and which would be promoted to the pride. Qin Zhao had obviously become the most popular person. There were only two possibilities for him to be promoted to a core disciple or to be directly promoted to a proud son of heaven. Logically speaking, a disciple's promotion would follow a step-by-step process. First, they would be promoted to a core disciple, then to a chosen disciple. However, the disciples' grand competition was only held once every epoch. During this period of time, it was possible for peerless geniuses to break the rules. For example, the chosen had broken the fixed pattern and was promoted directly from a disciple to a chosen. Then, he was called a chosen and sat on the treasure trove of the number one disciple of the Fuku Immortal Palace. Until now, no one had been able to challenge him. Therefore, it was not impossible for Qin Zhao to directly ascend to become a proud son. Qin Zhao's promotion to a core disciple was a foregone conclusion. Baishan and the other two were also very popular. Linfu City was bustling, and Fuyu Immortal Palace was even more bustling. The huge square of the Fuda Immortal Palace was crowded with people. All the disciples of the Fuda Immortal Palace had participated in the disciples' grand competition. There were over 10,000 ordinary disciples, close to 300 core disciples, and only 18 geniuses. The gathering of geniuses was a grand scene. Only the disciples' grand competition could gather all the disciples to share the grand event of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Haha, it's really lively. TSK. I've been in the Fuda Immortal Palace for so long, but I haven't seen many senior brothers. Now that they're all here, I can get to know them. What a good opportunity. Before arriving at the square, he could already feel the lively atmosphere here. He could also feel the strong aura, as if 100 flowers were blooming, competing with each other. Fatty Kai grinned, and his eyes were about to turn into a line. Fatty Kai had always liked to make friends and was very good at socializing. Therefore, in the millions of years that he had been in the Fuda Immortal Palace, he had gotten to know almost everyone. He was not like Qin Xiao and Xiao Dao, who were focused on cultivation and rarely took the initiative to get to know people. Qin Xiao did not spend much time in the Fuda Immortal Palace, and even if he was in the palace, he would basically stay in his own cultivation place and would not come out. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not know many people. This time, he saw all the disciples at once. The lineup of more than 10,000 people was very unfamiliar. However, Qin Xiao's appearance immediately became the focus of attention. Almost all the eyes were gathered on Qin Xiao. The geniuses and Princess Xiaoyu were not here, so Qin Xiao's popularity naturally became the highest here. Even the geniuses could not compare to him. Junior brother Qin Xiao is here. He's really outstanding. Haha, I've heard of junior brother Qin Xiao's name for a long time, but I've never had the chance to meet him. Today, I finally get to see his face. Junior brother Qin Xiao, I heard that this time, you showed extraordinary talent in the Heaven Mountain City and won supreme glory for our Fuda Immortal Palace. You're really good. You're the pride of our Fuda Immortal Palace. Junior brother Qin Xiao, don't work too hard in your cultivation. If you have time, you can still come out and walk around and communicate with us senior brothers. It's so boring to cultivate in seclusion all the time. That's right, junior brother Qin Xiao. I always want to find you to play, but I can't see you. In the future, you could get closer to us and improve the relationship between fellow disciples. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when you go out in the future, you won't recognize each other. Junior brother Qin Xiao, come and sit here. There are seats here. Hearing the polite words of the senior brothers, Qin Xiao smiled and nodded in response. Qin Xiao's gaze swept across the area and quickly found Bai Shan and the other two. Coincidentally, there were still empty seats there, so Qin Xiao brought Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao over. Greetings, senior brother Bai Shan, senior sister Zi Quan, senior brother Tai Yulo. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao quickly bowed. Bai Shan and the other two had high prestige among the ordinary disciples, and they were also people that Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao respected. Because of their relationship with Qin Xiao, Bai Shan and the other two were very friendly and polite to Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao. Ha! Qin Xiao, we just came back in time for the disciples tournament. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. This time, I bet that you'll definitely be promoted to a proud disciple. TSK, since the establishment of our Fuda Immortal Palace, for countless years, only one person has been promoted from an ordinary disciple to a proud disciple. You'll definitely be the second person to be promoted to a proud disciple. Bai Shan's face was filled with excitement. Indeed, the three of them had been waiting for the disciples tournament to start, and they had been hoping to be promoted to a core disciple. Now, for them, the opportunity had come. Don't say it too early, it's still not over yet. Qin Xiao shook his head and said. Bai Shan waved his hand and said, it's not too early, it's already set in stone. If you can't be promoted to a proud disciple, then it'll be strange. With your strength, there's no problem at all. In terms of strength, Qin Xiao was indeed confident that he wouldn't lose to the other proud disciples. Perhaps the only proud disciple that Qin Xiao was certain he wouldn't be able to defeat was the Heaven's proud disciple. As for the others, Qin Xiao indeed dared to fight them. It's just that Qin Xiao didn't care too much about these things. The disciples' tournament hadn't started yet, but many people were already rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They all wanted to use this opportunity to perform well, to show off their outstanding side, and even to advance to a higher level. Therefore, the atmosphere was already extremely intense. The elders had arrived. A total of 30 elders appeared on the square and stood on the high platform. Qin Xiao also saw a few familiar figures. Among the elders, Qin Shao was most familiar with exalted immortal Yun Ku, who was also present. Qin Shao had been in the Fuda Immortal Palace for millions of years, but the number of elders he had seen was not many. This time, he saw more than 30 of them, and obviously, this wasn't all the elders in the Fuda Immortal Palace. As for how many elders there were in the Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Shao didn't know. Perhaps not many people could say for sure, and it had always been a mystery. After all, the elders were all exalted immortals of the fourth step, exalted immortal realm. They were the foundation of the Fuda Immortal Palace's strength, so naturally, they couldn't be completely exposed. The arrival of the elders meant that the disciples' tournament was about to begin. Many people were even more excited now. Soon, a powerful aura descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the entire square, causing everyone to unconsciously quieten down and look at the high platform. 3 figures were already standing there. The one in the middle was a man in white. He was unusually handsome, with phoenix eyes, an aquiline nose, lips like cinnabar, eyes like the stars, and a forehead like the vast sea. He was tall and slender, with a smile on his face like a spring breeze, without a trace of coldness or majesty. As he stood there, he was like the only god in the world, causing the entire world to submit to him, causing everyone to involuntarily address him as king. A supreme aura, a supreme demeanor, and a supreme brilliance. Like a scorching sun in the darkness, he lit up everyone's heart, making them feel an inexplicable sense of worship. This kind of handsomeness would even make other men jealous. This person was none other than the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace, the supreme ruler of the Fuda Immortal Palace, a supreme existence. Qin Shao's eyes fell on the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace. This was his first time seeing the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace, but it wasn't his first time seeing a prime saint. The master of the Fuda Immortal Palace was the 4th prime saint he had seen. In terms of aura, the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace might be the weakest of the 4 prime saints Qin Shao had seen. The master of the Fuda Immortal Palace gave off a completely different feeling from the master of Heavenly Mountain. Although the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace didn't have much coldness or solemnity, and he didn't purposely release his majesty, people could still feel his supreme might. Standing there, it was very intuitive that he was a king, a god of the world, a supreme existence that couldn't be offended. In front of him, he would still feel very small, just like an ant. Princess Xiao stood to the left of the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace. On the right of the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace was a very handsome man, like a jade tree in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, and his brilliance was boundless. The most eye-catching thing was that a miniature azure dragon was hovering around his body. The dragon's head was perched on his shoulder, and its eyes were scanning the surroundings. It was a little scary. His aura wasn't much weaker than the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace. This person was obviously not an ordinary person, but a genius. Being able to appear together with the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace was enough to show how high the status of a genius was. His aura was also monstrous. At this moment, standing together with the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace, people couldn't help but wonder if the genius had also become a prime saint. Also, that azure dragon on his body, could it really be the azure dragon of ancient times? Chapter 1984. Qin Shao had finally met the Heavens Chosen after entering the Fuda Immortal Palace for a long time. Qin Shao had heard too much about the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen was a taboo power. Their status in the Fuda Immortal Palace was second only to the Fuda Immortal Palace's master. Even the elders had to be wary of them. Qin Shao had always used the Heavens Chosen as his goal and direction in the beginning. However, he had set his sights higher later on. He felt that using the Heavens Chosen as his goal was a little too petty. Qin Shao had always wondered what kind of person the Heavens Chosen was. He had also imagined the scene when he met the Heavens Chosen. Today, he finally got what he wished for. His aura is really strong. Has he stepped on the ancient road? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He also had the same question in his heart. The Heavens Chosen's realm had always been a mystery. There had always been different opinions about it. Some said that the Heavens Chosen was just a half-step ancient saint. Some said that the Heavens Chosen had already stepped on the ancient road. However, none of the opinions could be verified. The Heavens Chosen himself had never shown his true strength to the outsiders. They only knew that he was strong and mysterious. His strength was unfathomable. He was undoubtedly the second strongest person in the Fuda Immortal Palace. The Heavens Chosen's position in the Fuda Immortal Palace had never been shaken. However, his strength seemed to have always been in the legends. After hearing so many legends, Qin Shao finally saw the Heavens Chosen in person today. It gave Qin Shao quite a shock. Qin Shao was also sure that he was still far from being a match for the Heavens Chosen. With just a glance, he knew that there was still a huge gap between them. However, it was normal. After all, there was a huge gap between their realms. Besides the gap between their realms, Qin Shao had not even cultivated a single secret technique. He believed that the Heavens Chosen had cultivated a lot of secret techniques. He had the advantage in all aspects. It was enough to crush Qin Shao easily. Is that a real ancient divine beast, Azure Dragon? Xiao Dao asked curiously. The knowledgeable Fatty Kai shook his head and said in a daze, I don't know. It feels real. It can't be so powerful. You can even tame an ancient divine beast. But didn't they say that ancient divine beasts wouldn't recognize a master? Qin Shao also carefully sized up the Azure Dragon on the genius's body. Indeed, he could feel the powerful aura emanating from the Azure Dragon. It looked very lifelike, so Qin Shao was a little confused. Was it really an ancient divine beast, Azure Dragon? But when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. The Azure Dragon was the leader of the ancient divine beasts, the king of the beasts, and the most powerful divine beast. How powerful was the bloodline of the Azure Dragon? Most likely, the child would be born as an ancient sage. How could they be subdued by the human race? As such, even if a genius was an ancient sage, there was no way that he would be able to tame an ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Otherwise, it might look like the Azure Dragon, but it wasn't the ancient Azure Dragon. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't believe it. Baishan lowered her voice and said, Don't make wild guesses. Of course, that's not the Azure Dragon. How could someone tame an ancient divine beast, the Azure Dragon? Actually, that's not a real beast. It's just an illusion of energy. It's just that you can't see it. This is an extremely powerful secret technique. It's also the most powerful technique of the genius. Don't keep staring at that Azure Dragon. It has a spiritual nature. After hearing Bai Shan's words, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were so scared that they immediately retracted their gazes. Only Qin Shao was still sizing up the Azure Dragon. He also had the same guess. But after hearing Bai Shan's words, he was completely relieved. It turned out that this was an extremely powerful secret technique. It seemed that this secret technique was indeed terrifying. The illusion of the Azure Dragon was so lifelike that he couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The genius's gaze suddenly fell on Qin Zhao's body. Staring at Qin Shao felt as if he was being stared at by an abyss. It was incomparably deep and unfathomable. There was an indescribable devouring power that shook Qin Zhao's soul and will. Just a single look from him was already so terrifying. The genius's gaze was still sizing up Qin Shao. He didn't have any intention of retracting his gaze. When the two of them looked at each other, intense sparks flew out. One of them was the #1 disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. His position in the Fuda Immortal Palace was second only to the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace. He was mysterious and powerful. His position was unshakable. The other was the fastest rising disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. In the past, he was praised as the #2 genius. Now, his potential was limitless. Some people even thought that he might have surpassed the genius. The #1 disciple of the older generation met the rising star of the younger generation. There seemed to be an invisible contest between the two. This was the first time the two of them met. This was a clash between two geniuses. When the two of them looked at each other, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The other disciples also looked over. As the saying goes, a mountain can't accommodate two tigers. Once the two tigers met, it was bound to be a contest. Although Qin Xiao couldn't be compared with the genius for the time being, it was undeniable that Qin Xiao had the potential to become the most powerful opponent of the genius. Therefore, it was normal for the genius to be a little hostile when he saw Qin Xiao. Facing the genius, Qin Xiao could still feel a lot of pressure. However, he didn't show any weakness. He didn't avoid the genius's gaze. When the two of them looked at each other, it was as if time had stopped. The other disciples quieted down and stared at them. Roar, the azure dragon on the shoulder of the prodigy, suddenly let out a long dragon roar. Its body swelled and flew out, roaring towards Qin Xiao. This sudden situation gave many people a fright. What was going on? Was the genius going to attack Qin Xiao? How could this be? Why did he attack without saying anything? The disciple tournament hadn't even started yet. Wasn't the genius too overbearing? He was completely ignoring the rules. He was even ignoring the actions of the master of Fumu, Immortal Palace. However, no one dared to say anything when the genius did such a thing. Princess Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, anger surging on her face. She was about to charge out, but the master of the fuming Immortal Palace stopped her with a wave of his hand. Even a master of Fumu Immortal Palace allowed the genius to do as he pleased. He wants to test my strength? Qin Xiao frowned. The genius didn't attack him personally. He just let the azure dragon roar. Obviously, he didn't want to attack him. It was just a test. Or perhaps he wanted to show him that he was the #1 disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Although Qin Xiao used to work hard to become the genius, he didn't want to compete with the genius for the title of #1 disciple of Fumu Immortal Palace. Qin Xiao didn't care about such empty titles. However, Qin Xiao was clearly displeased with the prodigy's attack. Since you want to test my strength, I'll show you then. Qin Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. Without any hesitation, he struck out immediately. Qin Xiao snorted coldly in his heart. Against the azure dragon, which was formed from energy, using heart force was useless. The 8-sided Buddha mirror wouldn't be of much use either. It would be difficult for the azure dragon to trap it. Therefore, there were only 2 methods that Qin Xiao could use for the time being. One was the Dharma mantra, and the other was Li Sheng's flying dagger. Li Sheng's flying dagger Qin Xiao didn't want to reveal it so easily. Everyone knew about the Dharma mantra, so it didn't matter. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao swiftly formed a hand seal and softly shouted, "Immovable deity seal, go!" With a push of both hands, the Akalanatha seal was unleashed. The might of the Lin mantra transformed into a gigantic seal, directly striking towards the azure dragon. The Dharma mantra of Lin had broken through to the initial stage, so its power was naturally very strong. It could be used to intimidate 4th-step heavenly venerables. At this time, the motionless bright king seal was attacking the azure dragon with all its might. The azure dragon was shaken to the point that it was roaring. Finally, the azure dragon was enraged. It let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar and actually broke the motionless bright king seal. After breaking the Akala seal, the azure dragon opened its huge mouth and charged toward Qin Xiao. Such a scene also shocked many people. Qin Xiao's Dharma mantra of Lin couldn't stop the azure dragon at all. What should they do? If they didn't stop now, Qin Xiao would be in trouble. Princess Xiaoyu was angry and anxious. However, with her master stopping her from attacking, she couldn't do anything. Brother Qin Xiao, Fatty by Shankai, and the others were also very nervous. They were sweating cold sweat for Qin Xiao. The prodigy's strength was indeed too strong. He didn't even make a move, but he broke Qin Xiao's Dharma mantra of Lin. Qin Xiao's expression turned cold. He thought that his Dharma mantra of Lin would be able to put up a fight. After all, it was only an azure dragon and not the prodigy himself. However, he didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. The azure dragon's power was indeed too strong. It was far beyond Qin Xiao's expectations. Seeing the azure dragon roaring and charging toward him, Qin Xiao's eyes turned cold. It seemed that he had no choice but to use the Lightstream wings and Li Sheng's flying dagger. However, Just as Qin Shao was about to use Li Sheng's flying dagger, the azure dragon suddenly turned around and flew back to the prodigy. Then, it quickly shrunk into a larger snake and coiled around the prodigy's body as if it was a loyal guardian. Seeing the prodigy stop, the crowd was secretly relieved. They didn't think the prodigy would really do anything to Qin Shao. However, the situation just now was too scary. Although the matter was over, Qin Shao's anger didn't die down. How could he not know that the prodigy was doing this on purpose? The disciple competition hadn't even started yet, but the prodigy ignored all the rules and directly attacked him in front of the Fu Long Heavenly Palace Master and everyone. The prodigy's goal was to intimidate him and make him remember that he was the #1 disciple of Fu Long Heavenly Palace. The prodigy cared a lot about power and status. However, Qin Shao wasn't convinced. Prodigy, I originally didn't want to compete with you for the #1 disciple of Fu Long Heavenly Palace. However, since you're suppressing me and intimidating me, you're giving me an invisible warning and controlling me. Qin Shao, am not convinced. I'm really going to compete with you. You're forcing me to compete with you. What do Qin Shao, have to fear? In the past, I used to think of you as my goal, but later on I've already changed my goal. You, the prodigy, are too small a goal for me. I believe it won't be long before I surpass you. At that time, I'll return the favor just like today. Just wait and see. That day won't be too far away. The determination in Qin Zhao's heart became even firmer. Chapter 1985. These were casual words, but they gave people a feeling of arrogance. This wasn't encouragement, but a kind of warning from a superior to a weak one. How to put it? Perhaps it was more appropriate to describe it as a reminder. It also fully showed that the core of the prodigies didn't take Qin Shao seriously at all. Perhaps in his eyes, Qin Shao was just a slightly stronger ant. But an ant was an ant, and no matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be taken seriously by a giant dragon. This was supreme arrogance. Therefore, this meeting also made Qin Shao dislike the prodigies very much. In fact, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the prodigies before. Previously, the Blissful Island had helped him find the whereabouts of Jing Yang and the others. But after the prodigies said a few words, the Blissful Island withdrew. From then on, Qin Shao didn't have a good impression of the prodigies. Now that they met again, he didn't have a good impression of them. This incident caused the atmosphere at the scene to become a little strange. Let's begin. The voice of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace suddenly rang out, breaking the somewhat strange atmosphere. Elder Yin Ku walked out. He was the host of this year's competition, and the curtains had officially opened. In theory, the prodigies didn't have to participate in the competition. After all, they were already standing at the highest level of the disciples and couldn't be promoted by another level. And for the prodigies, an era was actually very short, so it wasn't very useful to test their strength. Of course, if two prodigies were willing to come out and exchange pointers, it would also be fine. The most lively were the ordinary disciples, who were the largest in number. More than 10,000 ordinary disciples were gathered here today, and it was a very good opportunity for them to exchange pointers. The rules of the competition weren't complicated, unlike the previous disciple selections. In the competition, the emphasis was on exchanges between the disciples and on the disciples showing off their abilities. It was an opportunity for them to stand out. As for the ordinary disciples, all of them had to participate, and then the elders would come out and comment on them. Even a master of the Fumu Immortal Palace would occasionally give them some pointers. Disciples who made great improvements would be praised. Disciples who made small improvements would be reprimanded to a certain extent, and reprimanded to give them some pressure so that they would have more motivation to improve. Entering the Fuyu Immortal Palace didn't mean that he could sit back and relax. If you don't work hard, then it would be very embarrassing to be scolded in the disciples' tournament. Qin Zhao's strength had long been recognized without a doubt. In addition, Qin Shao had been tested by the genius just now, which made her even more dazzling. Therefore, whenever Qin Shao went on the stage, the opponent would directly admit defeat. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. As for Qin Shao, all the elders unanimously praised him and spoke highly of him. Therefore, Qin Xiao basically didn't make a move. He had been watching other people's competitions. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao's growth over the years was also very good. Although their strength was still at the bottom of the ordinary disciples, their progress was still recognized by several elders, giving them a certain amount of praise. Progress was a good thing. The light of the ordinary disciples was completely overshadowed by Qin Xiao. The disciples' tournament had been held in a lively and festive atmosphere for thousands of years. From time to time, news would spread, and it was enough to make Linfu City lively. In the end, among the ordinary disciples, 4 of them were promoted to core disciples. The 4 of them were Baishan, Zijing Fairy, Tai Yulong, and Hao Gehu. Among the core disciples, no one had been promoted to a genius. There were only 18 geniuses, which was very rare. It was indeed very, very difficult to be promoted to a genius. Sometimes it was quite common for no one to be promoted to a genius after tens of thousands of disciples' tournaments. Qin Zhao's promotion hadn't been announced yet, which made many people speculate. With Qin Zhao's strength, it was impossible for him not to be promoted in this disciples' tournament. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Xiao might really be promoted directly from an ordinary disciple to a genius, which was why it hadn't been announced yet. In fact, many people felt that Qin Xiao was most likely to be promoted directly. After all, Qin Zhao's current performance was no less monstrous than the genius of the past. In fact, he was even better than the genius of the past. Therefore, many people felt that Qin Xiao should be directly promoted to a proud son of heaven. After all, in terms of strength, Qin Xiao had definitely reached the level of a genius. In terms of talent and potential, perhaps only the genius and Princess Xiaoyu could compete with him in the entire Fumu Immortal Palace. The others were definitely far from him. If he still couldn't be promoted directly, then it would be a little unreasonable. The disciples' tournament had lasted for more than 1,000 years, and finally, it was over. Baishan and the other 3 were the winners, and it was their due. Everyone's eyes fell on the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace, waiting for him to make the final speech and decision. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace swept his gentle gaze across the crowd, and his loud voice rang out. Disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace, I'm quite satisfied with your performance this time. However, I can only say that it's barely passable, and it didn't give me any unexpected surprises. The future of the Fumu Immortal Palace depends on you. Only when you're all strong, the Fumu Immortal Palace can become stronger. You're the hope of the Fumu Immortal Palace's future, and the cornerstone of the Fumu Immortal Palace's continued growth. Therefore, I've always had high expectations for you, and I hope that you can work harder and walk out of your own world and achieve glory. The Fumu Immortal Palace will always be your strongest support, the strongest embrace, and the warmest home. Even though the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace had only said a few simple sentences, they were surprisingly inspiring and encouraging to the crowd. Many disciples felt their blood boiling, and their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to fight for themselves and also for the prosperity of the Fumu Immortal Palace. They shouldered a sacred mission and also a glory. Work hard. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace looked at Qin Xiao in the end. Being sized up by the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace, Qin Xiao couldn't help but straighten his back and became more spirited. Everyone looked over, waiting for the palace master's final decision. Qin Xiao, the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace, called out Qin Zhao's name with a heavier tone. You're not bad. You're the pride of the Fumu Immortal Palace and the fortune of the Fumu Immortal Palace. I'm glad to have a disciple like you. You came from the universe, and from a lowly background, you've reached your current level of strength. You must have gone through countless hardships and obstacles in your journey. You have unparalleled talent and potential, and that's why you've reached your current level. With your lowly body, you're comparable to the geniuses with immortal king constitutions. Not bad. As long as you continue on the path of cultivation, you'll be able to set foot on the ancient path one day. I look forward to that day. However, the path of cultivation is long and filled with countless uncertainties. Your talent and potential are heaven-defying, and you're excellent in all aspects. But that doesn't mean you'll be able to walk the ancient path and become an Empyrean saint. Everything still depends on your own good fortune and your own hard work. Walk your own path well, and don't make a single mistake. Otherwise, you'll have endless troubles. Qin Shao listened attentively to the teachings of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Although he also understood these principles, he still listened very patiently. After listening to it, he nodded solemnly to show that he understood. Qin Shao, in view of your monstrous talent, heaven-defying performance, and astounding strength, as well as the glory you've earned for the Fumu Immortal Palace in Tianshan City, I've decided to promote you to the top of the Fumu Immortal Palace. From this moment onward, I'll announce to the world that you're a true genius. Land for the 100 races. With the Xinhua clan as the center, the surrounding 100 races will be your territory, and you'll be the overlord. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace finally announced an exciting piece of news. Qin Shao was also directly promoted to become a proud son of heaven, and was also bestowed with the land of the 100 tribes. The last time he was given land for the 100 races, he was still a true genius. The other geniuses would only be given land for the 36 races. The so-called land meant that after the land was given, the 100 races in the land would be completely under your command. You could collect taxes from the 100 races, set up your own private army, set up your own rules, and build your own territory. The significance of owning a land was extraordinary. Just the benefit of collecting taxes was enough to make people scramble for it. It was equivalent to having a source of primal chaos origin stones. Moreover, in the land, as the overlord, he could control the life and death of countless people. Generally speaking, as long as you didn't cross the line in your land, the Fumu Immortal Palace wouldn't care how you ruled your land. At least, in the long history of the Fumu Immortal Palace, there had never been a case of a true genius being stripped of his overlord status. To be able to become a proud son of heaven, one must be a dragon or phoenix in a million. They were all very good people. Therefore, they would definitely not do such an evil thing. Qin Shao was directly given the land of the 100 tribes, which meant that Qin Zhao's position in the eyes of the master of the Fudu Immortal Palace was comparable to that of a genius. The reward was also given according to the standards of a genius. "Thank you, Palace Master." Qin Shao immediately bowed and thanked him. Qin Shao had heard about the land before, but he didn't know much about it, so he didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect to be given land for the 100 races this time. It was an unexpected surprise. Qin Shao really didn't expect this situation. The master of the Fumu Immortal Palace left with Princess Xiaoyu and the true genius, and the disciples' grand competition officially ended. An uproar of jubilation broke out. "Haha, junior brother Qin Shao, congratulations. How can you still call Qin Shao junior brother if you don't know the rules? You have to call him Your Highness Qin Shao, or Lord Qin Shao." Yes, it's time to change the rules. "Your Highness Qin Shao, congratulations. Lord Qin Shao, congratulations." In the face of everyone's praise, Qin Shao smiled faintly as a response. He didn't feel much about the title of a true genius and the land for the time being, so he didn't feel much joy. "Brother Qin Shao, you're really rich this time, really rich." "Haha, I'm so envious." Fatty Kai looked at Qin Shao with an envious look. Xiao Dao corrected him. "Fatty Kai, behave. Call him Your Highness Qin Shao." "Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao." "Ah, yes, Lord Qin Shao." Fatty Kai laughed even more happily. Chapter 1986. What Highness? What Overlord? It sounded a bit awkward. It was fine if other people called him that. It was a form of respect. However, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao also joined in the fun. Qin Shao naturally felt uncomfortable when he heard that. Of course, Qin Shao also knew that Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were just joking. Bai Shan also joined in the fun, making Qin Shao even more speechless. Qin Shao was promoted to a genius. Bai Shan and the other two were promoted to core disciples. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao also received the praise of many elders. Everyone was happy. Naturally, it was a joyous day. Therefore, it was unavoidable for them to drink and celebrate. Therefore, the group of 6 also came to Qin Zhao's cultivation place. Qin Shao was a bit shabby. He did not have any good wine. Therefore, Bai Shan took out some of his collection. However, Bai Shan's collection was quickly overshadowed by the rich and overbearing Fatty Kai. He took out a few bottles of good wine from his collection. This made Bai Shan excited. Damn, Fatty Kai, you actually have so much good wine on you. TSK, TSK, TSK. As expected of the young master of the Kai family, you are really rich and overbearing. This bottle of wine should not be less than 10,000 Chaos Source Stones, right? You actually took out 6 bottles in one go. Why do I feel that I, a great immortal, am not as rich as you, Fatty Kai? Fatty Kai was happy to be able to stimulate Bai Shan. Ha ha ha, senior brother Bai Shan, aren't you happy today? I have always admired you guys. Today, I finally have the chance to drink with you guys. Naturally, I have to put in some money. Today is such a joyous day. How can I, Fatty Kai, not show my appreciation? I'm not strong enough. My wallets are not good. My talent is also not good. However, I have a lot of meat. I have a lot of money. Otherwise, wouldn't my title of Brother Kai be too undeserved? Ha ha. Bai Shan was also happy. He patted Fatty Kai's body full of meat and nodded. Your meat is indeed a lot. It is as much as your wealth. Right now, I'm not convinced by anyone but you. Come, 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 let's drink. This wine is really top quality. I have not drunk this for a long time. It's such good wine. Cough, cough, senior brother Bai Shan. If you want to drink, then drink. What's the meaning of giving you my wine jug? What do you mean by yours and mine? Why are you so stingy? Didn't you take out your wine for everyone to drink today? It's not that I'm stingy, but I only have 6 pots on me. Everyone gets a pot, and it's gone after they finish it. What? I wanted you to take out a few more pots, but you don't have any? No, no. Let me drink a few more cups of your wine to calm my nerves. With the presence of Bai Shan and Fatty Kai, the atmosphere at the table was naturally very good. The sound of laughter was unceasing, and it often made everyone laugh. Soon, the good wine that Fatty Kai took out was finished. Drinking this kind of good wine really made people want to drink more. After a round of drinking, the celebration was almost over. Bai Shan patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, Brother Qin Zhao, don't act like you don't care. Although the title of Proud Son of Heaven was just an empty title, the benefits it could bring one were numerous. Besides, don't people have to fight for fame sometimes? However, in the competition between disciples, the most important thing is not the competition for resources. The resources that a proud disciple can obtain are naturally far from what other disciples can compare to. Take this territory, for example. If you have the territory of 100 races, the significance is extraordinary. It's enough to make even the elders jealous. With a territory, you can establish your own force and lead a region. Secondly, you can collect taxes and bring in income. The land of 100 races is also a huge territory. Even if you collect 1 Chaos Source Rock from a race every 10,000 years, you can get 100 Chaos Source Rocks in 10,000 years. In 100 million years, that's 1,000,000 Chaos Source Rocks. Excluding the expenses of raising an army, I estimate that you'll have at least 30% left. If we count it as 30%, that's 300,000 Chaos Source Rocks. If we count it like that, it doesn't seem like a lot. But you have to know that the territory is permanent. You can always have it and collect taxes. Therefore, it's an extremely stable source of income. With the primal Chaos Source Rock, it will be extremely beneficial to your future cultivation or the establishment of your own force. Qin Zhao nodded. He was very clear about the benefits of being a lord. Possessing the right to rule over the territories of 100 clans was indeed something to be envied by others. However, Qin Zhao had no intention of building an army or establishing his own force. He really didn't have the time to do these things now. Moreover, Qin Zhao didn't really want to collect taxes from those clans. Those clans were already living very hard lives. Collecting taxes from them would only increase their burden. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't really care about these benefits. There's another benefit that you should be interested in, Qin Zhao. If you become a proud disciple, you'll be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points. In addition, you can choose any secret technique, 3 high-grade immortal techniques, and a high-grade immortal weapon. Oh, high-grade immortal weapon? Hearing this, Qin Zhao was really moved. He knew that there would definitely be some benefits to becoming a proud disciple. Cultivation resources would also be biased. However, he didn't expect there to be so many benefits. He didn't expect that he could choose any secret technique. If he knew this, he wouldn't have exchange for the dual body technique. Moreover, he could choose a high-grade immortal weapon. This was a very good thing. As for the 3 high-grade immortal techniques, Qin Xiao didn't care so much about it. Of course, the value of this was very, very great. However, Qin Xiao's focus was on the other 2 benefits. Now that he thought about it, there were 4 great benefits to being promoted to a heaven's chosen disciple. It was indeed a very great benefit and very attractive. Originally, Qin Xiao didn't feel much about becoming a proud disciple. However, after hearing Bai Shan's words, he felt that the benefits of becoming a proud disciple were indeed very good. Qin Xiao didn't need to choose any secret techniques for the time being. As for high-grade immortal techniques, he could choose one. Most importantly, it was a high-grade immortal weapon. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao didn't have a high-grade immortal weapon. He also didn't have a weapon that was very suitable for him. As for the flowing light wings, it was only a speed and defense type immortal weapon. An 8-sided Buddhist weapon was also a Buddhist weapon. Therefore, Qin Xiao had always been lacking an offensive weapon. He could use this opportunity to choose one. That's why you don't know how many people envy you. You don't care too much. Even I want to hit you, okay? Bai Shan said again. Qin Xiao smiled and said, "At first, I didn't know there were so many benefits. Now I know. Haha, you can't beat me. You can only think about it." Bai Shan shook his head speechlessly and said with a sigh, "The world is so cold. In the past, I used to call others senior brother very respectfully. Now that I'm strong, I don't put senior brother in my eyes. As a senior brother, I'm really a failure. A failure. Haha, senior brother Bai Shan, being weaker than others is like this. Don't be sad." Fatty Kai grinned. Bai Shan rolled his eyes at Fatty Kai and said, "I can't beat Qin Xiao, but can't beat you." Cough, cough, cough. Fatty Kai immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Don't. My good senior brother, I admit defeat. My body can't take your hits." Puffed. It was as if the 2 of them were singing a duet, which amused Fairy Zishang. After laughing for a while, everyone said their goodbyes and left. After becoming a genius, Fuda Immortal Palace naturally prepared a new cultivation place for Qin Xiao. Someone had already come to inform Qin Xiao that he could move there at any time. However, Qin Xiao didn't have any intention of moving there for now. He felt that cultivation places were about the same. Qin Xiao would look at it in the future. This place was also quite good. If he was used to a place and then moved, he would feel a bit uncomfortable. In fact, Qin Xiao was quite a nostalgic person. This was a small matter, so Qin Xiao didn't think too much about it. He got up and went to the Immortal Pavilion. "Yo, Overlord Qin Xiao, what wind blew you here so quickly?" Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku saw Qin Xiao and joked. He didn't have the dignity of an elder anymore. In the past, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku was very amiable in front of Qin Xiao, but he had never joked like this. Speaking of which, the present was different from the past. Now, Qin Xiao was a genius. His status in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace was equal to the elders. He was on equal footing with the elders. Moreover, Qin Xiao was obviously more special. He was given the land of the 100 races as his territory. This treatment could be said to be on the same level as the geniuses. Therefore, among the geniuses, Qin Xiao's status was somewhat extraordinary. He was probably second only to the geniuses. Naturally, in terms of status in Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Xiao was indeed not below Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku. He could speak to him as an equal. Therefore, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku joked with Qin Xiao like this. He had indeed placed Qin Xiao on the same level as him. Hearing Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku's teasing, Qin Xiao blushed with shame. He had always regarded Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku as a respected senior. "Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku, why are you teasing me, too?" Qin Xiao said helplessly. "Kiki, teasing you? Am I?" Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku laughed and said, "It's not really teasing. It's just that you are fully qualified to stand on the same level as me now. Therefore, I naturally can't treat you like before. Your status is different now. You have to slowly change your mindset and accept these things. Qin Shao was stunned. Heavenly Immortal Yunding's words made sense. Qin Shao also knew that. It was just that he was used to being carefree. It was indeed difficult for him to suddenly change his mindset. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. Qin Shao explained the reason for his visit. Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku led Qin Shao to a large hall. The moment they entered the hall, they felt waves of powerful aura surging toward them. It was fierce and sharp. The hall was not big, and it was empty inside. There were only about 30 stone benches. Only about half of these stone benches had an immortal treasure placed on them. Clearly, these were all upper-grade immortal treasures. However, they were pitifully few in number. There were only about a dozen of them. In the vast Fuda Immortal Palace, there were only about a dozen upper-grade immortal treasures in the Immortal Pavilion. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, upper-grade immortal treasures were incomparably precious. It was normal for them to be pitifully few in number. Generally speaking, only heavenly immortals at the fourth step could own upper-grade immortal treasures. Among the third step heavenly immortals, those who owned upper-grade immortal treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was normal for upper-grade immortal treasures to be rare. Chapter 1987. Feeling the power of these high-grade immortal weapons, Qin Shao wanted to get his hands on a high-grade immortal weapon. He needed a good weapon so that he could better unleash his strength. Qin Shao, there are 16 high-grade immortal weapons here. All the high-grade immortal weapons of our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace are here. You can pick one. Every time you pick one, there will be one less. My heart aches just looking at it. Hurry up and pick one, Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony with Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku and started picking. There were only 16 weapons in total. Actually, he could take a look at them all. Qin Shao's target was very clear. He wanted a sword. Other than a sword, no other high-grade immortal weapon could attract him. As for swords, Qin Shao saw a total of 3. 2 of them were about the same. The one that caught Qin Shao's attention was the third sword because it was a little strange. This sword was not complete. It was slightly damaged. Therefore, it looked very awkward and ugly, just like a worn-out sword. Intuitively, it felt very bad. Therefore, when people saw such a sword, their first reaction would be to skip it. They wouldn't even think about it. The reason why Qin Shao was sizing up the sword was out of curiosity. Wasn't it strange that a broken sword, an incomplete sword, could be placed here? You're interested in this sword? Heavenly Immortal Yin Ku suddenly walked over. Qin Shao said, Heavenly Immortal Yin Ku, this sword is very strange. What's its origin? Heavenly Immortal Yin Ku shook his head and said, I really don't know what its origin is. I only know that this sword has been here for a long time and no one has taken it away. You've seen this sword. The sword body is quite damaged. It's not a complete sword. Its shape is also a little strange and ugly. It doesn't look good. And because it's incomplete, it's very difficult to control. The sword energy is chaotic and violent. If you're not careful, it might even backfire on you. In terms of power, it seems to be slightly weaker. Although it's a high-grade immortal artifact, I'm afraid it's only at the threshold of a high-grade immortal artifact. In other words, when this sword was complete, it was a pretty good sword, but after it was damaged, its power was naturally greatly reduced. Therefore, this sword has always been placed here. No one has ever chosen it. My guess is that you also want a sword. There are 2 swords over there that are not bad. They are quite suitable for you. As for this sword, I think you should just forget about it. Don't get yourself into trouble. You only have one chance to choose. If you miss it, you won't be able to change it again. Was it really just a broken sword? It seemed that there was indeed a big problem with this sword, but Qin Shao had an inexplicable feeling. He felt that this sword wasn't as simple as Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku had described it to be. Moreover, it seemed to be able to resonate with his heart. Qin Shao picked up the sword and infused his immortal energy into it to feel it. As soon as Qin Zhao's immortal energy entered the sword, he immediately felt a violent backlash from the sword energy. It was chaotic and violent, making it difficult for Qin Shao to control this force. Qin Shao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What a violent force! It's really chaotic and will backfire on you. If you don't control it well, you'll end up backfiring on yourself before you even hit your enemy, let alone using this sword to fight. This sword is really strange." Qin Shao shook his head and frowned. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It was indeed very strange. However, this violent force was extremely powerful. In that instant, it even shocked Qin Shao, causing Qin Shao to feel an inexplicable sense of danger. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao couldn't help but have a thought. If he could control this violent force well, wouldn't it be very dangerous? With this thought in mind, Qin Shao had an idea. "Heavenly Immortal Yin Ku, I have a question. The most troublesome thing about this sword is its violent force. It's not easy to control and will backfire on you. If I can control this violent force well, will I be able to make this sword extremely powerful?" With this thought in mind, Qin Shao asked directly. Heavenly Immortal Yin Ku hesitated for a moment, then said, "Theoretically speaking, that's true. However, there have been people who have tried to control this violent force in the past, but they all failed. Moreover, I can't give you too much time to try. After all, the Futu Immortal Palace has its own rules. The big rules can't be broken. If you want to try, I can give you some time to interview here. However, it can't be too long. At most, I can give you 10,000 years. Any longer and it won't be suitable. Many people have tried, but without exception, all of them failed. If you can control this sword well, it's indeed very powerful and terrifying. It might even surpass the other two swords. However, there are still many uncertainties about this sword. So, Qin Shao, you have to consider carefully. After all, this is a high-grade immortal weapon. You only have one chance to obtain it. This is very important to you, so you have to be careful." Qin Shao nodded. Naturally, he was aware of this. He also wanted to be more cautious in his choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many thoughts. He had so many thoughts because he wanted to be better. If he chose the other two swords, it would be much safer and there wouldn't be any problems. However, Qin Shao was a person who trusted his intuition. His intuition told him that the damaged sword was a little unusual, so he wanted to study it carefully. Now, it seemed that this sword was indeed very unusual. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku didn't give Qin Shao much information, so he could only rely on himself to make this decision. It was indeed a slightly difficult choice. One was a safer choice, and the other was a choice full of uncertainties. In fact, according to normal logic, he should have chosen the other two swords and not take such a big risk and bet on an uncertain factor. Moreover, even if he could successfully control the explosive energy in the damaged coin, it was still just a high-grade immortal weapon. Even if it was stronger, it wouldn't be by much. So, it didn't seem to be a good thing. I've always liked challenges, and I'm not afraid of any challenges. Often, only through challenges can I obtain more things. Through challenges, I receive a lot of tempering, which allows me to improve faster. So, this time I'll do it out of respect. Since I feel that there's something special about this damaged sword, I'll give it a try. I don't believe that I really can't control this sword. Others can't, but I can. In the end, Qin Shao made up his mind and decided to take the sword. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku was stunned to see Qin Shao still insist on choosing this damaged sword. He frowned and said, "Qin Shao, are you sure you want to choose this sword? Have you thought it through? There's only one chance." This time, Qin Shao didn't hesitate at all. He said with certainty, "Yes, I've made up my mind. Exalted Immortal Yin Ku, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing. I'm just following my heart's decision. Maybe I want to give myself a chance to challenge. My favorite thing in cultivation is not to challenge. Often, challenges can help me improve, and grow. So, I'll give it a try this time. Even if it doesn't work, it can be used as a weaker high-grade immortal artifact. No matter what, it's still a high-grade immortal artifact. It can't be too bad. To me, it's enough." It was indeed enough. In fact, Qin Shao didn't care that much. After all, He had the flowing light wings, the eight-sided Buddha mirror, and the 9 sage Li's flying daggers. In terms of immortal treasures, Qin Shao didn't lack any. So, it wasn't a big deal to give a try this time. Since Qin Shao had made up his mind, exalted immortal Yun Ku could only let it go and didn't say anything else. Qin Shao had his own creation and luck, so he really shouldn't interfere. Perhaps Qin Shao could really control that berserk power? What others couldn't do, Qin Shao might be able to do. A peerless monster like Qin Shao couldn't be measured by common sense. Exalted immortal Yun Ku waved his hand and removed the restriction on the sword. Then he handed the sword to Qin Shao and said seriously, "Qin Shao, I'm giving this sword to you. From now on, it belongs to you completely. You can give it a name. I also wish you success in controlling that explosive power. I hope you succeed." Qin Shao took the sword and said, "Thank you, exalted immortal Yun Ku. I also believe I can do it." "All right, exalted immortal Yun Ku. I'll take my leave first." Go ahead." Exalted immortal Yun Ku nodded. After putting away the sword, Qin Shao directly left. After leaving the immortal pavilion, Qin Shao returned to his cultivation place. This time, he directly went into seclusion. He told Qin Yi and Qin Er not to disturb him if anyone came. This time, he naturally wanted to control the explosive power in the sword. In the secret chamber, Qin Shao took out the upper-grade immortal sword. Although the sword energy was not activated, it still emitted a sharp sword energy. It was violent and sharp. Just like a wild beast that had gone mad, it could rush out and bite you at any time. The immortal aura of an upper-grade immortal weapon was already powerful enough. Fortunately, this secret chamber was protected by a powerful restriction. Otherwise, the immortal aura of the sword energy would be enough to destroy this place. Upper-grade immortal weapon. Just the sword chi that it emitted naturally was enough to kill ordinary lesser immortals. What an explosive sword chi. I like to see just how strong you really are. Others can't subdue you, but Qin Shao will. Qin Shao's heart was filled with confidence. A powerful force surged up. Without any hesitation, he immediately injected immortal energy into the sword, activating all the sword energy of the sword. An incomparably violent force surged out of the sword. The sword was also filled with spirituality, like an ancient ferocious beast that had awakened. The violent force surged toward Qin Shao crazily. The force backfired on its owner. Qin Shao did not hesitate. His power burst forth, and his hand tightly grasped the sword, wanting to suppress the sword. This was a battle of strength, a battle of heart, and a battle of souls. After all, a sword was a sword. It was not a living thing. Naturally, it could not attack Qin Shao like a living thing. Therefore, although this force was very violent, its lethality was limited. Chapter 1988. Controlling this sword was like taming a ferocious beast. It was wild and disobedient, and would bite back at its master. Therefore, if one wanted to control this sword, it would be impossible to suppress it with brute force alone. Since the sword had a spirit, one had to subdue its spirit and make it submit willingly. Only then could the sword be used as one. Only then would one be able to achieve the state of being one with the sword. Even if you were given an upper-grade immortal weapon, you might not be able to unleash its full power. If you couldn't unleash its full power, then no matter how powerful the immortal weapon was, it would be useless in your hands. Therefore, Qin Shao had to first tame this sword. He had to successfully refine it and make it recognize him as its master. Refining a high-grade immortal artifact was not an easy task to begin with. Refining this sword was even more difficult than refining the light stream wings and the eight-faced Buddha mirror that Qin Shao had refined. This was indeed a challenge for Qin Shao. No wonder exalted immortal Yun Ku had advised Qin Shao twice. It was true. No one in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace had ever been able to control this sword. Qin Zhao's soul power seeped into the sword with all his might. He wanted to use his powerful soul power to subdue this sword. However, the sword also resisted with all its might, resisting Qin Zhao's soul power. This was an intense struggle. Qin Zhao's soul and we were both being tested and provoked. If he was the slightest bit careless, he might even hurt himself. There's a terrifying power hidden in this sword. It has the aura of a saint. I've only sensed such an aura from an ancient saint. How can this sword have such a powerful saint aura? Moreover, I can clearly feel that this sword is incomplete, and the degree of incompleteness is quite high. How can this be? How can such an incomplete sword possess the power of an upper-grade immortal weapon? If this sword reaches the complete level, how powerful will it be? Could it be, after Qin Shao carefully studied the sword, he also found many new things that surprised him? A bold idea inexplicably popped up in his mind. Could it be that this sword is a damaged divine weapon? Thinking of this possibility, Qin Shao couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. He hadn't even seen a sacred tool yet. Saint artifacts were supreme divine weapons that not even ancient sages would necessarily possess. For Qin Shao, divine weapons only existed in legends. He had never seen them before, so he didn't know how powerful they were. However, Qin Shao quickly calmed down and shook his head. So what if it was a sacred tool? Now that it had been damaged to such an extent, its power was only that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Moreover, it depended on whether he could control the sword or not. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to exert much of its power. Therefore, this sword was still full of uncertainty at the moment. However, let's not talk about this for now. I should first refine and control this sword. Everything else can wait. Qin Air, Master is really monstrous and heaven-defying. It is our great honor to be able to follow Master. Now that Master has been promoted to a genius, our status has also improved a lot. In the courtyard, Qin Yi said with a face full of admiration. Qin Air also nodded with a face full of admiration. Yes, in just a few million years, we have witnessed Master grow from an extremely ordinary immortal all the way to such a terrifying level. Such a speed has even surpassed the glory of the geniuses in the past. Master's future is indeed immeasurable. No matter what, we've been following Master in name for so many years. Although Master is usually busy and doesn't have much time to take care of us, I believe that we will still enjoy Master's grace in the future. It is our great honor to be able to follow Master, and it is also something that others are incomparably envious of. But at this point, Qin Air couldn't help but shake his head. After a long while, he said, "Our talent and potential are too poor. In these few million years, we have also obtained some resources, but the improvement is very, very little." Qin Yi understood Qin Air very well. He patted Qin Air's shoulder and said, "Yes, but this is also something that can't be helped. Our talent and potential were originally very poor. Otherwise, we wouldn't have entered Fu Yu Immortal Palace as servants. We used our freedom to exchange for cultivation resources in exchange for opportunities. Isn't this also a kind of helplessness? If we had talent and potential, then we could have joined a large force and received good training. Then, we wouldn't be like this. This is something that can't be helped. For the distant dreams in our hearts, let's continue to work hard. I believe that the heavens will not mistreat people who work hard." Qin Air nodded his head heavily in agreement. Let's work hard. He had to work hard like Master Qin Shao. Qin Yi, Qin Air, are you here? At this moment, a loud shout came from outside the door. Hearing this shout, Qin Yi and Qin Air couldn't help but be slightly stunned. After looking at each other, they quickly walked out and their eyes fell on a figure outside the door. This was a second-step Empyrean human immortal, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious that he was also a servant. However, there were only a few second-step Empyrean servants in the entire Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Who was this person in front of them? Qin Yi and Qin Air didn't recognize him, but from the powerful arrogance of the other party, they could feel that this person's background was definitely not small. They didn't know if this person was a servant of an elder or something like that. The other party glanced at Qin Yi and Qin Air with an arrogant gaze, then said in a loud voice, "I am here on the order of a prodigy to inform your master, His Highness Qin Shao, to immediately make a trip with me." Fate of a prodigy? Hearing the words prodigy, Qin E and Qin Er couldn't help but be shocked. Only now did they know who this person in front of them was. So, he was a servant of a prodigy. No wonder he had such a powerful arrogance. The status of a prodigy's servant was indeed somewhat special in the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Among the servants, it was definitely incomparably extraordinary. It wasn't even an exaggeration to say that ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to easily offend him. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. Those who didn't know would think that he was a disciple of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Even though he was a servant, he still put on airs. Qin, he immediately said, "I'm sorry, my master is in seclusion. He has instructed that no one is to disturb him. So, before my master comes out of seclusion, I can't inform you of this matter. I'll have to trouble you to go back and report that my master will rush over after he comes out of seclusion." Oomph. Hearing Qin Yi's words, the servant snorted coldly in anger and said, "What arrogance! Do you think that you can be unparalleled in the world just because you've just been promoted to a prodigy? You dare to not even put a prodigy in your eyes? Who dares to go against the orders of a prodigy? Quickly go and report this matter. I'm not discussing with you. I'm just passing on the prodigy order. If you stop me again, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the consequences. You're just two little servants. If my master wants you to live, you can live. If he wants you to die, you must die. Those who go against a prodigy have never had a good ending. Think carefully before you answer me." If that was the case, it was indeed a little frightening. Qin Yi and Qin Er's expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. Qin Er's heart trembled. He believed that what the servant said was true. In the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, a prodigy was a supreme existence. His prestige was second only to the master of the Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Who dared to go against the orders of a prodigy? In the Fu Yu Immortal Palace, who dared to go against a prodigy? Wasn't that courting death? The two of them were just servants. How could they dare to go against a prodigy? As long as a prodigy was enraged, killing them was just a matter of a word. Even Qin Xiao might not be able to protect them. Seeing that Qin Er was hesitating, Qin Yi gritted his teeth and said firmly, "No, we will never disturb my master's seclusion. We swear to protect my master's orders with our lives. I've already activated the protective formation. Don't even think about disturbing my master." I'll say the same thing again. Go back and report that my master will go over after his seclusion. But for now, please go back. You dash. Qin Yi's words had clearly infuriated the other party, causing him to glare at Qin Yi furiously. He gritted his teeth and said ferociously, "How dare you? Are you tired of living? You even dare to go against the orders of a prodigy. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Qin Yi said coldly, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability. With the protective formation, you can't even enter this door. What are you going to use to kill me? As for whether the prodigy will punish me or not, that's your master's problem. You don't have to worry about it. All right, I've already said what I need to say. You don't have to use the prodigy's life to threaten me. I know what I'm doing and what I'm doing. I think you'd better go back." Go back? How could that be? He came here under orders. How could he go back without accomplishing anything? The other party was indeed angry out of humiliation, but he also felt a little helpless. Even the disciples of Fu Yu Immortal Palace couldn't barge into the cultivation grounds of Fu Yu Immortal Palace, let alone a servant like him. Even if he dared to barge in, there was a protective formation there. He couldn't enter at all. Incomparably furious, the servant could only clench his teeth and point at Qin Yi and Qin Er's noses. He scolded angrily, Good, good, good. I'll remember it. You will definitely pay a painful price for your stupid actions today." "Oomph, then I'll wait here. I'll see when your master comes out. But it had better not be too long. Otherwise, my master won't have the patience to keep waiting. Other than my master, the other prodigies are also waiting there. Your master is going to provoke everyone's anger. When the time comes, I'll see how your master cleans up this mess. You dare to hide such a big matter and not report it? When your master comes out, I'll see if your master will punish you. I think your brains aren't working well at all. You can't tell the severity of the matter. Everyone is waiting for your master alone. Such a big matter, but you didn't report it. Just you wait. Just you wait. I can guarantee that you won't have a good time. Qin Yi snorted coldly and replied, "That's our problem. You don't have to worry about it. I think you should worry about your own. Don't like to worry about others. That's too tiring. Still so stubborn. Let's see how long you can be stubborn." The servant snorted coldly and crossed his arms in front of his chest, standing there and waiting angrily. But his eyes were like a ferocious beast, like a poisonous snake. He stared at Qin Yi and Qin Air as though he couldn't wait to kill them with his gaze. Chapter 1989. Attack the heart of the person. Attack the weapon. Attack the spirit. The person had the heart, the weapon had the spirit. Before controlling the weapon, one had to control the spirit. There were strong and weak spirits, good and evil. The spirit of the upper-grade immortal weapon that Qin Shao had chosen was very powerful, very violent, and extremely ferocious. The ferocious and violent sword spirit would not accept any power and would resist violently. Therefore, it was very difficult to refine it. Qin Shao battled with the berserk sword spirit for a full 10,000 years before he finally managed to refine the sword spirit with his tenacious willpower, powerful soul, and powerful willpower. After refining, although the violent power in the sword was still there, it was at least under Qin Zhao's control and could be used by Qin Shao. This explosive force had instead become the sword's weakness. Phew, I finally refined it. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. No wonder no one was willing to try to refine this sword before. It was really too difficult. Compared to ordinary upper-grade immortal weapons, it was probably tens or even hundreds of times more difficult. But fortunately, hard work pays off. I finally succeeded in refining it. My persistence and choice were not in vain. No matter what the origin of this sword is, at least this violent power is now under my control. If I use it well, it will be a powerful weapon. Under the influence of the violent power, the sword's power is probably stronger than that of ordinary upper-grade immortal weapons. The choice that I insisted on was proven to be correct. What others despise, I may not despise. What others don't dare to try, I just have to try. What others can't do, Qin Shao, will do. Maybe it's because I'm different from others that I've received more recognition from the heavens, more attachment, and more luck. Since this sword is full of violent power, let's call it violent explosion. After becoming an immortal, I finally have a divine weapon that suits me. With berserk in hand, my strength will obviously increase by a lot. Sword's my favorite. It's exciting to fight with swords. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. After refining the sword, he was naturally in a good mood. He loved swords and was a bit obsessed with them. Swords meant a lot to him. It was a sword lover's dream to have a sword that he liked, a sword that could withstand all the dangers. Today, Qin Shao got his wish, so he was naturally happy. Putting away the violent explosion sword, Qin Shao left the secret room. As soon as he came out, he felt a trace of an ominous aura, causing Qin Zhao's brows to raise slightly and look at the door. Master, seeing that Qin Shao had come out of seclusion, Qin Yi and Qin Air immediately went forward and greeted him respectfully. Just as Qin Shao was about to ask them what was going on, the servant outside the door shouted again, "Your Highness Qin Shao, you've finally come out of seclusion. I've been waiting for you for a full 9,000 years. You should take care of your two servants. They kept delaying and refusing to report to you. It's fine for me to wait, but my master, the prodigy, and all the other prodigies are waiting there. It's not appropriate, right?" There was a hint of anger in the servant's tone. He had been waiting here for 9,000 years, and he had long been annoyed and impatient. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, he would have charged in. The servant's words made Qin Shao frown. One arrogant tone. In front of him, there was no respect at all, and he even spoke arrogantly. Did he really not put Qin Shao in his eyes? The servant of a prodigy? Did he think he could be arrogant just because he was a prodigy? Qin Shao had always hated people who relied on their master's power. "What's going on?" Qin Shao asked Qin Yi and Qin Air. Qin Yi clenched her teeth and said unhappily, "Master, it's like this." Qin Yi explained the ins and outs of the matter in detail, and the anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but surge up when he heard it. However, The servant didn't seem to be prepared to die. He continued to shout, "Your Highness Qin Shao, you've already made my master and the others wait for 9,000 years. I think you should go over immediately. Otherwise, if my master gets angry, no one will be able to withstand his fury. Also, Your Highness Qin Shao, your two servants did not report such an important matter. They're so audacious. You have to teach them a lesson." Oomph. An angry snort came from Qin Zhao's nose. His cold gaze pierced the servant like an ice blade. The servant was frightened by Qin Zhao's cold snort and his sharp eyes, but he quickly pretended to be tough and calm. "Who are you?" Qin Zhao asked coldly. "Who am I? Is there a need to ask? I have said it several times. Didn't you hear me clearly?" Although the servant was unhappy, he still replied, "I am a servant of His Highness Tianjiao. I was ordered by Tianjiao to... I asked you who you are." However, before the servant could finish speaking, Qin Shao raised her voice and asked again, "What are you doing?" The servant who asked the question was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at Qin Shao, as if he didn't know what was going on. What did he mean? Didn't he explain it clearly? Why did he ask this again? Thus, this time around, the servant did not continue to answer. Instead, he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's voice was as cold as a knife. "Don't call your master Tianjiao. I know you are Tianjiao's servant, but you're just a servant. You have to be clear about your identity. You are just a servant. Even if you're fiercer, you are still a dog that only knows how to bite. Who are you and who am I? Do I need you to tell me what to do? How dare you be so disrespectful in front of me? Even if I kill you, it will be in accordance with the rules of the Fugui Immortal Palace." "You." The servant turned ghastly pale after hearing Qin Zhao's words. He stared at Qin Shao in astonishment. It had to be said that when he heard Qin Shao say that she was going to kill him, his heart did indeed feel weak. Some fear surged up, and he was indeed a little afraid. After all, according to the rules of the Fugui Immortal Palace, it was a serious crime for a servant to disrespect a disciple of the palace. What's more, the target of his disrespect was a prodigy. That was even more disrespectful, and even more so a capital offense. Therefore, if Qin Shao really killed him, then he would have died in vain. He would have died a worthy death. My servant is just following my orders. What's wrong with that? I was the one who instructed them not to disturb my seclusion. They followed my instructions strictly. What did they do wrong? Qin Shao shouted again. His words were like sharp blades stabbing at the servant. "But Your Highness Qin Shao, this is the order of my master's prodigy." The servant felt weak, but he still forced himself to say, "Prodigies had a very high status in the Fugui Immortal Palace. Thus, no one dared to disobey a prodigy's order. As a servant of a prodigy, he naturally wouldn't allow anyone to disobey his master's order." So what? Qin Shao didn't care. So what? Hearing this, the servant's mouth immediately opened wide. He stared at Qin Shao in disbelief and was actually unable to say anything for a while. So what? What a frivolous sentence. Even under the light provocation, it was filled with a strong sense of provocation. This was a great disrespect to the geniuses. It was a provocation and a humiliation to a prodigy. What did he mean by so what? This was a prodigy's order. Who dared to disobey? Qin Shao was probably the only one who dared to say such words. Qin Shao didn't wait for the servant to react and continued, "I hate it when people threaten me. No one is an exception. So what if he's a prodigy? He's also a disciple of the Fugui Immortal Palace and a prodigy. Why should I follow his orders? You're just a servant in charge of passing on the message. Don't think that just because your master is a prodigy, you could be arrogant and look down on everyone. So you can shout and shout here, looking down on everyone. Qin Yi and Qin Air are my people. As long as I can decide whether they're right or wrong, whether they live or die. Your master is a prodigy. He doesn't have that right. Do you understand?" Hearing how Qin Shao defended them, Qin Yi and Qin Air were so touched that their noses turned sour. They thought that they would definitely get into trouble this time, and would be in trouble. But they didn't expect Qin Shao to be so protective of them. Such a master was worthy of them, following him wholeheartedly for a lifetime. In order to protect them, Qin Shao didn't even hesitate to offend a prodigy. The servant looked at Qin Xiao in shock. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Qin Xiao's gaze scared him. He didn't know how to respond to Qin Xiao's words. He felt that whatever he said was useless. He didn't have the strength to fight back against Qin Xiao. He could be arrogant in front of Qin Yi and Qin Er, but he didn't dare to do so in front of such a powerful Qin Xiao. No matter what, he was just a lowly servant. His position in the Fuguwei Immortal Palace was very low. How could he dare to provoke a prodigy? The more arrogant he was just now, the more humiliated he was now. Qin Yi and Qin Er were exhilarated in their hearts. For the past 9,000 years, they had been enduring all the bullying and humiliation. Now, His Highness Qin Xiao finally helped them vent their anger. They were very happy. Get lost. Go back and tell your master that I'm not going. I'm not interested. If they want to see me, then let them come here, Qin Xiao said to the servant. Then, he waved his hand at the servant, indicating that he could scram. The servant was even more speechless and didn't know what to do. He had waited here for 9,000 years, and this was the result? How could he go back and report this? But he still wanted to say something, but Qin Xiao's cold gaze swept over him. The servant suddenly felt as if he had been stabbed by a sharp knife. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. How could he dare to say anything? So, he could only leave in a sorry state. Seeing that Qin Xiao directly sent the servant away and refused to see Prodigy and the others, Qin Yi and Qin Er were really shocked. It wasn't that they looked down on Qin Xiao, but Prodigy's position in the Fuguwei Immortal Palace was too high. There was no need to doubt this point. Although Qin Xiao had been promoted to a prodigy, there was still a big gap between his position and Prodigy's. No matter in which aspect, there was still a big gap. But under such circumstances, Qin Xiao still dared to ignore Prodigy and directly sent Prodigy's servant away. They had to say that it was a little too ruthless. But at this time, they didn't dare to say anything. Chapter 1990. After receiving Qin Xiao's praise, Qin Yi and Qin Er were stunned and looked at each other. This happiness came too quickly, and the two of them were in disbelief. This time, not only did they not receive any criticism, but they actually received praise from His Highness Qin Xiao. This was the first time, so naturally, the two of them were excited. This also gave them more encouragement, allowing them to be firm in their principles. Qin Yi, Qin Er, how many years have you been with me? It should be 5 to 6 million years, right? Qin Xiao suddenly asked. Qin Yi and Qin Er nodded. If they calculated the time, it was indeed more than 5 million years. This time was actually not considered long. Many immortals went into seclusion for more than this time. Qin Xiao nodded slightly and said, "These years I haven't been here much, and the time I'm here is basically spent in seclusion. So, I don't care much about you guys. You guys have been dutiful all these years, and your performance is not bad. At least, I'm satisfied with you guys. Especially this time, I'm very satisfied with your performance. You just need to remember that you are following me, Qin Xiao, and you only need to listen to my orders. As for the others, you don't have to care about them. If they are unhappy, I will take care of them." Qin Yi and Qin Er nodded excitedly, finding a sense of dignity. "You guys are following me, so I should be concerned about your cultivation. These years, I have indeed been negligent in this aspect. In terms of cultivation resources, I don't have anything to give you guys. How about this? I will give each of you 200 contribution points. You can exchange for some cultivation resources, which should be enough for you to cultivate temporarily." "What? 200 contribution points per person?" This. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Qin Yi and Qin Er were so excited that they almost jumped up. 200 contribution points. To them, this was an unimaginable amount of wealth. With so many contribution points, they could exchange for a lot of good cultivation resources, which could improve their strength. "I don't have anything else on me. I'll give each of you a low-grade immortal artifact. It's quite a high-quality one." Before their excitement could subside, Qin Xiao gave them another big surprise. 2 low-grade immortal swords appeared in their hands, one for each of them. Anything that could be taken out from Qin Xiao's hands was a high-quality, low-grade immortal artifact, a low-grade immortal artifact that was worth quite a bit. To Qin Yi and Qin Air, this was like obtaining a priceless treasure. The two of them were extremely happy and excited. After the excitement, Qin Yi and Qin Air immediately knelt down and bowed, saying in unison, "Many thanks for Master's grace." Qin Yi, Qin Air, will definitely remember it in our hearts. We will never forget Master's great kindness. As long as Master doesn't mind, we are willing to follow Master to death. Qin Xiao waved his hand at the two of them and lifted them up. He smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. I already said that I don't like people kneeling to me. This is what you deserve. All right, you may leave." Qin Yi and Qin Air immediately retreated. The smile on Qin Zhao's face deepened. He was indeed in a good mood today, so the rewards for Qin Yi and Qin Air were a little more than usual. But thinking about it, he hadn't rewarded them in all these years, so he decided to give them more today. Qin Xiao hadn't studied the way of using people in depth, but it was still necessary to give some appropriate favors. The refinement of the Berserk sword was successful, and there was no good news from Fatty Kai. Qin Xiao was also thinking about his next plan. Next, it seemed that he could only go to the Myriad Beast Abyss. The focus of his recent cultivation was still on secret techniques. Entering the Myriad Beast Abyss was indeed a very risky move, but Qin Xiao had also seriously calculated in his heart. After making some preparations, he could leave. Now that he had many means and a protective treasure like flowing light, meaning he could buy some invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, and so on. Then he could go in. In terms of chaos source rocks, Qin Xiao had more than 300,000 of them. Although it wasn't much, he could still buy some invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, and so on. When it came to money, one would regret not having enough. This feeling was particularly strong at this time. Just as Qin Xiao was about to go out, 3 figures suddenly descended and walked over. Seeing these 3 figures, Qin Xiao immediately greeted them with joy. "White Fan, Tai Yulong, and Fairy Zi Quan, what brings you here?" It had only been 10,000 years since the last time they met for a drink. The 3 of them naturally made Qin Xiao a little curious. She waved her jade fan and said with a smile, "What's wrong? If there's nothing important, can't we come and sit at your place? Just sit for a while?" Qin Xiao was a little skeptical about this. It didn't seem like it. But at this time, Qin Xiao naturally couldn't say so. He smiled and said, "Ha, of course, of course. Come in, come in. Sit inside and talk." Qin Xiao welcomed the 3 of them in and sat in the pavilion. Then he prepared some wine and dishes. However, Qin Xiao didn't have any good wine with him. He couldn't compare to the rich Fatty Kai. Without Fatty Kai here, there was no good wine and dishes. The good atmosphere was also gone. "Did something happen to you?" Bai Shan asked. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, just a small matter." "Small matter? I just saw a servant of the heavens chosen leave angrily. Are you sure it's a small matter?" White Fan expressed her disbelief. Fairy Zi Quan and Tai Yulong also looked at Qin Xiao with a serious expression. This caused Qin Xiao to be slightly stunned. Could it be that the 3 of them saw the servant leave and then thought that something had happened to him, so they came over to show concern? In front of the 3 of them, Qin Xiao had nothing to hide. So he told them what happened just now. After listening to Qin Zhao's explanation, Bai Shan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked at Qin Xiao with strange eyes. It was as if they were speechless, but also as if they were admiring him. After a long while, White Fan said, "Qin Xiao, oh Qin Xiao, sigh, we really don't know what to say about you. You are too awesome, really too awesome. So awesome that we admire you so much that we don't even know what to say. Why does this sound so strange?" Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at White Fan and said, "Don't talk nonsense. There's no need to beat around the bush between us. If you have something to say, just say it." White Fan shook her head and frowned. She said with a serious expression, "How should I say this? We know your way of doing things and your principles. We also understand you. Doing this is in line with your way of doing things. We're not surprised. If you don't do this, it won't be like you, Qin Xiao. However, this time, you've offended a heaven's pride. You've already offended a heaven's pride by leaving his servant here for 9,000 years. Later on, You directly sent his servant away and said that you're not going. You want them to come by themselves. Isn't this even more offensive? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said indifferently, so what if I've offended them? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I don't know any of those heaven's pride. It doesn't matter if I've offended them or not. I don't plan to have any dealings with them. As for the heaven's pride, you all know that I don't have a good impression of him. During the disciples' grand competition, he intentionally targeted me, trying to intimidate me. He even hinted at a warning. Of course, I don't have a good impression of him. That's why I'm not afraid of offending him. White Fan shook her head again and said, You're right. However, there are some things that need to be thought over. According to what I know, the Heaven's Pride has a tradition of welcoming the new. If there's a new Heaven's Pride, that Heaven's Pride will come out and host a welcoming event. Call all the Heaven's Prides over and let the new Heaven's Pride get to know the other Heaven's Prides. Everyone gets to know each other and get to know each other better. This has always been a tradition. It's not just the Heaven's Prides. Us core disciples also have such a tradition. The four of us also participate in such a welcoming event. So, when the Heaven's Pride asked his servant to call you over, it should be for you to participate in the welcoming event. If that's the case, then everyone is indeed waiting for you. After all, you're the main character. If you don't show up, then the welcoming event can't be carried out. Welcoming event? Qin Shao immediately understood. Many factions had such a tradition. It was easy to understand. In fact, Qin Shao had also thought of this possibility. However, even if that was the case, so what? If he didn't want to go, then he didn't want to go. After seeing that servant's behavior, Qin Shao didn't have any desire to go. When he thought about how it was organized by the Heaven's Pride, he didn't have any desire to go. In the end, Qin Shao still rejected. Forget it. I've already rejected it. It's not a big deal. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Bai Shan was speechless. Fairy Purple Chess said, Qin Shao, I think there are some things that you need to compromise on. Don't be too stubborn. If you can avoid offending people, then try not to. Especially the Heaven's Pride. You really can't afford to offend them. At least for now, you can't afford to offend them. You must not underestimate the power of the Heaven's Pride. Even more so, you can't underestimate their strength. The Heaven's Pride is definitely the second most powerful person in the Fu Da Immortal Palace. Whether it's strength or authority, he's definitely the second most powerful person in the Fu Da Immortal Palace. His influence and charisma in the Fu Da Immortal Palace are too strong. It's not a good thing for you to offend him. And this time, you've not only offended the Heaven's Pride, you've offended the other Heaven's Prides as well. You can say that all the Heaven's Prides listen to the Heaven's Pride's orders. All the other geniuses have already been brought together by the Heaven's Chosen and are now following his lead. I think the reason the Heaven's Pride invited you over, other than the traditional welcoming ceremony, is to let you join his camp. He doesn't want to take you under his wing, but at the very least, he wants to rope you in so that you can be of use to him in the future. Bai Shan nodded. He agreed with Fairy Purple Chess words. However, Qin Shao chuckled and said, If that's the case, then all the more I won't go. No matter what the Heaven's Pride's motive is, I don't want to be involved in it. If I don't go, then no matter what he wants, he won't succeed. Wouldn't that be great? In any case, I just don't like to deal with the Heaven's Pride. Perhaps there's no reason to hate someone. Perhaps there's a reason from the beginning. That's why I still think I'm doing the right thing. Very right. I won't change my decision, and I won't regret it. Let's just leave it as it is. It's pretty good. If others don't dare to do it, then I, Qin Shao, will do it. If others can't change the situation, then I, Qin Shao, will change it. I, Qin Shao, don't need to walk the path of others. Bai Shan and the other two looked at each other, but could only shake their heads helplessly. Chapter 1991. Qin Shao had a solitary courage, but he also had an unparalleled brilliance. Wasn't cultivation just like that? Although Bai Shan and the other two felt a little helpless, they couldn't help but admire Qin Zhao's spirit after thinking about it. Yes, perhaps this was one of the reasons why Qin Shao could be so monstrous and heaven-defying. If he followed the rules, if he was like others, if he went with the flow, wouldn't that make him seem too ordinary? Which one of those monstrous and heaven-defying people was ordinary? Which one of them didn't walk the unconventional path and amaze others along the way? The things that they couldn't understand showed that this was the path that Qin Shao should take. This was the real Qin Shao. This was the heaven-defying part of Qin Shao. If they could understand, they wouldn't be as mediocre as them. At least, compared to Qin Shao, they were indeed mediocre. Rumble. Qin Shao and the other two suddenly looked surprised. Waves of powerful, immortal aura descended, majestic and mighty, as if they were going to flatten this place. All of them were fourth-step heavenly venerables. Heavenly venerables had arrived, and there were a lot of them. One by one, figures descended on the sky above Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. There were a total of 17 of them. The 17 of them formed a big circle surrounding Qin Zhao's place of cultivation. They were like 17 blazing suns in the sky, shining brilliantly. His immortal might was vast and mighty. Clearly, he was intentionally pressuring Qin Shao. Clearly, he was targeting Qin Shao. He didn't even bother to hide the fact that he was targeting him. These 17 people were none other than the 17 geniuses. Apart from the Sky Prides, all the other geniuses were here. These people came with strong hostility, targeting Qin Shao. Obviously, they were ordered to do so by the Sky Prides. The power of a genius was indeed frighteningly powerful. All the other geniuses would follow his lead and obey his orders. Bai Shan and the other two were already worried about this matter. They didn't expect that all the geniuses would come knocking on their door so quickly. The three of them instantly broke out in cold sweat. Under such pressure, they felt very uncomfortable. However, in front of the geniuses, they were indeed very weak. Therefore, they did not dare to make any moves. They could only sit there stiffly and watch the development of the situation. Qin Shao abruptly stood up and swept her gaze across the 17 geniuses as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. This show of strength came really quickly, but since he was already here, he would deal with it as it came. Qin Shao was already prepared to deal with it. His refusal to participate in the welcoming event also gave the geniuses an excuse. In fact, how could Qin Shao not know that the so-called welcoming event was just a warning to him? It was definitely not a good thing. Of course, they wanted to force him to submit to the prodigy. In the future, he would listen to the prodigy's orders and join their team. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao was so determined to refuse to meet the chosen one. This way, he could take the initiative from being passive. Since nothing good would come out of it, why not make himself look stronger? Senior brothers, did you all make an appointment together? What wind blew you all to my rundown temple? Why didn't you inform your junior brother in advance so that I could prepare some wine to entertain you senior brothers? Since you've come so directly, forgive me for not entertaining you. Since the other party was being so impolite, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't be polite either. He directly said that he wanted to drive them away. Qin Shao, don't pretend to be ignorant here. What great immortal might you have? Are you really going to look down on everyone? One of the geniuses pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and scolded angrily. Qin Shao knew this genius. He was Hao Guilong of the Haochu tribe, who was also Hao Guishuan's elder brother. Today's meeting was a bit like a meeting between enemies. Although the Haochu tribe had previously chosen to show weakness and appease Hao Guishuan's matter. However, as a genius, Hao Guilong had always been brooding over this matter. As a proud son of heaven, how prideful was he? Now that he had the opportunity to step on Qin Shao, he naturally wouldn't let it go. This time, he wasn't just representing himself, but all of the geniuses. He was acting on behalf of all the geniuses, so he could step on Qin Shao without any worries. In fact, he even hoped that Qin Shao would resist, and the more he resisted, the better. The more the matter blew up, the more he believed Qin Shao would suffer. With the geniuses supporting him, what was there to be afraid of? Even the palace lord wouldn't ask too much. Qin Shao chuckled coldly and said, Hao Guilong, if you want to compare immortal might, then I, Qin Shao, am no match for you, senior brothers. Senior brothers, you came uninvited and used your immortal might to oppress me. What's the meaning of this? Is this a show of strength, or is this a greeting gift? Haven't you heard of the saying, that if you want to gain respect from others, you have to give them respect first? You didn't give me any respect, so why should I respect you? If you don't offend me, I won't offend you either. You've already come to my door to bully me. Do you think I, Qin Xiao, should welcome you with a smile and let you bully me? If that's what you're thinking, then I'm sorry, but I, Qin Xiao, will have to disappoint you today. You're all acting on the orders of the geniuses. You're just lackeys. To put it bluntly, you're just lackeys. If the geniuses want to show me their might, why don't they show themselves? Arrogant. How dare you? Humph. Why should the geniuses show up for such a trivial matter? Who do you think Qin Xiao is? You think too highly of yourself, don't you think? You're so young, but you dare to speak so arrogantly. You're really arrogant. In that case, today's rule must be established. I must let you, Qin Xiao, clearly understand what rules are. That's right. You've just become a genius, but you're already looking down on us. If we let you go on like this, won't you look down on us even more in the future? As a newcomer, I should take care of you properly and dampen your spirit. Hao Guilong's smile became even more sinister when he saw that Qin Xiao had provoked the crowd. This was the effect he wanted to see. He wasn't afraid of Qin Xiao acting arrogantly. He was only afraid that Qin Xiao wouldn't dare to act arrogantly. If Qin Xiao dared to act arrogantly, then he would ruthlessly trample on Qin Xiao today. It would be considered as helping the Haochu family vent their anger. The Haochu clan's reputation in Linfu City had suffered a huge blow due to the incident where they had to offer a humble apology for their crimes. Some people even privately said that the Haochu family was no longer worthy of being one of the top 10 factions in Linfu City. This was a great humiliation to the Haochu family. Hao Guilong was furious. He couldn't accept the Haochu family's compromise. Today was a very good opportunity for him. Qin Xiao naturally knew why these geniuses had come. They wanted to teach him a lesson and establish their might. They wanted to gain some prestige from him. However, how could Qin Xiao let them do as they wished? Qin Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He swept his gaze across the crowd of geniuses and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you dare to disregard the immortal rules and attack me here." Attack you? You really think too highly of yourself. There are so many of us here. Who do you think you are? It'll be a piece of cake for us to beat you up. That's right. Do we need to attack you? You're too naive. The immortal rules won't make things easy for geniuses. Don't think you can rely on the immortal rules to be a coward. Don't worry, we won't attack you. We just want to have a good talk with you. Of course, if you don't know what's good for you, you'll provoke the prodigy to attack you personally. When that time comes, you'll know how to spell the word death. Junior brother Qin Xiao, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Don't try to challenge the prodigy's supreme dignity. You can't afford to do so. Otherwise, you'll only regret it. Hao Guilong laughed mockingly and said, Qin Xiao, the prodigy has given you two choices. Listen carefully. The first is to come with us immediately and apologize to the prodigy. You'll also submit to him and join our team. From now on, we'll be on the same side. Impossible. Qin Xiao's cold voice rang out as soon as Hao Guilong finished speaking. It was incomparably firm, and there was no room for doubt. There was no need to think about it. Qin Xiao had already made his decision. How was it possible for him to submit to a prodigy? It was impossible. He didn't even need to think about it. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I, Qin Xiao, disdain to be on the same team as you, Qin Xiao said again. Ew, how dare you? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? However, Qin Xiao's words had obviously angered the crowd. However, Qin Xiao didn't care at all. So what if they were angry? It didn't matter. He didn't want to have anything to do with these people anyway. It didn't matter. Qin Xiao would treat people he could get along with respect, even if they were ordinary mortals. As for people he couldn't get along with, even if they were ancient saints, Qin Xiao wouldn't be on the same team as them. So what if they were prodigies? Qin Xiao could even refuse an ancient saint like the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. So what if they were prodigies? Humph, Qin Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you, Hao Guilong said sinisterly. In fact, he hoped that Qin Xiao would say that. In that case, it would be tantamount to openly defying a prodigy, opposing a prodigy, and making an enemy out of a prodigy. Those who made an enemy out of a prodigy didn't have a good ending. He believed that Qin Shao wouldn't be an exception. A prodigy's immortal aura wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him. If Qin Shao wanted to challenge him now, he believed that he wouldn't have a good ending. He might not be able to control Qin Shao, but he could make good use of this opportunity. It would be much easier if he borrowed the prodigy's power. As long as a prodigy wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't do. The more arrogant and condescending Qin Shao was, the more he would anger the prodigy. Before the start of the disciple competition, the prodigy had already given him a warning. How dare he act so untactfully? Wasn't he courting death? How Guilong continued, since you don't want to choose the first option, you can choose the second option. The second option, as a punishment for not participating in the welcoming ceremony, the prodigy orders you to go to the boundless zone and get a jug of boundless water. You have 10 million years to complete it. 10 million years is enough for the prodigy to be lenient with you. Originally, I thought that you would have 3 million years at most. However, since the prodigy is so lenient, we will also act. What? Boundless zone? Hearing Hao Guilong's words, Baishan couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Fairy Zijing and Tai Yulong were also nervous. They looked at Qin Shao angrily and worriedly. Boundless zone? Qin Shao frowned. He had some impression of this secret territory. It seemed to be one of the top secret territories in the southern wasteland. Qin Shao was unfamiliar with the boundless water. He didn't know what it was. Chapter 1992. Qin Shao looked at Baishan. After exclaiming in surprise, Baishan hastily explained to Qin Shao. Qin Shao, don't agree. The boundless solitary territory is one of the top 10 most dangerous places in the entire southern wasteland. It's much more dangerous than any place you've ever seen. Moreover, people know very little about it. There's also very little information that can be gathered. Therefore, entering it is equivalent to entering an unknown place. Unknown dangers, unknown deaths, unknown terrors, many unknowns, and many dangers. Even exalted immortals will have a slim chance of survival after entering it. The chances of coming out alive are extremely slim. Moreover, you're looking for the legendary boundless water. The boundless water is holy water. It contains the holy power of water. Every drop is extremely precious. If you count 100 drops in a small pot, the value of this boundless water alone is more than 10 million Chaos Source Stones. Even a semi-sage would have to spend a long time and endure great dangers to complete such a mission. That's right, Yishuan said. It's too dangerous for you to enter with your current strength. Don't agree. This is not a joke. After listening to Bai Shan's explanation, the anger in Qin Zhao's chest couldn't help but burst out. This heaven's pride was really ruthless. He actually wanted him to enter the boundless solitary territory to search for the boundless water and complete such an impossible mission. An ordinary exalted immortal of the fourth step had no hope of completing such a mission. Unless a half-sage went in, there was still some hope if he was lucky. This was too much of a bully. The Heaven's Pride's oppression made Qin Shao very angry. He was ruthlessly oppressing him. He was really stepping on his face. How ruthless? Humph! What if I say I don't choose any of them? Qin Shao stared at Hao Guilong and said coldly. There was no need to even think about the first option. Qin Shao would definitely not choose it. Even if he died, he would not choose it. Qin Shao pondered for a moment and decided not to choose the second one. Qin Shao wasn't stupid enough to throw his life away. Even if Qin Shao didn't think he would definitely die in the boundless solitary territory, there was no need to take such a risk for the sake of a Heaven's Pride. So what if he offended a Heaven's Pride? He had already offended a Heaven's Pride, so he wasn't afraid of adding more. Ha ha ha. This time, Hao Guilong laughed instead of getting angry. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful smile and said, Qin Shao, I guess you must be thinking, what can you do if I don't choose any of them? You're thinking that since I've already chosen to offend a genius, I'm not afraid of offending him to the end, right? Anyway, we don't dare to do anything to you here. We can't do anything to you, right? Qin Zhao's thoughts were completely exposed by Hao Guilong. Qin Shao was indeed thinking the same thing. However, these thoughts weren't hard to guess at all. Therefore, Qin Shao wasn't surprised at all when Hao Guilong guessed correctly. She looked at him calmly and didn't deny it. So what? Hao Guilong laughed even more playfully. He looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, "The Heaven's Pride has made it clear that if you don't choose any of the two options, he will personally take action. Of course, he won't necessarily kill you, but it's possible to severely injure you, right? If you don't believe the Heaven's Pride dares to do that, you could try. Don't think that no one in the fuming immortal palace can do anything to you just because you're a Heaven's Pride. That's right. Others, including the elders, don't dare. But the Heaven's Pride dares. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't give face to the Heaven's Pride again and again, the Palace Master won't care if he seriously injures you. You're not as important to the Palace Master as a Heaven's Pride." Qin Zhao's face turned extremely cold when he heard such a blatant threat. Was the Heaven's Pride really that powerful? Were geniuses really that important to the master of Futu Immortal Palace? Was it so important that the Palace Master would abandon him for the sake of the Heaven's Pride? If that was the case, Qin Shao felt that it didn't matter whether he stayed in the fuming Immortal Palace or not. Qin Shao was no longer the Qin Shao who had just entered the Immortal Realm. The Qin Shao now had some strength and confidence. Even if he went out alone, it wouldn't be much worse than staying in the fuming Immortal Palace. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Qin Shao naturally didn't want to end up like that. No matter what, the fuming Immortal Palace was the first power he had joined in the Immortal Realm. It could be said that it had accompanied him step by step as he grew up. Therefore, Qin Shao still had feelings for the fuming Immortal Palace. He was also very grateful. Moreover, Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Princess Xiaoyu, Wild, and the others were all here. Qin Shao was reluctant to leave this place. This was the place where he had started, and also the place where he had grown up. It could even be a place of glory. Qin Shao was a very sentimental person. The fuming Immortal Palace could now be considered as Qin Zhao's home in the Immortal Realm. But now, the Heaven's Pride had already stepped on his head. What could he do? Admit defeat? Let the Heaven's Pride step on him? No. Qin Shao didn't want to lower his head. He didn't want to admit defeat. He didn't want to be stepped on by the Heaven's Pride. But what could he do? Resist? What would the result be if he resisted? The result was predictable. Qin Shao was no match for the Heaven's Pride. Qin Shao was very clear on this point. Even with the addition of the high-grade Berserk Sword, he was still too far away from the Heaven's Pride. Fighting with the Heaven's Pride was just courting death. He would definitely be completely crushed. There was no chance. If the Heaven's Pride was really like what he said, then if he refused, his vitality would be greatly damaged. It was even possible that his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation path would be cut off. Qin Shao believed that the Heaven's Pride was capable of doing such a thing. During the Disciples' Tournament, the Heaven's Pride dared to attack him in front of the master of the fuming Immortal Palace. It was obvious how arrogant the Heaven's Pride was. This time, he had provoked the Heaven's Pride. It was normal for him to be ruthless. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't doubt Hao Guilong's words. Hao Guilong was incomparably pleased with himself. He looked at Qin Shao with a playful gaze, waiting for Qin Zhao's final answer. No matter what Qin Zhao's answer was, it was good news for him, because no matter what Qin Shao chose, he would be crushed this time. And this was the result of offending the Heaven's Pride. If you offended the Heaven's Pride, then no one in this world could save you. So what if you were a noble Heaven's Pride? In the fuming Immortal Palace, no one except the Palace Master dared to offend the Heaven's Pride. No one, not even the elders, let alone Qin Shao, who had just become a Heaven's Pride. Qin Shao, don't be impulsive. Don't act recklessly. Bai Shan anxiously grabbed Qin Zhao's arm. She looked at Qin Shao with a worried expression. She shook her head at Qin Shao. Then she said, "I've weighed the pros and cons. I think you should choose the second option. If you insist on not choosing either option and insist on going against the Heaven's Pride, then you will definitely suffer a great loss. Since the Heaven's Pride has spoken, then he will definitely do it. There's no doubt about that. If you don't choose, then the Heaven's Pride will definitely attack you personally. At that time, the consequences will be unimaginable. The boundless desert is indeed extremely dangerous. The boundless water is also extremely rare. It's almost a legendary item. Moreover, you only have 10 million years. It's too short. This test sounds almost impossible. However, as long as you choose the second option and work hard, I believe you will have given the heavens pride face. Even if you don't complete it, he won't use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Besides, 10 million years have passed. Everything is in the past. Therefore, you should choose the second option. Don't be impulsive. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. That will destroy your future. Fairy Zishang looked at Qin Xiao helplessly. She bit her red lips but still said, Qin Xiao, choose the second option. Don't be impulsive. For now, you can't fight against the heavens' pride. Don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. No matter what, we hope you will be fine. Although the second option is extremely difficult, there is always a way. Besides, you have 10 million years. You can buffer yourself. There is no need to rush. Besides, 10 million years is still a long time for you. After all, you have lived for less than 10 million years. Who knows? These 10 million years might bring you earth-shattering changes. This might not be possible for others, but for you, anything is possible. Tai Yulong also nodded heavily. He agreed with Bai Shan and Fairy Zishang. The three of them also had the same opinion. They all felt that they should not offend the heavens' pride. They could not afford to offend him. The reputation of a prodigy was like an insurmountable mountain placed there. No one could even think of offending him. Those who offended him would not have a good ending. No one, no force could protect them. As long as the heavens' pride wanted to kill someone, then even the heavens' pride and elders could only obediently accept their fate. This was not an exaggeration. This was the truth. The heavens' pride was so domineering and powerful. How could Qin Xiao not know this? Therefore, he was still considering this question. He was making the final decision in his heart. To choose or not to choose. To choose, there was a slim chance of survival. However, Qin Xiao was not afraid of a slim chance of survival. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Although the boundlessly territory was extremely dangerous and filled with endless unknowns, there would definitely be unknown opportunities as well. Therefore, Qin Xiao was not afraid of going to the boundlessly zone. Qin Xiao was not afraid of going to the hellfire zone and the thoughtless sea. Moreover, his strength in the past was much, much weaker than it was now. Now that he was strong, why would Qin Xiao be afraid of going to the boundlessly zone? It was just that being oppressed and stepped on by the heavens' pride made Qin Xiao very angry and unhappy. Moreover, it was difficult to cross this hurdle in his heart. Therefore, Qin Xiao was also in a fierce struggle. Qin Xiao, aren't you arrogant enough? Aren't you ruthless enough? Aren't you self-righteous enough? Aren't you supercilious enough? You can continue to be arrogant today. Continue to be insufferably arrogant. To be honest, I really hope that you don't choose either. In that case, I can see you being crippled immediately. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Aren't you a man? Aren't you brave? Aren't you young and frivolous? If you have the guts, don't choose. Do you dare? Do you have the guts? How Guilong continued to provoke Qin Xiao. Obviously, he wanted to infuriate Qin Xiao. This was an inferior method of provocation. However, it was undeniable that provocation could infuriate people in many cases. Chapter 1993. To choose or not to choose. Calm down, I must calm down. A moment of bravery was the action of a rash man. There were some issues that couldn't be compromised, but there were also some that could be compromised. A real man should know when to yield and when to stand tall once in a while, so there was nothing wrong with that. Therefore, Qin Xiao was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart. Was it worth it for him to compromise? Bai Shan and the other two were also looking at Qin Xiao nervously. Their eyes seemed to be telling Qin Xiao not to be rash, to choose the second option, and not to go against the prodigy. A prodigy was like a god that couldn't be offended. He wasn't much weaker than the master of the fuming puppet immortal palace. In the face of a prodigy's suppression, one couldn't even think of resisting. How should he choose? The atmosphere became more and more tense and oppressive. Space seemed to have frozen. Bai Shan and the other two were so nervous that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They were worried for Qin Shao. They were praying that Qin Shao wouldn't be rash and act recklessly. How Guilong and the others were looking at Qin Shao playfully. They were releasing their immortal aura to suppress Qin Shao. Vast immortal aura, endless suppression. Since Qin Shao was born, other than the 2 times he was suppressed by ancient sage Yu Luosha, he had never been suppressed to such an extent. Yu Luosha was an ancient sage, and Qin Shao was indeed powerless to resist. Although Qin Shao wasn't sure if a prodigy was an ancient sage, he was sure that he couldn't resist. The situation wasn't much different from when he faced Yu Luosha. It was just that it was harder for his heart to bear this time. Cultivation is all about the heart. Persistence is good, but it's not necessarily a good thing to be stubborn. If you can keep your heart tight, you should be able to let it go happily. Against Yu Luosha, I can't resist. Against a prodigy, I really don't have the strength to resist. So why not bear with it? Using an inappropriate saying, where there's life, there's hope. In the past, I dared to resist in many dangerous situations because I could find a glimmer of hope. This time, it's too difficult. If I do, I'll be the unlucky one. Fine, I'll endure it this time. Thinking of this, Qin Shao also made up his mind. He raised his head to look at Hao Guilong and said, "Okay, I choose the second option." Hearing that Qin Shao had chosen the second option, Bai Shan and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. The stone in their hearts could finally be lifted. They were really worried. Fortunately, Qin Shao was not impulsive and chose the second option in the end. Since both were harmful, it was better to choose the lesser. Hearing Qin Shao choose the second option and compromise, Hao Guilong threw a disdainful glance at Qin Shao. In fact, he was trying to provoke Qin Shao. In his heart, he wanted Qin Shao not to choose. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao compromised in the end, which annoyed Hao Guilong. He said sarcastically, "I thought you were tough, Qin Shao. It turns out you're just SOSO. I thought you wouldn't compromise, but it turns out you're just a coward. I think your previous arrogance, an insufferably arrogant attitude, was just an act. That's all there is to it. It seems we've overestimated you. Ha ha. Is this the peerless genius in the hearts of the people in Linfu City? A hero? A creator of miracles? Bah, that's all you can do." Qin Shao stared at Hao Guilong with cold eyes and said coldly, "I can't afford to offend a genius. Do you think I can't afford to offend you? It seems you want to fight with me today. I'm in a bad mood, and I want to find someone to vent my anger on. If you have the guts, why don't we fight? Don't worry. I won't kill you. Of course, if you think I'm just SOSO, you can fight me to the death. You can avenge your little brother and win back some face for your Haochu family. Look, I've given you such a good opportunity. Hao Guilong, do you dare to fight with me?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Hao Guilong's mouth twitched. His face turned green and white. It was very interesting. He couldn't say a word. He just stared at Qin Shao. Did he dare to fight with him? Did he? The answer was no. How could he, Hao Guilong, have the confidence to fight Qin Shao? The only reason he dared to trample on Qin Shao like this today was because there were still 16 other geniuses present. He also relied on the fact that there were geniuses behind him. If he was alone, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to treat Qin Shao like this. Qin Shao was a crazy person. Since he dared to provoke and humiliate him, he wouldn't let him off so easily. If they really fought, Hao Guilong felt he had a great chance of losing. Just how powerful Qin Zhao's strength was, he was not sure. But according to some rumors, he must be very powerful. Moreover, the palace master had directly promoted Qin Shao to a genius, which was enough to show how powerful he was. Therefore, when he heard Qin Zhao's challenge, Hao Guilong didn't dare to reply. His face turned red and unsightly. Seeing that Hao Guilong didn't dare to reply, Qin Shao spoke again. "What's wrong? Didn't you just trample on my body? Now you don't even have the courage to fight with me? You're a man. Is that all you've got? You said I'm just SOSO. If you're so powerful, then I, Qin Shao, won't give you a chance to step on me again? Are you admitting defeat again and not daring to do it? Don't you think you're ridiculous?" Just now, Hao Guilong had humiliated Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao was humiliating him back. His reaction was fast. How Guilong's face turned green. Did he really dare to fight with Qin Xiao? He didn't. It was too risky. However, being humiliated by Qin Xiao was too shameful. How Guilong clenched his teeth and said stubbornly, "Today, I came here with a mission. I didn't come here to fight with you. It's not interesting at all. All right, since you chose the second option, you should go to the boundless region as soon as possible. I could give you tens of thousands of years to prepare, but don't take too long. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. I won't repeat the rest. You should understand." After saying that, How Guilong left. The other geniuses also left. How Guilong left with a gloomy face. In the end, he was severely humiliated by Qin Xiao. Only after everyone had left did the place regain its peace. However, everyone's good mood was obviously gone. Sigh. Baishan sighed helplessly and shook her head. She seemed to have a lot to say, but didn't know how to say it. Baishan suddenly patted Qin Xiao's shoulder heavily and said, "Brother, this time, you can only pray for yourself. We won't be able to help you in any way. In terms of information, I'll try my best to collect more for you. Then, you'll need to make more preparations. We might not be able to help you with other things, but we can gather some chaos source stones to prepare treasures for you. Anyway, Qin Xiao, just say the word and I won't hesitate to go bankrupt." "Me too. I'm afraid that's all I can do." Fairy Ziquan immediately expressed her opinion. Tai Yulong said with a serious face, "Don't forget about me. Just tell us what you need us to do. As for the preparation work, we'll discuss it together. We'll try our best to increase our chances of survival in the boundless region. Indeed, we can't be careless in this matter. The more preparations we make, the more insurance we have, the more hope we have." Hearing the three's words, Qin Xiao's heart was also filled with warmth. These words were enough. Qin Xiao smiled and said to the three, "All right, thank you. I understand. If there's anything I need, I won't hesitate to ask. There's no rush. We have tens of thousands of years to slowly prepare anyway." At present, there was still plenty of time. However, it seemed difficult to make many preparations in tens of thousands of years. At least in terms of strength, Qin Xiao wouldn't be able to improve much. Unless one was able to gather all the materials required for a secret technique and successfully cultivate a secret technique, this was obviously impossible. Apart from that, the only other option was to cultivate a high-grade immortal art. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao hadn't chosen a high-grade immortal art yet. After choosing the Berserker sword last time, Qin Xiao had immediately rushed back to refine it. He hadn't taken the time to choose a high-grade immortal art. High-grade immortal arts were one of the things he needed to prepare. Intelligence was the second thing he needed to prepare. Third, he needed to prepare some supportive treasures. Invisibility talismans, teleportation talismans, teleportation talismans. These all needed to be prepared. At a critical moment, they could save his life. Other than that, there was nothing else. Everyone was in a bad mood. In fact, they were also very angry, but more than that, they felt helpless. Sigh. Baishan let out a long sigh and comforted, "Brother Qin Xiao, don't think too much. Everything will be fine. You're the creator of miracles. No matter how dangerous it is, I believe you'll be able to turn misfortunes into blessings and safely get through it. Perhaps this will also be a journey of opportunity for you. I look forward to you returning from a rewarding journey and shining brilliantly in all directions." How heroic and satisfying would that be? Ha ha ha, I think so too. Qin Xiao laughed. Then he said, "Baishan, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not that weak. Since I've made my decision, it means I've thought it through. Since I've made my decision, I won't think too much. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just one more trial. What's there to be afraid of if it's a little dangerous? Just think that the more dangerous it is, the greater the opportunity. Isn't that comforting? What kind of danger haven't I experienced? What is this time? Others want to manipulate me and scheme against me. I, Qin Xiao, will not let them do as they wish. I want to surprise them and make their schemes fail. I want to see their disappointed and regretful faces. Wouldn't that be even better? The prodigy is suppressing me like this because he's afraid that I'll threaten his position. Thinking about it, I should be happy. The prodigy already sees me as his opponent. Among the disciples of the immortal palace, who else has such an honor other than me? The more he treats me like this, the more he's afraid of me rising. He's afraid that I'll surpass him one day. So, right now, he's the one with a guilty conscience, not me. Why should I think too much? Right, you're absolutely right. Hearing you say that, I feel much more at ease. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bai Shan and the other two immediately felt their hearts lighten up. They were incomparably impressed by Qin Zhao. Chapter 1994. Next, it was time to make some preparations. Bai Shan and the other two also began to help. Bai Shan was in charge of gathering information, while Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong were thinking of ways to get Qin Zhao some defensive treasures. Qin Zhao did not want to trouble them, but since the three of them insisted, Qin Zhao had no choice but to let them be. Qin Zhao did not stay idle either. He came to the Immortal Pavilion again. This time, he wanted to choose a high-grade immortal technique. When he saw Qin Zhao, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku frowned slightly and said, Qin Zhao, I knew you would come to the Immortal Pavilion. You must be here to choose a high-grade immortal technique, right? Qin Zhao was slightly taken aback when he heard Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's words. He had just arrived, and Exalted Immortal Yun Ku already knew about it. Could it be that Exalted Immortal Yun Ku already knew about the Sky Prides bullying him? This news should not have been made public. However, it was not surprising that Exalted Immortal Yun Ku knew about it. After all, he was an elder. Nothing could escape his eyes. Moreover, the commotion last time was not small. Many disciples must have seen it. Moreover, there were 17 Sky Prides in attendance. It was easy to find out. Therefore, it was not strange that Exalted Immortal Yin Ku knew about it. Qin Zhao nodded and said, Yes, Exalted Immortal Yin Ku. I want to choose a high-grade immortal technique. One is enough. I don't have much time to cultivate other high-grade immortal techniques for now. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku said seriously, Qin Zhao, I know you're going to the Boundless Desert. I've been there once before. Therefore, I guessed that you would come. I have already chosen 3 high-grade immortal techniques for you. You can cultivate one first and leave the other 2 with you for the time being. This time, you will not be able to come out of the Boundless Desert in a short time. Perhaps you will have time to cultivate the other 2 high-grade immortal techniques. I chose it for you based on my experience. It should still be useful. Qin Zhao was taken aback. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku had already chosen for her. Furthermore, he had actually entered the Boundless Desert before. That would be a good opportunity for him to learn from it. It seemed like Heavenly Immortal Yun Ku was still very concerned about him. This warmed Qin Zhao's heart and made him feel grateful. However, from the helpless tone of Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, Qin Zhao could tell that even Exalted Immortal Yun Ku did not dare to go against the will of the Heaven's Pride. Geniuses in the Immortal Palace were indeed like a mountain that no one could surmount. Apart from the master of the Immortal Palace, no one could suppress a genius, and no one dared to go against the genius' will. Qin Zhao nodded and said gratefully, Thank you very much, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. In that case, let's go with what Exalted Immortal Yun Ku picked. I don't mind bringing it with me. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku brought Qin Zhao to the upper-grade immortal technique area. There were not many upper-grade immortal techniques in the Immortal Palace. There were only slightly more than 100 of them. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku picked out the 3 upper-grade immortal techniques that he had chosen and presented them to Qin Zhao. Then, he introduced them to Qin Zhao. The first one is an offensive immortal technique called the Dragon Slaying Sword Technique. It is said to have the power to slay dragons. When cultivated to its peak, it can even slay true dragons of the 9 heavens. Of course, if you really want to slay dragons, it would only be some earth dragons. It would not be the true ancient divine beast, the green dragon. Among the descendants of the green dragon, there are some dragons with a lower bloodline. It is still possible to slay those dragons. This immortal technique is very difficult to cultivate. However, if you succeed in cultivating it, its power will be very strong. Just by hearing the words dragon slaying, You can tell how powerful and domineering this immortal technique is. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the dragon-slaying sword technique. Just by hearing the name, it was indeed very domineering. After listening to exalted immortal Yun Ku's introduction, Qin Zhao was very satisfied. What he needed now was an immortal technique with strong offensive power. As long as he could meet this requirement, nothing else mattered. This immortal technique was so domineering that even exalted immortal Yun Ku could not stop praising it. It must be very good. All right. Qin Zhao still trusted exalted immortal Yun Ku, so he nodded in satisfaction. As for whether it was difficult to cultivate or not, Qin Zhao did not care. It did not matter. No matter how difficult it was, he wanted to succeed in cultivating it. Exalted immortal Yun Ku continued with his introduction. The second immortal technique is called the Eye of Illusion. It can see all nothingness and all illusions. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be of much use. However, in the boundlessly territory, it can sometimes be very useful. It's fine if you can't touch it, but if you can, and if you succeed in cultivating this immortal technique, it may save your life. Since exalted immortal Yun Ku spoke so solemnly, it seemed that this immortal technique was indeed not bad. Moreover, it was specifically chosen for the boundlessly territory. The third immortal technique is called the primal chaos sealing technique. Although it is not so exaggerated as to be able to seal the chaos, it can completely seal off a part of the void. As long as you cultivate it to a very high level and have enough energy, you can seal everything. Whether it is energy, immortal might, or life, they can all be sealed. This art of direction was specially selected to deal with the boundless distant region. It can still be of great use at critical moments. If you have enough time, I would suggest that you enter the boundlessly territory after cultivating these three immortal techniques to a certain level. Because you're limited by your realm, it will be very difficult for you to cultivate these three immortal techniques to a certain level. You can only master as much as you can. That is all you can do for now. Qin Zhao nodded. He did not have much time, only tens of thousands of years. Cultivating an upper-grade immortal technique was not like cultivating a middle-grade immortal technique. The difficulty of cultivating an upper-grade immortal technique was definitely much higher than that of a middle-grade immortal technique. Most importantly, Qin Zhao's realm was still weak. Therefore, the resistance he faced was naturally very great. Qin Zhao would definitely suffer a disadvantage in terms of realm. This was something that could not be helped and could not be changed. Qin Zhao took the three upper-grade immortal techniques and memorized the mantras. Next, he would have to cultivate them. Cultivating a peak-grade celestial art was a long and arduous process. Qin Zhao did not want to rush, but the situation in front of him made him anxious. After doing all this, Qin Zhao finally had the chance to speak to exalted immortal Yun Ku. Exalted immortal Yun Ku, you said that you entered the boundlessly territory before. Can you tell me about the situation inside? What should I pay attention to? Exalted immortal Yun Ku shook his head slightly. Qin Zhao, I did enter the boundlessly territory before, but I did not stay there for long. Only about 10,000 years or so, and then I came out immediately. Therefore, I did not walk in the boundlessly territory for long. The area I was in was also very narrow. It should be a relatively safe place in the boundlessly territory. I went in with a few old friends. I only dared to stay for 10,000 years before I came out. Therefore, in terms of experience, it's really not much. The three upper-grade immortal techniques I selected for you were based on my experience. As for the rest, it's really hard to say. After all, the boundlessly territory is not static. It has been a few universe epochs since I entered. I'm afraid that the boundlessly territory has changed greatly. It is no longer the same as when I entered it. The boundlessly territory is filled with many unknowns. Anyway, it is very, very dangerous to enter. The space inside is very, very strange. There is no way to determine where you are. You might be here one moment, and in the next moment, you might be in another area. Because of this, no one has been able to draw a map of the boundlessly territory. Not even ancient saints can enter it. Without a map, there is not much information. Those who enter have no understanding of the boundlessly territory. Therefore, everything is unknown. Under such an unknown situation, the danger naturally increases exponentially. Speaking of which, I am actually a little worried about you. Sai, you are a rare genius in the history of the Fusu Immortal Palace. Your talent and potential are not the slightest bit inferior to the prodigies. In fact, you are even better than the prodigies of the past. Moreover, you have been defying the heavens all the way. You are a creator of miracles. If this trend continues, your future will be limitless. This is indeed a huge test for you. I only hope that it will be a blessing and not a curse for you. In the end, exalted immortal Yun Ku shook his head helplessly. He was sincerely worried about Qin Shao. How could Qin Shao be willing to take such a risk? It was just that there was nothing he could do. However, no matter how helpless he was, there was nothing he could do. There was no point in talking about this. He might as well not talk about it. Since exalted immortal Yun Ku could not give him any advice, he could only wait and see what Bai Shan could find out. However, since exalted immortal Yun Ku had already said so, Bai Shan probably would not be able to find anything useful. Exalted immortal Yun Ku, may I ask you a question? What is the prodigy's current cultivation level? Has he stepped onto the ancient road? Qin Shao asked seriously. This was a question that many people wanted to ask and figure out. The prodigy's cultivation level had always been a mystery. Originally, Qin Shao did not want to ask this question. It was a very abrupt question. However, this time, the prodigy had forced him into such a corner. He indeed wanted to know the prodigy's cultivation level. If he knew more, he would have a clearer goal. This exalted immortal Yun Ku hesitated for a moment. His expression turned serious. After a long pause, he said, "Actually, Qin Shao, I don't know what the prodigy's cultivation level is either. I'm afraid only the prodigy and the palace lord know this. As far as I know, no one else knows about it. In fact, we have discussed this in private before. However, we did not have a concrete answer. Perhaps he has already stepped onto the ancient road, or perhaps he is still a half-saint. However, his cultivation level is infinitely close to that of an ancient sage. However, one thing is for sure. The prodigy's cultivation level is unfathomable. He is extremely powerful. At the very least, he is an extremely powerful half-saint. He is infinitely close to that of an ancient sage. It is because of this that no one in the Fuda Immortal Palace can go against him. Other than the palace lord, he can ignore anyone. He can ignore everything. Even the rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace do not apply to him at all. Those who could break the rules must be very powerful. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's evaluation of the prodigy was very high. It was even higher than Qin Shao had expected. It seemed that the prodigy's status in the elder's eyes was still very high. Whether you are a half-saint or an ancient sage, I will treat you as an ancient sage for the time being. Even if you're an ancient sage, I, Qin Shao, will definitely make you pay for the humiliation you have suffered today. Chapter 1995. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku glanced at Qin Shao. He seemed to have guessed what Qin Shao was thinking. He wanted to say something, but in the end, held his tongue. Perhaps there were some things that he really couldn't say. All he could do now was help Qin Shao as much as he could, and help Qin Shao survive in the boundlessly zone. If something really happened to such a genius, it would be a great loss to the Fuda Immortal Palace. But forget it. What's done is done. There's no point in saying anything more. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku flipped his palm, and a beautiful, intricate glass bottle appeared in his hand. From the powerful aura emanating from the bottle, one could tell that it was a very powerful immortal treasure. Given that it came from exalted Immortal Yun Ku, one could imagine how powerful it was. Qin Shao, this is called the Seven Treasures Glass Bottle. It's an extremely powerful immortal treasure, isn't it? The Seven Treasures Glass Bottle can attract everything. Energy, mountain, space, heaven, earth, life, all of it can be sucked into it. If an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerate isn't careful enough, they'll be sucked into the bottle. Once sucked in, it's a dead end. However, the Seven Treasures glass bottle's main function is to attract terrifying energy. Sometimes, a terrifying surge of energy will suddenly attack, catching people off guard and making it difficult to parry. That's when the Seven Treasures glass bottle can unleash its most powerful abilities. There are often such dangers in the boundlessly zone. Take the Seven Treasures glass bottle with you. At a critical moment, it might be able to help you. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku offered the bottle to Qin Shao, motioning for Qin Shao to accept it. No, no, no. Qin Shao hurriedly waved his hands, refusing to accept it. No, I can't accept it. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, I'm very grateful for your concern for me. Qin Shao. However, this gift is too precious. Forgive me, but I can't accept it. I'm afraid this Seven Treasures glazed vase is a superior grade immortal artifact. This Seven Treasures glazed vase is a priceless treasure, even to exalted immortal Yun Ku. How can you give it to me? Therefore, this is absolutely impossible. I will never accept such a precious immortal treasure from you, immortal Yun Ku. I, Qin Shao, will accept your kindness. Exalted immortal Yun Ku, please take back the Seven Treasures glazed bottle. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku pulled Qin Zhao's hand over and forced it into Qin Zhao's hand. With a solemn expression, he said, Qin Shao, I know what you mean and what kind of person you are. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you the Seven Treasures glazed bottle. I just don't want anything to happen to you in the boundless hellish region, so I'm trying my best to help you. You must accept this Seven Treasures glazed bottle first. If you don't use it when you return, it won't be too late for you to lend it to me. Just treat it as me lending it to you. It's worth it to earn a favor from you. Don't refuse me anymore. No matter what, staying alive is the most important thing. That's the prerequisite for everything. I can't change a prodigy's decision, but I can help you as much as I can. This is the only thing I can do now. If you continue to be so courteous with me, I'll really get angry. Among all the disciples in the Fuda Immortal Palace, I like you the most, admire you, and think highly of you. I feel that you are the future of the Fuda Immortal Palace, so I don't want anything to happen to you. If anything happens to you, it won't just be your loss, but our Fuda Immortal Palace's loss as well. Do you understand? Take it. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Qin Shao didn't know how to reject Exalted Immortal Yun Ku's earnest words. If he insisted, he would definitely make Exalted Immortal Yun Ku unhappy. To be honest, Qin Shao had never expected Exalted Immortal Yun Ku to give his precious treasure to him. After all, he hadn't interacted much with Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. Every time they met, it was a hurried farewell. But now, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was treating him with such kindness. Qin Shao felt flattered, and his respect for Exalted Immortal Yun Ku increased. An Exalted Immortal with such magnanimity was indeed worthy of respect. Since he couldn't refuse such kindness, Qin Shao had no choice but to accept it first. Qin Shao felt the weight of the Seven Treasures glazed bottle in his hands. He didn't know how to express his gratitude. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, thank you so much. I, Qin Shao, will definitely remember this great kindness in my heart. But don't worry, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku, I will definitely return alive. Isn't it just the boundless sanctuary? What's the big deal about venturing into it? I, Qin Shao, have ventured into many perilous places, but haven't I survived to this day? This time, I'm still very confident that I'll be able to come back alive. After all, I will return with great rewards. Some people hope that I will die in the boundless sanctuary. In order to disappoint them, I will definitely not die in the boundless sanctuary. Not only will I not die in the boundless sanctuary, but I will also return with great rewards. I want those people to be shocked and think that it was a mistake to let me enter the boundless sanctuary. Qin Shao expressed his gratitude and then said something very heroic. Hearing such heroic words, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku nodded with a look of approval. It was good to have such a heroic spirit and confidence. Hopefully, Qin Shao would be able to create another miracle this time. By the way, Qin Shao, how did you refine that upper-grade immortal weapon? Was it very difficult to refine? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku suddenly asked. Qin Shao merely smiled and did not reply for a while. Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was stunned when he saw Qin Zhao's happy smile. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. Don't tell me that you have already refined that sword. Haha, although I don't want to say it, that is indeed the case. Qin Shao smiled and said honestly, really refined it? Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was also shocked. He stared at Qin Shao in disbelief. This news was indeed hard for him to digest. After all, that sword had been in the Immortal Pavilion for countless years, and no one had taken it away. Many people had tried, but they all failed. Wanting to refine that sword was simply too difficult. Qin Shao moved his hand, and the berserk sword appeared in his hand. Qin Shao casually waved it twice and released a trace of sword power. At this point, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku was finally certain that Qin Shao had indeed refined the sword. Ha 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 ha. After confirming it, Exalted Immortal Yun Ku laughed happily. He was happy for Qin Shao from the bottom of his heart. He nodded happily and said, Good, this is really good. Qin Shao, you really did not disappoint me. I originally thought that the chances of you successfully refining it would not be higher than 10%, but I did not expect you to really refine it. For countless years, no one wanted that sword, but now it is yours. Not bad at all. I'm not wrong. I'm not talking about how powerful this sword is. I'm talking about the things that others have given up on, things that they can't do, but you have done it. This is where you are better than others. This is where you shine. Perhaps that's why you're able to stand out all by yourself. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not say much. After being praised so much, he had gotten used to it and did not feel anything. There was no need for him to be humble. Many things had been settled, and Qin Shao was ready to go back to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique. So, he did not stay any longer and bid farewell to Exalted Immortal Yun Ku. After leaving the Immortal Pavilion, Qin Shao returned to his cultivation place. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Princess Xiaoyu were all here. They did not need to report their arrival, as Qin Yi and Qin Er knew about it, and directly welcomed them inside to have a seat. Seeing the three of them here, Qin Shao immediately realized that they must have heard the news. Although this matter would not be spread publicly, it was not strange for the disciples of Fu Su Immortal Palace to know about it. Seeing Qin Shao return, the three of them all stood up and welcomed him. They looked at Qin Shao with worried expressions. The prodigy is too much. How could he treat Big Brother Qin Shao like this? This is too despicable. He asked Big Brother Qin Shao to go to the boundless expanse to find the boundless water. Isn't he trying to take Big Brother Qin Zhao's life? It is said that even exalted immortals will die if they go in there. Just going in there is already a 90% chance of death, let alone finding the legendary boundless water. Xiao Dao was very indignant and felt injustice for Qin Shao. Fatty Kai also gritted his teeth and said, Yes, it is indeed too despicable. How could they do this? But we can't do anything. We can't change anything. Sai, it is so sad to be weak. Brother Qin Shao, you're not really planning to go to the boundless expanse, are you? Compared to the agitation of the two, Qin Shao was much calmer. He even smiled at the two and said, Yes, I plan to go to the boundless expanse. Otherwise, what else can I do? I've already chosen this path. Do you think I will go back on my word? I definitely can't do this kind of thing. Since I have chosen, then I will work hard to do it. Not only must I do it, but I must do it well. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. It seemed that Qin Shao had made up his mind. But when they thought of the boundless expanse, the two were extremely worried. That damn place was really too terrifying. Thinking of that place made them think of death. That damn place was almost synonymous with death. Qin Shao. Princess Xiaoyu bit her lips so hard that they turned red. Her limpid eyes looked at Qin Shao with tenderness like the sea, as if they could twinkle with light. That was a different kind of spark. Qin Shao also looked at Princess Xiaoyu. He could feel the fluctuating emotions of Princess Xiaoyu. I will go to save my master and ask him to ask the heaven's pride to withdraw his order. I don't want you to enter the boundless expanse. I don't want you to have any mishap. I don't want to take such a big risk. This time, even if I have to risk everything, I will be thick-skinned and beg my master. I must make my master promise me. Princess Xiaoyu said with a determined face. For Qin Xiao, she could risk everything. She could do anything. Last time, despite her master's obstruction, she directly ran into the central area of the Hellfire domain alone. How brave was that? This time, she still didn't back down. She still wanted to bravely beg her master to open his mouth. Princess Xiaoyu's action moved Qin Xiao the most. Chapter 1996. All right, then I won't go and beg my master. I'll go with you. My strength shouldn't be below yours. I should be able to help you. If I go with you, the chances of success will be much higher. Princess Xiaoyu immediately added. No. Qin Xiao refused without thinking. He said very firmly, I will never agree to this. There's no room for discussion. No matter what you say, I won't agree. The boundless territory is too dangerous. It's enough for me to take this risk alone. I can't drag you down with me. Big Sister Xiaoyu, I appreciate your good intentions. Thank you very much for risking everything for me. But don't be silly. I don't deserve it. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said with incomparable determination, whether I go or not is my business. It's not up to me to not go. Anyone can go to the boundless territory. If you don't let me go, I can go by myself. Can you stop me from going? So, I don't care if you agree or not. I'm going. Hearing Princess Xiaoyu's domineering words, Bai Shan and the other two looked at her with admiration. They were also very envious of Qin Xiao. This was Princess Xiaoyu, the only personal disciple of the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. She was a heaven's chosen with the immortal king physique. She was a high and mighty princess. Among the disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace, there were probably countless people who adored Princess Xiaoyu. Princess Xiaoyu's reputation in the Fumu Immortal Palace was definitely far above Nangong Qianzi. Princess Xiaoyu had always been dismissive of other men. However, she was so tender towards Qin Xiao. The boundless territory was such a dangerous place. Princess Xiaoyu didn't even frown and insisted on accompanying Qin Xiao. How deep was her love for him? For the sake of Qin Xiao, Princess Xiaoyu could disregard everything else. She could even give up her own life. How great was that? Perhaps this was love. Perhaps Princess Xiaoyu had really fallen in love with Qin Xiao. If you really love someone, it's worth acknowledging. It was the same in the Nightmare Fire domain. Princess Xiaoyu had ignored her master's objection and resolutely ran to the central region of the Nightmare Fire domain, disregarding her own life. This time, Princess Xiaoyu was willing to risk her life to accompany Qin Xiao into the boundless zone. Qin Xiao was indeed very touched by such an act. Even the depths of her heart were deeply touched. Qin Xiao wanted to persuade Xiaoyu, but she didn't know what to say. He really couldn't accept this kind of love. However, there were some things that hadn't been made clear yet. There was still a layer of paper between them, so there were many things that Qin Xiao was too embarrassed to say too directly and too clearly. After some thought, Qin Xiao gritted her teeth and said, Big Sister Xiaoyu, I have no way to stop you from going to the boundless region, but I believe that the Palace Lord and Senior Phoenix will definitely not let you go. Last time, you ran to the Jiowa domain. I believe that this won't happen again. Big Sister Xiaoyu, don't worry. Qin Xiao, won't die so easily. This time, I've made sufficient preparations. I have full confidence that I can come back alive from the boundless zone. Besides, I don't necessarily have to risk my life to achieve the Heaven's Pride mission. I'm already giving the Heaven's Pride mission enough respect by going to the boundless zone. As for whether I can complete the mission or not, that's a matter for another day. I'm only going to the boundless zone as an experience. I really don't think it's that dangerous. Don't worry. I value my life more than anyone else. No one can take it away from me. Therefore, I'll be very careful and cautious. I won't let anything happen to me. As he spoke, Qin Xiao gave Bai Shan a meaningful look. It was obvious that he wanted Bai Shan to help him out. Actually, Bai Shan still hoped that Princess Xiao, you would accompany Qin Xiao. However, this kind of thing needed to be rational. Therefore, Baishan also said, "That's right, Princess Xiaoyu. You don't have to go. You have to believe in Qin Xiao. He's the creator of miracles. He's always been very steady in his work. Therefore, nothing will happen to him." We all know that Princess Xiaoyu is worried about Brother Qin Xiao. Aren't we the same? However, no matter how worried you are, you have to be rational. Palace Lord definitely won't let Princess Xiaoyu take this risk. Princess Xiaoyu, don't put yourself in an embarrassing situation. If you do, Brother Qin Xiao will also feel uneasy. If he enters the boundless zone uneasily, it will be even more dangerous. Therefore, what we have to do is to believe in Brother Qin Xiao. This way, we can give him mental strength and encourage him. Only then can he enter the boundless zone without any worries. Only in this way, his chances of survival will be much higher. Fairy Zijing took Princess Xiaoyu's hand and also persuaded her. "That's right, Sister Xiaoyu. Don't be like this. You'll only make Qin Xiao more worried. We understand your intentions." Qin Xiao also understands. He's not a fool. It's because we care about him that we should believe in him and respect his decision. Only in this way, his heart will be the strongest. Baishan and Fairy Zijing's persuasion had a certain effect. Princess Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Although she still wanted to go, she knew that this time, her master would definitely not let her continue to cause trouble. Moreover, this would indeed distract Qin Xiao. She was afraid that he would get what he wanted. Therefore, after thinking about it carefully, Princess Xiaoyu could only nod and say, "All right then, I won't go." "Qin Xiao, you must be careful. You can't let anything happen to you. Do you understand?" Princess Xiaoyu's limpid eyes looked at Qin Xiao with incomparable affection. There was a trace of sparkling in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was trying her best to hold back, tears would have fallen. Seeing Princess Xiaoyu like this, Qin Xiao felt an indescribable pain in his heart, as if it was being twisted by a knife. Qin Xiao nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, Sister Xiaoyu. I promise you, I'll be fine. I'll definitely come back alive and well. Trust me." Everyone nodded. Princess Xiaoyu moved her palm, and an exquisite talisman flew into her hand. It flashed with a sacred light and emitted a powerful immortal pressure. Princess Xiaoyu said, "Qin Xiao, I don't have anything else to help you with. This amulet is for you. Take it with you and use it at a critical moment. It can save your life." Although Qin Xiao didn't know how powerful this amulet was, he could feel that it was extremely powerful. There was saint power in it, so it must have been made by the palace master. Such a talisman must be extremely precious and powerful. It must contain the power of the ancient sage. Such a talisman was enough to make upper immortals risk their lives for it. It was likely that Princess Xiaoyu only had one such treasure on her, but she had given it to him. Qin Xiao was just about to shake his head and say no, but Princess Xiaoyu didn't give Qin Xiao a chance to speak. She immediately said seriously, "If you refuse me again, I'll ignore you forever." When she said this, tears welled up in Princess Xiaoyu's eyes. She looked as if she would burst into tears if Qin Xiao dared to say no. This look really made people feel pity for her. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. He could only brace himself and take the talisman. This talisman in Qin Xiao's hands weighed tens of millions of pounds. The word "thank you" was too soft. The only thing Qin Xiao could do now was to put away the talisman. "Io, Princess Xiaoyu, that's not very nice of you." Baishan suddenly let out a strange cry, breaking the originally strange atmosphere. Princess Xiaoyu frowned and looked at Baishan with a puzzled look. How is she not being kind? Baishan continued, "Look, you've given Qin Xiao such a precious thing. We also want to help, but the three of us are so poor that we can't take out anything decent. So, you see, this is not being kind. You've taken out such a precious thing. How can we not take out something good?" Princess Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. She said jokingly, "I'm just throwing a brick to attract jade. Are you not embarrassed to take out something worse than mine?" Baishan suddenly felt like vomiting blood. Even if the three of them were sold, they wouldn't be able to take out anything more valuable than Princess Xiaoyu's talisman. Of course, Baishan and the others knew that Princess Xiaoyu was joking. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about me. It's too embarrassing. All right, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I won't entertain you." Bai Shan and the others nodded and left, giving Qin Shao time to prepare. After entering the secret chamber, Qin Shao began to cultivate the high-grade immortal technique. Now that time was limited, it was impossible to cultivate 3 high-grade immortal techniques at the same time. Therefore, he could only choose one to cultivate first. Originally, Qin Shao had planned to choose only one high-grade immortal technique. How to choose one of the 3 high-grade immortal techniques was a problem. These 3 high-grade immortal techniques each had their own strengths. They were all very good high-grade immortal techniques. The dragon-slaying sword art was an offensive immortal technique. It was also a sword immortal technique that Qin Shao liked the most. It would be the easiest to cultivate. The Eye of Illusion was also good. It allowed one to see through all illusions, and nothing could hide from Qin Shao's eyes. In the Boundlessly territory, this immortal technique was very practical. As for the Primal Chaos Seal, he believed that it was also a very practical immortal technique. The latter 2 techniques would definitely be more practical than the dragon-slaying sword art under certain circumstances. Although the dragon-slaying sword art was an offensive high-grade immortal technique, it had a very limited effect on Qin Zhao's strength. After all, Qin Zhao's immortal Dao realm was only at the 2nd step Heavenly Venerable realm. It was too low. If his immortal Dao realm was too low, then the dragon-slaying sword art would not be very powerful. In terms of offensive methods, Qin Shao had Heart Force, Li Sheng's Flying Dagger, and the True Word of Lin. After analyzing it this way, he felt that there was no need to cultivate the dragon-slaying sword art for the time being. However, after thinking carefully, Qin Shao still shook his head. The Eye of Illusion and the Primal Chaos Seal are very practical, but it's harder to get started with them. It's very, very difficult to cultivate them. I don't have that much time to slowly cultivate them now. If I cultivate these 2 immortal techniques, I might not gain anything. Therefore, it's better for me to cultivate the dragon-slaying sword art first. Cultivating the dragon-slaying sword art will give me a higher chance of success. I believe I can cultivate it for a few tens of thousands of years. For the time being, that's all I can do. After making up his mind, Qin Shao followed the plan and immediately started cultivating the dragon-slaying sword art. Chapter 1997. Immortal techniques were like that. Every grade had different requirements for the immortal Dao law. High-grade immortal techniques naturally had extremely high requirements. If one's realm could not keep up, then one would not even be qualified to comprehend it. Logically speaking, a 2nd step Celestial Venerable was not qualified to cultivate a high-grade immortal technique at all. However, Qin Shao was a peerless genius, so he could give it a try. This time, Qin Shao spent close to 50,000 years before he walked out of the cultivation room. However, after 50,000 years of cultivation, Qin Shao had only managed to cultivate 30% of it. It was only at a slightly advanced level. However, that was all he could do. After all, he had just broken through to the 2nd step Celestial Venerable realm not long ago. His accumulation in the immortal Dao was indeed too weak. This was something that could not be helped. The cultivation of the immortal Dao required the accumulation of time to slowly rise. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. The cultivation of the immortal Dao was not that easy. To be able to cultivate to 30% in 50,000 years was already a very impressive feat moreover. Qin Shao was cultivating at the 2nd step Celestial Venerable realm, which was a realm that was completely impossible in the eyes of others. It could be said to be a heaven-defying act. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Qin Shao was a miracle creator. He had indeed been creating miracles along the way. He was defying the heavens. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao had been waiting for him at his cultivation place. Seeing Qin Shao come out, Fatty Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Brother Qin Shao, you finally came out. I was afraid that if you didn't come out, the prodigy would be angry again. 50,000 years. It's about time to set off." The prodigy did not explicitly say that Qin Shao had to set off within tens of thousands of years. They only said that they would give him tens of thousands of years. Obviously, it could not be delayed for too long. Qin Zhao's original plan was to cultivate for 50,000 years before setting off. Qin Zhao had already planned everything. Qin Zhao asked, "How's the information?" Fatty Kai handed a jade slip to Qin Zhao and said, "All the information that can be found is here. There is really too little information about the boundless territory. I also spent a lot of effort to collect some. Take a look first." Qin Zhao took the jade slip and looked at it. Indeed, there was very little information. Basically, he could not see anything. It was just a general introduction of the situation. Moreover, these introductions were very vague. Only some of the dangers that people who entered the boundless territory would encounter. As for maps and the like, there was obviously no such thing. The boundlessly region was too strange. There was no such thing as a map. Qin Zhao had expected this as well. She had heard from heavenly immortal Yun Ku previously. Fatty Kai took out a very exquisite black treasure. It was similar to a battle armor, but its shape was a bit strange. It was very small, and it didn't look like a normal battle armor. This exquisite battle armor was pitch black all over. It was terrifyingly dark, extremely frightening. Anything that approached would be devoured. Even light would be devoured. Therefore, one could clearly see that a black halo had formed around this exquisite battle armor. It was pitch black inside, like a black hole. It was scary to look at. Brother Qin Zhao, this is a spiritual armor. It can protect your soul from being eroded. In the boundless territory, there are many forces that can devour souls. With the protection of this spiritual armor, you will be much safer. Fatty Kai handed the spiritual armor to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao did not take the spiritual armor. Instead, he said, "I say, Fatty Kai, don't be so rude. Soul-type defensive treasures are extremely rare and precious. From the aura, this should be a high-grade immortal tool. Such a precious immortal tool. You should keep it well." Fatty Kai grinned and said, "Brother Qin Zhao, don't be like this. I spent a lot of effort to get it from my father. If you don't accept it, wouldn't my efforts be wasted? As a brother, I have to do something for you. You have accepted other people's treasures, but not mine. It's not right, right? Then how about this? If Brother Qin Zhao feels embarrassed, then I will lend it to you. When you come back from the boundless territory, you can return it to me. How about it?" Qin Zhao was still hesitating. It was not good to lend it to him. After all, this thing was really too precious. It was even more precious than a high-grade immortal tool. This spiritual armor was probably the most precious treasure of Fatty Kai's father. It might even be the most precious treasure of the Kai family. Qin Zhao didn't know how much effort Fatty Kai had put in and how many times he had begged his father to get his hands on it. Qin Zhao really didn't want to accept this kindness. Fatty Kai directly threw the spiritual armor into Qin Zhao's hands and said with a serious look, "If you don't accept it, then you don't treat me as a brother. I didn't say that I would give it to you. I only said that I would lend it to you. You can return it to me when you're done with it." Since Fatty Kai had already put it this way, Qin Zhao couldn't refuse anymore. He could only nod his head in agreement and put away the spiritual armor. It was Qin Zhao's first time seeing a soul-type, defensive immortal treasure. He did not have it in the Immortal Pavilion. This kind of immortal treasure was really too rare, precious, and precious. The value of this spiritual armor was definitely much higher than his berserker sword. Qin Zhao would remember this brotherly affection. He would just take it as a loan and return it when he was done with it. But speaking of which, having this spiritual armor on him did indeed give Qin Zhao more confidence. From the information given by Fatty Kai, Qin Zhao did see that there were many soul attacks in the boundless territory. If he was not careful, his soul would suffer a powerful attack. This situation was very dangerous. If there was a soul attack, he could only use his soul to defend. But the human soul itself was the most fragile part of the human body. Once the soul was damaged, it would cut off the path of cultivation. In the worst case, the soul would scatter. With the protection of this spiritual armor, he would be able to prevent such a thing from happening to the greatest extent. Xiao Dao scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Qin Zhao. I'm too poor, so I can't help you with anything. I can only support you mentally and look forward to your triumphant return. Qin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Patting Xiao Dao's shoulder, he said, "Why are you being so courteous with me? You're speaking as if I wouldn't have been able to walk out of the boundless territory alive without your help. I'm not that weak, all right?" No, brother Qin Xiao, I didn't mean that. Xiao Dao hurriedly tried to explain, but Qin Xiao interrupted him. Okay, I know. I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You guys should also work hard in your cultivation. The next time I come back, you'll all be second step celestial venerables. That would be the best news for me. I'm also looking forward to that day. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao nodded heavily. Breaking through to second step celestial venerables in 10 million years. Although it was also a great challenge, at this time, their blood was boiling and they wanted to give it a try. The joy of life was to struggle. Let's do it. Bai Shan and the other two also came. Bai Shan also brought a lot of information to Qin Xiao, but it was similar to Fatty Kai's. It didn't give Qin Xiao many surprises. In addition to the information, Bai Shan and the other two also brought a few talisman treasures for Qin Xiao. It was a gift from the three of them to Qin Xiao. Although these gifts were not as valuable as Fatty Kai's and Princess Xiaoyu's, they were still very thoughtful. In fact, the value was not cheap. It was not a small amount for the three of them. Everyone's kindness really made Qin Xiao feel very warm. With these gifts, Qin Xiao didn't need to prepare anything else. He could directly set off. Therefore, after Qin Xiao put away these things, he said to everyone, "Well, I should also set off. Everyone, take care. When I come back, let's meet again." "Okay, brother Qin Xiao, be careful. We'll wait for your return." Xiao Dao nodded heavily. Bai Shan patted Qin Xiao's shoulder heavily and said, "Brother, be careful. When you come back, we'll drink until we're drunk." Qin Xiao smiled and prepared to leave. Everyone else had arrived. Only Princess Xiaoyu didn't come to see him off. However, Qin Xiao didn't inform Xiaoyu, so he gave up the idea. It was better not to let Princess Xiaoyu know. "That's it, I'm leaving." After saying a few words to everyone, Qin Xiao directly left. When he was leaving, Qin Xiao saw a figure standing in the distance. It was none other than Hao Guilong. Seeing that Qin Xiao had finally set off for the boundless territory, the smile on Hao Guilong's face became even more sinister. "Qin Xiao, oh, Qin Xiao, you'd better die in the boundless territory. Don't come back. Humph. Once you enter the boundless territory, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die." Hao Guilong's heart was filled with hatred. He really wanted Qin Xiao to die. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have the strength, he would have killed Qin Xiao with his own hands. However, as long as he died, everything would be good. It didn't matter whether he killed him with his own hands or not. After Qin Xiao left, Bai Shan's group, Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and the others' moods were somewhat low. Although they trusted Qin Xiao, it was the boundless territory after all. Moreover, Qin Xiao wanted to find the boundless water. Thus, they were still somewhat worried. Forget it. Everything depends on Qin Xiao's luck. It's useless for us to worry. Chest, Yulong, let's go. Bai Shan shook her head and sighed. The three of them then left. Fatty Kai patted Xiao Dao's shoulder heavily. He pursed his lips and said, "Xiao Dao, we should also work hard. If we don't work hard, we'll be letting Qin Xiao down." Qin Xiao has already grown to such a level over the years, but we have still made some progress. In 10 million years, we must break through to the second step celestial realm. We must. That's our goal. Xiao Dao nodded heavily. His face was also filled with fighting spirit. Yes, we must. We will. I believe we can do it. Let's fight. In the depths of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, on a floating rainbow stone, Princess Xiaoyu stood there. Her long dress fluttered in the wind. Princess Xiaoyu looked in the direction where Qin Xiao left. There was an invisible barrier in front of her, preventing her from going out. She could only watch from afar, anxiously waiting. Seeing Qin Xiao leave, she couldn't say goodbye to Qin Xiao. "Qin Xiao, you must be careful. You must come back alive. I've asked my master for help, but he didn't agree to my request. I've tried my best. It's all Tian Jiao's fault. It's him. It's him. Qin Xiao, if anything happens to you, I swear I'll kill Tian Jiao to avenge you." Chapter 1998. The Boundless Zone was located at the intersection of the Southern Wasteland, the Mount Hua Ferry Gate, and the 9 states of Huaxia. One could directly enter the Boundless Zone from these 3 places. Among all the danger zones in the Southern Wasteland, the Boundlessly region was probably one of the best. The entire Boundlessly territory was more than 10 times larger than the Fushan mountain range. At a glance, it was boundless without a trace. Looking at the entire Boundlessly territory from afar, one would feel as if it was enveloped by a mysterious force. It was also like a strange space that was completely isolated. We finally arrived at the Boundless region. It's not much different from what I imagined. It's indeed an extremely dangerous place. Even from so far away, he could feel the extreme danger and terror of the Boundlessly region. It was like the entrance to hell. When one entered, they would inexplicably think, "I'm in. You may never be able to get out." Standing in the void, Qin Shao looked at the Boundlessly region from afar and couldn't help but frown. Before they arrived before the Boundless Desert, the heavens and the earth were covered in darkness, hazy, and suffused with a ghastly aura. It was as if they'd entered a land of death. Along the way, Qin Shao basically didn't take a break. He went all the way to the Boundlessly domain and crossed more than half of the Southern Wasteland. It also took more than 1,000 years. This was because Qin Shao had used his contribution points to exchange for a mid-grade celestial artifact. Otherwise, he would have spent tens of thousands of contribution points. It would take years. Qin Shao looked in another direction, and the corners of his eyes narrowed slightly. Extremely far in that direction, there was a mountain range called Thousand Mountain Range. Jiangzu was in the Mu tribe in Qianshan Ridge. However, Jiangzu had received preferential treatment from the Mu tribe. Therefore, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to find Jiangzu. Previously, the Futu Immortal Palace was indeed too far away from the Mu tribe. However, the Infinite Desert Zone was not that far away from the Mu tribe. It was only 1/5 of the distance to the Futu Immortal Palace. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but have an idea. Should I go and see Jiangzu first? After all, with a mid-grade celestial flight artifact, it would take him at most 200 years to get there. Then, he would be able to meet Jiangzu. The 9 dragons and the desolate land were already in Linfu City. After millions of years of cultivation and the nurturing of the immortal court, the 9 dragons and the desolate land had broken through to immortality. This was also good news. Jiangzu had been in the Mu tribe for around 8 million years now. He might have ascended to immortality already. Even if it wasn't, it should be soon. However, this idea was temporarily dismissed by Qin Shao. Forget it. Coming out this time around, I've already made preparations to enter the Boundless territory. What I need to do is to be completely focused. Since Jiangzu is doing well, then there's no need to worry about him. My original body is in the primordial palace of the universe, and I can often see Jiangzu. Therefore, there is no need to waste time to see Jiangzu. Since we're already in front of the limitless celestial domain, let's go in first. Qin Shao did not hesitate and continued to fly towards the Boundless region. Before Qin Shao entered the limitless celestial domain, he suddenly felt a gloomy aura rapidly approaching him. Qin Shao's gaze swept over and found a man with a gloomy aura coming towards him. His eyes were filled with viciousness, like a terrifying poisonous snake. His aura was incomparably gloomy, and it was terrifying to look at. At first glance, one could tell that he was a devil. Judging from his aura, he should be an extremely vicious third-step heavenly venerate. His strength was probably not below by chance. He could be considered a vicious character. Moreover, this person's demonic aura was soaring to the sky. At first glance, one could tell that he was not someone to be trifled with. However, this third-step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura seemed to be in a sorry state. He was hurriedly fleeing towards the limitless celestial domain. It was very dangerous for a third-step heavenly venerate to enter the limitless celestial domain. At this moment, this third-step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura was desperately rushing into the limitless celestial domain. It was obvious that he had encountered something terrifying. Qin Shao looked again and saw two beautiful figures chasing after this third step heavenly venerate with soaring demonic aura. It was a man and a woman. The man was handsome and dashing, while the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, these two people were actually fourth-step heavenly venerates in the ascendant immortal realm. However, they gave off the feeling that they had not lived for long. Their valiant and heroic appearance showed that these two people were geniuses. The man and woman chased after him leisurely, as if they were taking a stroll in the park. They showed absolute confidence. Two fourth-step exalted immortals were chasing a third-step exalted immortal. Naturally, they were confident enough to do so. In such a situation, one could roughly guess what was going on. Qin Shao had always abhorred the evildoers. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth curled into a playful sneer in the face of the demonic man whose yin qi was soaring toward the sky. However, he did not dodge. Instead, he purposely blocked the man's path as though he was scared silly. He did not move at all. When the demonic aura man saw Qin Shao, a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He suddenly rushed toward Qin Shao and grabbed Qin Shao. At this moment, the man and woman had also caught up. When they were close, Qin Shao could see the appearance of the man and woman clearly. The man was handsome enough to charm thousands of girls, and the woman was beautiful enough to make countless men's hearts beat. In terms of beauty, the woman in front of her was not inferior to Nangong Ling. However, in terms of temperament, Nangong Ling could not compare to her. Although she was not as good as Princess Xiaoyu, compared to Fairy Zi Quan, her temperament might be better. From the way they dressed and their temperament, one could tell that the background of these two people was not small. Their style of dressing was also not the same as the people of the southern wilderness. At least, Qin Shao had not seen such a style of dressing in the southern wilderness. They were very handsome, very beautiful, and very elegant. They had an imposing appearance and extraordinary demeanor. The woman glared at him and said coldly, "Dark Demon Monarch, don't even think about escaping. You won't be able to escape. You should just obediently surrender. If you know what's good for you, you might be able to live a little longer. If you resist, don't blame us for being merciless. Even if you escape into the boundless territory, we will still chase you. Moreover, we will not give you the chance to escape into the boundless territory. Don't be delusional." The elegant man chuckled and said, "Dark Demonic King, you really won't change your mind. Are you still not going to admit defeat?" Dark Demonic King's face was crazy and ferocious. He stared at the man and woman with extreme anger. "Admit defeat? That's a dead end. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You can even say such idiotic words. You are really laughable. My clone has already been killed by you. Now you won't even let my real body go. Your Wu clan is too ruthless. Too ruthless. Since you won't let my real body go, then I will naturally fight to the death with you. There is no room for retreat. Retreat means death. Fight means death. Then why should I retreat? Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time." Although his words were crazy and ruthless, Dark Demonic King clearly did not have much confidence to say these words. No matter how strong he was only a third-step heavenly venerable. However, he was facing two fourth-step heavenly venerables. The huge disadvantage was too obvious. The elegant man shook his head and said sternly, "Dark Demonic King, I advise you to stop being so stubborn. You have committed heinous crimes. In the end, you won't be able to escape death. However, this is a heinous crime that you committed. You should take responsibility for it. You have killed countless people. Many of my Wu clan's disciples have died in your hands. You don't deserve to die. Our Wu clan will not implicate the innocent. We only want to kill you, Dark Demonic King. If you obediently let us capture you, then you will suffer less. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer. Why bother? You also know that you will die either way. Why not die more comfortably?" Ha ha ha. Die more comfortably? Dark Demonic King was so angry that he laughed and said coldly, "Bullshit. What do you mean die more comfortably? I don't want to die. You are the ones who want to kill me. You want to kill me, yet you still have to say such dignified words. Bah, your Wu clan, bullshit Zheng clan, bullshit 100 schools of thought. I think you are all just hypocrites pretending to be righteous. Humph. You want me to surrender? That is impossible. If you want to fight, then hurry up and do it. This demon lord will definitely accompany you to the end and fight it out with you. Come, if you want to kill me, then hurry up. Humph. If you dare to move, then this brat will die because of you. Don't you Wu clan call yourselves righteous clans? Don't you not kill the innocent? Then why don't you try? There will be innocent people who will die because of you. Ha ha ha. Today, let this demon monarch see just how much righteous chi your Wu clan has. As he spoke, Dark Demonic King even tightened his grip on Qin Shao. He looked like he would kill Qin Shao if he made the slightest movement. But what Dark Demonic King didn't know was that the Qin Shao he caught was actually a terrifying existence. Qin Shao purposely let Dark Demonic King do this. He didn't rush to make a move. He also wanted to see what the two people in front of him would do. The man and woman looked at Qin Shao, who was caught by Dark Demonic King, and couldn't help but frown. The man hesitated for a moment before saying, "Dark Demonic King, don't act recklessly. He is an innocent person. Let him go first." "Oof, are you an idiot?" Dark Demonic King sneered without holding back. "At this time, do you think I will let him go? If you say another word of nonsense, this demon lord will kill him. If you don't want this innocent person to die, then leave. Otherwise, impossible." The man immediately retorted and said, "Dark Demonic King, even if we leave temporarily, you won't be able to escape. We will continue to chase you." Dark Demonic King sneered and said, "That is my problem. I don't need you to worry about it. As long as you retreat to a place where I can't see, I will naturally let this innocent brat go. Otherwise, this devil lord will kill him right now and fight it out with you. This condition is not negotiable. I am not here to negotiate with you. If you don't agree, then there is nothing to talk about. I will only give you a breath's time to consider. I don't have that much patience." You, the man and woman, were very angry, but they resisted and didn't act out. Chapter 1999. Dark Demon Monarch sneered when he saw that he had succeeded. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he caught a hostage. Otherwise, he would really die in the hands of these two people. The so-called righteous sect was nothing but bullshit. They even cared so much about the life of an unrelated person. This was a fatal weakness. A weakness that could be exploited by him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have had to run so hard. He could have just captured some people. Qin Shao originally thought that these two people wouldn't care about his life and directly attacked Dark Demon Monarch. He didn't expect that these two people would actually compromise with Dark Demon Monarch for him. What a righteous person. No matter what, this kind of person was worthy of respect. However, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He suddenly attacked. A terrifying sharp light pierced into Dark Demon Monarch's body and came out. And what? This sudden turn of events caused Dark Demon Monarch's expression to change greatly. He was greatly shocked and immediately smelled the scent of danger. No. Dark Demon Monarch was immediately terrified. He desperately wanted to escape and resist this destructive energy. However, he was caught completely off guard, and it was already too late. Darkness Demon Monarch was about to attack, but an invisible force directly attacked his soul consciousness. What a terrifying power. What a strange power. It was a power that couldn't be resisted. It was heart power. Dark Demon Monarch's heart was alarmed again, but it was all too late. He suffered a violent attack on his soul and lost the ability to resist. His immortal body was also attacked by Qin Zhao's dragon slaying sword technique. Slaying demons, slaying dragons, killing everything. It was unstoppable. Dark Demon Monarch's immortal body couldn't block Qin Zhao's attack at all. Under such a powerful attack, Dark Demon Monarch couldn't resist at all. He could only be slaughtered. His immortal body was rapidly being shattered. His life force was rapidly disappearing. Killing a third-step Empyrean was indeed a very strenuous thing. It took a long time before Qin Shao finally killed Dark Demon Monarch. Fortunately, this Dark Devil Monarch didn't have a strong defense and didn't have any defensive immortal treasures, so it didn't take too much effort. Of course, Qin Shao did not use much power. Seeing how Qin Shao killed the darkness demon lord so cleanly, the man and woman stared at Qin Shao in shock. Even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to do what Qin Shao did, right? But judging from his aura, this person in front of him was only a second-step Empyrean. Impossible, right? Could a second-step Empyrean be so powerful? To be able to kill the darkness demon monarch so easily? Impossible. It was absolutely impossible. They were very clear about the strength of the Dark Demon King. If they were to attack alone, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Dark Demon King. And they were all fourth-step Empyreans. In disguise? Judging from his life aura, he didn't seem to have lived for a long time. With many questions, the elegant man walked forward and cupped his hands at Qin Shao. I am Wu Fengcheng, and this is my cousin, Lu Ruyan. How should I address you? The beautiful woman, Lu Ruyan, looked at Qin Shao curiously with her big black eyes. A person who could kill the darkness demon monarch so easily was definitely not simple. It would be fine if he was a fourth-step celestial venerable, but his aura was clearly only that of a second-step celestial venerable. Judging from the traces of time, he should have lived for about 10 million years. Why was it so strange? It was already very rare for a person who had only lived for 10 million years to become a second-step Empyrean. Not only did he become a second-step Empyrean, but he also had the strength of a fourth-step Empyrean. That was unheard of. Perhaps only the outstanding descendants of the 5 supreme surnames could possibly possess such a heaven-defying person, right? Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly at the two and said, Qin Shao? Qin clan? Wu Fengcheng frowned slightly and muttered. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Qin Shao, I wonder which part of the 9 provinces Huaxia you are from. I haven't heard much about the Qin clan, and they are all relatively small surnames. I feel that they should have been born. A genius like Brother Qin Shao shouldn't have come out. That doesn't seem right. Brother Qin Shao, you seem to have an aura that doesn't belong to our immortal realm. Could it be that Brother Qin Shao came from the outer region? People who grew up in the immortal realm naturally had the aura of the immortal realm. People who entered the immortal realm from the outer region didn't have the aura of the immortal realm at first, so they could be seen at a glance. As they cultivated in the immortal realm and slowly absorbed the aura of the immortal realm, they would slowly be assimilated. Over time, the aura of the immortal realm on their body would cover other auras, making it difficult for people to distinguish whether they were from the immortal realm or from the outer region. Although Qin Shao hadn't been in the immortal realm for long, he grew quickly and his strength improved quickly, so his assimilation speed was naturally much faster than others. Therefore, if they didn't carefully observe the aura on his body, they wouldn't realize that he wasn't from the immortal realm. Of course, it wasn't strange for people from the outer region to be in the immortal realm, so everyone didn't find it strange. Qin Shao didn't deny it, but nodded slightly and said, Yes, I'm not from the immortal realm, nor am I from the 9 provinces Huaxia. I'm a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. It seems that the two of you should be from the 9 provinces Huaxia. No wonder the two of you are dressed in particularly gorgeous and brilliant clothes. It turns out that you are from the central region. I've long heard that the central region is incomparably rich, full of outstanding people, rich in immortal qi and countless geniuses. It's the center of the immortal realm, the core of the immortal realm, the most prosperous place, and the most exciting martial stage. Qin Shao had also heard from Bai Shan a few times about China in the 9 continents of the Middle Earth. Bai Shan and the others had an incomparable yearning for China in the 9 continents of the Middle Earth. They had long wanted to go there and explore the world. However, according to the rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace, ordinary disciples couldn't go out of the southern wasteland. Only core disciples and geniuses could go out of the southern wasteland and enter other regions. The strength of the 9 provinces Huaxia was far from being comparable to the southern wasteland. This was the border of the southern wasteland, close to the 9 provinces Huaxia. It was the first time Qin Shao saw a cultivator from the central region. Oh, Fuda Immortal Palace? The southern wasteland? Wu Fengcheng said. Qin Shao nodded. Wu Fengchang smiled and said, Brother Qin Shao, your concealment technique is extremely brilliant. It's really admirable that you can hide your aura so well. However, what I admire the most is that Brother Qin Shao has only lived for millions of years, but you have already cultivated to the fourth-step celestial master level. It's really too monstrous. I can't help but admire you. It took me hundreds of millions of years to cultivate to the fourth-step celestial master level. Compared to Brother Qin Shao, I'm really ashamed. Concealed his aura? Qin Shao was slightly stunned, but he immediately felt relieved. That's right. How could a second-step celestial master kill a third-step celestial master so easily? How could this be possible? Qin Shao smiled faintly and didn't intend to explain anything. He just took it as a tacit agreement. It didn't matter. You two, I see that you've been chasing this dark demon king. I'll leave his corpse to you too. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I'll have a break later. Qin Shao didn't say much but prepared to leave. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Wu Fengchang called out to Qin Shao and said, Brother Qin Shao, are you preparing to enter the boundless solitary territory? Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, don't tell me that you're entering the boundless solitary territory to find the boundless water? Wu Fengchang laughed. Hearing Wu Fengchang's words, Qin Shao couldn't help being slightly stunned. He knew that he was entering the boundless solitary territory to find the boundless water. This didn't make sense. The boundless water was a legendary thing, after all. It was extremely rare to see. In the boundless solitary territory, one might not be able to obtain it. The boundless solitary territory was vast and boundless. The people who entered basically didn't look for the boundless water. Therefore, hearing Wu Fengchang directly say that he was looking for the boundless water, Qin Shao naturally felt very astonished. Was his purpose so easy to see through? Seeing Qin Shao's strange look, Wu Fengchang said again, Looks like I was right. Brother Qin Shao, you're really looking for the boundless water. Are you also preparing to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection? Looking for the boundless water? Holy Prince Consort selection? Only then did Qin Shao somewhat understand Wu Fengchang's meaning. He grasped these two key points. However, regarding the Holy Prince Consort selection, Qin Shao was clearly at a loss. He completely didn't know what was going on. Therefore, Qin Shao still looked at Wu Fengchang with a confused expression. He shook his head and said, It's true that I'm looking for the boundless water, but I'm not preparing to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. I don't know what this Holy Prince Consort selection that Brother Wu spoke of is all about. Maybe I'm too ignorant. I really haven't heard of such a grand event. Something that can make a fourth-step celestial master like Brother Wu scramble like a flock of ducks. I'm afraid it's very grand. Right? You don't know? Wu Fengchang was also very surprised that Qin Shao didn't know about the Holy Prince Consort selection. He looked at Qin Shao and felt that Qin Shao didn't seem to be lying. It seemed that he really didn't know. After thinking about it, Wu Fengchang nodded and said with relief, It's not strange that you don't know. After all, you live in the southern wilderness, and the Fuda Immortal Palace you mentioned should be very far from here. But speaking of which, no one from the southern wilderness will come to participate. After all, the Holy Prince Consort selection has never allowed people from the southern wilderness to participate. It's just that Brother Qin Shao, although you're a member of the southern wilderness, you don't belong to the southern wilderness. You're a guest from a foreign region, so you can participate. The more he said, the more confused Qin Shao became. People from the southern wilderness were not allowed to participate? What kind of grand event was this Holy Prince Consort selection? It seemed that this time, he just happened to bump into a big event. However, this wasn't good news for Qin Shao. This was because many people wanted to snatch the boundless water from him. The boundless water in the boundless territory was extremely rare and difficult to find. Now that there were people coming to snatch it, it was even more difficult. However, this was also something that couldn't be helped. Therefore, now Qin Shao especially hoped to be able to figure out what this Holy Prince Consort selection was all about. Brother Wu, I wonder if you can enlighten me. I'll be very grateful. Qin Shao said. Wu Fengchang waved his hand and said, Brother Qin, you're too polite. You just killed the Dark Demon King. It could be considered a great help to me. Chapter 2000. After listening to Wu Fengqing's explanation, Qin Shao had a general understanding of the Holy Prince Consort selection. The so-called Holy Prince Consort selection was the Holy Prince Consort that the Jade Lake's sacred ground chose for the Holy Daughters. And this Holy Prince Consort selection was not the only one, but several. As long as one could find a small bottle of boundless water in the boundless territory, he could become the Holy Prince Consort. This condition seemed difficult, but there was a lot of room for cheating. The requirement was to find a small bottle of boundless water, but it did not say that one could not get it from others. Of course, just entering the boundless territory was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Without any strength, entering was really an act of suicide. Qin Shao knew that the Jade Lake sacred ground would only give birth to women and would never give birth to men. Therefore, the Jade Lake sacred ground was full of women, and no men would appear. If a man dared to enter the Jade Lake sacred ground, he would be punished. Moreover, the Jade Lake sacred ground's way of giving birth was very strange. They did not need to mate with a man. They only needed to drink a mouthful of Jade Lake sacred water to get pregnant. Because of this, the Jade Lake sacred ground could always guarantee that no men would appear. They did not need men, and they could reproduce on their own. The Jade Lake sacred ground was indeed a very special, sacred ground in the immortal realm. Although it was in the mortal realm, it was somewhat detached from a secular world. Qin Shao had heard a little about the Jade Lake sacred ground before, but he did not know much about it. Brother Wu, why does the Jade Lake sacred ground still need to choose a Holy Prince Consort? Doesn't the Jade Lake sacred ground not allow men to enter? Isn't it too strange to choose a Holy Prince Consort and a Holy Daughter to mate? Qin Shao asked, puzzled. This seemed to be somewhat inconsistent with the Jade Lake sacred ground's uniqueness. Ha ha! Wu Fengqing laughed heartily and said, Brother Qin Shao, you don't know this. Although the women of the Jade Lake sacred ground do not need to mate with a man to give birth to a daughter. After all, the Holy Daughter of the Jade Lake sacred ground is a gift from heaven and earth. After all, it always feels like something is missing. So, in terms of talent, it naturally appears to be a little weak. The Jade Lake sacred ground is a great holy land. If this continues for a long time, it will weaken its strength. This is naturally something that the Jade Lake sacred ground does not want to see. Therefore, every 10 eras, the Jade Lake sacred ground will hold a selection for the Holy Prince Consort. Pick a few Holy Prince Consorts and let them stay in the Jade Lake sacred ground for 1,000,000 years. During this time, you can mate with the many saintesses of the Jade Lake sacred ground and help them conceive offspring. Therefore, the Jade Lake sacred ground has very high requirements for the Holy Prince Consort. Every time, there will be an extremely difficult test. Only those who pass the test can become the Holy Prince Consort. The test this time is to enter the boundless region and obtain the boundless water. It is extremely difficult. Those who can succeed must be extremely outstanding geniuses. The more outstanding a genius is, the more talented their offspring will be. After listening to Wu Fengqing's explanation, Qin Shao was somewhat relieved. So it was like this. This was a little interesting. Using such a method to breed outstanding offspring. Such a thing was a wonderful thing for men. They could have sex with many saintesses of the Jade Lake. It was said that the saintesses of the Jade Lake were all as beautiful as fairies. However, Brother Wu, I have heard that the saintesses of the Jade Lake are all very beautiful, but I think there are many beautiful women in the world. Those who have the ability to enter the boundless region to find the boundless water are most likely the outstanding geniuses of various big forces. For example, Brother Wu, I believe that if you need women, there are many of them, right? Qin Shao was still doubtful. Lu Ruyan, who was on the side, gave Wu Fengqing a look and snorted. His standards are very high. Very few women can enter his eyes. I guess only those saintesses of the Jade Lake can enter his eyes. Qin Shao heard a bit of jealousy in her words. Cough, you can't say that. Wu Fengqing coughed awkwardly and explained, I'm not doing it for the beauty. I'm not that flirtatious, okay? Your words are better than your singing. If you're not flirtatious, Then why did you participate in this holy prince consort selection? Lu Rian mocked Wu Fengsheng again and said with some disdain, "To put it bluntly, you're here for those beautiful saintesses of the Jade Lake. Yes, it would be great to become the holy prince consort, but to have sex with so many saintesses of the Jade Lake, rotating one every year, how happy would that be? Of course, common women like us can't enter the eyes of young master Wu Fengsheng." Lu Rian's coquettish words made Wu Fengsheng's face turn red with embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, "Cousin, you misunderstood me. I'm not a womanizer. I just want to get the peach of immortality of the Jade Lake, sacred ground, and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. So, in order to step on the ancient road, you can sell everything, including your body, without hesitation?" Lu Ruyan asked again. Wu Fengsheng's face turned red, and he was speechless. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Shao understood some of the meaning. If he became the holy prince consort, he could get the peach of immortality of the Jade Lake and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. To put it bluntly, to become the holy prince consort, he had to give up his body in exchange for the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Moreover, this deal was not a loss. The beautiful Jade Lake saintesses could be married to him. How wonderful would that be? Most people would probably rush like a flock of ducks just for this point alone. There was no need for the temptation of the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Of course, Qin Shao would not exchange his body for the opportunity to become an ancient saint. Qin Shao had never been good at flirting with women. Qin Shao could see that Wu Fengsheng did not seem to be a womanizer. However, he chose to do this purely because he wanted the opportunity to step on the ancient road. After all, it was too difficult to become an ancient saint. If he wanted to take this step, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. If there was a good opportunity, it was naturally enough for him to rush like a flock of ducks and risk his life. "Well, cousin, didn't we say that we were just here to join in the fun? I don't really want to become the holy prince consort. Besides, even if I want to become the holy prince consort, I may not have the ability. This time, the participants are all geniuses from all over the world, and there are so many of them. I don't have any advantage." Wu Fengsheng explained patiently. Lu Rian's jade-like eyes glared at Wu Fengsheng. She dug her chin and said, "Humph, it better be like this. Otherwise, I will tell my aunt that you bullied me." Hearing this, Wu Fengsheng suddenly quivered. He immediately smiled at Lu Ruyan and said with a fawning look, "Don't, cousin. Good cousin, please spare me. Even if I bully anyone, I wouldn't dare to bully you. I'll only protect you. I promise, this time we are just here to have fun. Even if I get the infinite water, I will not become the holy prince consort. If we get the infinite water, we can also sell it for a good price. This time, we will go in and take a risk. Maybe we will really have a big harvest." Hearing Wu Fengsheng's words, Lu Ruyan immediately became happy again. She nodded happily and said, "Yes, yes." Seeing that Lu Ruyan agreed, Wu Fengsheng was secretly relieved. Qin Shao, who was watching from the side, secretly smiled. These two people were a little interesting. Wu Fengsheng also realized and immediately said to Qin Shao, "Brother Qin Shao, sorry for making you laugh." Qin Shao smiled faintly and waved his hand. "It's okay. Just pretend that I don't exist." "Huh, you're a big living person standing here. It is not easy to pretend that you don't exist." Wu Fengsheng smiled and continued the previous topic. "After all, the Jade Lake sacred ground is a sacred ground. If you become the holy prince consort, you could get a lot of resources from the Jade Lake sacred ground and have the opportunity to become an ancient saint. And this opportunity is not small. It is about 10%. 10%? Qin Shao was also shocked. This probability did not sound high, but in fact it was very high. It was so high that it was scary. 10%. That was a 1 in 10 chance to become an ancient saint. Stepping on the ancient road and becoming an ancient saint was the realm that countless cultivators pursued all their lives. But it was too difficult to reach such a realm. Just like the entire southern wilderness, it was hard to find one in 10,000 universe epochs. How low was this probability? Therefore, a 10% chance was frighteningly high. It was enough to make countless people rush like ducks and risk their lives. Generally speaking, the chances of one becoming an ancient sage was 1 in 100 million, even among the geniuses. The Jade Lake's sacred ground was indeed a sacred ground. It actually had such a powerful ability to give geniuses a 10% chance. Hearing this, Qin Shao was inexplicably tempted. Of course, this temptation was quickly suppressed by reason. No matter how great the temptation was, Qin Shao could not do something like selling his own body. Besides, it was only a 10% chance. It did not mean that he would definitely be able to step on the ancient road and become an ancient saint. Moreover, Qin Shao was very confident in himself. He believed that he could also step on the ancient road in the future and become an ancient saint. What he lacked now was the accumulation of time. This kind of thing could not be rushed. He had to take it step by step. Yes, you heard it right. It is a 10% chance. That's why you know how crazy it is. It is precisely because of such a huge temptation that so many geniuses are rushing like ducks. Based on the situation of the previous elections, there are probably tens of thousands of geniuses participating. Of course, some fourth-step heavenly venerates who are really experienced will basically not participate. Those who can participate are either third-step heavenly venerates who are experienced or ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerates. Top fourth-step heavenly venerates have their own pride and will not bother to participate in such a selection. After all, the title of Holy Prince Consort is not a good one. It is exchanged with one's body. It is a kind of transaction. Many arrogant geniuses are also very disdainful. Therefore, although the attraction is great, it is difficult to attract true monstrous geniuses. Those who have the ambition to step on the ancient road will not bother to participate in such a selection. Also, those monstrous geniuses of the 100 schools of thought are also disdainful. Those who can participate are mostly those who do not have much confidence in stepping on the ancient road, so they want to take this chance. After all, this is probably the best chance in their lives to step on the ancient road. It is worth risking their lives for. After listening to these explanations, Qin Shao was completely relieved. Yes, it was indeed so. For many geniuses, this was indeed an excellent opportunity that was worth fighting for. Chapter 2001. Qin Shao also understood why the geniuses of the Southern Wasteland were unable to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. Only the geniuses of the 9 continents Hua, Xia, Kunlun Holy Land, and Mount Hua Fairy Gate could participate. The Southern Wasteland was a barren land that lacked resources. The number of geniuses and experts that were born there had always been very few. Although the Southern Wasteland was much bigger than the Jade Lake Holy Land, Kunlun Holy Land, and Mount Hua Fairy Gate, the strength of the Southern Wasteland could not be compared to these 3 holy lands, let alone the strongest 9 continents Hua Xia in the human realm. But generally speaking, the geniuses of the Kunlun Holy Land and Mount Hua Fairy Gate would not participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. So basically, the Holy Prince Consort selection was an exclusive event for the 9 continents Hua Xia. The 9 continents Hua Xia was too big. It occupied almost 1/3 of the immortal domain's territory. There were countless geniuses, tens of thousands of races, and hundreds of schools of thought. It was prosperous. Qin Shao did not care about these. He was not here to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. He was only here to find the boundless water. Different goals, but they had the same goal. So Qin Shao, Wufeng City, and Lu Rian's group of 3 also traveled together and entered the boundless territory together. Once they entered the boundless territory, Qin Shao felt that the space here was very special. Sure enough, it is as the information said. The feeling that the space here gives people is like a boat drifting in the sea. It is always moving with the waves. Furthermore, one can enter another space from one space. Within the entire boundlessly zone, there are countless spaces. So, you will never know which space you are in. You don't know where you are in the boundless territory. Qin Shao sized up the space of the boundless territory. At this time, he personally felt this special space and had a better understanding of it. It was the first time Qin Shao saw such a special space. It was no wonder that no one was able to draw a map of the boundlessly domain, because all of the space was moving and changing, and no space was fixed. So, there was no way to determine them. Things could change at any time. The maps drawn were not specific at all. Naturally, there were no maps for reference. Under such circumstances, if one wanted to find the boundless water, they would have to rely more on luck. Luck alone was not enough. They would need to search through the spaces one by one. It would take a lot of time and a lot of danger to find the boundless water. Very soon, Qin Xiao discovered another problem. It was easy to enter the boundless desert, but it wasn't easy to leave. Once they entered, they would be mixed into the countless spaces. They would not know where they would drift to. They would not be able to identify the direction. So to go, they would have to go blindly to walk through the spaces. Space. If they were lucky, Morocco would be able to come out earlier. If they were unlucky, they might not be able to come out at all. However, this invisible problem is only applicable to people like me, right? After all, to immortal realm is God, immortal realm. So, I did guide, guys. If the others have a guide, they only need to follow the direction of the main body and they'll be able to walk out. Qin Xiao immediately shook his head inwardly. It was a problem for him, but it was not a problem for others. However, he did not need to think about this for now. He had to find the boundless water first. If he could not find the boundless water, then everything would be in vain. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this our woofing city's young master? It's still Princess Rien. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Two men dressed in the same luxurious clothes were quickly approaching. They quickly approached the front of the group. Their walking speed was extremely fast. From their aura, it was obvious that they were two fourth-step heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals. Exalted immortals seemed to be worthless here. In just a short while, there were already 4 of them. In Linfu City, it was very difficult to gather 4 fourth-step heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals. However, there would definitely be many fourth-step heavenly venerable realm exalted immortals participating in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. One was dressed in purple, and the other was dressed in gold. They did not hide their arrogant and unruly auras between their brows. At first glance, one could tell that they were arrogant and had a somewhat flamboyant personality. Their gazes fell on Woofing City with ill intentions. From time to time, they looked at Lu Ruyan with a bit of greed. It was obvious that these two had the intention to beat Lu Ruyan. However, Lu Ruyan was obviously contemptuous of these two people. When she saw them, she did not hide her disgust. Woofing City obviously did not have a good impression of these two people. He frowned slightly, looked at the two, and responded, "Qian Hao, Nangong Xian, I didn't expect to see you here. But it seems that we are not familiar with each other, so it's better for us to mind our own business. If you have the time to talk to me, why don't you use it to find the boundless water? Isn't that better?" Obviously, Woofing City did not want to be entangled with these two people. However, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian did not intend to let it go. The purple-robed Qian Hao laughed strangely and said to Lu Ruyan, "Princess Ruyan, look at your cousin Woofing City. He actually came to participate in the selection. This means that he is eager to do some indescribable things with the saintesses of the Jade Lake Saint Palace. I'm not a troublemaker, but can you really tolerate this kind of thing, Princess Ruyan?" Woofing City said angrily, "Qian Hao, don't try to drive a wedge between me and my cousin. This is our private matter. You don't have to interfere." Private matter? Qian Hao did not care and said, "So what if it's a private matter? You're quite a playboy. You don't want the beauty beside you and insist on participating in the selection. You want to be the Holy Prince Consort and have some kind of relationship with the Jade Lake Saintesses. Tell me, are you enough? Cheap." Princess Ruyan, if you are willing to marry me, then I can immediately give up looking for the boundless water. What do you think, Princess Ruyan? Bah, I think your head. Lu Ruyan snorted angrily at Qian Hao and said disdainfully, "Hurry up and get lost. Go as far as you can. I despise you when I see you." After saying that, she added angrily, "This princess has never thought of marrying so early, okay? Besides, even if all the men in the immortal domain were dead, This princess would not like the two of you. So, don't waste your energy. Your words will only make me look down on you more. It was just a tease, but they were scolded so blatantly. This made Qian Hao and Nangong Xian very unhappy. Furthermore, the way he said those words was not just a little ruthless. Unable to get any good from Lu Ruyan, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian immediately looked at Wufeng City. Nangong Xian suddenly glanced at Qin Shao and sneered, "Oh, I say, Wufeng City, this time you came out as really interesting. Not only did you bring Princess Ruyan, you even brought a servant with you. Haha, do you think the Boundlessly region is your Wu clan's back garden? Do you think you can enter and leave as you please?" Qin Shao was only a second-step Empyrean, so in the eyes of those fourth-step Empyrean exalted immortals, they naturally ignored Qin Shao. "He is not my servant. You two, enough. Please stop before going too far. Don't challenge our tolerance limit again and again." Wufeng City was really angry. He naturally knew that Qian Hao and Nangong Xian did not have any good intentions. They already had quite a bit of conflict before. Oh, Brother Nangong, this young Master Wu is angry. I feel so scared," Qian Hao said to Nangong Xian with a tone full of ridicule. Nangong Xian also echoed and said with a strange face, "Isn't that so? It's really scary." "Ha ha ha. Do you really think this is the Wu clan's territory? This is the Boundlessly region. If you can scare us here, then wouldn't we have lived in vain? You dared scare us? I'm very angry. The consequences are very serious. Looks like if we don't play something today, we'll be letting us down." "Haha, I have the same intention." Qian Hao immediately smiled and nodded. The two of them immediately hit it off. Hearing the two's conversation, Wufeng City's expression was slightly surprised. His eyes were somewhat vigilant as he sized up the two. He did not know what they wanted to do. Ruyan Lu's delicate face was somewhat angry. She angrily glared at the two and was also prepared to deal with any unexpected situation. Seeing Wufeng City's and Ruyan Lu's actions, Qian Hao and Nangong Xian's faces were full of disdain. They glanced sideways and obviously did not put the two in their eyes. In their eyes, it seemed that Wufeng City and Ruyan Lu did not pose any threat to them. That was why they were so calm and confident. I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, you will only suffer greatly. With the strength of the two of you. To put it bluntly, dealing with the two of you is a piece of cake. So, don't make a futile struggle. Moreover, we don't plan to do anything to you, so there's no need to be so nervous. This time, our purpose is only for the boundless water. We won't waste too much energy on you. However, since we've met this time, we should have some fun. Otherwise, it would be a waste of this opportunity. Let me think, how should we play? As Qian Hao spoke, he seemed to be deep in thought. Soon, his eyes suddenly lit up and fell on Qin Shao with a playful gaze. This gaze was like that of a wolf who saw a little lamb. Facing such a malicious gaze, Qin Shao was naturally a little unhappy. However, he did not flare up for the time being and endured silently. He wanted to see what tricks they wanted to play. Qin Shao did not mind playing with them today. "Boy, how about playing a game with you?" Qian Hao's mouth curled into a sly smile. Qin Shao did not rush to flare up. Instead, he calmly replied, "What game do you want to play?" Wufeng City knew Qin Zhao's strength, so he did not stop him for the time being. He wanted to see how Qin Shao would deal with it before making other plans. "You're just a small second-step, heavenly venerable immortal. You dare to follow your young master into the boundless territory. I admire your courage. However, I want to see how capable you are to be brought into the boundless territory by Wufeng City. Don't worry, I won't bully you easily." Qian Hao looked at Qin Shao with disdain and said something in a playful tone. Chapter 2002. Roar. A roar like that of a giant beast suddenly came out. A person with a height of 10 feet jumped out from Qian Hao's inner world and landed in front of Qin Shao. His skin was a dark bronze color, and he was obviously abnormally strong. His muscles were bulging, and he looked especially powerful. The lines of every muscle were so distinct and incomparably sharp. He was barefoot, and his square head was also very recognizable. A pair of inverted triangular eyes flashed with a green light, which was even more frightening. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Shao, as if he was staring at his prey. Barbarian? Third step, heavenly venerable realm? Qin Shao frowned slightly. The barbarian was bloodthirsty and warlike. They were big, and their bodies and strength were abnormally strong. They were known for their thick skin and thick flesh. Qian Hao released a third step, heavenly venerable realm barbarian. His intention was very obvious. Obviously, he wanted to trample on Qin Shao. Qian Hao, what do you mean? Wu Fengcheng asked in mild anger. Qian Hao shrugged and said casually, "Don't be nervous. Just play casually. Just treat it as having fun. People who can be brought into the boundless territory by you must have some ability. Not long ago, I just caught a barbarian who just stepped into the third step heavenly venerable realm. Let them exchange pointers. What a fun thing. Otherwise, we can play a little wager." Wu Fengcheng was even angrier and refused directly. "I'm not interested in playing with you." The more Wu Fengcheng was like this, the more Qian Hao would not let it go. "Ha! Wu Fengcheng, don't tell me you don't dare. Your Wu Fengcheng is not someone who can't afford to play. It's rare for our interest to be piqued, and you say you don't want to play? Do you think we will let it go? Today, no matter what, we have to fight to our heart's content. If you don't play, then we can't enjoy ourselves." These words were very overbearing. Wu Fengcheng was momentarily speechless. Rian Lu was also irritated. Wu Fengcheng was about to say something, but he heard Qin Zhao's voice transmission. He immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. "Did I offend you?" Qin Shao looked at Qian Hao and asked coldly. Qian Hao glanced at Qin Shao with an arrogant expression. The corners of his mouth curled up as he smiled and said, "You didn't provoke me. This young master just happened to be looking for some fun. You want to have some fun, so you want to pour the fire of war on me?" Qin Shao asked again. Qian Hao laughed even more lightly. He looked down at Qin Shao and said, "What? Why not?" Qin Shao didn't say anything more. Instead, she said, "Sure. If you want to play, I'll accompany you to the end." "Ha ha!" When he heard Qin Shao agree so readily, Qian Hao laughed even more happily. He raised his chin at Wu Fengcheng and said, "Did you see that, Wu Fengcheng? Your subordinate is much more forthright than you. He is not as shy as you. Why are you so agitated? Isn't it just a little fun? What's the big deal? How about this? If you win, I will give you 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. If you lose, you only have to give me 50,000 Chaos Source Stones. How about that? Isn't this a good deal?" Qin Shao wasn't happy to hear this. He rubbed his nose and said, "I'm only worth 100,000 Chaos Source Stones?" Qian Hao was stunned at first. Then, he smiled playfully at Qin Shao. "Kid, you are ambitious and courageous. I admire people like you." After saying that, he turned to Wu Fengcheng and said, "Do you see that? That's called heroic. Compared to you, Wu Fengcheng, he is much better. Your subordinate has already said so. What do you say? I don't care. If I wasn't afraid that you wouldn't dare to take the bet, I wouldn't mind adding a few more pieces." How could Wu Fengcheng not know Qin Zhao's strength? Therefore, he wasn't worried about the brute's life at all. It was just that Wu Fengcheng didn't want to drag Qin Shao into this. However, since Qin Shao wanted to defend his dignity and take action, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Wu Fengcheng chuckled and said, "If you aren't afraid, what should I be afraid of? However, I don't have many Chaos Source Stones on me. I only have 300,000. I still have 200,000. Rian Lu chimed in. Qian Hao looked at the two of them and smiled. "So you're saying that you want to bet 500,000 Chaos Source Stones with us?" Wu Fengcheng nodded. "Yes. Didn't you say that I don't dare to? In that case, I dare to show you. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Do you dare to follow my lead?" Wu Fengcheng naturally wasn't worried about this kind of sure-win bet. Even if it wasn't a sure win, he wasn't afraid of anything. Most of the time, people were just fighting for their pride. Being bullied by others, they had to fight back with all their might. Wu Fengcheng's attitude was so resolute that it was slightly out of Qian Hao's expectations. He couldn't help but be slightly vigilant. He secretly sized up Qin Shao again. He was very sure that this kid was just a second step heavenly venerable. Second step heavenly venerable. Even if he was a genius, how much experience could he have? The brute's life force was originally very strong. His cultivation realm was one level higher. Logically speaking, the advantage should be very obvious. Moreover, he was the one who proposed this battle. He naturally couldn't take it back. After secretly pondering for a while, Qianhao replied, "All right, 500,000 it is. As long as Wu Fengcheng can afford it, there's no reason why I can't. I can still take out 500,000 chaos source stones." Wu Fengcheng chuckled and said, "Didn't we say 50,000 to your 100,000? Now that I have 500,000, aren't you going to fight with 1 million? Do you really think I'm a sucker? You want to fight with 1 million for 500,000? Qianhao naturally didn't admit what he said just now. Wu Fengcheng didn't want Qianhao to admit it. He just said a thing or two to provoke Qianhao. Who asked Qianhao to be so arrogant just now? Why don't you try being arrogant again? It felt good to slap someone's face on the spot. Teach him a lesson for me. If you can't, I'll teach you a lesson. Qianhao gritted his teeth and said fiercely to the brute, "Pung, pung, pung." The brute's expression was extremely fierce as he slapped Qin Shao hard with his huge fist. It was like a muffled explosion of thunder. Just by listening to this sound, one could imagine how powerful this fist was. If he was hit by this punch, it felt like a mountain would be shattered into pieces. Brother Qin Shao, be careful. The brute is a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. He's extremely good at strength. If you get hit by his strength, you'll be in danger of being injured. Wu Fengcheng secretly transmitted a message to Qin Shao, a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. As of now, Qin Shao had only met 2 cultivators of the true meaning of strength. One was his master, Red Dust Guest, and the other was the brute in front of him. Those who cultivated the true meaning of strength had very strong bodies and strength. Their offensive and defensive abilities were also very strong. However, their methods were also relatively simple. They only had strength. Powerful strength, the strength to destroy everything. To a cultivator of the true meaning of strength, they were the strength to break all laws. After entering the immortal domain, Qin Shao had completely thrown the true meaning of strength to the side. This true meaning of strength had yet to enter the heavenly venerate realm. Therefore, Qin Shao was really excited to fight with a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. Speaking of which, he really hadn't fought with a cultivator of the true meaning of strength before. The brute did not give Qin Shao much time to think. He rushed towards Qin Shao with a roaring gust of wind. The ground under his feet trembled slightly. His speed was extremely fast. His huge fist was like a huge rock as it smashed towards Qin Shao's body. There were no fancy moves. It was a direct attack. Qin Shao waved his hands. Walls appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of the brute. Palaces, spaces, and array armors appeared one by one, trapping the brute inside. Qin Shao did have a lot of methods to deal damage. Heart Force, True Word of Lin, Sage Li's Flying Dagger, 9 Buddhist Mantras, Flowing Light Wings, and 8-Sided Buddhist Mirror. They were all methods to deal damage. However, apart from these methods, Qin Shao was indeed not very strong in terms of strength. After all, the second step Heavenly Venerate realm was there. There was no way to break through this limitation in a short period of time. However, it was obvious that the mechanical array art alone could not stop the brute. The barbarian's iron fists were like rain, directly destroying the mechanical array art with tyrannical power. He broke through walls after walls and space after space. Nothing could stop him at all as he charged out. The mechanical array art could trap an ordinary third-step Heavenly Venerate realm. However, the brute's strength was too strong. He broke through everything with his powerful strength. Qin Shao could be considered to have truly experienced the power of the true meaning of strength. It was not fancy like the Great Tao or the Immortal Tao. However, it was indeed very direct and overbearing. However, the brute's strength aroused Qin Shao's fighting spirit. Qin Shao met the brute's attack with a punch with all his strength. Soon, his fist collided with the brute's huge fist. The moment their fists collided, a surge of powerful force rushed towards Qin Zhao's fist. It was as if a weak mortal had been hit by a huge rock. Qin Shao could clearly feel that his strength was instantly defeated and disintegrated. He could not withstand a single blow. Qin Shao used the power of the true meaning of strength, the power of the great Tao, and the power of the immortal Tao. However, they could not withstand a single blow. They were too weak. Therefore, after the exchange of fists, Qin Shao was directly sent flying and smashed into the rocks, creating a deep pit on the ground. He looked very miserable. Qin Shao quickly flew out of the deep hole. He shook off the gravel on his body. His whole body was in extreme pain. If Qin Zhao's immortal body was not strong enough, this blow would have seriously injured him. Fortunately, the mechanical array art had blocked a part of the brute's power. The most powerful force did not hit him. Qin Shao had received the berserker's punch head-on because he wanted to personally experience just how strong the berserker was. He wanted to feel the power of the true meaning of strength. Only by experiencing it personally would Qin Zhao's cultivation of the true meaning of strength be enlightened. Qin Shao thought that he might be able to make use of such a rare opportunity. Qin Shao still had some feelings for the true meaning of strength. After all, his master, Red Dust Guest, was a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. Brother Qin Shao, seeing Qin Shao suffer a big loss, Wu Fengsheng could not help but worry. However, after thinking about it, he had seen Qin Zhao's strength. It was so easy for him to kill the Dark Demon King. It was impossible for him to suffer in the hands of the brute. Chapter 2003. From the start of the game, it seemed as though it would be a complete massacre. Naturally, Qian Hao's Nangang Xian was willing to see such a situation. He had bet 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Now, it wasn't just to teach Wufeng City a lesson. It was a huge gamble. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones wasn't a small amount. Therefore, the situation today had naturally escalated to another level. Weak human, your strength is too weak. The brute tribe creature looked at Qin Shao with contempt and strode toward Qin Shao. Qin Shao patted the gravel off her body and curled her lips. She chuckled and beckoned to the brute tribe creature provocatively. The brute tribe creature was big in size, but not smart. The moment Qin Shao provoked it, it was instantly enraged. With a ferocious roar, it pounced towards Qin Shao. Those two huge and powerful fists seemed to be able to destroy everything. Before the fists even reached Qin Shao, he could feel a strong surge of energy surging towards him. Strength, pure physical strength, mobilizes every cell in the body to exert force and greatly increases the limits of life. Every cell is like an ancient giant elephant. It has great potential. The true meaning of power cultivator is to fully stimulate the potential of every cell, allowing the strength of every cell to reach an extremely strong level. In this way, all the strength will be released together, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, and it will reach a terrifying level. The potential of a human is limitless. Even the potential of every cell and every meridian is limitless. The cultivation of the true meaning of power is nothing more than pursuing the limits of the body. Using the body as a tool for cultivation, it polishes the body and pushes the body to new heights again and again. Although cultivating other Daos can also improve one's body, my cultivation of the immortal Tao has also improved my body to a very strong level. However, there is a fundamental difference between this improvement and the improvement of the true meaning of power. This improvement is only through the infusion of immortal energy into the body, causing the body to become stronger and sublimate. It is a metamorphosis caused by the injection of external force. However, the cultivation of the true meaning of power uses every cell in the body as the source of cultivation. The source of power is the source of change from the inside out. This kind of change will naturally be more powerful and thorough. Therefore, in terms of pure body and strength, the true meaning of strength is naturally the strongest. After exchanging blows with the Berserker tribe, Qin Shao had also experienced it firsthand. It had given Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. Qin Zhao's current cultivation level was not low. and his horizons were even higher. If he came back to comprehend the true intent of power, it would naturally be much easier. After all, Qin Zhao's power true intent was only at the 6th level, which corresponded to a 4th-step universe grade. One had to break through to the 7th level to reach the Empyrean realm. There were 9 levels of strength, and each step was a different level. From the 6th level to the 7th level, there was obviously a huge gap. Qin Zhao was touched by the life of the barbarian tribe. It also gave Qin Zhao the idea of attacking the true meaning of strength. Once she thought of it, Qin Zhao would naturally do it. In the face of the barbarian tribe, Qin Zhao did not retreat. Instead, he went forward and faced the barbarian tribe once again. However, this time, he did not use many techniques. He only used the power of his internal world. Therefore, Qin Zhao was once again sent flying by the barbarian tribe. Once again, he flew out of the deep pit in a sorry state. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyin couldn't help but look at each other in dismay after being beaten to such a sorry state twice. If they had not known Qin Zhao's strength, they would have really thought that Qin Zhao would have been beaten up by the barbarian tribe. However, they could not understand what was going on. If Qin Zhao had been sent flying by the barbarian tribe for the first time, it could have been assumed that Qin Zhao had wanted to test the barbarian tribe's strength and suffer defeat. However, the same thing had happened the second time. What was the meaning of this? Qian Hao laughed, even more proudly. He said to Wu Fengcheng in a playful tone, "Haha, it seems that I have overestimated you, Wu Fengcheng. I thought that you had taken in a strong subordinate and brought him to the boundless territory. It seems that he is not just weak. You have the nerve to bring such a repulsive person out. Are you not afraid of embarrassing yourself? Haha, you have to prepare your 500,000 chaos source stones. I do not accept credit here." Nangong Xian laughed and said, "Brother Qian Hao, you have gotten a great bargain this time. TSK, you have earned 500,000 chaos source stones so easily. You have to treat me to a good drink when we return." "Haha, is there need to ask for a drink? Of course. I will definitely treat you to good wine and good food." Qian Hao laughed and replied. The two of them echoed each other as if victory was already in their hands. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyin did not speak anymore. They continued to watch. Boom, boom, boom. The situation did not take a turn for the better. Qin Zhao was still being abused by the barbarian tribe. He was sent flying again and again. He looked extremely battered and exhausted. He did not have the slightest strength to defend himself and was beaten up. However, one had to admire Qin Zhao's body. He was indeed strong. He was beaten up by the barbarian tribe more than 10 times, but he was still not seriously injured. After being beaten up more than 10 times, Qin Zhao's entire body was in pain. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If he continued to be beaten up, he would definitely be seriously injured. Qin Zhao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed softly. It's about time. It feels good to be beaten up. It's time for the true meaning of power to break through. Come on, let me take another punch from you. After saying that, Qin Zhao actually took the initiative to attack. He took the lead and rushed towards the barbarian tribe. Seeing that Qin Zhao took the initiative to attack, the stone in Wu Fengcheng's heart was secretly relieved. Finally, he was going to attack. The more the barbarian tribe fought, the braver he became. His battle intent was even more monstrous. He rushed towards Qin Zhao even more ferociously. Boom! The two people's fists, one big and one small, collided head-on. The powerful force suddenly exploded like a landslide. At the moment when the power burst out, every cell in Qin Zhao's body was dazzling. The powerful force carried out a destructive blow. Under the attack of this destructive force, every cell in Qin Zhao's body broke through its own limit and was transformed and sublimated. It was like a nirvana rebirth. His strength was strengthened, and rapidly improved. All the cells were transforming and breaking through. Qin Zhao's strength was also rapidly increasing. However, Qin Zhao was still not a match for the barbarian tribe. He was still sent flying by the barbarian tribe. His situation was not much better. He was still knocked into the deep pit of the rock and buried deep. This, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan were looking forward to it. They thought that since Qin Shao had attacked, the situation should be completely reversed. Unexpectedly, the result was still the same. There was no change at all. How could this be? What kind of trick was Qin Shao playing? This made the two completely confused. Qin Zhao's strength should be far more than this. How could he be beaten by the barbarian tribe without any resistance? Moreover, they clearly felt that Qin Shao was hiding his strength. Why didn't he use his real strength? Could it be that even Qin Shao himself was not confident? So he had been pretending to be weak to numb the enemy, so that he could finally attack with a strong force? But wasn't this too masochistic? The main thing was that in their hearts, Qin Shao should be an existence of a fourth-step celestial venerable. His strength should be extremely strong. To deal with this barbarian tribe, it should not be so troublesome. Therefore, the two really did not understand. Wu Fengcheng, I also don't know where your confidence comes from. To think that I was intimidated by your aura just now, seeing that you actually dared to bet 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. I was still thinking that maybe this boy really has some ability. Looking at it now, he's really very trashy. Such a subordinate, and you have a nerve to keep him by your side. You're really interesting. Qian Hao sneered again. He and Wu Fengcheng originally had a grudge. There was a good opportunity there. He naturally would not let it go. Wu Fengcheng gritted his teeth and said, Qian Hao, don't be happy too early. Saying this now, isn't it a little too early? Is it early? In my opinion, the battle is already over. Why, you still refuse to admit defeat. It's fine if you don't admit defeat. Then beat that boy first. I don't mind. Qian Hao smiled very proudly. Wu Fengcheng snorted coldly and did not speak again. He still believed very much in his heart that Qin Shao would definitely win. Puff! Qin Zhao's figure flew out of the deep pit once again. This time, the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth were a little more. However, receiving the barbarian's life force punch earlier also helped his true intent of power to break through to the 7th level. This barbarian's life force true intent of power already reached the limits of the 8th level. Therefore, his power was far above Qin Zhao's. But the barbarian also felt the power of Qin Zhao's true intent of power. His hideous eyes also opened wide. Staring at Qin Shao faintly, he said, 7th level true intent of power. You're also a cultivator of the true intent of power? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, Yes, I also cultivate the true intent of power. It's just that I haven't cultivated it for a long time. This time, it's all thanks to you that I already broke through to the 8th level. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the barbarian's face fell. Human race boy, you mean that you received so many punches from me just now, just to use me to temper you and help you break through? So you mean that your breakthrough is all thanks to me? Qin Shao nodded in agreement and said, Yes, it's all thanks to you. On this point, I have to thank you. But the real battle has only just begun. Come, it's time for me to bring out my true strength and beat you up. Seeing this, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan suddenly understood. It turned out that Qin Shao had been deliberately being beaten up by the barbarian all along. It was just so that he could break through to the true intent of power. They also did not expect that Qin Shao was actually a cultivator of the true intent of power. It was no wonder then. Hiding his strength? Cultivator of the true intent of power? Qian Hao suddenly frowned deeply. His intuition told him that he had underestimated Qin Shao. It seemed that this battle was indeed not over yet. The result was not good. After breaking through to the true intent of power, Qin Shao naturally did not need to hide his strength anymore. It was time to end this battle. The barbarian seemed to have been greatly provoked and humiliated. Immediately, he was unable to restrain his anger. Once again, he roared wildly and attacked Qin Shao. Despicable human race boy, you actually dare to play with me. I'm going to smash you into meat paste. Two huge and powerful fists whistled towards Qin Shao like a storm. The powerful force seemed to be about to burst the void. Chapter 2004. Qin Shao waved his hand, and the Sky Palace descended. The 8 gods moved out, and the array armor flew out, trapping the barbarian once again. It's this kind of insignificant skill again. Break. The barbarian was obviously very disdainful of the array armor technique once again. He had already broken it once before, so he could be considered experienced. This time, he attacked again, smashing the array armor with his fists, shattering it piece by piece. The barbarian's fists were indeed too powerful. It was obviously impossible to trap him with the array armor technique. Qin Zhao's array armor technique had yet to break through to the realm of great mastery. It was still not possible to trap a third-step heavenly venerate for the time being. At most, it could trap him for a while. In the face of the barbarian, this time was obviously very short. It won't be that easy to get out. Qin Zhao sneered. With a thought, his heart force turned into a blade and attacked. Qin Zhao's heart force was at the 8th level. In addition to the amplification effect of the heart force stone, Qin Zhao's heart force was enough to affect an ordinary 4th-step heavenly venerate. Using heart force to deal with a 3rd-step heavenly venerate was naturally always successful. As soon as the heart force was unleashed, the barbarian immediately went crazy in pain. The barbarian's soul intent was also very powerful. A cultivator of the true meaning of strength did indeed have an advantage in terms of soul intent compared to other cultivators. However, Qin Zhao's heart force attack was really too powerful. Although the barbarian had an advantage, it was still very difficult for him to withstand it. Using all his strength to withstand the heart force attack, he naturally had no intention of dealing with the array armor technique's ferocious attacks. The array armor technique's attacks were originally very powerful. At this time, the barbarian did not have much strength to resist. All the attacks landed on the barbarian's body, causing him to cover his head and run away like a rat, howling in pain. The current situation had already been settled. The combination of Qin Zhao's heart force and the array armor technique made the barbarian unable to resist at all. He could only take a beating. No matter how thick his skin was, if he continued to be beaten like this, there would be a time when he would be killed. It would just take some time and energy. What method is this? Wu Fengsheng and Lu Ruyin looked at each other. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian also looked at each other. With just one move, Qin Zhao had rendered the barbarian race powerless. What a powerful move! However, he couldn't see what method Qin Zhao had used. It's heart force. Only heart force has this possibility. At the very least, it's at the 8th level of heart force. Soon, the 4 of them realized that this was the only possibility. Damn it, looks like I really underestimated this kid. It was no wonder that Wufeng City dared to take out 500,000 primal chaos source stones to bet with him. It turned out that they had already planned this beforehand. Despicable, truly despicable. Qian Hao gritted his teeth furiously. However, he was the one who started the bet, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Looking at the situation, he had already lost. Qian Hao was very unhappy in his heart. He was also very unwilling. He originally thought that he could control the situation, but it turned out like this. Was he losing the bait and the soldiers after the bait? Cousin, from the looks of it, Qin Zhao shouldn't be a 4th-step heavenly venerable. He might really be a 2nd-step heavenly venerable. It's just that he used to be a heart force cultivator, and his heart force realm is very high. Now that I think about it carefully, it's not hard to explain why he could kill the Dark Demon King so easily. Firstly, the Dark Demon King didn't guard against him at all. His sudden attack caught the Dark Demon King off guard, and he couldn't react in time. Secondly, his heart force technique is very powerful. He directly suppressed the Dark Demon King to the point that he couldn't resist. So, he could kill the Dark Demon King so easily. We didn't think too much about it. Our first feeling was that he was hiding his strength. He couldn't be a 2nd-step heavenly venerable. Indeed, no matter how strong a 2nd-step heavenly venerable is, he can't be this strong. Lu Ruyin analyzed. Wu Fengsheng nodded. In fact, he was also thinking about this problem. Previously, he didn't completely understand this problem. He kept feeling that something wasn't right, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Now, he completely understood what was going on. Qin Zhao didn't hide his aura or his strength at all. He was indeed just a second step heavenly venerable human immortal. It was just that his heart force had at least reached the 8th level, which was why he was so strong. Wu Fengsheng still had a look of admiration on his face. He nodded and said, "He's only cultivated for 10 million years, and he can cultivate the immortal Tao to the second step heavenly venerable human immortal realm. His true meaning of power has also just broken through to the first step heavenly venerable realm, and his heart force has reached the terrifying 8th level. This is only 10 million years of cultivation. Such results are already frightening enough. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's heaven-defying. No matter what, Qin Zhao's talent and potential are probably far from what we can compare to. So, he's still worthy of admiration." Lu Ruyin also nodded in agreement. It was indeed worthy of admiration. However, daring to enter the boundless territory to search for the boundless water with just this was indeed a bit too risky. On the other side of the battlefield, the situation was completely reversed. Previously, Qin Xiao was being crushed by the barbarian tribe. Now, the barbarian tribe was being trapped and beaten by Qin Xiao. Although the barbarian tribe's body was very strong, it couldn't withstand being trapped and beaten like this. So, his body was gradually bleeding, tearing his body apart and slowly killing him. If this continued, the barbarian tribe would undoubtedly die. It was just a matter of how long it would take. Qian Hao's and Wu Fengqing's faces had already turned cold, especially Qian Hao. He stared at Qin Xiao with a gloomy face, like a wolf or a tiger, revealing an extremely fierce and evil aura. "What? Qian Hao, you're still not willing to admit defeat. Your man has already lost. If you don't admit defeat, then he's going to die," Wu Fengsheng said with a faint smile. Just now, he had been mocked by Qian Hao a few times. Now, he could finally get back at him. Qian Hao snorted coldly and said, "Just a piece of trash. He deserves to die even if he lost. It saves me the trouble of doing it myself." Wu Fengsheng glanced at Qian Hao with disdain. Qian Hao was really ruthless. He could even be so indifferent to the life of his own man. The barbarian tribe's strength could be considered very strong. If he was placed among the third step celestial venerables, he would be very good and could be considered a great help. However, in Qian Hao's eyes, he was worthless. He had lost his face, so he didn't care about his life or death. Qian Hao ignored him. Qin Zhao's heart moved. He said to the barbarian tribe, "You see, your master has already abandoned you. He doesn't want you anymore. Do you still want to work for him? That's not worth it." The barbarian tribe only howled a few times in pain and didn't respond to Qin Zhao's words. Qin Xiao continued, "Since he doesn't want you, I can take you as my subordinate. I'll give you 2 choices. You either choose to submit to me or die." The barbarian tribe wasn't a very loyal life, so Qin Xiao wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, it would be a pity to kill him. In any case, this was equivalent to a third step celestial venerable. If he could subdue him, he might be of some use. Besides, the barbarian tribe actually had the gene of becoming a servant or a slave in his bones. Many big forces like to use the barbarian tribe to guard the mansion, sect, and so on. This was because the barbarian tribe looked very big, very strong, and mighty. They looked scary and imposing. It was still very good to be able to subdue a third step celestial venerable barbarian tribe. It was worth a try. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the barbarian tribe raised his head and looked at Qin Xiao. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Perhaps he was still thinking and struggling. Seeing that Qin Xiao wanted to subdue the barbarian tribe, Qian Hao was provoked. He could ignore the barbarian tribe's life and death, but he couldn't tolerate Qin Xiao poaching his servant in front of him. Therefore, Qian Hao immediately roared at the barbarian tribe angrily, "Kill him for me, kill him." However, Qian Hao's order wasn't that forceful this time. The barbarian tribe only glanced at Qian Hao and didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he continued to look at Qin Xiao. After a while, the barbarian tribe actually knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Xiao and lowered his head, indicating that he was willing to submit to Qin Xiao and follow Qin Xiao in the future. Qin Xiao was very happy to have subdued the barbarian tribe so smoothly. It was indeed something to be happy about. Qin Shao waved his hand and withdrew his heart force and mechanical array armor. The barbarian tribe, who had lost the power to attack, suddenly felt his body and mind lightened and regained some vitality. "Greetings, master," the barbarian tribe shouted respectfully. "Haha, get up." Qin Shao waved his hand and motioned for the barbarian tribe to get up. Seeing that Qin Shao had actually poached his servant in front of him, Qian Hao naturally felt like he had been slapped in the face a few times. He immediately became angry out of humiliation. "You're courting death." Qian Hao's anger was completely directed at Qin Shao and the barbarian tribe. Therefore, he angrily attacked and directly attacked the two of them. The barbarian tribe had just submitted to Qin Shao. At this time, when he saw Qian Hao rushing over in anger, he also wanted to protect his master. He immediately stood in front of Qin Shao and took the initiative to block Qian Hao's attack. However, Qian Hao was a fourth-step celestial venerable after all. How powerful was his strength? How could the barbarian tribe compare to him? However, the barbarian tribe didn't hesitate. His life was given to him by his new master, so he wasn't afraid to die for his new master. "Qian Hao, are you crazy? Do you really think we're all air?" Seeing that Qian Hao actually attacked Qin Shao, Wu Fengcheng suddenly became angry and was ready to attack. However, at this time, Nangong Xian walked over and stared at Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan. He said, "What? Do the two of you want to get involved? If so, then you have to ask me, Nangong Xian, whether I agree or not. That's their business. You'd better not intervene and let them solve it themselves." Although it was 2 against 1, Nangong Xian's strength was very strong. Therefore, even if it was 2 against 1, they might not be able to gain much of an advantage. On the other side, Qin Shao actually pulled the barbarian's life back and said to him, "A battle of this level isn't something that you can participate in. You'd better step aside and watch the show. Leave it to me." After pulling the barbarian race apart, Qin Zhao's heart force once again shot out, turning into countless cold knives that directly rushed towards Qian Hao's soul will. Chapter 2005. "Humph!" Qian Hao snorted coldly and said somewhat disdainfully, "Just a small trick. Heart force level 8 is indeed not bad. Humph humph, but want to deal with me, still a little too weak. You think that with just your heart force, you can fight with me? The gap between realms is a natural moat that you have no way of surpassing. How can a fledgling whose wings haven't even fully developed fight with an eagle that has spread its wings?" And, seeing that Qian Hao was actually not affected much, Qin Zhao's brows immediately furrowed, and he was secretly surprised in his heart. Logically speaking, under the full force of his heart force, it was enough to affect the ordinary fourth-step Empyrean realm. It seemed that Qian Hao's strength was still relatively strong, and perhaps he also had a defensive immortal treasure like spirit armor on him. Otherwise, he should not be able to withstand it so easily. Heart force methods did not pose much of an impact on him. Then it seemed that he really had to bring out some hidden methods in this battle. However, Qin Shao was not worried at all. At worst, he would expose all his trump cards. After entering the boundless territory, Qin Shao had already made plans for everything. It was impossible for him to continue hiding his strength in this place. The terror of the boundless territory was that even if you gave it your all, you might not be able to survive. Hiding one's strength in here was a very dangerous thing. To talk about truly fighting a fourth-step Empyrean, this was Qin Zhao's first time. However, in the battle with Qian Zhongwei and the other two previously, the combined strength of those 3 people was probably only above Qian Hao. Qin Shao could force those 3 people to retreat without using Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Shao did not believe that he could not deal with Qian Hao. Want to fight? Then let's fight. Even if Qian Hao did not fight, Qin Shao would not let it go easily. After bullying him like this, he wanted to pat his butt and leave? How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Humph! Qian Hao, are you such a sore loser? Wu Fengcheng was really angry. Just now, he was overbearing and insisted on provoking a battle. Now that he lost, he actually wanted to be unreasonable again. It was simply a bit too much bullying. That's right. Qian Hao, you're really shameless. Your skin is really thick. If you're such a sore loser, then you shouldn't have played just now. You're the one who started the bet, and now you're the one who's acting shamelessly. Can you be any more shameless? Ruyan Lu raised her nose. He snorted disdainfully. He didn't care about Wu Fingcheng's words, but Ruyan Lu's disdain for him made Qian Hao's face flush red. After all, being looked down upon by a woman like this was something that any man would be unhappy about. However, Qian Hao was in the wrong in this matter. Qian Hao gritted his teeth and said, I lost the bet just now. I admit this. I'm not doing this because of the bet just now, but because my people have been poached by him. How can I tolerate this? I don't have to do it, but there are conditions. After saying that, Qian Hao glared viciously at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with hatred. Let's not talk about that first. Hand over the 500,000 Chaos Source Stones first before we talk about anything else. Otherwise, you're a shameless scoundrel. I'm going to despise you. I'm going to despise you. Ruyan Lu extended her hand. Qian Hao's lips couldn't help but twitch. After struggling for a while, he waved his hand and tossed the 500,000 Chaos Source Stones to Ruyan Lu. The moment he tossed them out, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. It was a heart-wrenching pain. 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. That was almost all of his life savings. This was definitely a huge sum for him. How could he not feel heartache? He had thought that he would definitely win this bet. To think that he would lose so badly. After receiving the 500,000 Chaos Source Stones, Ruyan Lu was finally happy. She looked as though she had succeeded in her little trick. Qian Hao naturally knew that Ruyan Lu was trying to goad him. However, a man would always want to save face in front of a woman, especially one that he had some feelings for. However, he was willing to accept his loss. He wouldn't really go back on his word. Otherwise, wouldn't his reputation be ruined if word got out? Qian Hao wanted to vent all his displeasure on Qin Shao. He looked at Qin Shao coldly again and said, What happened just now is over. It's between the two of us now. I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake. You can either kill him or let him go and let me kill him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. My men will either fight to the death for me or be killed by me. There's no third possibility. If you don't know what's good for you, then take a look at your own capabilities. Qian Hao's words were obviously filled with threats. He couldn't find a way to vent his anger. Hence, he wanted to vent it on Qin Shao. However, he had to take into account his reputation. Hence, he had to find a more dignified reason. Therefore, by oppressing Qin Shao in this way, if Qin Shao were to bow down, it would be equivalent to admitting defeat. Qian Hao would also feel better. However, if Qin Shao refused to bow down, then he would take the opportunity to go on a killing spree and vent his anger. Aren't you bored talking to yourself over there? Qin Shao replied casually. It was as though she had turned a deaf ear to Qian Hao's threats. Flippant and indifferent. Wasn't this also a form of contempt? Imperceptibly, there was a kind of arrogance that made people feel very uncomfortable. This kind of arrogance was as light as the wind. However, upon closer inspection, it was as sharp as a blade. It could kill people without them noticing. This sentence completely infuriated Qian Hao. Good. You're really arrogant. Humph, since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Bring out all your tricks. Humph, I won't give you many chances. After saying that, Qian Hao glanced at Wu Fingcheng and Lu Ruyan. He said coldly, You saw it too. I gave him a chance. He didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me. I advise you not to interfere. Otherwise, you won't get anything good out of it. Brother Xian, keep watch for me. If they want to make a move, help me stop them with all your might. I won't waste too much time. Nangong Xian waved his hand and said confidently, Don't worry, brother. I'm here. Are you still worried? I might not be able to defeat them. However, it's more than enough to delay them for a while. Wu Fingcheng couldn't help but frown deeply. He looked deeply at Nangong Xian. The latter was smiling calmly and confidently. However, Wu Fingcheng was also clear about Nangong Xian's methods. Even if he joined forces with Lu Ruyan, it would be difficult to break through Nangong Xian's defense. Although they couldn't defeat them, delaying them for a while wasn't a problem. Wu Fingcheng wasn't worried at all when Qin Shao fought against the barbarian tribe just now. However, Qin Shao was facing Qian Hao now. This was a person who would give Wu Feng Chang a headache. Therefore, Wu Feng Chang was naturally worried for Qin Shao. However, no matter how worried he was, he couldn't help it this time. Moreover, this was originally a matter between Qin Shao and Qian Hao. Qin Shao looked at Qian Hao coldly and said calmly, "He used to be your servant. However, I'm sorry. Now that he's following me, he's my man. Therefore, he has completely cut off his relationship with you. If you're unhappy and want to get back at me, then I'll accompany you. However, I want to say that I, Qin Shao, am not someone who can be bullied by anyone. I'll remind you that you'd better think clearly before you make a move. If you make a move, then I'll definitely not let this matter go. Don't even think about ending it well." Originally, Qin Shao was very unhappy with Qian Hao's bullying. Now, he wanted to bully him again. How could Qin Shao be happy? Once the anger in Qin Zhao's heart was aroused, he would definitely not let it go easily. Qin Shao had long been prepared to expose all his means. If he was really angered, then it would be a desperate situation. Qin Shao was not easily angered. However, once he was angry, those who provoked him would not have a good time. "Hee, listening to you, you seem to be threatening me?" Qian Hao seemed to have heard a funny joke. He was not angry, but laughed. He looked at Qin Shao playfully and laughed even more mockingly. "It's a bit interesting. You're about to die, but you still dare to be so stubborn. You don't know how to repent and dare to threaten me shamelessly? There are not many who dare to talk to me like this. I didn't expect that a mere second-step celestial master, human immortal, like you would have the courage of a bear. Looking at your rustic appearance, I know that you were born in a barbaric and lowly life. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish today. I'll let you understand that the gap between realms is a gap that you'll never be able to cross." Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Hao made a move. Beams of dazzling golden light turned into sharp blades and rushed toward Qin Shao, tearing the world apart. The destructive power was shocking. Once he made a move, it was shocking and could not be underestimated. He was indeed a fourth-step celestial master upper immortal. Upper immortals were already at the top of the world and had extremely strong control over the immortal Tao law. Although his words were not the law, he almost had such supreme immortal might. With a wave of his hand, powerful immortal Tao law would descend. The immortal might was vast and mighty, suppressing the heavens. It was incomparably powerful. What a powerful attack. It seems that I really can't be careless today. Qin Shao was also secretly shocked in his heart. However, he immediately felt relieved and became a little more spirited. Heart force and a mechanical armor technique were obviously useless. They could not block Qian Hao's attack at all. The level of the dragon slaying sword technique was still low, so it was difficult for him to withstand it. In the face of such a powerful opponent, the only things that Qin Shao could use were probably those few tricks. The eight-sided Buddhist mirror, the Buddhist 6 syllables, the Li Dui, flying dagger, and the Lin word. As for the flowing light wings, they were only useful in speed and defense. They did not have much offensive power. Other than that, Qin Shao did not have any other tricks up his sleeve. For the time being, Qian Hao did not use his full strength. In his eyes, Qin Shao was naturally not worthy of him using his full strength. Therefore, at this moment, Qin Shao thought for a while, and with a thought, the flowing light symbol turned into a battle armor to cover his body. At the same time, with the berserker sword in hand, he performed the dragon slaying sword technique with all his strength to meet the fierce golden light attack. After all, the berserker sword was a high-grade immortal weapon. Although Qin Zhao's dragon slaying sword technique was still very weak, only about 30%, its power was indeed not strong enough. But no matter what, it was still a high-grade immortal technique. Coupled with a high-grade immortal weapon, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, he charged forward and blocked Qian Hao's attack. With the protection of the flowing light wings, Qin Shao naturally would not be hurt by any power. He blocked it? Qian Hao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Chapter 2006. But soon, Qian Hao was relieved. After all, Qin Shao was only a second-step celestial master in the human immortal realm. So what if he had a high-grade celestial weapon? So what if he cultivated a high-grade celestial skill? He definitely wouldn't be able to unleash much of its power and wouldn't be able to cultivate it to a certain degree. After all, the difference in cultivation level was obvious, and that natural moat was very difficult to cross. But what surprised Xianhao was that a second-step Celestial Master Boy had a suspected high-grade Celestial Weapon Armor and a high-grade Celestial Weapon Sword. He was just a second-step Celestial Master Boy. He should not have any background. Was he not Wu Fengcheng's subordinate? But it did not look like it at all. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyin were also surprised. They did not expect Qin Shao to have two treasures. Moreover, he cultivated a high-grade celestial skill as a second-step Celestial Master. He was indeed a monster. The southern wilderness was a barren land. It was rare for such a monster to come out. It's useless to have two treasures. Your realm and strength are too high. Xianhao was still disdainful. He chuckled, and the golden light became more turbulent and powerful as it rushed toward Qin Shao. The mighty power had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The 4 wildernesses and 8 regions were trembling. It even made people feel that the boundless space was trembling and was about to be destroyed by Qianhao's powerful celestial might. It was not strange for a 4th-step celestial master to destroy a small space with a raise of his hand. Every ray of golden light was like a sword that contained destructive power. Countless rays of golden light, which were like countless sharp swords, shot towards Qin Shao. The power of the celestial Tao law communicated with the whole world. Under the boundless great Tao, the whole world launched an attack on Qin Shao, wanting to crush Qin Shao into pieces. What a powerful power! Qianhao did not use a high-grade celestial skill. It should only be a middle-grade celestial skill. But under the power of the celestial Tao law, it can crush me directly. My dragon-slaying sword skill can't withstand it. The might of the Berserk sword, even if it is fully unleashed, it is still difficult to withstand. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Lightstream wings is strong enough to completely block the remaining power and protect my immortal body. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on for long. Qin Shao frowned slightly. The situation was not optimistic, but it was within Qin Zhao's expectation. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he wouldn't be a 4th-step heavenly venerable. The huge gap between their realms was indeed like a natural chasm. This was an undeniable fact. Qin Shao was only a 2nd-step celestial venerable, while Qianhao was a 4th-step celestial venerable. In terms of cultivation level, there was a difference of 2 whole minor levels. Not to mention 2 small stages. The difference of 1 stage was already huge enough, let alone 2. It was simply impossible for a 2nd-step Empyrean to defeat a 4th-step Empyrean. Since ancient times, such a thing was probably extremely rare in the entire immortal realms. It definitely existed. It couldn't be said that it didn't exist, but it was extremely rare and almost unheard of. The defensive armor is not bad. It seems that it is really at the level of a high-grade immortal artifact. You, a mere 2nd-step Empyrean, actually have 2 high-grade immortal artifacts. But looking at you, it doesn't seem like you have any background. Seems like you got lucky. Qianhao sneered. It was just that there was a hint of jealousy in his words. When he was a 2nd-step Empyrean, he only had 1 high-grade immortal artifact. Even now, he only had 2 prominent grade celestial artifacts. Originally, it was not bad, but today he was really provoked by Qin Shao. Naturally, the thought of killing someone and robbing them emerged in his mind. However, it was not easy to kill and rob today. After all, there were still Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyin there. At this time, Qin Shao was completely suppressed by the golden light. He could only resist with all his might, relying on the defensive power of the flowing light wings to resist. Qianhao walked over to Qin Shao step by step, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. You block. I want to see how many moves you can block. As he spoke, a golden heavy sword appeared in Qianhao's hand, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. As soon as the sword was drawn, it even caused the void to tremble. Just the sharpness emitted by the sword was powerful and terrifying. Obviously, this was a high-grade immortal artifact sword. Feeling the sword in Qian Hao's hand, the berserk sword in Qin Zhao's hand became even more violent, as if it was provoked and the sword wanted to take the initiative to respond. Qian Hao took out a high-grade immortal artifact sword. Obviously, he was going to use some dangerous means. Facing the powerful Qian Hao, Qin Xiao did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He was also prepared to use some dangerous means. Whoosh! The sword in Qian Hao's hand suddenly moved. The moment his sword moved, the whole world suddenly quieted down, as if it was frozen in an instant. The world was so quiet that it instantly fell into darkness. Everything in the world seemed to be frozen under the sword. This scene was frightening enough. The sword was able to move the heaven and earth here. It showed how terrifying the power of this sword was. When the sword was drawn, Qin Zhao's heart jumped fiercely. What a powerful sword! The power of a high-grade immortal technique. Although Qin Xiao also had a high-grade immortal artifact sword and cultivated a high-grade immortal technique, his realm was still low, so he could not exert much of its power in his hands. However, Qian Hao was a fourth-step celestial master. The power he exerted was powerful enough, so he could fully exert its true power. Therefore, when the sword slashed out, Qin Xiao was really shocked and even more vigilant. Crack! An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang in the silent world. It was so deafening that it made people's hearts tremble involuntarily. In the dark world, a waterfall fell from the sky. Like a bolt of lightning in the middle of the night, it instantly lit up the whole world again. However, this kind of light was frighteningly bright. It was so bright that it made people's hearts palpitate. The waterfall tore towards Qin Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Its unstoppable momentum and extreme sharpness made people feel as if they were facing death. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. He flapped his flowing light wings and turned into a stream of light to dodge the waterfall's attack. At the same time, he waved his hand and the eight-faced Buddhist mirror flew out. The Buddhist light that bloomed suddenly lit up the world and trapped Qian Hao in the eight-faced Buddhist mirror. At the same time, the sound of the great Tao resounded. The mantra of Lin was fully exerted. The eight-faced Buddhist mirror combined with the mantra of Lin was like a terrible cage, directly trapping Qian Hao in. Qian Hao's waterfall had been chasing after Qin Xiao. However, the speed of the flowing light wings was really too fast. Under the full eruption of his full strength, he finally dodged it. After dodging the waterfall, Qian Hao was completely trapped in the space of the eight-faced Buddhist mirror. The world suddenly became clear and bright, and the sun could be seen again. Everything calmed down. Under the murmur of the great Tao, the Akalanthus seal suppressed Qian Hao. Coupled with the power of the eight-faced Buddhist mirror, a two-pronged attack was launched on Qian Hao. At the same time, Qin Zhao's heart force was pushed to the extreme and rushed forward with all his strength. Although Qian Hao could withstand Qin Zhao's heart force, it did not mean that the heart force had no effect. It still had a lot of effect, and could affect Qian Hao's strength to a certain extent. Three powerful forces launched a fierce attack on Qian Hao, completely trapping him in the eight-faced Buddhist mirror. True word Lin, great Tao descending heaven and earth. How powerful was that? Qin Xiao had previously relied on such an attack to completely suppress Qian Zhongwei and the other two. This time, Qian Hao was similarly suppressed. Although Qian Hao was a fourth-step heavenly venerate, he was not a very powerful one. He had only recently entered the fourth-step heavenly venerate realm. He was not an ancient fourth-step heavenly venerate, nor was he an extremely monstrous fourth-step heavenly venerate. If he was one of these two, he would not have participated in the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. The Jade Lake Sacred Ground had very strict requirements for the selection of the Holy Prince Consort. They could not live more than one universe era. Therefore, some fourth-step heavenly venerates who had lived for a long time simply did not have the qualifications to participate. If one could become a fourth-step heavenly venerate in one universe era, they would be considered an exceptional monstrous genius. Most of these heaven-defying geniuses disdained to become the Holy Prince Consort. After all, the title of Holy Prince Consort was not very glorious. What the hell is that? It has Buddhist light and Buddhist might. Could it be a Buddhist weapon? Just what is this boy's background? Why would he possess a Buddhist weapon? He's just a second-step heavenly venerate brat. How can he refine a Buddhist weapon? Being trapped inside the eight-sided Buddhist mirror, Qianhao's expression also changed drastically, full of doubt and puzzlement. Not only did the eight-sided Buddhist mirror make him incomparably surprised, Qin Zhao's Lin word true word gave him a considerable fright. Lin word true word, it's actually one of the Taoist 9 characters true words, the Lin word true word. Just what is his background? How can he grasp the Lin word true word? According to the situation that I know, in the 9 states Huaxia country's territory, I'm afraid that only those 5 supreme surnames can grasp the Lin word true word, right? How can he possibly grasp the Lin word true word too? Just what is his background? This indeed caught Qianhao unprepared, and he panicked a little. Qianhao had always thought that Qin Shao was just a little follower of Wufeng City, a person with a lowly status. But now, he discovered that his thinking was too simple. The reality was probably not like this at all. Such a peerless fellow could be said to be a peerless monster. How could he be Wufeng City's follower? This person must have some background. The degree of this monster made even him feel somewhat ashamed of his inferiority. It was just that the pride in his heart was not too willing to admit it. Qin Shao, Lu Rian was so shocked that her jade face changed greatly, and she looked at Wufeng City in a daze. Wufeng City's surprise was actually not small. He completely did not think that Qin Shao actually had such a heaven-defying method. Lin word true word, one of the immortal Tao's 9 characters true words, a supreme existence. This had always been an existence of legends, and countless people yearned for it, even in their dreams. He did not expect that Qin Shao actually grasped the Lin word true word true word. This background was not simple at all. Southern desolation, southern desolation. According to what I know, only the Heaven Mountain City's city lord grasped the Lin word true word in the southern desolation. Could it be that Brother Qin Shao is the Heaven Mountain City's city lord's disciple? Wufeng City immediately had a guess, but he immediately rejected it. That's not right. The Heaven Mountain City's city lord only has one personal disciple, and I think he's called Young Master Xing'an. That was taken in 100 epochs ago. Qin Shao shouldn't be the Heaven Mountain City's city lord's disciple. Moreover, Brother Qin Shao said that he's a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. I've never heard of this power, but should be a small one. Chapter 2007. For the Holy Prince Consort selection this time, Taihao had indeed made some preparations. He still had a trump card on him. However, this trump card was prepared for him to enter the boundless region to search for the boundless water. It could only be used at the most critical moment. If he used it now, then his chances of finding the boundless water this time would be very slim. Finding the boundless water and becoming the Holy Prince Consort meant that he had a 10% chance of stepping on the ancient road. Such an opportunity was worth risking his life for. It was not worth it to fight with Qin Shao now. Thinking of this, Qianhao also had thoughts of retreating. He immediately said to Qin Shao, "Looks like I underestimated you too much. Since you have this strength, then let's forget about what happened just now. I won't pursue it. He's just a servant. He's worthless to me. If you like him, then I'll give him to you as a gift." There was also a hint of arrogance in his words. However, geniuses were all like this. It was obviously impossible to make Qianhao lower his head humbly. Being able to show such weakness was already a kind of great victory. If it were someone else, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and end it with a victory. After all, what everyone was fighting for was nothing more than face. Now that face had been given, their hearts were at ease. No one was a fool. They definitely would not think that Qianhao showing weakness meant that he had no other means. Qin Shao also knew that this was impossible. However, Qin Shao was not someone who would give up easily. "I don't see any sincerity in stopping the fight. Sorry, I don't like it." Qin Shao rejected directly. Hearing Qin Zhao's rejection, Wu Fengcheng could not help but be stunned. He also thought that Qin Shao would take advantage of the situation to wrap things up. This way, everyone would be happy. Being able to make Qian Hao admit defeat was already a very glorious thing. It was enough to be proud of. Originally, it was better to end things like this. If they continued to cause trouble, they might not be able to enjoy themselves, and there might not be a good ending. Lu Ruyan's limpid eyes could not help but blink as she looked at Qin Shao strangely. This man really made her have a whole new level of respect for him. He was different from the others, giving off a feeling of being a maverick. However, this feeling was rather admirable. He dared to do things that others did not dare to do. Others followed the rules and regulations, but he did not take the conventional path. Qian Hao was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was truly detestable. This was the first time he had shown weakness to someone else. If it wasn't for the Holy Prince Consort's election, how could he show weakness so easily? This was already something that had damaged his reputation. Today, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss. However, after showing such weakness, he received such a response. How could he not be angry? At this moment, he even had the impulse to take out his trump card and fight it out with Qin Shao. However, his rationality allowed him to remain calm. His eyes were as cold as ice. He stared coldly at Qin Shao and said through gritted teeth, "What do you mean?" Qin Shao looked coldly at Qian Hao, who was unable to restrain his anger, and said, "Nothing. I just want to let you know what respect is. Do you really think that I am easy to deal with? Do you think you can make me stop just because of your arrogant show of weakness? You bullied me again and again just now. You wanted to humiliate me and take advantage of me. How can I stop so easily? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Don't you understand that? You saw that I was only a second step celestial venerate, so you thought that I was easy to bully. You wanted to trample on me to satisfy your vanity. However, now you realize that you were wrong. You realize that I, second step celestial venerate, am not as weak as you thought. Not only am I not as weak as you thought, but I can also subdue you. Therefore, you arrogantly threw out a show of weakness in order to get rid of me. Don't you think that you have been playing the role of a superior and insufferably arrogant person from the beginning to the end? What do you take me for? When you want to trample on me, you can do it. When you realize that you can't trample on me, you want to leave. Do you think too highly of yourself? Or do you not take me seriously? You have your dignity. Don't I, Qin Shao, have my dignity as well? Your dignity is dignity. Don't tell me that my dignity is not dignity. So, do you really think that I can let you leave just like that? Can I accept this seeming victory? I don't have that much vanity. I don't like to play with these superficial things. I only want to play with the real things. You humiliated me and bullied me. Then you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, how can you give up so easily? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Fengcheng couldn't help but want to give Qin Shao a thumbs up and say that he was domineering. He was indeed domineering. Not only was he domineering, but he was also very heroic. It was very satisfying. This was the majesty that a man should have. Rian Lu looked at Qin Shao with more admiration in her eyes. It was almost turning into worship. Qian Hao's face became more and more ugly. It seemed that he had been severely humiliated by Qin Zhao's words. He was angry, but he could only suppress it for the time being. Then tell me, what do you want? Qian Hao asked coldly. Qin Shao curled his lips and said, If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will return the favor. How you humiliated me and bullied me, I will naturally return it to you in full. I have already subdued the barbarian tribe. Let's not talk about this anymore. You humiliated me, so you must apologize to me. Apologize to you? Qian Hao seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He was startled at first, but he immediately laughed instead of being angry. You want me to apologize to you? Do you think that's possible? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me apologizing to you? Who are you? Who am I? You want me to apologize? That's just an idiot talking nonsense. It's a fantasy story. Only you could say that out loud. Apologizing to Qian Hao is simply a great humiliation. Why would he do it? A genius should have the arrogance of a genius. How arrogant was a fourth-step celestial master, superior, immortal. People are divided into 3 religions and 9 schools, but there should not be a difference between high and low. No matter what my background or identity is, I will not be lower than you. You humiliated me, so you must apologize to me. Whether it's a pipe dream or not depends on whether you have the ability to do so. In short, I only have one thing to say. If you don't apologize, then there's nothing to talk about. Let's rely on our own abilities. If you have the ability to beat me into submission, then you can step on my head and do whatever you want. If you don't have the ability, then I advise you to apologize as soon as possible. Otherwise, after being stepped on by me, you'll have to apologize again. Wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Qin Xiao retorted sarcastically. Apologizing was his bottom line. Since it was his bottom line, he must not touch it. Qian Hao's expression became colder and colder. It was extremely unpleasant to see. His cold eyes seemed to be able to spit fire as he stared fixedly at Qin Xiao. When had he ever been forced to such an extent? The atmosphere became increasingly stiff, oppressive, and tense. The smell of gunpowder in the air was abnormally strong. It was as if a gentle breath could ignite a great battle. Facing Qian Hao's wolf-like and aggressive eyes, Qin Xiao did not show any weakness. He faced him head-on, and his aura was not weak at all. Their eyes met, and the friction in the air created intense sparks. Although Wu Fengcheng did not want to make the situation too tense. After all, Qian Hao's background was not small, and he still had a trump card. If it really reached the point of risking his life, then Qin Xiao would not have an easy time. Even if Qin Xiao could still win in the end, he would probably have to pay a huge price. And it was not just the price in front of him. If anything happened to Qian Hao, then the Qin family behind him would definitely not let Qin Xiao off easily. With the Qin family's strength, to crush Qin Xiao, who had no background, was simply like crushing an ant. Therefore, in fact, Wu Fengcheng did not want Qin Xiao to fight to the death with Qian Hao. However, Wu Fengcheng also admired Qin Zhao's courage and boldness. He really dared to do this, and he was indeed a man. However, this move was indeed quite satisfying. It was quite admirable. If it were him, he would definitely have taken advantage of the situation just now. But in fact, he also knew that taking advantage of the situation just now only gave him the title of winning, but he was still very unhappy in his heart. Qin Zhao's displeasure was directly expressed. Now, he had forced Qian Hao into a dead end. One had to admit that he was ruthless enough. This was a young and frivolous ruthlessness. Silence. Very silence. A deathly silence. All eyes fell on Qian Hao, waiting for his decision. His decision was the most important. Time, minute by minute, second by second. Every second felt like an eternity. After a full 5 breaths of time, Qian Hao gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. Qin Xiao, right? I'll remember you. I admit defeat for today's matter. The cause was mine, so it's nothing to apologize to you. I apologize for what happened just now. Is this okay?" Qian Hao actually chose to apologize. Although Wu Fengcheng also thought of this possibility, he actually did not think too much about it. How difficult was it to make Qian Hao apologize? This was probably Qian Hao's first time in his life, right? He really did apologize. In that case, Qin Xiao had achieved a great victory. It was really impressive. Nangong Xian was also stunned, but in the end, he could only secretly grit his teeth. There was no other way. Since Qian Hao had apologized, Qin Zhao's goal had been achieved, and his dignity had been completely recovered. Naturally, he could also stop. Qin Xiao put away the 8-faced Buddha mirror and retracted his power, allowing the world to return to peace. Everything calmed down. Qian Hao retreated to Nangong Xian's side, looked coldly at Qin Xiao with a dark face, snorted coldly, and then left with Nangong Xian. "Ha, good, good." After sending the two off, Wu Fengcheng could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly. He laughed heartily. The way Lu Rian looked at Qin Xiao also changed a little. It seemed that she had a new definition of a real hero. "Good job, brother Qin Xiao. You're really good. I admire you." Wu Fengcheng gave Qin Xiao a thumbs up and praised him generously. "I've long disliked Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. These two people are very flamboyant and a little arrogant. No matter where they go, They want to step on others to feel comfortable. Things like bullying others, these two people have done a lot. It's rare for them to be at a disadvantage. Today, this Qianhao is taught a lesson by Brother Qin Xiao. It's really satisfying to watch. It's so satisfying. I also have to admire Brother Qin Xiao's courage and boldness. You really dared to fight to the death with him and made him bow his head and apologize. It's really not easy. Chapter 2008. It was important to stick to one's principles and bottom line. After being humiliated, how could he let it go so easily? It looked like he had won, but in reality, he had still lost. Qin Xiao had still lost in terms of dignity. As long as he could force Qianhao to apologize, he would be able to regain his dignity. If they really had to fight, Qin Xiao wasn't worried at all. Qin Xiao knew that Qianhao definitely still had a trump card, but Qin Xiao also had a trump card. Moreover, Qin Xiao was confident that his trump card could suppress Qianhao. After all, he still had 9 Sage Li's flying knives, and he had cultivated the flying knife Dao to the limit of small success. Brother Qin Xiao, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Wu Fengcheng suddenly said. Qin Xiao curled his lips. Brother Wu, if you want to ask, just ask. Why do you have to be so hesitant? Men don't like this kind of thing. Since I've already said it, do you think I'll stop you from asking? Wu Fengcheng smiled awkwardly and nodded. Brother Qin Xiao is right. I'll ask directly then. As far as I know, in your southern wasteland, only the Heaven Mountain City Lord has grasped the Lin word, right? But as far as I know, the Heaven Mountain City Lord only has one disciple called Young Master Xing'an. Are you related to the Heaven Mountain City Lord or Young Master Xing'an? Qin Xiao also guessed that Wu Fengcheng was asking this question. Smiling faintly, he said, it can't be considered a relationship. However, there's indeed some good karma with the Heaven Mountain City Lord. I won't go into the details. Currently, I'm just a disciple of the Fu Su Immortal Palace. I don't have any special status. Compared to you guys, my status is incomparably lowly. Wu Fengcheng patted Qin Xiao's shoulder and said with a straight face, Brother Qin Xiao, you're too modest. With your talent and potential, if you were to go to Huaxia in the 9 provinces, if you're lucky, you might even be absorbed by the 100 schools of thought. At least, I recognize and admire Brother Qin Xiao's talent and potential very much. It must be far above mine. Moreover, Brother Qin Xiao, you've grasped the true word of Lin, so your potential is even greater. It can be said that your future is limitless. The 100 schools of thought? Qin Xiao smiled faintly. Perhaps she had some yearning in her heart. The 9 continents of Huaxia, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the 100 schools of thought and the 100 schools of thought. Hundreds of flowers bloomed together, illuminating the river of time from ancient times until now. Every single one of the 100 schools of philosophers was a force that no other force in the southern wasteland could compare with. They were all transcendent existences. Qin Xiao, are you really a second-step Empyrean? Ruyan Lu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Qin Xiao. She wanted to know the answer. Qin Xiao nodded and said, that's right. My cultivation level is indeed the second step of the celestial venerable realm. This is absolutely true, and I can't hide it. I don't have such a powerful concealment technique. As for the Heart Force realm, it's the 8th level, which should be equivalent to the 3rd step of the celestial venerable realm. Therefore, I don't know whether to call myself a 2nd step or a 3rd step celestial venerable realm. Ruyan Lu nodded slightly, and then said to herself, you're a cultivator of the immortal Tao, a Heart Force cultivator, and a cultivator of the true meaning of strength. That is to say, you're actually walking 3 paths of cultivation at the same time. Moreover, you've grasped the true word of Lin, refined a Buddhist weapon, and also know the mechanical array art. Are you omnipotent? Why do I feel like there's nothing you can't do? Walking 3 paths of cultivation, and how many side paths can you cultivate? Aren't you a bit too godly? You can't be saying that you're also a Buddhist cultivator, right? But it doesn't seem like it. There's no Buddhist light on your body, but you've indeed refined a Buddhist weapon. It's really a bit inconceivable. Ruyan Lu wasn't the only one who was curious about this situation. Wu Fengcheng was also very curious, but he was too embarrassed to ask. Not only were they curious, but they also admired him from the bottom of their hearts. Although there were as many as 8 paths of cultivation in the great wide world, the vast majority of life forms would only focus on one path of cultivation. Only a very small number of life forms would walk 2 paths of cultivation. However, even if they walked 2 paths of cultivation, they would still focus on one path. For example, in the case of Qin Shao, he came from the universe. Originally, he cultivated the great Tao in the primordial universe. When he came to the immortal realm, he cultivated the immortal Tao. Therefore, if Qin Shao only cultivated these 2 great Taos and focused on the immortal Tao, it would be a more normal and reasonable situation. However, Qin Zhao's situation wasn't like this. Instead, his heart force path was the highest. Then his great Tao and true meaning of strength had also broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. He was simply a freak. In addition, there were a few side paths, which were even more amazing. Haha, maybe I'm a little lucky. I cultivate a lot, but my cultivation is a little mixed. This isn't a good thing. I'm trying to adjust. Qin Shao explained casually. However, Rian Lu shook her head and said, not necessarily. You were able to cultivate well and maintain a certain balance. This shows that you have extraordinary ability. It's no wonder that you can suppress Qian Hao, a 4th-step celestial venerable, as a 2nd-step celestial venerable. You are indeed heaven-defying. I'm convinced. Haha, I'm so lucky to be able to meet a heaven-defying talent like you, Brother Qin Shao. I'm really happy. Wu Fengcheng laughed. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything more. The 3 of them continued to enter the boundless territory. If they were to find the boundless water, they would have to rely on luck. As the 3 of them walked, they suddenly felt that they had passed through a water curtain and entered a strange area. This area seemed to be a body of water. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it wasn't really water. It was just an object that looked like water. Qin Shao and the other 2 didn't notice this sudden situation in advance. They just walked and suddenly passed through a water curtain and appeared in this area. It was very strange. However, in the boundless territory, such things were nothing out of the ordinary. After all, the most peculiar thing about the boundless expanse was space. While walking, one would suddenly enter another space from one space. That was a common occurrence, and it couldn't be any more normal. The situation of Qin Shao and the other 2 was obviously the same. As they walked, they entered a space without being aware of it and without being on guard at all. Once they entered, it was obvious that they couldn't go back. This was irreversible. Qin Shao looked back and saw a body of water. He even took a step back, but he was still in this area. Brother Qin Shao, don't try. We are now trapped in the water world. It seems that our luck is really not ordinary. We have just entered, and we are already trapped in this water world. Wu Fengcheng shook his head. The luck he mentioned was obviously the opposite of the word. From his tone, it was obvious that this was not simple. However, it seemed that Wu Fengcheng knew some specific information. This information was indeed accurate. There was no record of the water world in the information Qin Shao obtained. Brother Wu, since you know the situation, tell us. Since we have entered, what we can do now is to find a way to leave this area, Qin Shao said. Wu Fengcheng nodded and said, this is called the water world. It is a more dangerous place in the boundless territory. Although there are different dangers in here, it can trap people. Some people will even be trapped until they die. Although the water world doesn't seem to be dangerous, if you're trapped here for universe era, you will die, regardless of whether you are a 4th-step heavenly venerable or not. It did not sound scary, but it was definitely not to be underestimated. Living in a place that people could live in was also scary. Qin Shao asked again, Brother Wu, do you know how to get out? Wu Fengcheng nodded again and said, there should be, but what I know is only from the information. I have not experienced it personally. Therefore, I don't know if it is useful or not. According to the information, if you want to get out of the water world, you have to have an infinitely long and an infinitely short tomorrow. As long as you completely understand this, you can get out. However, I have not figured out what this sentence means. Therefore, I seem to know the way, but I don't know how to use this method. Qin Shao, you are a smart person. What do you think this means? Hearing this, Qin Xiao was also confused. What was the relationship between an infinitely long and an infinitely short tomorrow? What did he have to understand? What was the direct connection between understanding this and getting out of the water world? These doubts came pouring out, but they could not be answered. Wu Fengsheng and Lu Ruyin were also thinking about this question. Infinitely long and infinitely short. Are they both infinite? As Qin Xiao pondered this question, she began to walk around. She wanted to try to discover more problems and give him some enlightenment. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Wu Fengsheng. The latter said with a serious face, "It is very strange here. We must not be separated. Otherwise, we will not be able to gather together. Therefore, the three of us must stay close to each other. We must keep within 30 feet. We must not exceed this distance." Qin Xiao still believed Wu Fengsheng's words and nodded. No matter what, following closely together was a matter of great benefit and no harm. It was to prevent some unexpected situations from occurring and catching them off guard. Wu Fengsheng waved his hand, and an immortal rope tied the three of them together. Seeing Wu Fengsheng's actions, Qin Xiao felt a little strange. "Brother Wu, you don't have to do this, right?" Wu Fengsheng said seriously. "It has to be like this. Brother Qin Xiao, don't be careless. The complexity of the boundlessly region may be far beyond your imagination. Anything can happen. Anyway, according to the information I gathered, this is the case. We must not be careless in the water world. It will definitely kill people without leaving a trace. Let's use an immortal rope to tie us together. This can also prevent us from being separated as much as possible. If you have any ideas, you can say it together, and then we can discuss it together. If that's the case, our chances of getting out of here will be much higher. Special times require special treatment. Brother Qin Xiao, please forgive us." Hearing Wu Fengsheng's explanation, Qin Xiao was relieved. It was indeed more reassuring to tie them up like this. "How about this? You guys follow me first. I have some ideas, and I'm trying to verify them. If it doesn't work later, then I will change your opinion. How about it?" Qin Xiao said. Chapter 2009. As they walked, they studied the water world. The more they studied, the more they felt that the water world was very strange. It was not an illusion, nor was it a formation, nor was it a physiognomy. It had nothing to do with these. This was the profound meaning of the law of immortality. It formed a very special realm. It was extremely difficult to get out of this realm. Even in the information Wu Fengsheng had, there was only one sentence. There was no way to get out of the water world. Infinitely long, infinitely short. What is the meaning of this? This sentence appeared in Qin Xiao's mind countless times. However, he could not find an answer. It was difficult to understand this sentence. A sentence could have countless meanings. However, which one was the correct one? Which one could get out of the water world? Taoism was natural. The profoundness of Taoism was something that cultivators explored all their lives. Wu Fengsheng and Lu Ruyin also pondered carefully. However, they could not find an answer. Therefore, the three of them could only walk aimlessly. They studied and felt, trying to find a breakthrough point. A point was very important. Only by finding a point could they break through to the whole realm. Why don't the three of us join forces and see if we can tear a hole in it with a full force attack? I think, no matter how bad the water world is, it should be broken. Being strong isn't absolute. Ruyin Lu suddenly suggested. After walking for so long, the three of them had no clue. It was indeed a bit of a headache. Wu Fengsheng immediately shook his head and said, "No, I'm afraid this method won't work. According to the situation I know, I'm afraid that only those with the battle strength of a saint or infinitely close to the saint can tear a hole in the water world. The water world is a very special world in the boundless territory. It's impossible to get out by just walking. It's boundless and traceless. With brute force, the three of us together might not be enough. Unless, at this point, Wu Fengsheng hesitated for a moment and did not continue speaking. He looked at Qin Xiao and then at Ruyin Lu. After a while, he continued, "Unless the three of us throw caution to the wind and use all our trump cards. Moreover, We have to seize the opportunity and strike with all our strength to maximize our combat power. If that's the case, I'm afraid there's a possibility that he'll be able to reach the level of a saint. Only then will he be able to tear open a hole. Of course, this is only a possibility. At least, I don't think it's very likely. Moreover, if we use all our trump cards now, the road ahead will be even more difficult. Therefore, this is a path that can only be taken as a last resort. For the time being, we don't have to rush. Let's wait and see. If it doesn't work out, we'll make other plans. Ri and Lu thought for a moment and nodded. It seemed like they couldn't rush it. Brute force wouldn't work, and walking wouldn't work either. It seemed like he had to start with the laws of the immortal Tao. The three of them had been in the water world for 10,000 years, but they still couldn't figure out anything. Wu Fengcheng frowned. It seems like it's really difficult to understand the meaning of that sentence. It's definitely not easy to rely on the laws of the immortal Tao to get out of here. Qin Shao also shook his head. It was indeed difficult. He still couldn't figure out anything. Speaking of which, his realm was indeed too low. He was only a second step heavenly venerable. In terms of the laws of the immortal Tao, he was weaker. Wu Fengcheng and Ri and Lu were both fourth step heavenly venerables. They had no clue how difficult it would be to figure it out. After a moment of silence, Wu Fengcheng said, "Why don't we meditate for another 90,000 years? In total, it'll be 100,000 years. If we still can't make any progress after 100,000 years, then I think we can make a final gamble. I don't believe that we're going to be trapped in this water world. But it seems like our luck isn't too good. We've only just entered, and we're already trapped in the water world. Many people have stayed in the boundless territory for tens of millions of years without encountering the water world. The boundless territory, countless spaces, countless worlds. The dangerous worlds are probably in the tens of thousands. When roaming the boundlessly realm, luck is indeed very important. Next is strength. I'm afraid that neither of these two can be lacking. Otherwise, even a fourth-step heavenly venerable might die here or be trapped in the boundless territory forever." Qin Shao nodded in agreement. It was no wonder that fourth-step heavenly venerables who entered the boundless territory would have 9 deaths and 1 death. Very few could walk out safely. This sentence was really not an exaggeration. It was not an alarmist talk to scare people. It was indeed so. In this water world, Qin Shao already had a deep understanding. Is it really so difficult to walk out of the water world? Qin Shao frowned, secretly thinking in his heart. According to this situation, if one wasn't a fourth-step heavenly venerable with the highest level of strength, there was no way to walk out of this water world. A water world was so terrifying? How terrifying would the boundlessly region be? Could it be that he was really so unlucky this time that he was trapped in the water world as soon as he entered the boundless territory? Logically speaking, his luck had always been good. Qin Shao had always been unwilling to admit defeat. Therefore, he was not discouraged at all and still felt that he could walk out of this water world. Since other methods did not work, then he would walk the path of the immortal Tao law. Infinitely long and infinitely short. Both are infinitely long. One is long. One is short. Qin Shao continued to comprehend countless thoughts and guesses in his heart. Comprehending the Tao was like this. It was very, very difficult. It was like looking for a thin needle in a vast ocean. Cultivation was about calming the heart. One must not be too hasty. If one's heart was not calm, the Tao would not be peaceful. Time passed quickly. In a flash, another 30,000 years had passed. The three of them still did not have any clue. Qin Zhao's brows suddenly furrowed. He looked into the distance in front of him and saw a figure sitting there cross-legged. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian also immediately looked over. They couldn't help but raise their vigilance a little. What a powerful aura! Qin Shao was secretly shocked. He felt the powerful aura emitting from the figure. It was definitely far above Wu Fengcheng's. This meant that the other party should be an extremely powerful fourth-step, heavenly venerable realm, exalted immortal. The figure sitting cross-legged naturally noticed Qin Shao and the other two. He raised his head and looked over from afar. In an instant, the three of them were locked in place. Those cold eyes were like an ancient abyss. They were frighteningly cold. With one glance, Qin Xiao and the other two immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They were instantly chilled to the soles of their feet. What a terrifying gaze. They felt that this gaze could directly kill them. This strength was definitely a powerful and terrifying existence. It was definitely far beyond the three of them. How could there be such a powerful existence in this water world? Could it be that he was also trapped here? However, Qin Xiao immediately realized that the powerful aura of the exalted immortal seemed to be a little weak. Was he seriously injured? If he could feel it, it meant that the injury was extremely serious. It might even have damaged his vitality. However, Qin Xiao also felt that the other party did not seem to have much hostility. He should not be a vicious person. Senior, Wu Fengcheng saluted and tried to call out. The exalted immortal, sitting there, only glanced at Wu Fengcheng coldly and did not pay much attention to him. This made Wu Fengcheng feel a little embarrassed. Wu Fengcheng looked at Qin Xiao and Lu Ruyan, as if asking them what to do. However, there was no need to pay much attention to him. Everyone would just go their own way. Since the other party did not release any hostility, he would not make things difficult for them for no reason. Qin Xiao suddenly stepped forward and saluted with a fist and fist salute. He said, "Senior, the three of us accidentally entered this water world and have been trapped here for 40,000 years. We have been trying to find a way out. Senior seems to be seriously injured. I don't know if you're also trapped in this water world. If so, we might as well join forces. One more person is always one more force. Although our strength is definitely far inferior to seniors, we still have some tricks up our sleeves. In the end, if the four of us join forces, we might be able to tear open a hole and leave this water world. I wonder if Senior is willing to join us?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the eyes of the exalted immortal sitting there flashed with a strange luster. He looked at Qin Xiao for a while and then said, "Come here." Seeing that the senior was willing to agree, Qin Xiao and the other two were secretly delighted. If they could get this senior to join them, they would have a better chance of leaving this water world. And maybe they would not even have to use their trump cards. Since both of them were trapped here, it could be considered fate. Qin Xiao and the other two quickly came in front of the senior. The senior looked at Qin Xiao curiously and said, "You should be from the outer domain, right? You came out of the universe?" Qin Xiao did not deny it and nodded. He said, "Yes, I did come out of the universe." The senior nodded approvingly and said, "Not bad, not bad. It is very rare to be able to come out of the universe. It is even rarer to be able to come out and enter the immortal domain. Although you're only a second step heavenly venerate, judging from their attitude towards you, your strength should not be much weaker than theirs. You could be considered a monster to be able to reach the strength of a fourth step heavenly venerate as a second step heavenly venerate. And the traces of time on your body are very faint. You should have only lived for about 10 million years, right? To be able to reach such a high level after cultivating for 10 million years. Not to say that it is rare, but at least there are not many in the entire immortal domain. Other than those genius disciples of extremely ancient and powerful forces, I am afraid it is very difficult to find. What is even rarer is that you are just a lowly life form from the universe. Your level of life is very, very low. Not bad indeed." The senior was not stingy with his praise. This praise made Qin Xiao a little embarrassed. Wu Fengcheng also kept nodding in agreement. He also admired Qin Xiao very much. "Senior, how should I address you?" "All right, let me introduce myself. I am Qin Xiao. These two are my friends, Wu Fengcheng and Miss Lu Ruyan," Qin Xiao said again. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan bowed to the senior. The senior hesitated for a moment before saying, "My name is one word, Tooth. Later, everyone liked to call me Tooth Fairy." There were very few people with one-word names, and Qin Xiao did not know many of them. Moreover, being called Tooth sounded a little strange. Chapter 2010. What? Tooth Fairy? Senior, you're Tooth Fairy? Wu Fengcheng looked at Tooth Fairy in surprise. Ruyan Lu was also muttering something. Soon, her jade eyes lit up as she looked at Tooth Fairy with a strange light. Obviously, Both of them knew Tooth Fairy and had heard of his fame. To be able to make Wu Fengcheng so surprised, Qin Xiao was also surprised. It seemed that Tooth Fairy was a character with a very strong background. It was no wonder that his aura was so strong. This made Qin Xiao a little curious. Where did this Tooth Fairy come from? Tooth Fairy was slightly surprised. After looking at Wu Fengcheng, he asked, "Oh, you know me?" Wu Fengcheng calmed down and nodded with a smile. "Haha, it really is you, Senior Tooth Fairy. Your name is like thunder in my ears. How could I not know you?" "Senior Tooth Fairy, I'm also from the Xia territory. The Wu family of the Xia territory. Do you know about them?" "The Wu family of the Xia territory." Tooth Fairy immediately nodded and said, "The Wu family can be ranked in the top 20 forces in the Xia territory. Of course, I know about them. Looking at your imposing appearance and extraordinary manner of speech, I know that you have an extraordinary background. So you're a disciple of the Wu family of the Xia territory. No wonder. This girl's surname is Lu. You should be a girl from the Lu family of the Xia territory, right?" Ri and Lu nodded and smiled sweetly. "Yes, Senior Tooth Fairy. I'm from the Lu family of the Xia territory. Senior, I've also heard of your name. Back then, you caused a sensation in half of the Xia territory. Haha, speaking of which, I grew up listening to your heroic deeds. I remember when I was young, I admired you a lot. I often talked about you with my cousin, so we have a deep impression of you." Wu Fengcheng nodded in agreement. So when he heard Tooth Fairy's self-introduction, he immediately became excited. This was his childhood idol. He didn't expect to meet him here. Tooth Fairy shook his head with a wry smile and said, "I've disappeared for a few epochs. Does anyone still remember me? Back then, it wasn't that big of a sensation, was it? At best, I'm just an exalted immortal. What kind of wave can I stir up in the vast Xia region?" Wu Fengcheng said, "I don't know if others remember, but we definitely remember. We remember it too clearly. Furthermore, I believe that many people in Xia territory will still remember your name. Even though a few epochs have passed, the events of that year still shook the entire universe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it caused a sensation in half of Xia territory." Hearing Wu Fengcheng say this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be a little curious. What kind of earth-shattering thing did Senior Tooth Fairy do back then? Seeing Qin Xiao's curious face, Wu Fengcheng smiled at Qin Xiao and said, "Brother Qin Xiao, you don't know about Tooth Fairy's heroic actions back then. If you know, you will definitely admire him. By the way, Senior Tooth Fairy, you said that you also came from the universe, right? You were born lowly, weren't you?" Tooth Fairy nodded and gave Qin Xiao a meaningful look. Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Tooth Fairy also came from the universe. As a lowly life form that had walked out from the same universe, naturally, there would be some resonance within. This feeling was as if he had met someone from his hometown outside. There was an indescribable sense of intimacy, and this sense of intimacy also invisibly brought the distance between Qin Xiao and Tooth Fairy a lot closer. Senior Tooth Fairy was born lowly. After coming out of the universe, he went through a lot of hardships. Without joining any forces, he grew to an extremely dangerous level and stood at the peak of the fourth step Celestial Master. He was even infinitely close to the half-step Ancient Saint realm. This monster has never been known by anyone. Senior Tooth Fairy has always been too low-key. He rarely makes enemies, and he has never been flamboyant in his dealings. Thus, no one has taken him seriously. But unfortunately, when Senior Tooth Fairy came to the territory of Chonglu Immortal Sect with his beloved woman, he was somehow targeted by the son of Holy Lord Chonglu. The son of Holy Lord Chonglu was incomparably promiscuous and played with countless women. None of the women who were targeted by him escaped. His heart was in his palm. Speaking of this, Wu Fengcheng subconsciously glanced at Senior Tooth Fairy. After all, this was a painful past for Senior Tooth Fairy, so Wu Fengcheng was naturally afraid that Senior Tooth Fairy would be unhappy. If Senior Tooth Fairy was unhappy, then he would not talk about this part. Although Senior Tooth Fairy's expression was somewhat pained, he did not take it to heart. Instead, he said to Wu Fengcheng, "It's okay. You can continue. Let me see how the later generations recorded that passage and whether it was distorted." After getting Senior Tooth Fairy's approval, Wu Fengcheng continued. The son of Holy Lord Chonglu wanted to snatch Senior Tooth Fairy's Taoist companion, which touched Senior Tooth Fairy's reverse scale. How could Senior Tooth Fairy not be angry? Senior Tooth Fairy's attack shocked the entire Chonglu immortal sect. The son of Holy Lord Chonglu, 2 other 4th-step celestial venerables, and 3 4th-step celestial venerables were directly killed by Senior Tooth Fairy on the spot. They did not even have much power to resist. A hero's rage for beauty. Such a heroic feat is worthy of admiration from countless people. Which woman doesn't want her man to be such a hero and stand up for her when she is bullied? Men also hope that they can be such heroes. How heroic is that? Qin Shao nodded. That's right. Every man wanted to be such a hero. If it were him, he would do the same. Qin Shao could basically imagine what happened next, which made him suddenly have a strong admiration for Senior Tooth Fairy. Senior Tooth Fairy's actions back then were indeed worthy of admiration. Senior Tooth Fairy killed 3 celestial venerables from the Chonglu immortal sect, and the son of Holy Lord Chonglu was among them. How could the Chonglu immortal sect give up so easily? Moreover, it happened in the territory of the Chonglu immortal sect, which was a great humiliation. Therefore, the Chonglu immortal sect naturally did not care about any reason and attacked Tooth Fairy. Coincidentally, Sacred Lord Everbloom was not in Everbloom back then. Due to that, the Everbloom immortal sect had sent out a group of ascendant immortals to kill Tooth Fairy. However, they were all killed by Tooth Fairy. Due to that, Tooth Fairy's reputation grew. In the 3rd battle, Tooth Fairy was once trapped. Tooth Fairy's Taoist companion was killed by the celestial venerables of the Chonglu immortal sect, which angered Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy, who was filled with grief and indignation, began a massacre of the Chonglu immortal sect. How heroic was he to single-handedly attack the Chonglu immortal sect? In this battle, Tooth Fairy displayed shocking strength, heaven-defying methods, and supreme immortal pressure, making his name known to the world. Nearly half of the celestial venerables of the Chonglu immortal sect were killed by Tooth Fairy. No one could stop him, which shocked half of the Xia territory. In the end, it was Holy Lord Chonglu who rushed back and killed Tooth Fairy's clone. The Chonglu immortal sect suffered such great losses and lost face, so Holy Lord Chonglu naturally would not give up so easily. After killing Tooth Fairy's clone, he used a great method to track down Tooth Fairy's true body, so he came again to kill him. Tooth Fairy knew that Holy Lord Chonglu would hunt him down, but there was nothing he could do. He did not belong to any faction and did not receive any protection, so he could only rely on himself. In the process of escaping, Holy Lord Chonglu found him, and his Taoist companion's true body was killed by Holy Lord Chonglu. Tooth Fairy fought Holy Lord Chonglu alone, and later it was said that Tooth Fairy was killed by Holy Lord Chonglu. Therefore, according to the world's records, Tooth Fairy was killed by Holy Lord Chonglu, and there was no such person in the world. Everything was buried in the long river of history and turned into dust. If he did not see Tooth Fairy here, Wu Fengcheng would have thought that Tooth Fairy was dead. After listening to Wu Fengcheng's story, Qin Shao admired Tooth Fairy a lot. He was indeed heroic, and he was indeed a man worthy of admiration. If it were him, he would have done the same. To fight against an immortal sect with his own strength. What kind of magnificent feat was this? Sigh. Tooth Fairy sighed and waved his hand, saying, "It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it." Yes, to him, it was not only a matter of the past, but also a sad past. His doppelganger had been killed, and the doppelganger of his beloved woman had also been destroyed. This pain and resentment definitely did not dissipate at all. Tooth Fairy looked up at the sky, his eyes so deep that it seemed like he could see the end of the great thousand worlds. Several universe eras had passed, and his emotions had long been controlled, but the hatred in his heart had not been forgotten. The only reason I'm alive now is to avenge my wife, to resurrect her. So, no matter what, I have to live well and become stronger. I have to step on the ancient road. One day, I will kill my way to Chonglu immortal sect again and trample on their immortal sect. This was Tooth Fairy's great wish, his motivation to live, and his strong determination. Tooth Fairy was a man with deep feelings, and such a character was also worthy of respect. Wu Fengxiang pursed his lips and said, "Senior Tooth Fairy, I believe that you will definitely be able to step on the ancient road. You are my idol, and always have been. But Senior Tooth Fairy, with your strength, how can you be trapped in this water world? Or is Senior Tooth Fairy deliberately staying here?" Tooth Fairy could escape from Holy Lord Changliu's hands, so one could imagine how strong he was. With such strength, how could he be trapped in the water world? That was unlikely, right? Listening to Tooth Fairy's words, he should have stayed here for several universe epochs. After the last incident, he probably hasn't stayed here for a long time. Speaking of this, Tooth Fairy could not help but shake his head and said, "No matter how strong I am, I'm only a fourth-step celestial master. I haven't reached the half-step saint realm. I'm facing Holy Lord Changlu, a living ancient sage. How could I possibly be a match for him? If it weren't for the fact that I had a sacred artifact to protect me, I would have definitely died to sacred Lord Changlu. In the end, my saint weapon was destroyed, and my vitality was greatly damaged. That was how I escaped, and escaped into the water world. I don't know why Holy Lord Changlu did not continue to pursue me. Perhaps I was lucky. I entered the water world with my vitality greatly damaged, and there was no way I could walk out of here. So, all these years I have been healing here, but there is no immortal spirit energy in the water world. I can only use some chaos source stones and immortal pills to heal. However, after a few universe epochs, it has only recovered about 50%. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to tear open a hole and escape. But if the three of you join me, it might be possible. Chapter 2011. It was Qin Xiao and the others' great fortune to have met Tooth Fairy. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for them to leave this place. After all, Qin Xiao and the other two did not have much confidence in leaving by relying on their strength. They could only say that in the end, if there was no other way, they could only go all out. It would be very difficult to leave by comprehending the law of immortality. With Senior Tooth Fairy here, it would save them a lot of trouble. However, using force to leave this place is the last resort. Although I have recovered about 50% of my strength, my vitality is too damaged, so I don't dare to use my full strength. In that case, I'm afraid it will worsen the damage to my vitality, so I don't want to try. So, for now, the best way is to use the law of immortality to leave this place. I don't know much about this water world. I've been healing all these years, and I'm not in a hurry to leave this place, so I haven't studied this water world properly. But I feel that there must be a way to leave this place. It just depends on whether you can comprehend it or not. Tooth Fairy immediately said, not thinking about using force to leave. Wu Fengxiang said, "Senior Tooth Fairy, the information I received said that if you want to leave the water world, you only need to fully comprehend a sentence. This sentence is infinitely long and infinitely short." Infinitely long and infinitely short? That's it? Tooth Fairy asked with a slight frown. Wu Fengxiang nodded, indicating that it was done. Tooth Fairy's frown deepened. With a thoughtful look, he began to comprehend this sentence. Wu Fengxiang looked at Tooth Fairy expectantly. After all, Tooth Fairy was close to being a quasi-saint, so if he comprehended it, the probability of success should be much higher. What does this infinitely long and infinitely short refer to? Space can be infinitely long and infinitely short. One leaf, one firmament, one grain, one world. A vast and boundless world can be hidden in a mustard grain, which can be regarded as infinitely short. In a vast and boundless world, you can't get out. Just like we are in this water world, which is infinitely long. But what does knowing this have to do with getting out of the water world? Infinitely long, infinitely short. Let me think. Tooth Fairy continued to ponder, try to comprehend this sentence. Comprehending immortal Tao laws was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Wanting to accomplish it overnight was still very difficult. One had to slowly comprehend the Tao. Just like wine, it had to be tasted slowly. Qin Xiao and the other two didn't stay idle either. They also continued to comprehend the Tao. After all, They couldn't just stay there and wait. Sometimes, comprehending the great Tao was like this. It was possible that you wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all, but there were also times when you would have a flash of inspiration. If he had a flash of inspiration, he might have an epiphany. This kind of situation did happen. Comprehension required time to slowly comprehend. As time passed, there would be more opportunities to have a flash of inspiration. Sometimes, it would only be a small amount of spirit lights. However, if there were many small spirit lights, they would slowly accumulate and become large spirit lights. Quantitative changes would also lead to qualitative changes. Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed. It had been 50,000 years since Qin Shao and the other two entered the water world. During these 50,000 years, Qin Shao and the other two had been immersed in comprehending the immortal Tao laws in that sense. However, they still hadn't made much substantial progress. Even Qin Shao hadn't encountered such a difficult situation. That sentence was really too difficult to comprehend. I still feel like I'm lacking something. Just a little bit more. Tooth Fairy, who had been comprehending for 10,000 years, suddenly frowned and shook his head. From what he said, it seemed that he was about to succeed. Just a little bit more. Of course, this was definitely a crucial point. It was the point of opportunity, the point of success or failure. As expected of Tooth Fairy, Qin Shao and the other two hadn't made any substantial progress in 50,000 years. However, Tooth Fairy had made a lot of progress in just 10,000 years. He was just a little bit away from comprehending the Tao laws. Space is infinite. There are long and short, big and small. It just depends on which angle you look at it from. In our eyes, the water world is vast and boundless. There's no way to get out of it. That's because we're trapped in it and confined to it. It's not that the water world is too big. It's just that what we see is too big. The appearance is born from the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. If it's just space, then I can get out of it. However, I'm still a little bit short. What's the difference? Tooth Fairy was talking to himself. He didn't mean it, but the listener was listening to him. Hearing Tooth Fairy's words, Qin Zhao's heart was inexplicably touched. Rays of light lit up in Qin Zhao's mind out of thin air. Suddenly, as the light appeared, many thoughts involuntarily came to his mind. Qin Zhao's heart was also greatly moved. The invisible walls that blocked him seemed to have all collapsed. There's still time. Time can be infinitely long or infinitely short. For immortals, 10,000 years is just a blink of an eye. But for the most ordinary mortal, 100 years is a lifetime. It's a very long time. When waiting, one breath of time is incomparably long. When immersed in cultivation, 1,000,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. The length of time is actually related to the heart. The length of space is also related to the heart. The appearance is born from the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. Therefore, the heart is crucial. With the heart as the power, with space as the power, with time as the power. Rays of light poured out, making Qin Zhao's heart brighter and brighter. His thoughts became clearer and clearer. Everything was comprehended. Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly opened. In an instant, they lit up like two blazing suns, completely illuminating the surroundings. Seeing Qin Zhao's eyes, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian's hearts suddenly moved. They looked at Qin Shao and guessed that Qin Shao might have comprehended it. Tooth Fairy looked at Qin Shao with slight surprise and asked, "You comprehended it?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, Senior Tooth Fairy. After hearing your words, I was greatly moved. In addition to space, I thought of time. Whether it's space or time, the length is decided by the heart. Everything is decided by the heart. Space, time, the length is decided by the heart. Everything is decided by the heart." Tooth Fairy thoughtfully repeated it. His heart suddenly moved and brightened. Soon, Tooth Fairy nodded and looked at Qin Shao with admiration, saying, "The younger generation will surpass us in time. I didn't expect that the point that has been troubling me for a long time would suddenly become clear after you pointed it out. I also comprehended it." Qin Shao smiled and said modestly, "Senior Tooth Fairy, you flatter me. I have comprehended it for 40,000 years before, but I didn't gain anything. Just now, when I heard Senior's words, I had a lot of inspiration. That's why I was able to comprehend it so quickly. Tooth Fairy said, "You don't have to be modest about this. Comprehending it is comprehending it. However, what is the process in front of you? The most important thing is the result. To be honest, you are only a second step celestial venerable, and you have only cultivated for about 10 million years. You have a natural shortcoming there. Therefore, it is indeed admirable that you can comprehend it. I admire you very much." It was indeed a rare thing to be admired by Tooth Fairy, and it was also a very honorable thing. Wu Fengcheng also laughed and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder, saying, "Yes, Brother Qin Zhao, you don't need to be modest. Anyway, I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you. You are too monstrous. If you continue to grow like this, one day you will stir up the entire celestial realm. Yes. Haha, at that time, I will definitely be proud to know you, Qin Zhao. I just don't know if at that time you will still recognize me as a brother who has gone through thick and thin with you." Qin Zhao was a little speechless and glared at Wu Fengcheng. Wu Fengcheng immediately said, Okay, I'm kidding. I know you're not such a person. But really, Qin Zhao, are all people who come out of the universe so monstrous? You see, Tooth Fairy came out of the universe, and you also came out of the universe. You both make me admire you very much. I really think that you are too monstrous. Your talent and potential are really at the top level in the entire celestial realm. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Tooth Fairy shook his head a little modestly and said, "My talent and potential are not monstrous. It can only be regarded as okay. I think Brother Qin Zhao's talent and potential are really amazing. Looking at the entire celestial realm, I'm afraid you are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it would be really hard to believe that a second-step celestial master, a person who has only cultivated for tens of millions of years, can reach such a level. It is really a little unbelievable." Being praised by these two people, Qin Zhao was really a little embarrassed. Lu Rian, who was next to him, seemed to be unwilling to be left out and was about to speak up to praise him. Qin Zhao stopped her in time. "Miss Rian, if you continue to join in the fun, then I will really fly to the sky. Don't say such nice words. I think we should leave this damn place as soon as possible. We have been trapped here for 50,000 years. It is time to leave. Otherwise, the opportunity will be taken away by others. Yes. Let's leave here first." Wu Fengcheng quickly nodded. Business was more important. Since Qin Zhao and Tooth Fairy were both enlightened, it was naturally very easy to leave the water world. Just as the four of them were about to leave, Wu Fengcheng suddenly laughed. "Haha, Brother Qin Zhao, quickly look over there." Following Wu Fengcheng's voice, Qin Zhao immediately looked over. He saw that in the distance, there were two familiar figures there, frowning deeply, looking helpless and pained. And Qin Zhao naturally knew these two people. They were old acquaintances. It was none other than Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. He didn't expect that they were also trapped in the water world. Seeing that the two of them were also trapped in the water world, Qin Zhao felt a little relieved. Qin Zhao didn't have the slightest good impression of these two people. Lu Rian also wrinkled her nose at the two of them, showing her disdain. "Haha, Qian Hao, Nangong Xian, what a coincidence. But let's part here. You guys can slowly stay in the water world." Wu Fengcheng smiled somewhat proudly. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian saw that Qin Zhao and the others were about to leave the water world and understood that Qin Zhao and the others had found a way. They had worked hard for 50,000 years and had no clue at all. Now that Qin Zhao and the others had found a way to leave, they naturally had some ideas. "Daoist Qin Zhao, please take us with you. We will each give you 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. What do you think?" Qian Hao put down some face and said. Chapter 2012. Kneel down and beg me? Qian Hao and Nangong Xian's faces darkened when they heard those humiliating words. How could that be possible? They would rather die than be humiliated. It was impossible for them to kneel down and beg. That was a great humiliation to them. They were furious and filled with hatred. The previous humiliation was one thing, but for the sake of the Holy Prince Consort selection, Qianhao had to make an embarrassing compromise. But now he was humiliated like that. How could he bear it? How could he be so disdainful of 100,000 chaos source stones? Qin Shao, you and I are irreconcilable. Let's wait and see. You'll get what you deserve, Qianhao said fiercely. He could be considered to hold a grudge against this person. Sometimes, it was easy to hate someone. It was really easy. This was the law of survival in this world. It was easy to breed hatred in Jianghu. Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to Qianhao's fierce words. He chose to ignore them, which irritated Qianhao even more. Sometimes, the most lethal thing was not the viciousness of words, but a look of disdain. That wave of disdain was enough to speak louder than words, pushing its lethality to the extreme. This kind of invisible means was even more suitable for arrogant people. Soon, the four of them left the water world smoothly. With Qin Shao and Tooth Fairy comprehending it, there were no accidents. It's been almost 10 universe eras. I've been trapped in the dark water world. Today, I finally see the light again. After leaving the water world, Tooth Fairy looked a little excited. Looking at everything around him, he felt that it was so nice and warm. What kind of torture was it to be trapped for almost 10 universe eras? However, compared to the hatred in his heart, this was nothing. What happened back then was still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. Ha ha ha! Tooth Fairy suddenly laughed, but his laughter was full of hatred, pain, endless sadness, and madness. As long as I, Tooth Fairy, am alive, Holy Lord Chonglu will no longer be able to sit still. Your Chonglu immortal sect will no longer exist. The obsession of my life is to avenge my wife and resurrect her. It doesn't matter if it's 100 universe epics, 1,000 universe epics, or 1,000,000 universe epics. I will not be lonely. I will tread on the sky and sing in the rain. I will question the heavens with my sword. I want the heavens to not be able to stop me. Tooth Fairy's boldness was indeed magnificent. To charge into the Chonglu immortal sect alone in a fit of rage, knowing full well that it was impossible, knowing full well that it was against the heavens, knowing full well that it would lead to death, not wishing to return, what kind of heroic spirit was this? As the saying goes, when a gentleman is angry for a beauty, the wife he kills is greater than the heavens. Tooth Fairy's manliness was admirable. After a burst of excitement, Tooth Fairy waved his hand and said to Qin Shao and the other two, I will take my leave now. See you again. See you again. Qin Shao and the other two nodded and watched Tooth Fairy leave. After seeing Tooth Fairy off, Wu Fengcheng seemed to be reminiscing. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. I really didn't expect to meet a childhood idol in the boundless territory of Li. However, this is really a coincidence. When my cousin and I were young, we liked to listen to stories about heroes, so we liked to look for the heroic deeds of our ancestors. One of the stories that left the deepest impression on us was Tooth Fairy. What we admire about Tooth Fairy is that he was born so lowly. When he came out of the universe, he didn't join any forces. He relied on his own efforts to reach the peak step by step. Moreover, he was very low-key. If it wasn't for the battle with Chonglu, perhaps no one would have known about Tooth Fairy. After the battle with Chonglu, Tooth Fairy became famous and shocked half of the Xia territory. For love, Tooth Fairy didn't care about his own life. His heroic deeds were admirable. Nearly 10 universe eras have passed. Perhaps not many people still remember Tooth Fairy. However, I think that soon he will come back with a shocking appearance. This time, I'm afraid he will be able to shock the entire Xia territory. Qin Shao didn't understand much about Wu Fengcheng's feelings. After all, Qin Shao had only just met Tooth Fairy and learned about his deeds in the past. However, when he heard about it now, he didn't feel much shock. He admired Tooth Fairy, but he didn't admire Tooth Fairy to the same extent as Wu Fengcheng. That was a deep childhood memory. After lamenting for a while, the three continued to look for the boundless water. There were countless spaces in the boundless territory of Li, which was equivalent to countless worlds. However, not every world was dangerous. In fact, most of the worlds were still relatively peaceful. However, as long as there were dangerous worlds, the boundless territory of Li was extremely dangerous. After all, no matter how heaven-defying one's luck was, it was difficult to not encounter danger all the way. Moreover, once one entered the boundless territory of Li, it was not easy to get out. The spaces and worlds here were not fixed and could change at any time. There was no map to speak of. If one wanted to get out, it was mostly based on luck. Therefore, a very interesting thing happened very quickly. After leaving the water world and walking through more than 10 worlds, Qin Xiao and the other two actually walked out of the boundless territory of Li. Moreover, they had arrived in the territory of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. The aura here was obviously different from the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness was a barren land. It was even called the land abandoned by the heavens. The southern wilderness was filled with the aura of desolation. However, the 9 provinces of Huaxia was filled with rich, immortal qi. If one were to compare the southern wilderness with the 9 provinces of Huaxia, it would feel like comparing a thatched cottage with a magnificent palace. The huge gap could be seen at a glance. Even Qin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the 9 provinces of Huaxia is so powerful. The immortal qi is so rich, the cultivation conditions are so good, and the resources are so abundant. It has also created the endless prosperity of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. In comparison, the southern wilderness is indeed a desolate place. It is barbaric, desolate, barren, and lifeless. The 9 states of Huaxia gives people the feeling that it is full of vitality and prosperity. It feels like the gap is very big. This feeling is really wonderful. It made me fall in love with the 9 provinces of Huaxia at this moment. No wonder Bai Shan and the others yearn for the 9 provinces of Huaxia so much. It is indeed worthy of endless yearning. The 9 provinces of Huaxia, the 5 great holy lands, and the 100 territories of the 100 schools of thought. The strength of each territory is probably enough to fight against the entire southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is indeed not worth mentioning in front of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. It is extremely fragile. Wu Fengchang said, "This can't be helped. The conditions are given by the heavens. It has been like this since ancient times. No one can change it." In terms of cultivation, the 9 provinces of Huaxia is indeed the best. However, there is also a downside. Although the southern wilderness is barren, there are fewer forces and fewer geniuses. In fact, the competition is also relatively smaller. Therefore, geniuses can be focused on cultivation and focused on the cultivation of resources. In this way, they are actually not much worse than the geniuses of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. As for the 9 provinces of Huaxia, there are as many geniuses as dogs. Powerhouses are everywhere. The competition is too fierce. Every day, who knows how many so-called geniuses die? Of course, in general, the 9 provinces of Huaxia is definitely much, much better than the southern wilderness. Brother Qin Xiao, with your talent, potential, and strength, you can also walk out of the southern wilderness and come to the 9 provinces of Huaxia. This is the stage that you should have. Why don't you come with us to the Xia territory after the Holy Prince Consort selection? Qin Xiao smiled. He indeed yearned for the 9 provinces of Huaxia. However, this matter was not urgent and could not be rushed. He still had a lot of things to do, and now was not the right time. Moreover, how could Qin Xiao not understand that the 9 provinces of Huaxia was a big stage? However, a big stage also represented a big danger. His realm was still weak. He only relied on some methods and treasures. If he entered the 9 provinces of Huaxia, he was afraid that he would only be coveted by others. It was a very dangerous thing. In a situation where he was not strong enough, the big stage was actually not very useful to him. It was better to stay in the Fu Long Immortal Palace peacefully and raise his strength first. Moreover, there was indeed a lot of things to do. Let's talk about it later. Let's not think about it for now. Qin Xiao replied and rejected for the time being. Wu Fengchang was just saying. Since Qin Xiao rejected, he did not say anything more. Instead, he said, "Let's go. Let's continue to enter the boundless territory." I hope that this time, We won't be so lucky and walk out after a while. Screech! Just as the three of them were about to enter the boundless territory again, an incomparably sharp beast cry came from afar. It shocked this part of the world. It pierced Qin Xiao and the other two's minds and made them feel a burst of pain. It was very uncomfortable. Following this sharp cry, a powerful aura immediately descended. What a terrifying aura! Qin Xiao's expression was surprised. He also immediately became highly vigilant and prepared to go all out at any time. The invisible pressure also made him smell an extremely dangerous aura. Qin Xiao turned around and saw a huge, ominous beast flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Its body was more than 10,000 feet long. It was flying in the void like a bolt of lightning. Its imposing manner was indeed very frightening. This huge, fierce beast had 9 wings. Its body was like a huge dragon. Its whole body was black and red, and its body seemed to be emitting red flames. From afar, it gave people the pressure of Mount Tai. Its supreme power was enough to suppress this part of the world and burn the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. What kind of fierce beast is this? Qin Xiao frowned deeply. It was also the first time he had seen it. He felt that this fierce beast was extremely dangerous. It was even more dangerous than Palace Master Fu Shi's phoenix. Therefore, this fierce beast was probably a terrifying existence close to the battle strength of a saint. Moreover, Qin Xiao saw that on the back of the fierce beast, there were 3 figures standing. They were dressed gorgeously and had an imposing appearance. They had an extraordinary demeanor. It also made Qin Xiao think to himself, where did these 3 people come from? They could actually ride such a terrifying, fierce beast. Wasn't this way of making an appearance too domineering? It's a 9-winged celestial dragon. It's actually an ancient, fierce beast, a 9-winged celestial dragon. My goodness, this is really not an ordinary style. Wu Fengcheng recognized this terrifying, fierce beast and immediately clicked his tongue with a look of surprise. An ancient, fierce beast, a 9-winged celestial dragon. Qin Xiao did not understand this and silently noted it down first. Just the name of an ancient, fierce beast was enough to show the strength of this 9-winged celestial dragon. Approaching the ancient, fierce beast, the 9-winged celestial dragon stopped and hovered in the void. And the 3 men on the back of the 9-winged celestial dragon leaped and flew to the ground. They were extraordinarily handsome, and their brilliance illuminated the sky. Chapter 2013. At this time, Wu Fengcheng finally saw the appearance of the 3 people. After sizing them up, he cupped his fist and asked, "May I ask if the 3 of you are Yun Lu Shangfeng and Yun Lu Shangqi of the Hu Territories Yun Lu clan and young Master Pin with the Pin clan?" Although the 3 of them gave off a feeling of arrogance, they had the demeanor of a young king. However, after hearing Wu Fengcheng's words, the white-clothed man in the middle, Yun Lu Shangfeng, sized up Qin Xiao and the other 2. Finally, his gaze fell on Wu Fengcheng and said, "That's us. If I'm not wrong, you should be Wu Fengcheng of the Xia Territories Wu clan, right? The other 2? I don't know this one." Wu Fengcheng and Yun Lu Shangfeng had never met before. However, the geniuses of each territory naturally knew a thing or 2. Therefore, it was not strange that they knew each other. Wu Fengcheng introduced, "This is my cousin, Lu Ruyin of the Lu clan. This is my good friend, Qin Xiao from the Southern Wasteland." "Oh, there's actually a barbarian from the Southern Wasteland." Wu Fengcheng had just finished his introduction when the blue-clothed man on the left laughed mockingly. His gaze was somewhat curious and somewhat disdainful as he sized up Qin Xiao. He continued, "You're really weak. A mere second step heavenly venerable. With such little strength, you want to run to the boundless territory. Are you tired of living?" Then he shifted the topic to Wu Fengcheng and said, "I say, Wu Fengcheng, is your brain flooded with water? You're a young talent of the Xia Territories Wu clan. It's fine if you bring a burden with you, but it's a barbarian from the Southern Wasteland. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? He's just a lowly brat. Just send him away. Isn't bringing it into the boundless territory just asking for trouble? Why don't you keep him in your inner world first? Otherwise, he'll be an eyesore. Just as he finished speaking, the purple-clothed young man on the right curled his lips and said jokingly, "Shang-Chi, don't say that. Maybe he's just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger's horn. If Wu Fengchang can call him a good friend, then his strength must not be too bad. You can't always judge people by their realm. Even if he is from the southern wasteland, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have any strength. Although the southern wasteland is barren, it can still give birth to some geniuses. It's just that the number is far less than that of our Huaxia." Hearing the purple-clothed youth refute his words, Shang-Chi felt a bit embarrassed. He immediately glared and said unhappily, "I say, Pin Wu, why do you always have to go against me? You sing with me wherever I go. That's enough of you." Pin Wu smiled and said, "What's there to be excited about? I'm just worried that you'll be slapped in the face. I'm just worried about you. Then should I thank you for your concern?" Yin Lu Shang-Chi felt even more uncomfortable. Pin Wu shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you want to thank me, you can. Anyway, I still enjoy it." Yin Lu Shang-Chi was speechless. He couldn't wait to block Pin Wu's mouth. The white-clothed man in the middle, Yin Lu Shangfeng, waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys stop bickering. You're really a pair of natural enemies. You can sing about anything. Don't let others see you as a joke." Yin Lu Shangfeng's prestige was obviously not bad. The two of them also immediately settled down. Yin Lu Shangfeng nodded slightly to Qin Xiao and said, "Shang-Chi was just joking with you. Don't take offense." When others respected him, Lu Xiao would also respect them. Although it felt that Yin Lu Shangfeng was also a person full of arrogance, at least he wouldn't be arrogant to the point of looking down on everyone and provoking others. Therefore, this kind of arrogance was still acceptable to Qin Xiao. He also nodded back, but didn't say anything. "Wufeng City, since we've coincidentally met here, and I see that everyone has the same goal in mind, why don't we first travel together?" Yin Lu Shangfeng suggested. Wu Fengcheng was a little hesitant. Although it was said that there was more strength in numbers, there were naturally advantages and disadvantages. After all, everyone had a competitive relationship. Therefore, if they really found the boundless water, then the problem of distribution would be a big problem. Moreover, both sides were actually not familiar with each other. Therefore, the trust between them was still relatively low. Rashly moving together obviously meant that there was a big hidden danger inside. The heart to guard against others was a must. Lu Ruyin only came into play. She came completely to accompany Wu Fengcheng. Therefore, she naturally listened to Wu Fengcheng. Qin Xiao shook his head, indicating that he was unwilling. Since that was the case, Wu Fengcheng said, "No, it's true that everyone has the same purpose. However, there aren't many opportunities to obtain it. We still have to rely on our own luck. You all have your own luck. We also have our own luck. If we go together, then our luck will only decrease. Therefore, it's better that we act separately. If we meet, it's best if we don't fight." Yin Lu Shangfeng didn't say much. Instead, he slightly nodded. However, Yin Lu Shangqi was not happy. He curled his lips, raised his nose, and lightly snorted. He said, "You really are putting on airs. My big brother kindly wants to go with you. You actually don't know what's good for you and refuse. You, Wu Fengcheng, don't really think that we still need to rely on your strength? I think you've lived in vain. As a genius disciple of the Wu clan, you actually have to listen to the barbarians of the southern wasteland. I really feel sorry for you. All right, Shang-Chi, stop talking. Let's go." Yin Lu Shangfeng angrily reprimanded. The group of three then entered the boundless territory. Before entering the boundless territory, Yin Lu Shangqi looked very unhappy. He deeply looked at Qin Xiao. Wu Fengcheng somewhat helplessly shook his head. He said, "What a good-for-nothing disciple. Brother Qin Xiao, don't pay attention to his words. Some people are just talking for fun. In reality, they don't have any real ability." Qin Xiao faintly smiled, indicating that it was nothing. He wouldn't think too much about it. He had seen too many good-for-nothing disciples like this. He would just ignore them. As long as they didn't provoke him, then it was fine. If they really did, then don't blame him for being impolite. "Let's go," Wu Fengcheng said. The three of them once again entered the boundless territory. They once again walked through one world after another, as if they were aimlessly wandering. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Entering the boundless territory was like this. Fate was the most important thing. If one wanted to find the boundless water, then one would need heaven-defying luck. If one didn't have heaven-defying luck, then one would need to constantly wander in the boundless territory and waste time. After all, there was still probability. The longer one stayed, the more space one would encounter. In theory, finding the boundless water was only a matter of time. Of course, the prerequisite was that one must be able to survive in the boundless territory. The longer one stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The more terrifying space one encountered, the slimmer one's chances of survival would be. One water world almost trapped Qin Shao and the others inside. And the water world was only one of the tens of thousands of terrifying spaces in the boundless territory. And it was definitely not the most terrifying one. There were definitely many more spaces that were more terrifying than the water world. Therefore, luck was the most important thing. If not, why would the heavens chosen give Qin Shao 10 million years? But 10 million years was already an extremely short period of time. The heavens chosen originally didn't intend to let Qin Shao pass this test. He only intended to make things difficult for Qin Shao. To be able to live for 10 million years in the boundless territory was definitely an extremely amazing thing. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years had passed. Qin Shao and the other two's luck didn't seem to be bad. They also didn't encounter a dangerous place like the water world. Small dangers and troubles were constant, but the three of them were after all very strong. Therefore, ordinary dangers wouldn't pose any threat to them. There are two corpses up ahead. There was an intense fight. Qin Shao and the other two quickly discovered the situation and discovered the two dead men. Qin Shao sized up the surroundings. An intense battle had just occurred here not long ago. The destructive power was shockingly great. It was definitely an extremely powerful fourth step, heavenly venerable who made a move. Or it could be said that they used some powerful trump card to have such shocking destructive power. Wu Fengsheng sized up the two dead men and quickly recognized them. One is Mi Liang from the Mi clan of Vast Territory. The other is Gu Qing from the Gu clan of Vast Territory. Both of them are outstanding genius representatives of Vast Territory. They both have a good reputation in Vast Territory and are very powerful in all aspects. I didn't expect both of them to die here. The two of them are from the same territory. They should have entered the boundless territory together. I don't know what kind of existence they provoked to actually die here. Moreover, both of them were robbed of everything. Clearly, they didn't encounter any natural danger in the boundless territory. It was something that was done by someone. Two geniuses who were not inferior to him had died here. Naturally, Wu Fengqing's heart palpitated slightly. Qin Shao sized up the surroundings carefully before saying, "Judging from the traces of battle and the aura left behind, there were only 3 people. In other words, these two were actually killed by the same person. Someone who can kill 2 fourth-step heavenly venerable geniuses by himself. What kind of strength does that person have? If they didn't have powerful treasures on them, then only a peak 4th-step heavenly venerable existence could do this. Wu Fengsheng, which one do you think is more likely?" Wu Fengsheng carefully pondered. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I really can't say for sure which one it is. However, I think the latter possibility is slightly higher. If it really was done by other geniuses, then they must have used their trump cards. Moreover, I think that Mi Liang and Gu Qing should have at least 1 trump card on them. After all, they are outstanding youths of their respective clans. They are the representatives of their clans' geniuses. How could they not have a trump card to protect them? Trump card? Under such circumstances, the chances of other geniuses making a move to kill them aren't high at all. Moreover, those who enter the boundless territory are generally just clones. Their original bodies are still there. If their clones are exposed after killing them, wouldn't that leave behind hidden dangers? Therefore, I think the greatest possibility is that they still encountered an extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly venerable existence." Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Could it be that there really is an extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly venerable existence coming to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection?" Wu Fengchang thought for a while and shook his head. This possibility shouldn't be high. After all, the Holy Prince Consort selection criteria are very harsh. Cultivation time can exceed a universe epoch. Extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerables are either living ancient existences or peerless monstrous geniuses. Chapter 2014. Qin Xiao nodded. This was indeed very reasonable. The greatest possibility was that an extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerate had made a move. Moreover, this extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerate had not come for the Holy Prince Consort selection. However, why had he killed two geniuses with great backgrounds here? One had to know that behind Mi Liang and Ge Qing were the Mi and Ge clans of vast territory. In vast territory, the forces of these two clans could definitely be ranked in the top 20. They were definitely not ordinary forces and could not be underestimated. Even an ancient saint would probably not dare to rashly provoke them, right? It was fine if they had killed ordinary disciples, but the ones they had killed were the outstanding youths of the Mi and Ge clans. They were the representatives of geniuses and were the focus of the clan's nurturing. They were treasures. Wouldn't killing these two offend the dignity of the Mi and Ge clans? Who was it that had such guts? Wu Fengchang had also been pondering this question. Perhaps it's an enemy of one of the two, or perhaps it's some extremely vicious person. There are still many people who treat the boundless territory as a refuge. They hide in the boundless territory and specialize in doing evil in the boundless territory. Some people have enemies outside and have been hiding in the boundless territory all this time. Or some eccentric people like to hide in the boundless territory to cultivate. Or some demonic beasts have been hiding in the boundless territory all this time. It's all possible. There are too many possibilities. However, we don't need to investigate and find out. The warning for us is that we have to be more careful. If we encounter such a vicious person, it's better to stay away. Qin Xiao nodded. There was no need to think too much. They just had to be careful. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, they could not avoid it. If your luck was bad, then it would be useless no matter how much you hid. When they left this world and entered the next one, the three of them finally sensed that the aura was unusual. As soon as they entered this world, an ancient and faint aura hit them in the face. It made them feel as if they had entered a world that had been sealed for countless years. This ancient aura was boundless and contained remnants of an ancient and terrifying will. Therefore, the moment they entered, they felt as if they were in danger. This was not a good feeling. In an instant, Qin Xiao and the other two people became vigilant and looked around cautiously. There were many dangerous worlds in the boundless territory, so the three of them had long been mentally prepared to deal with danger at any time. There was nothing strange about encountering a dangerous world. Since he had encountered it, he might as well face it with all his might. Soon, their gazes landed in the distance, and they saw a stretch of dilapidated walls. Although there were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls, one could still see the grandeur of the city from the ruins. Above those dilapidated walls, a green color crawled up, emitting an extremely ancient aura. After sizing up the dilapidated walls for a while, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely smell an extremely terrifying ancient aura. Just a trace of an ancient aura that had existed for countless years was enough to make Qin Zhao's heart palpitate, and he even felt a bit afraid. Qin Xiao could not help but feel shocked. Just what was the origin of these ruins? It felt very, very extraordinary. There seems to be someone over there. Qin Xiao suddenly frowned. He felt the presence of a few powerful auras over there. Obviously, there were people there. After entering the boundless territory for so long, they had only met 2 waves of people. If the 2 dead people were included, it would be 3 waves. In fact, they did not meet many people. Originally, very few people came to the boundlessly domain, so it was naturally very rare to meet someone here. However, for the Holy Prince Consort selection this time, there were probably thousands of young geniuses who entered the boundless territory. Therefore, the probability of meeting people was still relatively high. Very high. An ancient miracle. Cough, cough. We are actually lucky enough to enter here. Wu Fengxiang said with a surprised look. After hearing this, Lu Rian asked with slight surprise, "Cousin, this is the legendary ancient miracle of the boundless territory?" Wu Fengxiang nodded and smiled. "Yes, this should be the legendary ancient miracle of the boundless territory. I checked it out just now. It should be. In order to enter the boundless territory, I did my homework this time. I collected a lot of information and studied it carefully. I didn't expect that we would encounter one of the most difficult places in the boundless territory, the ancient miracle of the boundless territory, so quickly." Seeing Wu Fengxiang's surprised and excited look, Qin Xiao asked curiously, "Ancient miracle, it sounds like a place full of opportunities. So, we are considered to have encountered a great opportunity?" No, no, no. However, Wu Fengxiang shook his head and said, "That's not true. It can't be said to be a great opportunity. This is definitely not possible. After all, no one can say for sure how long this ancient miracle has existed. It could be tens of thousands of universe eras, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of universe eras. Anyway, no one can say for sure how long this ancient miracle has existed. We only know that in the records, there are various rumors about this ancient miracle. Who left this ancient miracle behind is still a mystery to this day. And after countless years, the good things would have long been taken away by others. How could it be our turn? What is left now is just this piece of ruins and these broken walls. It is said that this piece of ruins was fought over time and time again to become like this. Who knows how many battles have taken place to turn this ancient divine relic into such a pitiful state. And in the historical records, there are indeed many people who have benefited from this ancient miracle. Hearing this, Qin Zhao's interest suddenly faded. Seeing that Wu Fengxiang was a little excited just now, Qin Xiao really thought that they had encountered a great opportunity. It turned out that this was not the case. Seeing that Qin Xiao was a little disappointed, Wu Fengxiang smiled and said, "I was excited just now because I saw the legendary ancient miracle. Isn't this a very exciting thing? I feel that this excitement is better than encountering a great opportunity." Qin Xiao was a little amused and did not know how to answer. However, what he said wasn't completely unreasonable. Wu Fengxiang said again, "But how should I put it? Whether you can gain something or not depends on yourself. After all, no matter what, this is an ancient miracle. According to the legends, the ancient person who created this miracle was a fourth-step prime saint. He was an extremely ancient and powerful existence. So the miracle he left behind, even if countless years have passed, there might still be some fish that escaped the net. And in this miracle, there might be some remnant aura left behind. Maybe it can give you some inspiration. A fourth-step prime saint?" Qin Xiao also knew that the prime saints were divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 levels. What kind of existence was a fourth-step prime saint? Qin Xiao could not imagine. After all, he certainly had not seen such a supreme existence. For example, the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace and Yu Luosha should only be first-step prime saints. His master, Old Man Lu He, should also be a first-step prime saint. The strength of the Heaven Mountain City Lord was very powerful. In the entire southern wasteland, he was recognized as one of the top 10 existences. According to Bai Shan, the Heaven Mountain City Lord was only a second-step prime saint. In other words, the strongest in the entire southern wasteland should only be second-step prime saints. There should not be any third-step prime saints. Fourth-step prime saints, what kind of powerful existence was that? Most likely, they stood at the top of the immortal realm. If this was really a miracle left behind by an ancient fourth-step prime saint, then it was reasonable for Wu Fengxiang to be so excited. "Let's go and take a look first," Qin Xiao said. The three of them quickly approached the ancient miracle. The closer they got, the thicker the ancient aura and the more vicissitudes it felt. Fortunately, there isn't much danger in the ancient divine ruin. There were dangers in the past, but countless ancestors had trampled this place and destroyed all the dangers. So this place is now a dead zone. You can go and take a look boldly. "Ancient miracles," Wu Fengxiang said. "If there are no dangers, then there was no need to be so vigilant. Although Wu Fengchang said so, Qin Shao still did not dare to let down his guard. Even if there were no dangers in the ancient miracle, there were other people around. There were hidden dangers, and they had to be vigilant. Sure enough, Qin Shao soon saw a few familiar figures. Yin Lu Shangfeng and the other two were there. In addition to them, he saw a few other unfamiliar figures. However, looking at their clothes and aura, he knew that they must be the geniuses of a 9-states Huaxia country who came to participate in the Holy Prince Consort selection. The number of people was not small. In addition to Yin Lu Shangfeng and the other two, there were 5 more people. In addition to Qin Shao and the other two, there were a total of 11 people here. It was indeed a rare thing for so many people to gather in one space. Yin Lu Shangqi looked at Qin Shao with an unhappy expression and snorted, then continued to do his own thing. Clearly, he already found Qin Shao displeasing to the eye in every way. Qin Shao was too lazy to care about Yin Lu Shangqi's unfriendliness. It was fine as long as he provoked him. Otherwise, who cares if you were a disciple of the Yin Lu clan? Everyone was busy with their own things, walking in the ruins, looking carefully as if they wanted to find something. This ancient miracle might have left something behind, but it depended on whether you could find it or not. Qin Shao, let's split up. Maybe we can find something. Haha, since we're here, we have to give it a try. Wu Fengcheng said. Qin Shao nodded. Since he was here, he naturally had to take a good look. Qin Shao had just taken a few steps when his eyes flickered again. He saw 2 familiar figures that he did not see before. Seeing these 2 people, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes. These 2 people were none other than Qian Hao and Nangong Xian, who had found trouble with him before. Qian Hao had been humiliated by him twice, so when they met now, it was natural for him to feel a little jealous. Qian Hao looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of anger and hatred. He did not hide it at all. It was obvious how angry he was with Qin Shao. Seeing Qian Hao and Nangong Xian, Qin Shao was not surprised. They could walk out of the water world, probably using some trump cards. Chapter 2015. The 2 of them just looked at each other for a while. Qin Shao didn't pay much attention to Qian Hao. As long as Qian Hao didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to take the initiative to attack. After all, the main purpose of entering the boundless sanctuary this time was to get the boundless water. There was no need to complicate things, unless it was an unbearable situation. Qian Hao also came for the Holy Prince Consort selection. Even if he hated Qin Shao to the core, he wouldn't easily make a move at this time. That would be an unwise move. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was there. Qian Hao also felt a little powerless. Just now, in order to walk out of the water world, he and Nangong Xian had used their trump cards. Now, even if he wanted to deal with Qin Shao, he actually didn't have enough means. Therefore, he could only glare to express the anger in his heart. Qin Shao walked in the ruins, immersing himself in the ruins. Every piece of gravel was sketching out the original appearance of this place in his mind. He felt every piece of this place, every pillar, every stone, every grain. Time could dilute everything. Too much time had passed, so even after Qin Shao sensed it for a long time, he still could not sense much of the remaining power. The ruins were very big. Qin Shao walked slowly and carefully felt. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Everyone was patiently looking at the ruins, hoping to gain something, but obviously there was nothing. Qin Shao suddenly stopped in a place. The layout of the surroundings made him feel a little strange. One exquisite layout, although it's basically destroyed beyond recognition. If you look carefully, you'll find that the layout here is extremely exquisite. It's definitely using the mechanical armor technique, and it's very clever. Even I can only roughly figure out. It's a pity that it's destroyed beyond recognition. Otherwise, it might really give me some of the secrets on the mechanical armor technique. After looking around, Qin Shao also shook his head with a look of pity. All the good things were destroyed. Since he couldn't gain anything, he could only continue to look at other places. But just as she turned around, Qin Zhao's gaze seemed to have caught a glimpse of something important. At that moment, a strong feeling suddenly surged in her heart. Qin Shao couldn't help but stop and take a closer look. But when he looked again, he didn't seem to find anything. It was as if his eyes were just playing tricks on him. But that's not right. How strong was Qin Shao? How could there be a situation where his eyesight was blurred? He had clearly seen something just now, and it was something that he felt was very important, something that could touch his heart. I saw it just now. Let me clean it up first. Qin Shao thought for a while and immediately had an idea. Qin Shao had always been firm about her ideas. Since he had made up his mind, he naturally took action immediately and cleaned up the place. After cleaning for a while, Qin Shao found a stone pillar that was half the height of a man. There wasn't anything special about the stone pillar. However, there were many complicated runes carved on the stone pillar. To those who didn't know these runes, there wasn't anything unusual about them. However, Qin Shao was able to recognize that these runes were related to the array formation and restriction. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but be a little curious and looked at it carefully. What did it mean to have a stone pillar carved with complicated runes here? Moreover, this stone pillar was intact and not damaged. It was buried here by a lot of gravel, which might have protected it from being damaged. The traces of time left a strong sense of vicissitudes on this stone pillar, and those runes were a little mysterious. Qin Shao didn't practice the formation, but Qin Shao had some attainments in the mechanism formation. The mechanism formation actually included the formation, but it was higher than the formation. The path of mechanical array armor was actually a perfect fusion of several small paths, forming a powerful side path. Qin Shao studied it carefully, but still didn't understand the meaning of these runes. It was too profound. Countless years have passed. I don't know if this formation has been damaged, but this stone pillar is intact here. It is really possible that it hasn't been damaged. From the looks of it, this stone pillar might be the core of the formation. Generally speaking, if the formation is damaged, then the stone pillar should also be damaged, unless the situation is not what I think. But looking at the situation around, it seems that there shouldn't be any formation or restriction. If there is, then it should have been destroyed. Countless years have passed. What should be destroyed should have been destroyed long ago. Qin Zhao's face was thoughtful, and he shook his head secretly. It seemed that many of his inferences didn't make sense. The more you don't understand something, the more you want to understand it. Try to penetrate it with your divine consciousness. Qin Zhao's divine consciousness moved and immediately entered the stone pillar. Boom! As soon as Qin Zhao's divine consciousness touched the stone pillar, it was like a detonated barrel of gunpowder. A powerful energy spewed out of the stone pillar like a volcanic eruption. Qin Zhao's consciousness seemed to have been swallowed by a black hole in an instant, causing Qin Shao to lose consciousness instantly. His mind was blank, and his whole person seemed to have been petrified, standing still in place. The light in his eyes also quickly dimmed, just like a dead person. It's over, it's over. This was Qin Zhao's remaining consciousness, and he felt that he was going to die. If his divine consciousness was completely swallowed, then his body and soul would be destroyed immediately. Such a way of dying was very sullen. He didn't even have the chance to resist and died in an instant. Qin Shao also thought that he couldn't be so unlucky, right? It was really curiosity that killed the cat. He just wanted to study this stone pillar. It couldn't be so terrible, right? Just by penetrating his divine consciousness, it was going to devour his divine consciousness. No matter how powerful this stone pillar was, it shouldn't be so terrible. What the hell was going on? His consciousness felt that it was going to be devoured, but it wasn't really devoured, so Qin Shao was a little puzzled. Boom! At this moment, another powerful force surged towards Qin Zhao's divine sense. It was like an ordinary mortal being facing a monstrous wave crashing towards him. This time, Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to react at all. He was completely annihilated, and his consciousness completely dissipated. It was blank. Whoa, Nipper, I don't want to... Faintly, there was an intermittent and very weak voice coming from a very far distance. It seemed to be there, but it was also silent. Huh! Qin Shao suddenly woke up. His whole person was awake in an instant, and all his consciousness was restored. He turned around and saw Lu Ruyan staring at Qin Shao with her jade-like eyes wide open. She had a strange expression on her face. What happened to me just now? Seeing Lu Ruyan's strange look, Qin Shao immediately guessed that something must have happened to him just now. He tried hard to recall. He knew the general situation, but he couldn't remember the specifics. It was completely blank just now, and he couldn't remember anything at all. Thinking about it, Qin Shao felt a little scared. Even with his strength, his consciousness had completely disappeared just now. It was as if he was dead. What kind of energy was needed to do this? What happened just now? Just what kind of terrifying power was that? Why did it devour his consciousness but didn't hurt him? Qin Shao carefully checked his body again and confirmed again that there was nothing strange and he was still intact. His divine consciousness, will, and soul were not hurt at all. This was strange. He was completely fine, but his consciousness had disappeared for a while just now. And Qin Shao clearly felt a force entering his body, but now he couldn't feel it at all. Strange. This was really strange, really strange. Hey, why are you in a daze? I patted you, and I stood in front of you for so long. Do you completely treat me as air? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but complain. Hearing Lu Ruyan's voice, Qin Shao came back to his senses and said, Miss Ruyan, I saw you, but I was thinking about something just now, so I didn't say hello to you in time. What happened to me just now? Were you in a daze for a long time? Lu Ruyan looked at Qin Shao up and down with a strange look. After a long while, she said, You were in a daze for 10 breaths of time, okay? Just now I saw that you were acting strangely here. So, I came to see what happened to you, but I found that you were in a daze. He's in a daze. I called you, but you didn't hear me, so I patted you, and then you reacted. But after you reacted, you ignored me. I say, Qin Shao, why are you so strange? What are you doing? Do you know that if I wanted to kill you just now, it would be as easy as flipping my hand? I could have killed you in an instant. Fortunately, it was me who walked over just now. If it was Qian Hao who walked over just now, maybe you would be dead now. 10 breaths of time. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Qin Shao felt a chill on his back, and a trace of cold sweat oozed out. 10 breaths of time, that was really scary. Not to mention 10 breaths of time. Even half a breath of time was enough for him to die several times. What happened just now? How could he lose consciousness for so long? The more Qin Shao thought about it, the more scared he was. It was indeed as Ruyan Lu had said. Fortunately, it was her. If it was Qian Hao, then he might really be dead now. Moreover, he might not even know how he died. That was the most tragic part. However, Qin Shao himself didn't understand the situation just now. So naturally, there was no way to explain it to Lu Ruyan. He could only casually make up an excuse and said, No, I was just thinking too much. Actually, my vigilance is not bad. Maybe it's because I'm familiar with your aura, so I didn't see you as a threat. Naturally, I didn't have any reaction when you approached. If it was someone else, I would have noticed it long ago and naturally wouldn't give them a chance. Although this explanation was a bit far-fetched, Lu Ruyan couldn't think of any other possibilities, so she could only choose to believe this explanation. However, Ruyan Lu still said, I think it's better for you to be careful. This is the boundless expanse. Anything can happen. Don't let your guard down. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable if you're not careful. Chapter 2016. Xiaosheng. Ruyan Lu looked at Qin Shao strangely. After a while, she said, Do you like to pretend to be young? Pretend to be young? I am young, okay? Qin Shao was a bit unhappy. Although he had lived for tens of millions of years, he was still considered young in the immortal region. Ahem, Ruyan Lu was a bit embarrassed. Okay, I forgot that you have only lived for tens of millions of years. You are indeed young. Forget it. I won't talk about age with you. Otherwise, I will cry. Compared to you, I am really an old woman. Huh. Qin Shao couldn't help but be amused by Lu Ruyan. For a 4-step Empyrean, Lu Ruyan was very, very young. Qin Shao couldn't tell how old Ruyan Lu was, but he was sure that she had not lived for a universe epoch. Such a young 4th-step, celestial venerable was very young. In terms of age in this realm, she should have started in a universe epoch. At a certain point in time, there wasn't much meaning to it anymore. Why are you still laughing? If you continue to laugh, I will ignore you. Seeing Qin Xiao laugh, Ruyan Lu anxiously stomped her feet and pouted. When a girl acted coquettishly, it was really charming. No, I'm not laughing at you, haha. Qin Xiao wanted to explain, but seeing Ruyan Lu's cute and coquettish appearance, he couldn't help but laugh. Qin Xiao didn't know why he laughed. He felt like he was hit on the funny part. However, Qin Xiao was not a person who liked to laugh. In fact, he usually didn't even smile. You are still saying that you are not laughing at me. I am angry. I will ignore you. Ruyan Lu pouted and left angrily. Qin Xiao wanted to explain, but Ruyan Lu was already far away. He wanted to chase after her, but then he thought that it was not necessary. He believed that Ruyan Lu was not a petty person. When he saw her later, he would just have to apologize and explain himself. Now, Qin Xiao still wanted to figure out what happened just now. Qin Xiao always felt that what happened just now was not simple. If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't feel at ease. Just now, Qin Xiao tried hard to recall what had happened just now. Why do I feel like there's a surge of energy flowing into my body? But what puzzled Qin Xiao was that he had carefully checked his body, but he didn't notice anything. He had checked his internal world, sea of consciousness and soul, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. This was very strange, very strange. Therefore, Qin Xiao recalled it over and over again, but she still had the same feeling, and it was very strong. Strange, too strange. After thinking about it for a long time, Qin Xiao still couldn't figure out the reason. He was too lazy to continue thinking about it, so he gave up for the time being. What was worth consoling was that he didn't feel any discomfort. It could be considered a false alarm. Thinking of the situation just now, Qin Xiao still had some lingering fear. It seemed that he really couldn't touch things casually here, otherwise it would be very dangerous. After looking around again, he still didn't find anything. Qin Xiao walked towards Yu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan. They obviously didn't find anything, so they also met up. When Lu Ruyan saw Qin Xiao, she pursed her lips and turned her head to one side. It seemed that women were very vengeful. Qin Xiao shook his head secretly, walked forward, and said, I'm sorry, Miss Ruyan. It's really not what you think just now. I really didn't laugh at you. I just laughed a little. I apologize to you. Don't be angry. I don't believe you. You're obviously laughing at me, and you still refuse to admit it. Humph, you men are really thick-skinned enough. This apology is not sincere at all. I don't want to hear it. Lu Ruyan said. This made Qin Xiao a little speechless. How was he thick-skinned? He was apologizing very sincerely, okay? She still didn't accept it? Then forget it. Qin Xiao was too lazy to say anything more. If she didn't accept it, then she didn't accept it. It was said that in this world, only villains and women were difficult to deal with. This sentence was not wrong at all. It was too true. Ha! Seeing Qin Xiao's depressed look, Yu Fengcheng laughed heartily. Brother Qin Xiao, you were played by my cousin. Yu Fengcheng patted Qin Xiao's shoulder and said very responsibly. Hearing this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Yu Fengcheng and then looked at Lu Ruyan. He saw Lu Ruyan sneering there and even made a victorious expression to Qin Xiao. Seeing this, Qin Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Lu Ruyan was deliberately angry at him just now, and he took it seriously. It could only be said that Lu Ruyan's acting was too real, so Qin Xiao also fell for it. Brother Qin Xiao, don't mind her. My cousin likes to tease people sometimes, and she likes to do funny things. In fact, she didn't mean it. She's just more playful, like a child who hasn't grown up. You have to be more tolerant. Yu Fengcheng said. Lu Ruyan curled her lips and disagreed. I say, cousin, I haven't grown up yet, okay? Isn't it good to maintain a little childlike innocence? Okay. Yu Fengcheng nodded very dotingly and said, I didn't say it's not good. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's temper is good. After being teased by you, he didn't really get angry at you. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really get angry. You, the habit of teasing people. I don't know when you can change it. Lu Ruyan didn't care too much and said, I think it's quite good. Why should I change it? Isn't it quite fun? I came out this time because I was afraid that you would be lonely and bored, so I came to accompany you. I don't care if I can find the infinite water or not. The long road of cultivation is originally very boring. If people still live a very boring life, then wouldn't it be even more boring? Wouldn't it be extremely boring? That's why I don't want to be like you guys. Besides, if Qin Xiao is so stingy, then it means that this person is not worth befriending. As a man, he should be more open-minded. I don't like stingy men at all. Liu Fengcheng was actually speechless by Lu Ruyan's words for a moment, unable to refute. He felt that it was illogical, but he had to admit that it made some sense. Qin Xiao also smiled in relief and said, "Having a happy heart is indeed a very good thing. Yes, the road of cultivation is incomparably long and boring. It's indeed a good thing to be able to find some fun for yourself. Cultivation is to be able to endure loneliness and preserve one's youth. The long road is filled with solitary courage, walking on a song against the heavens. Hee, you're a big man. It's enough that you can endure loneliness. Why do you need to preserve one's youth?" Lu Ruyan teased again. The three of them joked for a while, then left the ancient miracle world. Everyone didn't gain anything here, so there was no reason to continue staying. It was more important to continue looking for the infinite water. After walking through a few worlds, the three of them actually found the bodies of 3 fourth-step heavenly venerables. Liu Fengcheng probably recognized those who died. They were all young geniuses of the 9 states Huaxia country. There are already 5. 5 geniuses have already died here, and the situation is similar to what we found before. They all died in the hands of the same person. It's definitely an extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly venerate. But the scary thing is that the aura left behind is different from the previous ones. In other words, the murderer these 2 times is not the same person. It's not the same person, but they have the same goal. They're both extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly venerates. Why does it feel like there's a big secret hidden here? Liu Fengcheng's face was solemn. The situation seemed to be very complicated. Qin Xiao also frowned deeply. He was also thinking about these problems. He really felt that it was too unusual. When he saw 2 people being killed before, although he also felt that it was strange and that it might be a little unusual, he didn't think much about it. This time, they saw 3 people being killed one after another. They had to treat it seriously. After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiao said, "It shouldn't be so coincidental. I think there might be a mysterious force behind this. It's targeting this Holy Prince Consort selection and wants to kill some geniuses. You said before that this Holy Prince Consort selection may attract hundreds of billions of geniuses from all over the 9 states Huaxia country to participate. So, the mysterious force behind this is most likely targeting you geniuses. It wants to kill as many of you as possible. The possibility of it being an enemy should be completely ruled out now. After all, 2 groups of people died, and it was done by different people. If it's an enemy, it's impossible for there to be such an amazing coincidence." Liu Fengcheng nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's inference. The situation of an enemy could indeed be completely ruled out. Besides an enemy, the second possibility is that it's an extremely vicious person hiding in the boundless territory of Li. Now, I think it can also be ruled out. If it's just the previous situation, then this possibility is indeed very high. But combined with the current situation, the possibility of this coincidence should be very small. So, the possibility of it being ruled out is very high. Of course, for the time being, it can't be completely ruled out, but I think it can be ruled out 99%. The biggest possibility is that there's a mysterious force behind this matter. It's carrying out a huge conspiracy and wants to take advantage of this good opportunity to do something earth-shattering. Liu Fengcheng thought for a while and nodded. Based on the current situation, this was indeed the most likely scenario. But Liu Fengcheng also couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and said, "But there's a very puzzling point. What kind of mysterious force would dare to eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? You must know that this time, those who can enter the boundless territory to search for the boundless water are all geniuses of various territories, young, outstanding figures of various surnames. Behind this, there are many surname forces involved. For example, the 5 people who died have already involved the 5 surname forces. If this continues, then the number of surname forces involved will only increase. The force form behind this is also very terrifying. Isn't such an act equivalent to making an enemy of the entire 9 states Huaxia country? What kind of force dares to do this? At least for now, I can't think of such a terrifying force existing. Qin Xiao thought for a while and said, "That's not necessarily impossible. Some dark forces hide very deeply and haven't been exposed." Chapter 2017. Wu Fengcheng nodded. It seemed to make sense. Therefore, this matter was really hard to say. Indeed, it was possible. No matter what the real situation was, the sense of danger was there, so they had to be careful. After killing people and taking all the things, it's clean and tidy. The force behind this should be targeting small groups with only 2 or 3 people. Ahem, I was just thinking that there are only 3 of us in this world. We can't be so unlucky as to be targeted, right? Wu Fengcheng suddenly had this thought, and after he finished speaking, he looked around vigilantly. Although this idea was not good, it could not be said that there was no such possibility. Bah, cousin, you jinx. Don't talk nonsense. If they really target us, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Let's hope for something good. I think our luck shouldn't be that bad, Lu Ruyan said immediately. Wu Fengcheng grinned and immediately changed his words. Yes. Bah, I jinx it. I never say anything good. Our luck has been good all along, so we definitely won't. Not good. Something's happening. However, before Wu Fengcheng could finish his words, his expression changed drastically. Qin Xiao and Lu Ruyan also immediately sensed the sudden arrival of a dangerous aura. Something had happened, and the 3 of them suddenly tensed up. Wu Fengcheng's expression became a little strange, and he looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that my jinx was right? The 3 of them stood back to back in a small circle, each guarding one side. The high-grade immortal artifact was already in their hands, and they were ready to go all out. In the face of such a strong enemy, how could they dare to hide anything? That would be courting death. Sure enough, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. Darkness pressed down, as if swallowing the whole world in an instant, plunging the world into darkness. The battle array, as soon as it appeared, was terrifying. It controlled the heaven and earth, triggering the laws of the immortal Tao for its use. Heaven and earth submitted to it. To be able to do this, its strength must be terrifyingly strong. It was indeed an extremely powerful 4th step heavenly venerable. A single strand of will could move the heavens, and a single gaze could intimidate the heavens. Such a terrifying and powerful battle formation and immortal pressure weighed down heavily on the hearts of Qin Xiao and the other 2 like an incomparably heavy mountain, making them feel unprecedentedly dignified, nervous, and even a little inexplicable fear. In the face of such a powerful enemy, it made one feel as if death was approaching. His hand that was holding the weapon could not help but break out in a cold sweat. A figure wrapped in black chi and black clothes walked out of the darkness. Above the 9th heaven, a pair of abyss-like eyes stared coldly at Qin Xiao and the other 2. He wore a ferocious black mask on his face, making him look like a devil. He looked sinister and ferocious. Heaven and earth surged and surged in all directions, forming a domain of darkness. Qin Xiao and the other 2 were unable to walk out of this domain. Clearly, the other party wanted to trap the 3 of them in the domain and then kill them one by one. Thinking back to the deaths of the previous 2 groups of people, it was most likely the same. They did not even have the chance to escape. It was no wonder that even though they had life-saving trump cards, they still died here. The situation was far from good. Speaking of life-saving trump cards, Qin Xiao did not know whether the ancient saint talisman given by Princess Xiaoyu could be counted as one or not, but it should be. That talisman of the ancient saint talisman was a life-saving treasure given to Princess Xiaoyu by the master of Fumu, Immortal Palace. The power it contained should be at the level of an ancient saint. As for the 9 sage leaf-flying daggers, they could not be counted as life-saving trump cards. They could only be regarded as the most powerful means. Could an ancient saint talisman repel the terrifying existence in front of them? This made Qin Shao feel completely uncertain. After all, 5 geniuses had died. Qin Shao did not believe that the 5 of them did not have 1 or 2 life-saving trump cards. They should also have life-saving trump cards in their hands, but they still died in the hands of the other party. It was enough to show that the situation was not so simple. It's over, it's over. I feel that we're doomed this time. Later, let's not hide anymore. When the other party starts to attack, we will throw out all our trump cards and fight desperately. I'm afraid we only have one chance. Only by fighting for this one chance can we have a way out. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will follow in the footsteps of the other 2 groups. How could such an unlucky thing happen to us? Wu Fengcheng said to Qin Shao and Lu Ruyan with a voice transmission. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it really made people unable to summon up any courage. The black-robed man did not seem to be in a hurry to attack. His eyes were deep and somewhat playful as he looked at Qin Shao and the other 2, as if he wanted to play a game of cat and mouse. Cousin, you'd better shut up. You have a crow's mouth. It's best if you don't open your mouth. Let's fight. There is no other way. Lu Ruyan gave Wu Fengcheng a glare. Wu Fengcheng was also very helpless. He just said it casually. Who knew that the danger would really come? He really had an impulse to die. Qin Shao frowned coldly. She had prepared everything. She stared at the black-robed man and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill in the boundlessly territory? We don't know you and have nothing to do with you. Why do you want to attack us and kill us? Your actions are intended to be the enemy of the entire 9 provinces of Huaxia." Ha ha ha. The black-robed man let out a series of very sharp and strange laughter. The dead don't need to know so much. You just need to die quietly. It's better not to know other things. 3 little guys, you are lucky to have met me. I have always been very gentle when killing people. I will definitely not let you feel pain. Don't take out those little tricks you have. They're just insignificant skills. They can't hurt me. Look at you all so white and tender, and there's also a little girl. I'm a little reluctant to kill you so quickly. But you should still die. Obviously, the black-robed man was going to kill. Wu Fengcheng also became more and more nervous. He hurriedly transmitted to Qin Shao and Lu Ruyan. You guys get ready. Wait for my command. We will use our trump cards together and fight to the death. However, Qin Shao stopped Wu Fengcheng and said, "Don't be anxious. Let me do it first." What? Let you do it first? Hearing Qin Shao's words, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan were stunned. They looked at Qin Shao in astonishment. Let him do it alone? What kind of joke was this? They admitted that Qin Zhao's strength was indeed strong. If they really went all out, she should be above them. However, no matter how strong she was, there was a limit. She should not be much stronger than them. Qin Shao had a few tricks, but those tricks should not be strong enough to deal with the terrifying black-robed man in front of them. No matter what, Qin Shao was only a second step heavenly venerable. The huge disadvantage of the realm was placed there. It was an unchangeable fact. It was impossible to defy the heavens this time. However, Qin Shao did not give the 2 of them a chance to react. Before her voice died away, she had already taken the lead and charged out. She did as she said. She wanted to fight against the terrifying black-robed man with her own strength. The image of this brave and heroic figure in the hearts of Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan instantly became incomparably lofty and lovable. Not to mention whether or not Qin Shao could block this black-clothed man, just this heroic spirit was enough to make people admire him incomparably. Oh, a mere second step heavenly venerable actually has such courage. I have never seen it before. When the black-robed man saw that Qin Shao actually dared to charge at him alone, he became more playful. Therefore, he wanted to play with this audacious little guy. Qin Shao flipped his palm and held the 8-faced Buddha mirror in his hand. He activated the 8-faced Buddha mirror with all his strength. Suddenly, the Buddha's light soared into the sky, and the Buddha's voice boomed, resounding through the world. The Buddha's light that soared into the sky wanted to expel the darkness in this domain and illuminate the world again. The Buddha's light was like a scorching flame, burning towards the black-robed man. Qin Shao had previously discovered that the black-robed man was covered in evil demonic aura. The Buddha's light and Buddha's power were the best at restraining the evil demonic aura. Previously, when Qin Shao was only a first-step heavenly venerable, he had suppressed the black-white double ghosts with the help of the eight-faced Buddha mirror. Now that his realm had risen by one level, there were many improvements in all aspects. When he activated the eight-faced Buddha mirror with all his strength, its power was naturally greater. The most important thing was that the Buddha's light and Buddha's power of the eight-faced Buddha mirror could restrain the black-robed man. When the power restrained the black-robed man, it would have a huge effect to the weak, defeating the strong. Buddha weapon? Buddha's light and Buddha's power? Buddhist cultivator? Being enveloped and eroded by the Buddha's light made the black-robed man a little uncomfortable. He frowned coldly and anger surged in his heart. I don't care if you're a Buddhist cultivator or not. With this little ability, you want to stop me? It's simply a fool's dream. I'll let you have a good taste of the power of destruction. Let me show you how terrifying it is. After saying that, the black-robed man struck out with both hands. Monstrous demonic aura surged out with a roar. It was like a heavenly river that had burst its dike. It was incomparably terrifying. Just looking at it was enough to make people tremble with fear. Qin Shao, be careful. Wu Fengsheng and Lu Rian's hearts were really grasped when they saw this. They wiped off their cold sweat, and their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. They wanted to go up and help now, but it was already too late. Now, they could only rely on Qin Shao himself. It's just the evil path. No matter how strong you are, when the evil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet tall. Since ancient times, evil has never suppressed good. The world belongs to the light. Today, I, Qin Shao, will subdue the demon and eliminate the evil. Let's see how much ability you have to be so unscrupulous and slaughter the geniuses of my human race. Qin Shao said heroically. His spirit was so strong that it reached the clouds and the 9 heavens. This was the will of a man. This was the prestige of a hero. This was the blood of a man. The tall and stalwart figure also became a little taller again. His light was so bright that it could illuminate the past and the present. A man should be Qin Shao. That's how it should be. Wu Fengsheng secretly clenched his fists. His admiration for Qin Shao in his heart also aroused his hot blood and heroism. A man's should be like this. A hero's prestige should be like this. A man's blood should be like this. As a man, he should also be like this. Only in this way could he be worthy of being an indomitable and hot-blooded man, a hero. The greatness of a person did not lie in how high you could stand. It was whether the light emitted from your body could touch the depths of other people's hearts. No matter how humble a life was, there could also be great times. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Chapter 2018. This is the Buddhist 6 syllables. It's actually the Buddhist 6 syllables. Brother Qin Shao, seeing that Qin Shao had actually displayed the Buddhist 6 syllables, Wu Fengsheng was also very surprised. This was one of the secret techniques of Buddhism. It was quite profound and was the most precious treasure of Buddhism. Generally speaking, only Buddhist cultivators who had experienced the Buddhist 6 syllables could master the Buddhist 6 syllables. However, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. How could he also master the Buddhist 6 syllables? Coupled with the fact that Qin Shao had a Buddhist weapon, Wu Fengsheng was also very puzzled. What was going on? Such a situation seemed to be almost unheard of. It was really a little too unconventional. Logically speaking, once one entered the path of Buddhism, there was no turning back. Buddhism required incomparable piety, great enlightenment, and wholeheartedly conversion. To be able to master the Buddhist secret technique and refine the Buddhist weapon, but not be a Buddhist cultivator, at least Wu Fengsheng had never heard of such a thing. Brother Qin Shao, it seems that you really have a lot of secrets that no one knows. You're really a genius that defies the natural order. Wu Fengsheng secretly thought in his heart. The Buddhist 6 syllables, damn it! The black-robed man cursed in his heart. and his expression became somewhat dignified. The Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might could completely restrain his power, making him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he had to deal with it carefully. If you were a Buddhist cultivator who had experienced the Buddhist Dharma, I would still be somewhat afraid of you. However, you're just a small second step heavenly venerable. Even if you have the Buddhist secret technique, it's useless. In front of me, it's just a small trick. The black-robed man snorted disdainfully, and the power of darkness became more and more powerful. It was as if demons from hell were crawling out of his body, and with a sharp and ear-piercing roar, they pounced on Qin Shao. The power of darkness was colliding with the power of Buddhism and the golden characters. The powerful force shook Qin Shao, making Qin Shao feel extremely uncomfortable and strenuous. Moreover, the power of the black-robed man was still increasing. The whole world was surging crazily. It was as if the power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands was gathering to control this area. Even the space around them started to tremble. As expected, this black-clothed man isn't so easy to deal with. In the end, it's still because I'm too weak. Even if it has a restraining effect, it still makes me feel powerless. Qin Shao shook his head in his heart. At this time, he could only grit his teeth and endure. However, the situation was not good. He was already very tired. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long and would be defeated. In terms of cultivation realm, he was indeed too weak, separated by a heavenly moat. Not only his own realm, but also his mastery of the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra had not reached a very profound level. When these two weaknesses were added together, it naturally appeared to be a little too big. If this were to continue, it would be a definite defeat. What should they do? If they lost, they would probably have to fight with all their trump cards. However, Qin Shao clearly felt the power of this black-clothed man. The 5 people who died before were an example. He was afraid that this time, even if the 3 of them wanted to fight, they might not have much of a chance to survive. Was there really no other way? Could only be the last fight? However, Qin Shao felt that the black-clothed man's advantage was not so great. He was just nibbling away his Buddha's light and Buddha's power little by little. If the black-clothed man's advantage was big enough, it would be a crushing situation. He would not be able to hold on for the time being. Therefore, Qin Shao saw a little hope again. He did not deny the black-clothed man's strength. But after all, the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra was the supreme secret skill of Buddhism. With the help of a powerful Buddhist instrument, its restraining effect was very strong. It made it difficult for the black-clothed man to exert his strength, which made him very uncomfortable. How could he improve the Buddha's power and Buddha's power? It was not very practical to comprehend and make a breakthrough at the last minute. After all, Qin Shao was not a Buddhist cultivator. He had only comprehended the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra in the intentionless sea. Since then, Qin Shao had not put his mind on Buddhism. Qin Shao also knew that he could not touch this road too much. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Besides, the cultivation of Buddhism was not like the cultivation of the Great Way of Immortality. Taoism existed in heaven and earth and existed everywhere. Buddhism was a side path. Buddhism did not exist in heaven and earth, so it could not reach such a high level. Without guidance, there was no way to continue cultivating. It was too limited to rely on some of his own comprehension. It was difficult to make a breakthrough and improve. This road was obviously completely unworkable. Was there really no other way? Qin Shao frowned deeply. His face was dignified. Wu Fengcheng also saw Qin Zhao's situation at this time. He and Lu Ruyin looked at each other. They were ready to use their trump cards at any time. They stared at Qin Shao. As long as Qin Shao gave the order, they would attack at all costs. Perhaps they only had one chance. This time, it was really a fight to the death. Humph, boy, you can stop me for so long. You could be considered to have some ability. But you're a monster. The more monstrous a genius is, the more I want to kill him. Humph, I want to kill all the geniuses of Huaxia in the 9 continents. That's what I call satisfying. Today, the 3 of you can go on your way first. Don't worry, there will be more people coming down to accompany you. The black-robed man sneered. His words were full of playfulness and contempt. It was as if Qin Zhao's life was in the palm of his hand. Boom! The black-robed man suddenly took a step forward and approached Qin Zhao. It was as if he brought the entire world of darkness with him. The invincible power suppressed the Buddha's aura and Buddha's aura. The hand of darkness wanted to cover the sky. The overbearing power wanted to destroy everything. It was unstoppable. This was the pace of death. This was an unstoppable power. This was the power of the dark heavens. Wu Fengcheng's heartstrings were as taut as a full moon. He had to go all out. Heart force. Suddenly, a light flashed in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao instantly grasped this idea. Yes, previously I tried to integrate my heart force into the eight-sided Buddhist mirror and the Buddhist six-syllable mantra. The reason why I could comprehend the Buddhist six-syllable mantra and refine this Buddhist weapon was actually related to my heart. My heart was not tainted by Buddhism. It allowed me to master Buddhism without stepping on the path of Buddhism. This in itself is a very incredible thing. Moreover, Bai Shan said before that if one wants to enter the path of Buddhism, the heart force is the foundation. Only the heart force can be used to properly cultivate the Buddhist mantra. My heart force is still strong enough now. If I use all my heart force to display the Buddhist six-syllable mantra, the power should be even stronger, right? Thinking of this, Qin Zhao immediately put his thoughts into action. Time waits for no man. No matter what, he could only give it a try. Moreover, he had actually tried before. It was just that he did not do it deliberately. This time, he used all his heart force to activate the eight-sided Buddhist mirror and display the Buddhist six-syllable mantra. He tried to integrate the power of his heart force into the Buddhist six-syllable mantra. He used his heart force to activate the supreme Buddhist power of the six-syllable mantra. The Buddhist six-syllable mantra was the supreme secret technique of Buddhism. Its power could be imagined. It was just a matter of whether one could display it or not. Indeed, under the urging of Qin Zhao's heart force, the situation suddenly took a turn for the better. The Buddhist mantra of the eight-sided Buddhist mirror increased greatly. The Buddhist power flourished, and the Buddhist chants resounded. The power of the Buddhist six-syllable mantra was also clearly stronger. The golden characters that shone with Buddhist light were as heavy as mountains as they crashed towards the black-clothed man. The Buddhist mantra overflowed, and the Buddhist light filled the sky. It was as if the entire world was going to be annihilated. The Buddhist chants resounded. The power of the heavens, the supreme mantra. The entire world was dyed golden. It was baptized by the overwhelming righteousness. It became incomparably bright without a trace of darkness. This holiness caused Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan to inexplicably have the thought of kneeling down and worshipping it. What's going on? How did he suddenly become so strong all of a sudden? This brat, what did he do? No. He's not a second-step, heavenly, venerable brat at all. He's not. Who is he? Under the Buddhist light, the black-clothed man's expression finally changed. He was both shocked and angry. This situation was completely beyond his expectations. He completely did not expect that there would be someone who could stop his massacre. At this moment, even he smelled a trace of danger. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger of being injured. Moreover, he also knew that Qin Zhao and the other two definitely still had powerful trump cards. If they used their trump cards while he was weak, he would be in danger. At this point, the black-clothed man suddenly had the thought of retreating. If he continued to be entangled, it would be dangerous for him. It was not worth it. It was better to retreat first. After all, there were many geniuses entering the boundless territory this time. It was not necessary to kill these three people. After making up his mind, the black-clothed man snorted coldly. Good brat. You've hidden your strength well. It seems that I've underestimated you. I still have things to do. I won't play with you today. I'll slowly settle the score with you later. After saying that, the black-clothed man waved his hand. His figure entered the void. The darkness quickly retreated. Soon it was clear again. The black-clothed man also left, coming without a trace and leaving without a trace. Just this method alone was enough to frighten people. It was no wonder that those geniuses died tragically in the hands of these people. After defeating the black-clothed man, Qin Shao also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The stone hanging in his heart had finally been lifted. Retracting the eight-faced Buddha mirror, if one looked carefully, one would find that Qin Zhao's forehead was also seeping with a trace of cold sweat. This battle was really too thrilling. In fact, Qin Shao did not have the slightest confidence. He was also prepared to fight to the death. He also braced himself to fight. Fortunately, in the end, he finally defeated the black-clothed man and saved his life. It could be considered a daunting experience without any danger. However, this time he was somewhat lucky. His Dharma just happened to be able to restrain the other party. If it was not so, then no matter how powerful the Buddhist six-syllable mantra was, it would be useless. It was indeed a joyous occasion to be able to survive this time. Qin Shao couldn't help but lament in his heart. It really wasn't an easy thing to survive in the immortal realms. However, no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao also had to live well. The brilliance of life, the hard work, and the struggle, was it not for this? Huff, huff, huff. Wu Fengcheng took a few long breaths. His mood gradually calmed down. This time it was indeed not light. They're gone. They're finally gone. Ha ha, we're all still alive, still alive. This feeling is really good, really good. Chapter 2019. If Wu Fengcheng only admired Qin Shao in the past, then now it was indeed some worship. People who could make Wu Fengcheng worship in this generation could be counted with one hand. Qin Shao was now one of them. Lu Rian also walked over, nodding like a chicken pecking rice. Qin Shao, I also worship you. In the future, you will be my idol. You are really too amazing, too heaven-defying. It's really an incredible feeling. Today's life-saving grace. I will remember it. Cough. Both Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian expressed their worship, which really made Qin Shao feel very strange. Everyone was friends. There was no need to worship, right? And to say it like this, it really made him feel quite embarrassed. In fact, Qin Shao did not feel anything. Moreover, Wu Fengcheng and Lu Rian were absolute geniuses. If they were placed in the Fuyu Immortal Palace, they would definitely be much stronger than those geniuses. Ordinary geniuses could not compare to them. This time was also a fluke element. It's nothing. Qin Shao shook his head. Wu Fengcheng said, even if it was a fluke, that is also a performance of strength. Without enough strength, no matter how lucky you are, it is useless. I have to say, Brother Qin Shao, your methods are really good. Buddhist 6 syllables mantra, this is the supreme secret technique of Buddhism. TSK, TSK. I really didn't expect Brother Qin Shao to be able to master it. Qin Shao smiled faintly and did not explain further. This matter was indeed not easy to explain. In fact, Qin Shao also did not know why he could fully comprehend the Buddhist 6 syllables mantra, yet did not enter Buddhism and refine a Buddhist artifact. Perhaps it was related to his own heart force. Strong state of mind, firm will, plus a certain amount of luck. Wu Fengcheng also did not tactfully ask more. Instead, he said, I think we should leave here quickly. This place is not suitable to stay for long. Qin Shao and Lu Rian nodded. It was indeed better to leave quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the black-clothed man went to gather more accomplices. Qin Shao was able to force one of them to retreat, but if another one came, it would be impossible to force him to retreat. Therefore, the only thing they could do now was to run as far away as possible. Since 5 of them had already died, the powers behind them must have already learned about it. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for an ancient sage to personally come and investigate. Therefore, the power behind that person would definitely not dare to stay in the boundless territory for too long. They would definitely leave very quickly. After walking through a few more worlds, the 3 of them finally slowed down. This time around, the dark forces behind this are really bold and arrogant. This time around, they're targeting the entire 9 states of Huaxia. Killing the geniuses of the 9 provinces Huaxia so recklessly in the boundlessly region, are you not afraid of becoming enemies with the 9 provinces Huaxia? Furthermore, the people they send out are all extremely powerful. Their methods are also very extraordinary. I really don't know which power would dare to do this. I really can't imagine it. Along the way, Wufeng City had been thinking about this problem, but he couldn't think of a reason. The 9 states of Huaxia, how powerful was that? That was the ruling power of the mortal realm, an invincible existence. The immortal realm was divided into 3 realms: heaven, earth, and mortal realm. The heaven realm transcended everything and stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was a pure land that didn't care about the immortal realm. The mortal realm was the most prosperous, had the widest area, and had the most lives. The 9 states of the mortal realm, Huaxia was located in the central region. It occupied the most fertile land and had the best cultivation resources. Its area also occupied 70% of the earth realm. The southern wasteland was in the south, Jiahua Immortal Realm was in the east, Kunlun Immortal Realm was in the north, and Jade Lake Sacred Ground was in the west. However, even if the strength of these 4 added together, it still couldn't compare to the 9 states of Huaxia. Perhaps only the heaven realm and the earth realm could compete with the 9 states of Huaxia. Therefore, in Immortal Realm, Wufeng City really couldn't think of any power that was so bold and arrogant to dare to do this. Don't think about these problems for now. It's not something that people at our level can think about. If someone dies, there will naturally be people who will think about this problem. Let's leave it to those ancient sages. Qin Xiao shook his head. Wufeng City curled his lips and shook his head, saying, I know this. Forget it, let's not think about it. Indeed, this problem isn't something that people at our level can think about. It should be something that the ancient sages think about. As for us, it's better to do our job well. It's useless to think so much. Qin Xiao, your state of mind is indeed better. I have to learn more from you about this. Well, let me see where we are. Something seems wrong. Why does this world feel a little strange? Qin Xiao nodded and said, Yes, it's a little strange. I already noticed it when I came in, so I interrupted your train of thought. You're more knowledgeable, so take a good look. Although this world is very calm, I keep feeling that there's a strange aura spreading in the air. And we've walked in this world for a while, but we haven't walked out. It feels a little strange. Wufeng City didn't dare to be careless, and immediately looked carefully. There was no light in this world, only darkness, and the sky was gray. The air was a little cold, and the wind was blowing. It was often accompanied by the sound of ghosts, which was a little scary. The rocks on the ground were also black, and some even exuded a black evil aura, which gave people a feeling of evil. And this world didn't feel a trace of vitality. It was dead, as if they had entered a dead area. But it was surprisingly quiet, and they didn't feel any danger. Look over there seems to be an altar, Lu Rian suddenly said. Qin Xiao and Wufeng City immediately looked over and saw a huge altar in the valley in front of them. The 3 of them quickly approached the altar. Looking from afar, the altar was a little strange, and it was different from ordinary altars. This altar had many strange elements in it, and there were some ferocious demon statues carved on it. The color of the altar was also dark, brownish red, and there was no sense of sacredness. The entire altar seemed to be shrouded in an evil aura. It was gloomy, and there was no light in it. Strange. It was indeed very strange. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge statue that was 10,000 feet tall. It looked very ferocious, and it didn't look like a human. And this huge statue was wrapped in countless huge chains, which locked the huge statue there. This huge statue was half lying on the altar, and its posture was a little strange. Such an altar was too strange. This is Wufeng City stared at the altar in a daze, and tried hard to search for information in his mind. Soon he found the answer. It's the disaster demon. This is the disaster demon world, and the huge statue on the altar is the sealed disaster demon. Sealed disaster demon? Qin Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Wufeng City with a puzzled expression. It sounded very intimidating. Wufeng City explained, it's like this. According to the legends, there was originally an extremely powerful abyss demon here, and it did all kinds of evil in the human realm. So, the experts of the human clan took action to deal with this abyss demon. No matter how powerful the abyss demon was, how could it defeat the experts of the human realm? So, naturally, it was beaten and fled. In a panic, it fled into the boundless territory. But how could the experts of the human clan let it go so easily? They chased it all the way here. But this abyss demon's demonic body was too strong. It was very difficult to kill it. So, in the end, the experts of the human clan came up with a compromise. Since it was difficult to kill it, then they sealed the abyss demon here, and it would never be able to leave. This rumor has been around for a long time. Many people have entered the disaster demon world and found this altar. But whether this rumor is true or false, there is no conclusion. Many people who came and said it was fake, that it was just a statue. Actually, there was no powerful abyss demon sealed inside. Whether it's true or false, that's unknown. It's just that in the records, the disaster demon world is indeed not dangerous. The dangers here have long been stamped out by our ancestors. Hearing this rumor, Qin Xiao just laughed it off. He did not think that it was definitely true, but he did not confirm that it was definitely false. Whether it was true or false was not important. What was important was whether there was any danger inside. If there was no danger, then he could just casually look around. Qin Xiao's gaze moved, and he glanced to one side, but discovered two familiar figures. It's Qian Hao and Nan Gongxian. This is the third time we've met them, right? It really feels like they're haunting us. Wufeng City also immediately discovered them and said with a pout. Qin Xiao retracted his gaze and did not pay much attention to them. Ignore them for now. We'll talk after we finish our business. Qian Hao and Nan Gongxian naturally also saw Qin Xiao and the other two. Qian Hao was very unhappy, but he did not show it. Soon, Qin Xiao and the other two came in front of the altar and felt the ferociousness of the statue on the altar. Qin Xiao discovered a problem. Wufeng City, everything on this altar is preserved very well. This statue also has no trace of being damaged. This altar has existed here for countless years. Has no one touched the altar? And it's preserved so well. It's a little inconceivable. Wufeng City nodded and said, "Yes, I also discovered this problem when I came here. It's indeed a little inconceivable. But if you think about it carefully, it's understandable. This altar should be protected by a restriction array or something. It's not an altar that ordinary people can go up. Rumor has it that if anyone dares to destroy this altar, it might awaken the sealed doomed devil. If that happens, they won't be able to live. Whether it's true or not, I don't think anyone is so bored that they have to test it out." Qin Xiao nodded. This was indeed true. He also discovered that the altar was protected by a powerful restriction array. Someone else came in. 3 men came in, but Qin Xiao did not know them. Wufeng City sized them up and probably also did not know them, so he did not say much. The 3 men sized up Qin Xiao and the other 2 people, as well as Qian Hao and Nan Gongxian. Then, they ignored them and went to do their own things. Cough, Qin Xiao, I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly had a terrible idea, Wufeng City suddenly said. Qin Xiao glanced at Wufeng City and asked, "What idea?" Chapter 2020. Ba ba ba. As soon as Wu Fengcheng finished speaking, Lu Ruyan slapped him and said angrily, "Cousin, you have a crow's mouth. You still dare to say it. Just now, because of you, we almost lost our lives. You still dare to say it now? I'll hit you." Wu Fengcheng also had a slip of the tongue. Realizing that he had said something wrong, he immediately covered his mouth and shook his head to show that he would not say it. If he continued to be a crow's mouth, then he would really have to slap himself. Anyways, Wu Fengcheng dragged his voice and said with a bit of fear, "I think this is an ominous place. It's not good to stay here for long. Anyway, there's nothing here. I think it's better for us to leave this world quickly. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. So it's better to hide. This way, there's no chance of anything happening." Lu Ruyan glared at Wu Fengcheng and said, "You still have the nerve to say it. You crow's mouth, not good things but bad things. Forget it, let's leave quickly. I don't dare to stay here any longer. It's never a bad thing to be on guard." Qin Xiao did not think much at first, but since Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan suggested leaving, He also agreed. There was nothing here, and it was indeed not good to stay. And how to say it? Although Wu Fengcheng had a crow's mouth, he had to admit that such a risk might exist. No matter how small the probability was, there was still a probability. If they could avoid it, why not? The three of them left the altar and prepared to leave the disaster devil world. After walking for a while, they met three familiar people. It was Yin Lu Shangfeng and the other two. So unlucky. Why do I have to meet you guys wherever I go? Ghosts just won't leave. My good mood has been ruined by you guys. Yin Lu Shangqi was very vengeful. He was very unhappy with Qin Xiao, and he was also unhappy with Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan. However, Yin Lu Shangqi was only talking a few times. He did not do anything excessive. Qin Xiao ignored him again. The three of them left directly. TSK, as timid as a mouse. Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't dare to respond to him twice, Shangqi was quite pleased with himself. In his heart, he felt even more disdain for Qin Xiao. Originally, he did not put Qin Xiao in his eyes at all. After all, he was only a second step celestial venerable, and his cultivation level was very low. In his eyes, a puny human immortal was incomparably lowly, no different from an ant. Qin Xiao and company walked for quite a while in the disaster devil world, but they actually did not find the way out. There was something wrong with this situation. Why do I feel like I can't get out? Wu Fengcheng frowned. Rian Lu also shook her head. It does feel like we can't get out. There's no way out. It's like this space is completely sealed. This is very strange. Every world in the boundless expanse is connected to many other worlds. Every world should have many exits that lead to different worlds. But we've searched for so long, and we can't even find an exit. This is not right. Qin Xiao thought for a while, then asked Wu Fengcheng, "Did your information mention this situation in the disaster devil world? It's hard to get out after entering?" Wu Fengcheng thought carefully, but still shook his head and said, "In the information I know, there are no records of this." No records of this? Qin Xiao frowned deeply and said, "So, those who entered the disaster devil world in the past would not have such a difficult situation to get out? But this situation, we've encountered it now?" This, Wu Fengcheng thought for a while, then shook his head in confusion and said, "Then I really don't know what's going on. Anyway, that's all I know. That's why I said something is wrong, very wrong. Logically speaking, such a situation should not happen. We've been to many worlds along the way, but we've never encountered such a situation. So, I think, could something be about to happen? That's why the disaster devil world is sealed. Could it be that something bad is about to happen?" Baba. Wu Fengcheng had just finished speaking when Lu Ruyan glared at him again and scolded, "You jinx, you're still talking. Oh, right. Can't talk nonsense. Look at my mouth. Why can't I control it?" Wu Fengcheng immediately covered his mouth again. Seeing Wu Fengcheng's somewhat comical appearance, Qin Xiao could not help but shake his head and laugh. The so-called jinx was actually just a coincidence. It was not that Wu Fengcheng's mouth was really so pernicious. Wu Fengcheng's worries were actually reasonable. At least, Qin Xiao also felt that it was possible. Qin Xiao said seriously, "Don't be anxious. Let's look for it again. If it doesn't work, we can try other methods. It can't really be a completely sealed world, right? If it's really like this, then Wu Fengcheng should have mentioned it in your information. Since it didn't mention this aspect, then it definitely won't be like this. At most, it'll just be harder to find. But no matter how hard it is, it can still be found." Wu Fengcheng nodded. It was definitely impossible to be completely sealed. This was completely illogical. There was no such situation in historical records. The boundlessly territory was extremely dangerous, but it was not a situation of certain death. The situation might be a little, but might not be that scary. Maybe it was just that everyone had not found it yet. The three of them continued to search for a way out, but they never found it. During this time, people kept entering here. Gradually, everyone also started to search for a way out, but they did not find it. This search lasted for 3,000 years, and there was still no clue. And at this time, there were actually more than 20 people who had entered the disaster devil world. They were all geniuses from various territories in the 9 states of Huaxia. Everyone also realized this problem, so they also started to discuss it. What's going on? Why can't we get out? Did you guys find out anything? We didn't find anything. It's too strange. I've never heard of entering the disaster devil world, but can't get out. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Yes, it's very wrong. The moment we entered, we realized that something was very wrong. We're trapped, and I keep feeling that something big is going to happen. In such a situation, we must not be careless. So, I have a suggestion. No matter which territory we are from, now that everyone has encountered the same problem, we should unite and get through this together. I propose that we find a way to leave this place together. The disaster devil world. I think that if it really doesn't work, then everyone should join forces to tear open this space and leave. We can't be trapped here forever, right? Yes, if we combine the strength of more than 20 people, it should be enough to fight with the fighting power of a saint, right? Tearing open this space shouldn't be a problem. Why don't we make a move now? There's no need to drag it out any longer. If we drag it out, it will make people feel inexplicably uneasy. What do you guys think? If you agree, then let's work together for once. It can be considered as a way out for everyone. Agreed. I agree too. Wu Fengcheng looked at Qin Shao and Lu Ruyan with an inquiring gaze. Qin Shao and Lu Ruyan also agreed. Since everyone agreed, they naturally wouldn't be the odd ones out. Moreover, at present, this method was indeed the best and safest. Naturally, there was no reason to object. Although everyone had a competitive relationship with each other, at least at this moment, they could all have a common goal, which was to leave the disaster devil world. But just as everyone was about to join forces, a strange, sinister laughter suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. It was as if it came from the depths of the void, and no one could find the source of the sound. Hearing this strange, sinister laughter, everyone shuddered violently. Everyone instantly became alert, and their eyes scanned the surroundings. There was indeed a situation. "Quick, look above the altar!" Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's eyes uniformly looked towards the altar in the distance. Above the altar, the wind and clouds were surging. Dark clouds filled the sky, and a black, evil spirit descended upon heaven and earth. Demonic chi rushed to the 9 heavens. There was a terrifying power hidden in the darkness, roaring and moving. How familiar was this method of entering the scene? Black-robed men? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had seen this method of appearance before, and it was no different from the black-robed men they had encountered previously. The reason why they couldn't leave the disaster devil world was because of the existence of these black-robed men. Looking at this, these black-robed men should have been in the disaster devil world for a long time. It was just that they hadn't shown themselves all this while. Moreover, they had sealed off the entire disaster devil world so that no one could leave. Just as everyone was about to join forces to tear this space apart, this force of power appeared. Where did these black-robed men come from? Why are their concealment methods so brilliant and powerful? Previously, we didn't detect their existence. Now that there are so many people, after such a long time, we still haven't detected their existence. Qin Shao secretly pondered in his heart. Just thinking about it was enough to send chills down one's spine. Too scary. It was indeed too scary. If they launched a sneak attack in a situation where there were only 1 or 2 people, they could only obediently wait for death. But this time, this black-robed man was really bold. More than 20 people had gathered here, and he still dared to show himself and attack. With his strength alone, did he have the ability to deal with more than 24th-step heavenly venerables at the same time? There shouldn't be such a possibility unless an ancient sage personally took action. Here were the geniuses of various territories, and each of them had unique skills. Moreover, they were all genius disciples who had life-saving trump cards. Most likely, even a half-sage wouldn't dare to make a move easily. This black-robed man actually dared to make a move? Moreover, he had been hiding here all this while and hadn't made a move. Clearly, he had been waiting for more people to gather, and he wanted to kill more in one go. Could it be that there's more than one person? Qin Shao thought of this situation in his heart. However, when he checked that black cloud, there seemed to be only one aura, and there weren't any other auras. It seemed that there was really only one person. Moreover, although the aura was very strong, it was only about the same as the one they had encountered before. It wasn't at the level of an ancient sage. There shouldn't be any possibility that it was an ancient sage. How could a powerful ancient sage take action so easily? Seeing this situation, Wu Fengsheng was stunned. He stood there with a dumbfounded look on his face. After a pause, Wu Fengsheng stuttered, "Cough, don't tell me. I really jinxed it again? It's the same black-robed man as last time. He has been hiding above the altar. Could it be that he really wants to destroy the altar, break the seal of the evil demon, and release the evil demon? Could it be that the rumor isn't false? Could there really be an evil demon sealed here? It can't be true, right?" Chapter 2021. Where did you come from? You actually dare to cause trouble here. Are you tired of living? Yinlu Shangqi stood out with a stern shout, pointing at the black-clothed man in the dark clouds and scolding him. Those who could stand here were all geniuses of their respective territories. Which one of them wasn't a prideful person? Immediately, there were people who cooperated with Yinlu Shangqi and shouted, "Earlier, I discovered that a few geniuses had been killed. Could it be that you were the one behind all this? Or perhaps there's a force behind all of this? You bunch of demons have some guts. You actually dare to cause trouble in the boundless desert at this time. You dare to kill the geniuses of our 9 provinces Huaxia country? You're so bold that you want to go against the entire 9 provinces Huaxia country? Your concealment skills are not bad, but I think you demons only dare to hide in the dark and don't dare to show your true faces. You're just a bunch of rats in the dark, pitiful worms. I think there's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. Let's work together and kill him first. He dares to cause trouble here and provoke our dignity. How can we let him go so easily? Yes, he's provoking all of our dignity. We definitely can't let him go. Everyone, let's attack together. This is the time to show the unity of our 9 provinces Huaxia country. We'll use the name of geniuses to protect the supreme immortal prestige of our 9 provinces Huaxia country. Let's kill him together. Everyone's fighting spirit and killing intent were aroused. Although they weren't very well organized, everyone was already standing on the same front. Even if they weren't tied together, they would definitely attack together. Even if they didn't cooperate, it was enough to deal with a black-clothed man. You think you have the chance to kill me? You think I'll give you the chance? Hearing everyone's shouts, the black-clothed man in the dark clouds laughed sinisterly. He didn't show himself. Laughing so confidently, it didn't sound too good to everyone. Could it be that they thought of the situation too simply? Was there still something unknown? Sure enough, the black-clothed man continued. This is a trap that I have painstakingly set up. The purpose is to wait for you to come in and slowly gather more people. If that's the case, I'll be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Killing more than 20 of your geniuses at once would be an extremely satisfying matter. You want to attack? This sovereign won't give you the chance to attack. Come and enjoy the Calamity's Feast. Calamity's Feast? What did he mean? Not good. Many people immediately cried out in unison, their faces turning pale with fright. Qin Shao also realized what the black-clothed man wanted to do. In fact, he was worried about this before. Now, it seemed that he really had to do it. Crazy. Could it be that the rumors about Doom are true? There really was a calamity devil sealed on the altar. This black-clothed person wants to release that calamity devil? Wu Fengcheng's voice turned pale with fright as he spoke. If that was really the case, then it was indeed too terrifying. The calamity demon was a terrifying existence recorded in the legends. He was definitely a terrifying existence at the ancient saint level. To seal him, several ancient saint existences were mobilized before they succeeded. If he broke the seal and was released, then wouldn't he go on a killing spree? Even if all of them here combined, they would definitely not be able to stop him. Not good, quickly stop him. We can't let him break the seal. Everyone, quickly rush over and stop him. Otherwise, all of us will die here. Who has the means to stop him? Hurry up and do it. Don't hold back. Otherwise, you'll die. It wasn't just Woofing City. Many people immediately realized what was going on, and they hurriedly shouted out. Everyone rushed over to the altar as fast as they could, but it was already too late. The black-clothed man did not give them any chance at all and quickly attacked. He was already on top of the altar, so when he attacked, a powerful force surged towards the altar, directly breaking the restriction formation and surging towards the huge statue on the altar. The terrifying force broke through everything, hitting the giant statue until pieces of stone skin fell off. The dark power was about to awaken the calamity devil sealed in the giant statue. Rumble. The giant statue had already begun to awaken. It began to move, causing the chains to ring. The stone skin on the giant statue fell off piece by piece, and soon its true body was revealed. It was a giant monster that was 10,000 feet tall. Its appearance was incomparably ferocious. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 pairs of wings, and a long tail. Other than that, it had a humanoid appearance. So the whole thing looked very strange. What was this thing? Ferocious beast? Demonic beast? It didn't seem like it. However, its body was really big, and its aura was extremely terrifying. From afar, it shocked Qin Xiao and the others, and they did not dare to continue charging forward. This was an ancient aura, a powerful aura, a terrifying saint-level aura. It was indeed the Calamity Demon, an existence at the ancient saint level. Facing an ancient saint, how could they still have the courage to fight? The Calamity Demon has awakened. It's actually not a rumor. It's true. The Calamity Demon came from the Abyss world. It belongs to the Abyss Demon Clan. It's over, it's over. This time, we're really going to play. This black-robed man is really too sinister, too cunning, and abominable. He actually used such a vicious method. He actually broke the Calamity Demon's seal, released the Calamity Demon, and sealed the entire Calamity Demon world. He really wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. This time, I'm afraid we really can't escape this calamity. Even if there are more people, it's useless. In front of a saint-level combat power, we're all trash. We're as weak as ants. We don't have any power to resist. Wu Fengsheng looked a little dejected. He immediately lost his fighting spirit. How could there be any fighting spirit left? Facing a saint-level combat power, it was indeed enough to make people despair. Not to mention Wu Fengsheng. Even Qin Xiao felt a little desperate. A saint-level combat power. What else could he fantasize about? Rumble. The Calamity Demon had completely awakened. He stood up, opened his eyes, and swept them over Qin Xiao and the others. His eyes were cold, sinister, and incomparably vicious. Wherever his gaze landed, there was an icy chill. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. One by one, they retreated, wanting to get a little farther away. Who dared to move forward? Everyone looked as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. They were a little frightened and didn't know what to do for a moment. In such a situation, how should they deal with it? The legend of the Calamity Demon is actually true. It's actually true. There's actually a Calamity Demon sealed here. It's over. The Calamity Demon has awakened. This is a saint-level combat power. With so many of us combined, even if we use all our trump cards, I'm afraid it's still not enough. There's only death. We can't be so unlucky, right? What's going on? Why did we encounter such a melodramatic thing? We're not all going to die here, are we? Is this considered a tragic death? Everyone, don't be so discouraged. No matter what, we can't just sit and wait for death here. If we're going to die anyway, then why don't we fight with all our might? If we fight to the death, it won't be too sullen. So Ma, I think everyone should unite and fight to the death. We'll fight to the death and use all our strength to break this world. There's bound to be someone who has a chance to escape. Haha, your words are really noble. Even if we tear an opening, it'll still take time to escape, right? If we need time, then someone will have to restrain the Calamity Demon. May I ask, who's so noble as to sacrifice himself for the sake of others? That's right. Who's going to restrain the Calamity Demon? You? Even if you're willing, you can't do it alone. I think everyone should talk less. The situation is already so bad. If we don't unite, we'll we'll only die more tragically. I also think that if we unite and fight together, we might still have a chance of survival. Although they all understood the logic, everyone came from different territories and had different surnames. They didn't know each other very well. Therefore, now that they had met, it was naturally very difficult for them to unite and twist into a rope. Each of them had their own thoughts and concerns. Naturally, it was difficult for them to be on the same side. All of you stop quarreling. Aren't you ashamed to hear what you're saying? Yinlu Shang-chi suddenly stood up and shouted. His gaze swept over the people who objected just now. He continued, if any of you want to die, then scram to the side. Don't stand here and be an eyesore. If you continue to stand here, it means that you don't want to die. Since you don't want to die, why are you fighting among yourselves? At a time like this, you still have the mind to quarrel? You still have your own ulterior motives to fight over this and that? If you have the time, why don't you think about how to deal with the calamity demon? If we don't unite, then there's no hope at all. Everyone can just wait to be killed one by one and be slaughtered like cabbages. If everyone works together and fights to the death, then perhaps there's still a chance of survival. As for who can survive, that'll depend on their own luck. There's no such thing as who has a higher chance of survival or who wants to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. Everyone, let's be less selfish and be more united. That's what we should be doing now. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, you can just stand to the side. Don't quarrel here. This place doesn't welcome you. If everyone agrees, then don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, you'll only die faster. Yinlu Shang-chi was also a fearless person. He dared to say anything. However, his shout had completely intimidated those people from earlier. Those people resentfully shut their mouths. They didn't dare to say anything more. No one stood to the side. That meant that everyone was still willing to work together and fight for a chance of survival. Actually, everyone understood the principle. It was just that everyone had their own pride. That was why they were fighting among themselves. Roar! The calamity demon suddenly raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. The sound shook the entire space violently. The earth actually started to crack open. Qin Shao and the others were all shaken to the point that their blood and qi flowed in the opposite direction. They almost vomited blood. This long roar seemed to contain endless anger that had been suppressed for countless years. When it was released at this moment, it was abnormally terrifying. Everyone was even more vigilant. They all stared fixedly at the calamity demon, prepared to fight to the death. This time, it was a matter of life and death for everyone. Therefore, no one dared to be careless. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fighting against an ancient saint existence? It was probably everyone's first time. In fact, they were all very nervous. The calamity demon shook his 3 heads and 6 arms forcefully. The countless thick chains on his body clanged against each other. Sparks flew everywhere and light surged. Chapter 2022. Streaks of golden light blossomed from the incomparably thick chains, revealing streaks of golden runes that formed a powerful seal that locked Doom in place, making it impossible for him to break free. Doom struggled to break free from the chains, roaring incomparably. Although he had not broken free for the time being, it was still frightening enough to make people tremble with fear. They had a feeling that those chains would not be able to hold Doom any longer. Once he broke free, killing them would be as easy as stepping on ants. Such a situation was too terrifying. What should they do? Everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to fight with your lives on the line. Everyone must be united. We cannot have any selfish thoughts at this time. Don't blame me for being blunt. If anyone has any selfish thoughts and spoils everyone's plans, I will definitely not let them off. If you want to fight for a chance at survival, put aside your selfish thoughts and unite. It was Yinlu Shang-chi again. He spoke in a loud voice, rather imposing. After all, they were all geniuses from their respective territories. No one would submit to anyone else. Who had such great prestige to stand out and lead everyone? What others did not dare to do. Yinlu Shang-chi, who looked like he was not afraid of anything, stood out. No matter what his intentions were, No matter whether he had the prestige or not, at least his actions had the power to unite everyone. Everyone was a sheet of loose sand to begin with. Someone had to stand out and guide them. Otherwise, even if a battle broke out later, everyone would probably be minding their own business and protecting their own lives. Then, there would be no hope at all. From this point of view, Qin Shao also felt that Yin Lu Shang-chi had done a good thing. Of course, this did not prevent Qin Shao from disliking Yin Lu Shang-chi. His personality was a little too flamboyant, too aggressive, and full of arrogance. Doom has not completely broken free from the seal. The chains are still firmly locked on him. As long as he has not completely broken free from the seal, we still have a chance. So don't panic, everyone. Let's think of a countermeasure, Yin Lu Shang-chi said again. But this situation was still very worrying for everyone. It was just that he had not completely broken free for the time being. But it did not mean that the chains would definitely lock him down. Perhaps Doom's power had yet to fully awaken and recover. Moreover, the black-clothed men were there to help Disaster, so the situation was hard to say. The danger factor was still very high. Qin Shao, the runes on the chain should be Buddhist, right? Wu Fengchang suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded and said, yes, it's the Buddhist scriptures. With the Buddhist Dharma and Buddhist might, the Buddhist scriptures sealed the evil demon. From the looks of it, it was a Buddhist saint who sealed the demon back then. Using the Supreme Dharma to seal Disaster MO in this state, it was just that countless years had passed, and the power of the seal might have weakened. It has weakened a lot. In addition, the black-clothed man awakened Calamity, giving Calamity a chance to break out of the seal. Wu Fengchang asked again, then do you think the chances of this Disaster demon breaking out of the seal are high? For the time being, it seems that the Buddhist seal won't be broken so easily. If Doom can't break this seal, then we should still be safe. With so many of us, we're not afraid of that black-clothed man at all. If he dares to come over, then only death awaits. I feel that we can take advantage of the current situation to work together and tear open this space to leave. However, to organize everyone, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Qin Shao frowned slightly and shook his head. With a slightly serious expression, he said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The black-clothed man has schemed and planned this for so long. I'm afraid he must have some confidence. The black-clothed man definitely doesn't have such great ability. This trap must have been designed by the power behind him. Since the black-clothed man has a way to awaken Calamity, then he must have confidence that Calamity can break out of the seal. You see, the black-clothed man is still there and hasn't left. This means that he has full confidence. Calamity has been sealed for countless years. I reckon his power hasn't fully awakened. He's slowly awakening and slowly becoming stronger. The Dharma has weakened. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for long. Hearing Qin Zhao's analysis, Wu Fengchang's expression also became serious. This analysis was very reasonable. Then what should they do? It seemed that the situation was not good no matter what. Once Calamity broke out of the seal, then everyone would be dead. There was no possibility of survival at all. Qin Shao also didn't know what to do. It seemed that they could only watch and wait like this. It was a little like waiting for death. Qin Shao was also thinking of various possibilities, but he really couldn't think of any feasible way. The only thing that seemed feasible was for everyone to unite and make one last attempt. Everyone, don't hesitate anymore. We must work together immediately. If we delay, there will be changes. We must take advantage of the fact that Calamity hasn't broken out of the seal and leave this place quickly. Otherwise, we'll only have a dead end. Those who don't want to die, then everyone come over and listen to my command. We'll work together and tear open this space. Yin Lu Shang-chi stood out and said to everyone again, although his strength and prestige weren't very strong, only he dared to stand out and call for everyone at this time. Even if everyone had their own selfish motives, if they wanted to move now, working together was the only way out. Therefore, Yin Lu Shang-chi's call had some effect. Oh, right, I thought of something. Wu Fengchang suddenly patted his head and hurriedly said to Qin Shao, Qin Shao, I thought of a record that I've seen before. It said that Calamity was sealed with a Buddhist holy weapon, the Buddhist staff. Therefore, a light bulb flashed in my head just now. Since calamity really exists, then these records should also exist. It should really exist. If there really is a sealing Buddhist staff, then as long as we find the sealing Buddhist staff and find a way to inject Buddhist power into it, we can seal calamity back again. Since the Buddhist staff can seal calamity for countless years and make it difficult for calamity to break out now, it means that there's still a supreme Buddhist doctrine. However, under the baptism of countless years, the Buddhist doctrine has weakened a lot. Therefore, under such circumstances, if we inject Buddhist doctrine, we should be able to recover. Originally, none of us had this ability. However, I thought that you'd comprehended the Buddhist six-syllable mantra and have a Buddhist weapon. Perhaps you can do it. If this path works, then we'll be saved. Hearing Wu Fing Cheng's words, Qin Zhao's heart was instantly moved. From the sound of it, it was indeed a promising path. The premise was that everything was as Wu Fing Cheng had said. However, since there were records, then the authenticity should be quite high. After all, there were indeed Buddhist scriptures on the chains. There was the existence of Buddhist Dharma. This was certain. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that the possibility of sealing the Buddhist staff was very high and could basically be confirmed. If there's a sealing Buddhist staff, then it must be on the altar or around it within that barrier. At this time, the barrier has already been destroyed by calamity, so I need to get closer to the altar to find the sealing Buddhist staff. Qin Zhao frowned and pondered deeply. This was a very dangerous move. Even if calamity was trapped by the chains, it was still very dangerous to get close. After all, this was a saint-level existence. Moreover, there was a black-robed man eyeing covetously there. Therefore, relying on Qin Zhao's strength alone was obviously a fool's dream. Wu Fing Cheng also realized this problem and said with a serious face, "It's definitely not possible to rely on the strength of the three of us. We'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. Therefore, we must unite everyone and work together. Only then will we have a chance of success." But the situation in front of them was obviously not optimistic. Everyone was a genius of their own territory, and no one was willing to listen to anyone else. At this time, if they stood up and said it, others would have to believe them. Moreover, Yin Lushang Qi had already called everyone to work together to tear open this space and leave this place. This could be considered a gamble. At this time, everyone stood over. Yin Lushang Qi's gaze swept fiercely towards Qin Zhao and the other two, and he said sternly, "Humph, do the three of you want to die? Are you not going to join us? If you don't want to die, don't just stand there. Hurry up and come over. Let's work together." Qin Zhao immediately said in a deep voice, "No, your path won't work. It'll only be appropriate. We have a way now. Listen to me first." However, before Qin Zhao could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yin Lushang Qi, who rebuked him angrily. "Nonsense. It's fine if you're weak, but you're still spouting nonsense here. Do you understand, or do we understand? This is our only path. If you want to die, get lost. Don't hinder our plan. Anyway, you're just a small second step, heavenly venerable. You can't help us at all. If you say another word, I'll kill you first. Do you believe me?" Qin Zhao was really angry. Wu Fing Cheng also said rather unhappily, "Yin Lushang Qi, don't be too overbearing. If you want to refute us, at least listen to what we have to say first. We didn't even have a chance to speak, and were directly rejected by you. Are you really sure that your path will work? It must be a way to survive. Everyone's goal is the same. We all want to survive. Don't involve your personal grudges. That will only harm everyone." First it was Qin Zhao, then it was Wu Fing Cheng. The words of the two extremely angered Yin Lushang Qi, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. He glared fiercely at Wu Fing Cheng and said, "Wu Fing Cheng, if the three of you don't want to participate, then get lost. We don't need the three of you. If you continue to mislead people with your lies, be careful of your lives. If you want to die, that's your business. We won't drag you in." Affected by Yin Lushang Qi, the others also glared at Qin Zhao and the other two. Clearly, they had directly excluded the three of them. Don't drag us down with you even if you want to die. This is the only feasible way. If you still say it's not possible, Then what other way do you have? I think you're just evil and want to drag us to death. Qianhao found an opportunity and also spoke sarcastically. Ignore them. If they want to die, that's their business. We still want to live. Don't waste time. Everyone, let's attack together and fight. Yes, let's attack together and tear this space apart. I don't believe that this small world can stop the footsteps of so many of us. All right, everyone attack together. Let's leave this place first. Everyone, listen to my command. Attack together. Success or failure will depend on this. Yinlu Shangqi stood up again and acted as the leader, commanding everyone. Everyone also gathered their strength and attacked. As soon as Yinlu Shangqi gave the order, they would attack together. Chapter 2023. Qin Xiao, what are we going to do now? They won't listen to us at all. Wu Fengchang frowned deeply and was a little anxious. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. Qin Xiao shook his head solemnly and said, I already expected something like this to happen. Our words are insignificant. Naturally, we won't be able to gain their trust. Moreover, everyone has been instigated by Yun Lu Shangqi. At this time, they won't listen to us. Moreover, this is related to everyone's lives. We don't have the power to make everyone trust us and put their lives in our hands. If it were us, I'm afraid we would do the same. That's true, but Wu Fengchang also understood this. But this matter was related to everyone's life and death. Therefore, Wu Fengchang couldn't help but be anxious. What should we do now? Qin Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, There's nothing we can do now. We can only wait and see. We should also prepare for the worst. I feel that something big is about to happen. However, the situation might not be so bad right away. As long as the demon hasn't broken through the seal, then we still have a chance. Perhaps this might not be a bad thing. If they fail, then they might trust us in a desperate situation. We need everyone's help to have a chance of success. Everything had its two sides. Some things, on second thought, might not be a bad thing after all. Good things and bad things. In fact, most of the time, it was just a matter of looking at it from a different perspective. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Fengchang nodded. It made sense. Now, they could only wait and see. Anyway, they wouldn't get involved. A bunch of ignorant human brats. Do you think you can escape? Just as Yun Lu Shangqi and the others attacked together, the demon opened his mouth and a thunderous voice came out from his mouth, shaking the heaven and earth. Hearing the demon speak, everyone's expression changed. They knew that the situation was not good. This is bad. Wu Fengchang shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, Yun Lu, Shangqi, and the others' energy was guided into the altar. All of their energy was sucked into the altar as if they were being sucked in by a terrifying vortex. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't stop their energy from being devoured. It was obvious that their immortal energy was being sucked away, but they couldn't stop it. It was as if a hole had been opened, and there was no way to heal it. What was going on? Not good. We've been tricked. Disaster MO is waiting for us to attack together, and then absorb our immortal energy to help him break through the seal. Damn it, we've been tricked. It's over. It's all over now. My immortal energy is being drained rapidly, and I can't stop it at all. What should I do? What should we do? What else could he do? Now that things had come to this, what else could he do? There's simply no way to stop it. The more we use our immortal energy, the faster it will be devoured. We're already approaching death step by step. Cloud Willow Shangqi. It's all because of your rotten idea. Damn it. You're trying to get us all killed. That's right. It's all Yun Lu Shangqi's fault for urging us to attack together. Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Can you afford to pay for our lives? All right. What's the use of saying all this now? We agreed to it ourselves, so we can't blame anyone else. I feel like we've wrongly blamed Wu Fengchang and the others. Look, only the three of them are fine. Their immortal energy hasn't been devoured. Everyone who attacked had their immortal energy sucked away. Only Qin Xiao and the other two were lucky enough to escape. Cloud Willow Shangqi was being scolded by everyone. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't know what was going on either. But this matter, he was indeed the one who called for it. So everyone was naturally blaming him now. He still had a stomach full of grievances, but he couldn't say it out loud. He, ignorant human race brat. Originally, it would be a little difficult for this demon lord to break through this seal. But with the help of your immortal energy, it'll be much easier. You'll all die a worthy death, a glorious death. Use your immortal energy to help this demon break through the seal and kill everyone. The demon laughed maniacally. Monstrous energy poured into the entire altar, shaking it until it was incomparably wild. The money chains that locked the doomed demons also began to tremble violently. The situation was far from good. At this rate, the demon would soon break through the seal and come out. Such a situation made everyone anxious. The pace of death was coming too fast this time, and they didn't even have the strength to resist now. The feeling of waiting for death was too unbearable. What do we do? What should we do now? We can't just wait for death like this, right? What else can we do? Just admit that we're unlucky. Cloud Willow Shang-Chi. Haven't you always called them Lehigh? Why aren't you saying anything now? Think of another way. If not for you, would we have fallen into such a situation? Cloud Willow Shang-Chi's face was the color of pig liver. What would he say now? How would he still have a way? Qin Xiao, what should we do now? Although it might be a little inappropriate, but one had to admit that seeing this scene, Wu Fengcheng's heart was rather relieved. Just now, everyone was disdainful of them, and even mocked them. Now was great. Everyone else was in trouble, and only the three of them were safe and sound. This was the consequence of not listening to them. Now that everyone else was at their wits' end, the only hope was with them. It was just to see how they would fight this battle. But this battle was obviously very difficult to fight. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to fight, right? If they didn't fight, they would die. They had to fight with their lives on the line. Fight out. Qin Xiao didn't have a good idea either. Fight out? Wu Fengcheng also gritted his teeth helplessly. It seemed that the only way was to fight it out. Since there was no other way, then fight it out. Qin Xiao looked at the others and said sternly, "Everyone, you may have heard of the legend of the demon's seal. You may have read a record that a Buddhist saint used supreme dharma to seal the demon here. There is a Buddhist sacred object that sealed the demon. It is called the sealing staff, and it is in the altar. Now, we have no other choice. Either we wait for death here, or we fight it out. There is still one last way, and that is to find the sealing staff, then inject dharma into it and seal the demon back. Now, there is only one way. There is no other way. Everyone, are you willing to wait for death, or believe me, Qin Xiao, and help me fight for this last way out?" Just now, everyone was disdainful of Qin Xiao and the other two. They didn't pay attention to them at all, and even mocked them. But now, they had all taken the wrong path and brought themselves into a hopeless situation. Now, they naturally started to believe a little. But, who do you think you are? You are just a mere second step, celestial, venerable, human immortal. Do you think we will believe your words? Before you die, you still want to come out and be a hero? Yinlu Shang-Chi was the first to jump out and scold him. He was very sullen in his heart. After being scolded by everyone just now, he couldn't vent the anger in his heart. Now that Qin Xiao had delivered himself to his doorstep, he naturally vented all his anger on Qin Xiao. Although the others were not as angry as Yunlu Shang-Chi, Qin Xiao's words carried little weight after all. It was indeed hard for everyone to believe him. "Young man, it is indeed hard for us to believe your words. That's right. If we cooperate fully with you, I'm afraid we will die even faster, right? Even if you are right, I have heard of these rumors. There is no doubt that there are Buddhist words and dharma on those chains. It is also possible that the sealing staff does exist. But so what? Let's not talk about whether we can find it successfully. Even if we can find it, so what? We don't have it. Where would a Buddhist cultivator inject dharma? That's right. So what if we find it? Death is still the only way out." Qin Xiao continued, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I naturally have my reasons for saying this. There are indeed no Buddhist cultivators here, but it is not necessary to be a Buddhist cultivator to inject dharma. Although I'm not a Buddhist cultivator, I have also comprehended the Buddhist six-syllable mantra and refined a Buddhist item. If you don't believe me, You can ask Qian Hao and Nangong Xian. I have fought with Qian Hao, and he has seen my Buddhist item. Now everyone has no choice. If you don't believe me, then you will undoubtedly die. If everyone believes me this time, then at least there is a glimmer of hope. So, even now, everyone is still so suspicious of others. I think everyone should be very clear that if we don't unite, we will definitely die. No one can escape. At this point, everyone still can't let go of the concerns in their hearts. Wu Fengcheng also immediately stood up and said, "Yes, everyone. I can assure everyone that what Brother Qin Shao said is true. Don't look at Brother Qin Shao as a second-step Empyrean. His strength is not below mine. Even Qian Hao has suffered a big loss in his hands. So, if you think that Brother Qin Shao is talking without thinking, then you are wrong. This is our last chance, and there is no time for everyone to consider. If everyone does not unite, then there will be no chance." Many people looked at Qian Hao. Qian Hao's face turned ugly when he heard Qin Shao and Wu Fengcheng's words. He had suffered a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao, and he regarded this as a disgrace. Now that it was said on the spot, it naturally made him very embarrassed. But could he refute? Qian Hao did not refute, and everyone naturally understood that Qin Shao and Wu Fengcheng were not lying. It seemed that they had underestimated Qin Shao too much. Although it was very hard to believe, they had to believe that this second-step Empyrean boy's strength could be so strong. In this case, there was indeed a glimmer of hope. "Okay, I believe you. Count me in. Count me in too. Let's fight." Haha, if we don't fight, we will definitely die. If we fight, there is more or less a glimmer of hope. No matter how slim the hope is, it is better than waiting for death here. Yes, everyone, don't hesitate. We have no other choice. Let's fight together with fellow Taoist Qin Shao. Everyone expressed their positions one after another. Only Yin Lu Shangqi and Qian Hao and Nangong Xian were not quiet. Yin Lu Shangqi insulted Qin Shao again and again. At this time, he was naturally embarrassed to be quiet. Qian Hao originally had hostility towards Qin Shao, so he was naturally embarrassed to express his position. Wu Fengcheng knew the two's thoughts. After glancing at Qin Shao, he said to them, "The five of you, if you don't object, then take it that you agree. No matter what unhappiness we had before, let's put it down at this moment and focus on the overall situation. Only if we join forces can we get through this difficult time. You won't object, right? No objection. We agree." Chapter 2024. This time, everyone's hearts were united, and they gathered together. Of course, Qin Shao knew that being able to gather everyone together was nothing more than that everyone was at their wits' end. Now, it was a bit of a desperate situation, but that was not important. The most important thing was the result. Everything else was meaningless. Qin Shao was not so noble as to fight for the lives of others. Compared to the others, Qin Shao cared more about his life. After all, the original bodies of the others were still outside, but Qin Zhao's original body was in the primordial universe. It would be more difficult for him to return to the immortal domain. In order to fight for a chance of survival, Qin Shao needed to borrow the strength of others. It was a mutual benefit. Fight begin. Whoosh! Qin Shao directly charged towards the altar and transmitted his voice to everyone. "Everyone, follow me to approach the altar. Disaster Mo has not broken the seal yet, so he can't attack. He is not a threat to me. The biggest threat is that black-robed man. His strength is unfathomable. So, everyone must block that black-robed man for me. As long as everyone can block that black-robed man, we will have won half the battle. So, when necessary, I hope that everyone will not hold back. When necessary, use your trump cards. If we win in the end, those who did not use their trump cards will have to compensate the others with chaos source rocks of equal value. This is a kind of fairness." Wu Fengcheng immediately replied, "Qin Shao, don't worry. My cousin and I will be the vanguard. If we use our trump cards, we will be the first to use them. Everyone's life and death depends on this battle. If anyone tries to hide it, I'm afraid they will become the target of public criticism. Everyone, please weigh the pros and cons carefully. Don't worry, we will fight with our lives. Yes, don't worry. If we don't fight now, we won't have another chance. If we die, what's the point of having a trump card? Life is more important than anything. That's right. If anyone dares to selfishly hold back, don't blame us for not being polite. I want to see who dares to be so shameless. Let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone, prepare to give it your all. Fellow Taoist Qin Shao, I'm counting on you. While communicating with each other, they didn't stop moving forward. Instead, they quickly approached the altar. The flowing light wings turned into a battle armor and covered Qin Zhao's body, protecting Qin Shao. Qin Shao also used the spiritual armor given by Fatty Kai to protect her soul. After all, the soul was the weakest part. If anything were to happen to it, the consequences would be unimaginable. With the eight-sided Buddha mirror in one hand and the berserker sword in the other, Qin Shao quickly rushed into the protective circle of the altar. Doom didn't pay attention to the crowd. He was madly absorbing everyone's immortal energy to help him break through the seal. The moment the seal was broken would be the moment of everyone's death. Within the black clouds above the altar, the black-robed man sensed Qin Zhao's movements and immediately understood Qin Zhao's intentions. He scoffed coldly. Humph, humph, you want to seal the evil demon back with just the likes of you. So what if you found the sealing Buddha staff? You don't have any Buddhist cultivators. You can't inject Buddhist Dharma. Injecting immortal energy is completely useless. I'll just watch as you all struggle on the verge of death. The black-robed man wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He didn't think Qin Shao had this ability. Other than Qin Shao, who rushed in, Wu Fengcheng and the others were still guarding outside. They didn't enter the altar area. They all stared at Qin Shao, ready to make a move at any time. Qin Shao couldn't get close to the altar. On the square around the altar, there was an incomparably wild roar. The destructive power formed a terrifying vortex. As soon as Qin Shao entered, he felt the terrifying power crazily rushing towards his body. If it wasn't for the flowing light wings protecting him, Qin Shao would definitely have to retreat immediately. Otherwise, he would soon die inside. With the flowing light wings, he could temporarily withstand it. However, it was also abnormally painful. His immortal energy and immortal body were being depleted. After a long time, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was too terrifying. Now, I can only hope that the sealing Buddha staff is in this square and not on the altar. Hurry up and find the sealing Buddha staff. There's not much time left. Qin Shao prayed in his heart. His gaze fell on the stone pillars in the square. The sealing Buddha staff could be hidden in these stone pillars. It was also possible that it wasn't hidden in these stone pillars. The sealing Buddha staff. How could he find it? The entire altar is covered with a mechanical array technique. It's just that it's very advanced. According to this train of thought, the location of the sealing Buddha staff should have a pattern. Although my level of mechanical array technique is not high enough, I can only brace myself and calculate it. It's also a test for myself. In order to survive, I can only give it my all. And I believe that I can do it. I definitely can. Come on. Qin Shao encouraged himself in his heart and began to study. Time waits for no man. If he had enough time, Qin Shao wouldn't have any problems. The biggest problem now was that he didn't have much time to study this. He had to find it as soon as possible. Such a test was extremely difficult. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao had to do it. He had to succeed. Where is it? Where is it? He couldn't be anxious. He had to calm down and carefully analyze the situation. Heaven, earth black, yellow, 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, Big Dipper. Combined with the power of heaven and earth here, Qin Shao quickly made many inferences in his mind. Finally, with a flash of spiritual light, his gaze landed on an empty space. Around the empty space, there were a few stone pillars arranged in a starry pattern. If one looked closely, they would discover that the arrangement of the stone pillars was very particular. They displayed the power of heaven and earth and the state of yin and yang. The 9 suns of the polar regions, the center of the sky. Right there, Qin Shao quickly made a move. The berserk sword struck out with all its might and heavily struck the empty space. Suddenly, light shone in all directions. The ground opened, and a golden light burst out, shooting straight into the sky. The Buddha's light shone, and a shining golden Buddha's staff slowly rose up. The Buddha's power was vast, and the Buddha's voice was thunderous. The Buddha's power was boundless, and the golden light of the Buddha's relic wiped out all evil. Qin Shao was bathed in the Buddha's light. Listening to the sound of thunder, his body and mind couldn't help but be startled. It was as if he had entered another world. If he continued to be silent, he was afraid that he would be in danger of entering the Buddha's path. Qin Shao also suddenly shivered. He steeled his mind and was not affected by the Buddha's power. Under the great boost of the Buddha's power, everyone was excited and happy. They actually saw the hope of survival. Previously, everyone came with the mentality of a dead horse as a living horse. But now, they finally had the passion and began to believe in Qin Shao. The sealing Buddha's staff. After breaking through the seal, the demon's gaze swept over Qin Shao. He was instantly angry. A brat that he didn't take seriously at all actually found the sealing Buddha's staff. This made him smell a trace of danger. He hated the sealing Buddha's staff. It was this staff that sealed him, the demon, in this endless period of time. He was also afraid of this sealing Buddha's staff. He was about to break through the seal. At this time, how could he allow anyone to ruin his grand plan? Quickly go and stop that brat. Kill him for me. Kill him. The demon roared at the black-clothed man in the black cloud. The black-clothed man in the black cloud naturally couldn't sit still. The plan was about to succeed. How could any accident be allowed to happen? The black-clothed man rushed out and shouted coldly, "Human brat, die for me. Everyone, attack together with me. Block this black-clothed man." Wu Fengcheng immediately shouted. Everyone saw real hope. Naturally, their fighting spirit was incomparably high. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their fighting spirit was monstrous. Hope was right in front of them. The desire to live made everyone not hesitate at all. They all attacked together to block this black-clothed man. Although they were all restrained at home, they had the advantage in numbers after all. It was enough to make up for the restraint. The power of more than 24th step heavenly venerables attacking together was probably something that even a semi-sage would have to consider carefully. Although the black-clothed man attacked with all his strength, how could he get close to Qin Shao? He was directly blocked by this force and was forced to retreat. Seeing that everyone blocked the black-clothed man, Qin Shao was even more relieved. His gaze fell on the sealing Buddha's staff. The power of faith became even stronger. Now it's time for me to fight. The eight-sided Buddhist mirror was fully displayed. Buddhist light gushed out and integrated into the sealing Buddha's staff, making the Buddhist light of the sealing Buddha's staff even stronger. Om Mani Padme Hum. The Buddhist six-syllable mantra was fully displayed. Many Buddhist principles were injected into the sealing Buddha's staff, making the sealing Buddha's light even stronger. The monstrous Buddhist light illuminated the entire space and suppressed all the darkness. The supreme Buddhist principles poured down on Doom's body like a waterfall. Together with the restriction array, they stimulated the binding power of the chains to seal Doom back. The Calamity Devil had truly smelled the danger and was howling madly. No. I don't want to be sealed again. I want to go out. I want to charge out and avenge my past humiliation. You lowly human brats are just ants in front of me. Do you really think that you can seal me back? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Break. Doom was roaring and going crazy. He was attacking the seal with all his strength. However, the seal's power was getting stronger. How could it be broken so easily? Qin Shao was also struggling. He was also desperately injecting Buddhist principles. This was a huge consumption for him. He was even burning his immortal power. However, he had to grit his teeth and endure. Hurry up and kill that brat. Kill that brat and help me break the seal. Hurry. Doom roared angrily at the man in black again. The man in black didn't want to kill Qin Shao, but he couldn't break through the seal in the face of more than 24th step heavenly venerables. Even if he used all his strength, he couldn't break through. At this time, unless his companions could rush over as fast as they could, There was no way he could break through this power alone. If you can't break through, hurry up and call your companions. Tell them to hurry over. I only need to hold on for a little longer and I can break through the seal, Doom said again. The man in black had already called for his companions, but they needed time to get here. During this period of time, he did not know if Disaster Demon could hold on. Brother Qin Shao, the man in black, has already called for his companions. You have to hurry. Do your best. Fellow Qin Shao, do your best. The man in black has us here. He can't threaten you. Chapter 2025. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Everyone's will was sincere, and their fighting spirit was extremely high. They worked together and fought for their lives. Naturally, they gave it their all. Moreover, everyone had not even used their trump cards, and they could already completely block the black-robed man. Everyone was holding on. Qin Shao was also giving it his all. He was desperately injecting Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff, trying to seal Disaster Demon back. Under the boundless Dharma, Disaster Demon was suppressed by the Dharma. Rocks began to climb up his body again. His feet had already turned into rocks, and they were slowly spreading up his body. Clearly, when Disaster Demon's body was completely covered by rocks, he would be completely sealed back. From a situation in front of them, it could be seen that Qin Shao had already gained the upper hand. He was slowly sealing Disaster Demon back. The situation was very good, and it was very exciting to watch. Everyone's enthusiasm was even higher. They all felt that this time they had done the right thing. They did not have to die. Although the black-robed man's expression could not be seen clearly under the mask, it must be very ugly. He attacked with all his might, using all kinds of methods. However, there were too many people in Woofing City. Moreover, their fighting spirit was high, and they worked together. They were simply invulnerable. With his strength alone, there was no way he could break through everyone's defense. Moreover, everyone only needed to block the black-robed man. They did not need to do anything to him. As long as the black-robed man could not get close to Qin Shao, it would be fine. Therefore, if the black-robed man wanted to break through, it would be even more difficult. Woofing City and the others just stood there and did not take the initiative to attack. They did not mess up the formation. They just needed to defend well. In this way, it was naturally unbreakable, as solid as a fort. How much longer will it take for your companions to arrive? Disaster Demon roared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man was also anxious. He coldly replied, soon, at most 10 breaths. 10 breaths? Disaster Demon was even more furious. Do you think this demon lord can still hold on for 10 breaths? After 10 breaths, this demon lord will be sealed back. 3 breaths. They must arrive within 3 breaths. They must. Otherwise, this demon lord will not be able to break through the seal. This demon lord has been trapped for too long. This demon lord wants to get out, get out. Tell them to hurry up, hurry up. The black-clothed man remained silent. How could this matter be completely controlled by him? He also wanted to be fast, but this was the boundlessly territory. How could it be so easy to travel between worlds? 10 breaths of time was probably the fastest he could achieve. What he had said just now was all for the best. If Disaster Demon could not even last for 10 breaths of time, then the situation this time would be very bad. It was likely that all their efforts would be for naught. The man in black was unwilling to give up, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but he couldn't stop Qin Shao. What could he do? Ha ha ha! Everyone, our victory is in sight. Calamity is no longer able to absorb our immortal energy. This time, we've escaped a calamity. A man laughed heartily. The feeling of escaping death was really wonderful. Everyone was in a good mood. Victory was already in sight. Wu Fengcheng reminded everyone, everyone, now is not the time to be happy. We must hold on until Qin Shao completely seals Calamity Demon. Now, we can't relax in the slightest. We can't be careless until the last moment. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Fengcheng's reminder is right. Everyone, cheer up. Victory is in our hands. We can't let it fly away. Calamity Demon was really anxious. He knew that relying on those black-clothed men was unreliable. He had been sealed here for too long. It was so long that he didn't even know how many universe epics had passed. He finally had a chance to break through the seal. How could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? However, this sealing array was really too powerful. The boundless Buddhist Dharma restrained him, making it impossible for him to unleash his strength. This demon lord wants to break through the seal and leave this place. Now, I can only have a good talk with that human brat. As long as he stops, then this demon lord can leave this place. Who would have thought that this demon lord, the sacred venerate of the abyss world, would actually be so lowly as to negotiate with a mere human brat? Forget it, forget it. For the sake of freedom, this demon lord can only compromise this once. On Qin Zhao's side, he was desperately injecting Buddhist Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff. Actually, it was also a very difficult and strenuous task for him. After all, he wasn't a Buddhist cultivator and didn't have much Buddhist Dharma on him. He only relied on the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and the 6-syllable Buddhist Dharma to inject Buddhist Dharma into the sealing Buddhist staff. To activate the 8-sided Buddhist mirror and the 6-syllable Buddhist Dharma required a large amount of immortal power. Qin Zhao's realm was only a second step heavenly venerate, so his immortal power was actually not abundant. Naturally, it was very strenuous. If Qin Zhao was a 4th step heavenly venerate, it would be much easier to use. There wouldn't be any problems at all. However, at this moment, Qin Zhao was also gritting his teeth and fighting to the end. Victory was right in front of him. No matter what, he had to persevere to the end. Even if there was a danger of damaging his vitality, there was no other way. After all, if he didn't fight, only death would await him. If he fought until his immortal power was completely exhausted in the end, then his vitality would definitely be damaged. The price to pay would be very high. Qin Zhao had damaged his vitality once before, and it took him a full 2 million years to slowly recover. Moreover, the main credit for recovering his vitality previously was that his immortal Tao had broken through to the heavenly venerate realm. With the help of the heavenly Tao's baptism, his vitality was completely restored. If his vitality was damaged now, the price he would have to pay would be even greater. Soon, looking at the situation, if I'm fast, I can seal Doom back in 5 to 6 breaths of time. If I'm slow, it'll be 8 breaths of time at most. Grit my teeth and persevere. I can definitely do it. I can definitely succeed. My life, no one could take it away. No one can even think about it. The power of faith in Qin Zhao's heart was incomparably strong. It supported him so that he wouldn't fall easily. Human. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Zhao could naturally tell who this voice belonged to. It was Disasters. Qin Zhao didn't find it strange that Doom would send him a voice transmission. In fact, it was already within his expectations. Qin Zhao also knew that Doom had been forced to a dead end by him. If Doom sent him a voice transmission, then clearly there was no other way. This meant that he was already very close to success. Therefore, Qin Zhao was actually very happy when he heard Doom's voice transmission. Doom, Qin Zhao replied. In his sea of consciousness, Doom's figure appeared. Qin Zhao's consciousness also transformed into a figure and stood in front of Doom, becoming the same size as Doom. In his sea of consciousness, Qin Zhao and Doom were currently facing each other. Hearing Qin Zhao call him by his name so calmly, Doom couldn't help but frown. You, a mere second step heavenly venerable, can actually speak to me as an equal. How do you feel? He was a high and mighty, sacred venerable. In his eyes, Qin Zhao was just an ant. Indeed, compared to Qin Zhao, he could be said to be a dragon, and Qin Zhao was just an ant. But now, this ant Qin Zhao was actually on equal footing with him, this dragon, and was speaking to him as an equal. This was simply a very ironic thing. If he didn't need Qin Zhao's help, how could he, Doom, be so humble, trampling on his own dignity and lowering himself to such a lowly level? Little human, you're called Qin Zhao, right? You're a very heaven-defying and unprecedented talent. At such a young age, to be able to reach such heights as a second step heavenly venerable is indeed rare. I'm afraid that in the entire celestial realm, you're as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Your talent and potential are indeed very, very great. Your future is immeasurable. As long as you don't die miserably, then stepping onto the ancient road in the future should be a sure thing. Hearing Doom's praises, Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. There was nothing to be happy about. How could he not know that Doom's praises were merely bewitching potions, deliberately said for him to hear? But Qin Shao had never fallen for this trick, so this kind of soft trick was ineffective on Qin Shao. However, it's not a good thing for young people to be too hot-blooded. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Being too bright will always leave behind hidden dangers. This world has never lacked geniuses, but why are there so few who can step onto the ancient road and become sacred venerables? That's because many geniuses simply can't grow, or are too proud and complacent, or too conceited, or consider everything beneath them, and provoke enemies. Your future is limitless, but the prerequisite is that you don't die miserably on the way forward. First, he gave her a piece of candy. Then he gave her a stern warning. This method was pretty good. Clearly, he was trying to control Qin Zhao's heart by hammering him one by one. But how could Qin Shao be so easily manipulated by Doom? Qin Shao pursed his lips and said with a cold smile, "Doom, I think you shouldn't beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have much time left, so there's no need to waste any more time, right?" A trace of coldness flashed in the depths of Doom's eyes before he said, "Little fellow Qin Shao, it looks like you're a straightforward person. This demon lord likes dealing with straightforward people like you. Very straightforward. All right, since that's the case, then this demon lord will also be frank. As long as you stop now, this demon lord can agree to any of your conditions, as long as this demon lord can do it. I don't need to kill anyone here. Even that man in black. This demon lord can kill him for you. As long as it's your request, this demon lord will do his best to satisfy you. Little fellow Qin Shao, your potential is limitless, but the road ahead is still filled with countless difficulties and dangers for you. It won't be easy for you to successfully set foot on the ancient path and become a saint. But if this demon lord helps you, then this demon lord can sweep away all obstacles and ensure that you successfully set foot on the ancient path. High-grade immortal arts, secret arts, high-grade immortal weapons, even saint weapons and saint arts. As long as you want it, this demon lord can give it to you. If you have any enemies, which ancient saint you want to kill, this demon lord can satisfy any of these conditions. As long as you stop now, everything is negotiable. This demon lord will not treat you unfairly. What you can get from this demon lord will definitely exceed your imagination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. It's a great opportunity for you to become stronger and ensure that you can set foot on the ancient path. If you're still worried, then this demon lord can swear on the heavenly Tao that I won't go back on my word. Think about it. If a powerful ancient saint like this demon lord fulfills all of your conditions, the benefits will be endless. Chapter 2026. Disaster looked at Qin Shao expectantly, waiting for Qin Zhao's answer. In order to break out of the seal, Disaster could be said to be disregarding everything. He was willing to pay any price and was willing to put himself in the most humble position. One had to admit that the conditions offered by Disaster Demon were sufficiently tempting. With such a condition, it was likely that no one would be able to reject it. After all, it was every man for himself. Qin Shao was fighting so hard just to survive. If he agreed to Disaster Demon's conditions, then not only could he achieve his original goal, but he could also obtain endless additional benefits. These benefits were probably enough to make ordinary ancient sages go crazy. It was enough to make half-step heavenly venerates fight with their lives on the line. Qin Shao did not know how powerful Disaster Demon was, but he was sure that he was at least at the level of a second-step ancient sage. He was definitely not an ordinary ancient sage. Since Calamity had made such a promise, then the benefits he could obtain were simply unimaginable. There were endless benefits. Just thinking about it was enough to make one go crazy. To say that he was completely unmoved was obviously impossible. Qin Xiao was not so indifferent to such a sacred extent. Qin Zhao's heart was indeed palpitating with eagerness. He was indeed tempted. As long as he nodded and agreed, then under the condition that everyone could survive, he would also have dug up a huge treasure trove. Moreover, this huge treasure trove was 10 times, 100 times better than his previous gains in the Thoughtless Sea and Heaven Mountain City combined. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was too crazy, too crazy. If it were someone else, they probably would not even think about it and directly nod and agree, right? In that instant, Qin Xiao had the impulse to nod and agree. After all, his goal was actually to survive. Apart from him, he would at most bring along Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan. Actually, Qin Xiao did not care that much about the lives of others. Indeed, he was not familiar with the others. Qin Xiao was not so noble. Now that everyone was helping him seal Disaster Demon, then Qin Xiao would naturally protect their lives. Disaster Demon could totally agree to all these. It was just that he would release Disaster Demon from here, but the benefits he would obtain were endless. No matter who it was, this transaction was definitely worth it, right? Wasn't Doom forced into such a desperate situation? How could he be like this? This was equivalent to using everything in exchange for his life. Naturally, he was willing to pay a heavy price. However, Qin Xiao shook her head and firmly refused. Sorry, I don't associate myself with evil spirits, so you'd better give up. You should obediently scram back and wait to be sealed. Calamity originally thought that he had offered the best conditions and brought out the greatest sincerity. With such a lowly attitude, Qin Xiao should have agreed. After all, he really couldn't think of any reason why Qin Xiao wouldn't agree. As long as they weren't stupid, they would agree, right? However, he didn't expect that Qin Xiao would refuse him so firmly. There was no room for negotiation at all, which surprised him greatly. This brat, he actually refused? He actually rejected it? Why did he refuse? Disaster was naturally a bit anxious at such an answer. He naturally found it hard to accept. You actually refused? How can you refuse? Is it because my conditions aren't generous enough? No. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Your offer is indeed very generous. Very, very generous. Even I was shocked by it. I've never seen such generous conditions before. It can even be said that it's 10 times, no, 100 times more generous than everything I've ever received in my life. It is indeed very tempting. I was almost moved, really. I also have reason to believe that if it was someone else, they would have agreed without hesitation. Such a great treasure indeed cannot give anyone a reason to refuse. Therefore, I cannot help but admire your methods. They are indeed terrifyingly powerful. Even your temptations are at such a level that it's impossible for anyone to refuse. Therefore, I can tell that in order to break the seal, you are truly willing to do anything. Other than your life, you can use anything to exchange for it. As soon as you came, you immediately threw out your bottom line. You have shown enough sincerity. I also admire your courage and believe in your sincerity. Disaster looked at Qin Xiao with a cold expression and said coldly, But you still refused. That's right. I refuse. Qin Xiao nodded and confirmed once again. There are many reasons why I refused you. Every single one of them is worthy of me sticking to my decision. I've always had my bottom line. I will not wallow in the mire with evil spirits. This is my bottom line. Humph. You won't wallow in a mire with evil spirits? Then you're truly very noble. Disaster sneered. His words were filled with mockery. Qin Xiao shook her head and curled her lips. I've never thought of myself as noble. I've never thought of myself as a good person. I've also never thought of doing anything grand. Those are all hypocrisy. I'm not a Buddhist cultivator. I can't be without desires and without care for anything. I can sacrifice myself for others. I truly don't have such nobility. The only thing I have is the bottom line that a person should have. You shouldn't be a good person, nor should you be a bad person. You shouldn't be a good person, nor should you be a bad person. If I let you out, who knows how many lives of the human race would be plunged into misery and suffering. If countless lives of the human race were to be lost because of my selfishness, then wouldn't I be guilty of the most heinous crimes? I can't be a hero who saves the world, but I also won't be a sinner who kills countless people. Since the ancestors of the human race sealed you here, they naturally had their reasons. How could I go against their wishes and let you out? Disaster's expression was very ugly. He stared fixedly at Qin Shao, his anger soaring to the heavens. From the looks of it, it was impossible to make Qin Shao stop. He was furious. He was filled with hatred. He had already thrown out all his conditions and brought out all his sincerity, but it still wasn't enough? Could it be that this time, Disaster was destined to never leave this damn place? He was unwilling to accept this. He had waited for countless years for this opportunity, but this was the result? Ancient and gloomy, endless years of slumber. How sorrowful and desolate was this? If he were to be sealed again, when would the next time he would wake up? Human brat, you forced this demon lord's hand. Since you won't agree, then this demon lord can only kill you first. Disaster's face was filled with madness and malevolence as he spoke. Immediately, an incomparably powerful and strange energy surged towards Qin Zhao's soul. This was an attack of the soul power. As expected, I knew Disaster would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. It's definitely not as simple as just wanting to talk with me. He's very sinister. Qin Shao sneered inwardly. In fact, he had long been prepared. Disaster had been negotiating with him, giving him all his conditions. He had endlessly lowered himself, showing no bottom line. Actually, on the one hand, he really wanted to talk. On the other hand, wasn't he just trying to numb Qin Zhao's consciousness? Once the negotiations failed, he would use his sinister move. Taking advantage of Qin Zhao's unpreparedness, he launched a strange full-force attack on Qin Shao, directly attacking Qin Zhao's consciousness and soul, wanting to silently kill Qin Shao. But Qin Shao had long been prepared. How could he let Disaster succeed so easily? Qin Zhao's consciousness was incomparably powerful and resolute. Qin Zhao's soul was also very powerful, and he was also protected by the spirit armor. It could be said that he was unstoppable. Although Disaster's realm was extremely high, he was still sealed after all. He couldn't use many of his tricks at all, so his soul attack wasn't considered powerful. If he really was strong enough, then he could directly attack Qin Shao. There was no need for this. It was precisely because Disaster didn't have the slightest bit of confidence that he would do this. In a situation where Qin Shao was already prepared, how could he have a chance? Therefore, Disaster's power was directly blocked by Qin Shao. Disaster, you want to use such a lowly move against me? Aren't you underestimating me too much? Qin Shao laughed coldly. What? It was completely blocked? Seeing this, Disaster was a little dumbfounded. He immediately understood that Qin Shao had long been prepared and had been guarding against him all this time. He had indeed underestimated this brat a little too much. It was over. His plan had completely failed. What should he do? Should he really accept his fate? At this moment, the rock had already covered Disaster's chest. At most, in 3 more breaths of time, Disaster would be completely sealed back. The black-robed man still didn't give up and continued to fight. However, he still couldn't break through and get close to Qin Shao. The black-robed man's companions also didn't rush over. It seemed like they couldn't make it in time. Qin Shao continued to activate the sealing Buddha staff. Boundless Dharma purified the entire world. The rocks on Disaster's body were rapidly moving upwards. Very quickly, they had covered his shoulders and reached his neck. At this moment, Disaster could no longer move. Only his head could move slightly. But soon, the rock reached his face. His head couldn't move anymore. Only his lips and eyes could still move. The general trend had basically been set. No. Disaster let out a bemoaning and pitying roar. His voice was so desolate and indignant. This demon lord is unwilling. Endless years of loneliness and pain have already tortured this demon lord to the point where he wants to die. This demon lord doesn't want to continue suffering. Qin Shao, you're so ruthless. This demon lord will remember you. This demon lord won't let you go. Absolutely not. This demon lord has already sent a message to my people. They will come to settle accounts with you for this demon lord. They will definitely kill you. Qin Xiao, you will pay an incomparably painful price for your extremely foolish actions today. You will know how the word regret is written. At that time, it will be too late, too late. Ha ha! Disaster laughed wildly again. But this time, his laughter was filled with anger. Endless fury. Damned heavens! You want to seal this demon lord? This demon lord refuses to accept you. Refuses to accept you. There will be a day when this demon lord will go against you, damned heavens. I will charge out of this seal and stir up chaos in the entire immortal region. After roaring wildly, Disaster's mouth was completely petrified, turning into rock. Soon, the rock covered Disaster's eyes and finally the top of his head. In the end, Disaster completely turned into rock, returning to his original appearance as a stone statue. The seal was successful. Everything calmed down. When the black-robed man saw that the situation had changed, he knew that there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned and left. Soon, the dark clouds dispersed, and the seal on this world was lifted. The light of the sealing Buddhist staff dimmed, and it returned to the ground. Qin Xiao also withdrew the Buddhist 6 syllables and the 8-sided Buddhist mirror. Everything in the world returned to normal. Everything had returned to its original state. Chapter 2027. Aha, it's a success. Qin Xiao has succeeded. Our lives are saved. Fellow Taoist Qin Xiao, you are our hero. You saved our lives. Thank you, thank you. Phew, it's really a narrow escape from death. It's too thrilling. To be able to survive like this, we're really lucky. Yeah, I was in complete despair just now. I really didn't expect to be able to survive. It's really a miracle. Thinking about it, I still feel a lingering fear. The disaster devil was sealed again, and the black-robed man also escaped. The world of the disaster devil returned to peace, and everyone's lives were saved. And all of this was obviously Qin Xiao's credit. It was Qin Xiao who saved everyone. A kid who was previously just a mere second-step heavenly venerable in everyone's eyes, who was looked down upon by everyone, could actually save everyone's lives. It was really a bit of a miraculous feeling. Qin Xiao's name was also remembered by everyone. His position in everyone's hearts was also raised to a very high level. This was a monster, an extremely extraordinary character. No one dared to look down on him anymore. Everyone walked over and looked at Qin Xiao with concern. Brother Qin Xiao, are you all right? Wu Fengcheng walked forward and supported Qin Xiao. He could clearly feel that Qin Xiao's aura was very weak. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, I'm fine. I just used too much immortal power and mental strength. I'm a little exhausted. I'll be fine after some recuperation. A figure walked in front of Qin Xiao and handed an exquisite bottle to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, I have a few immortal pills here. Take them. Qin Xiao did not know any of the geniuses of Huaxia in the 9 states. Wu Fengcheng immediately introduced her to Qin Xiao. This is Ku Jiemeng from the Ku clan of Jilling. Qin Xiao also had immortal pills on him. He had prepared some when he came. They could be used to quickly replenish immortal power. This was very necessary. However, for someone like Qin Xiao, who had almost exhausted all of his energy, he would need at least 3 immortal pills to fully recover. Qin Xiao waved his hand and said, I appreciate Brother Ku's kindness. I have immortal pills on me, so I won't take yours. Ku Jiemeng smiled and said, Brother Qin Xiao, you're too polite. You saved my life. How can this debt be repaid with a few immortal pills? If you're not willing to accept it, then I can't take it. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't reject it. Ku Jiemeng was indeed very sincere, making people feel embarrassed to reject her. Qin Xiao was also in a difficult position. He felt a little embarrassed to accept it. Although he did save everyone's lives, he wouldn't have survived without everyone's help. So, this time, the result was more like the result. But to say that everyone owed Qin Xiao a big favor, this was also reasonable. However, Qin Xiao really didn't have the habit of accepting gifts from others. If he didn't accept it, it would chill Ku Jiemeng's sincerity. It didn't seem very good. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, Since this is Kugaming's kindness, you should accept it. Don't be too polite with him. He's a rich man. He has an alchemy master in his family. So, a few immortal pills are nothing to him. I think he must have brought a lot this time. Giving you a few won't affect him much. Wu Fingcheng saw Qin Zhao's dilemma and immediately came out to smooth things over. Ke Jiameng smiled and said, Wu Fingcheng, are you trying to flatter me to death? I'm not a rich man. Since that was the case, Qin Zhao accepted it first. Daoist Qin Zhao, you've spent a lot of immortal power for us. I'm not an ungrateful person. As for immortal pills, I don't have many on me, so I won't give you any. I have a path understanding fruit here. This is for you. Immediately, another person walked over and handed a rainbow-colored fruit to Qin Zhao. Zhao. This fruit emitted a rainbow-colored light, making it look like an immortal light. It was very magical. It emitted a strange fragrance that made people salivate. Seeing this fruit, many people's eyes couldn't help but light up. Qin Zhao was also slightly taken aback. He stared blankly at the path understanding fruit in front of him. He knew about the path understanding fruit. It was a rare treasure. Gu Mingchen also knew about the path understanding fruit. It was very helpful in comprehending the Tao, just like the path understanding tree. Of course, the path understanding fruit had to be eaten. It was a one-time use. Qin Zhao was only a second step heavenly venerable now. Therefore, the path understanding fruit was very useful to him. The path understanding fruit was extremely rare. It was priceless. This one was precious enough. It was probably more valuable than the immortal pills Ke Jiameng gave him. Since he accepted Kugaming's, it was not good to reject this one. Moreover, compared to the immortal pills, the path understanding fruit was much more attractive to Qin Zhao. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao accepted it. Thank you. Haha, Ke Jiameng, Wu Taihao, you're both extraordinary. I know you're rich, but you don't have to throw a brick to attract jade. You're already like this. How can we accept this? Let's do it. We're not as generous as you. If we don't do it, we'll look like we don't know how to be grateful. What should we do? A man said. Qin Zhao shook his head and smiled. He said to the crowd, Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. Brother Ke's immortal pill and Brother Wu's path understanding fruit are enough. If you're all sincere, please don't be stingy when Qin Zhao needs your help in the future. You don't have to be so polite about anything else. Without me, you wouldn't have survived. But without you, I wouldn't have survived either. I'm not someone who likes to take credit, nor am I someone who wants to be repaid. I've always felt that meeting each other was fate. Being able to get to know all of you is also a gain. Qin Zhao's forthrightness was affirmed and acknowledged by everyone. He wasn't arrogant or overbearing. He was very easygoing and easy to get along with. Most people were willing to make friends with such a genius. But most geniuses were very arrogant. Haha, Brother Qin Zhao, you're so broad-minded and bold. I admire you. Since you've said so, Qin Zhao, then forget it. I'll remember this favor. If you come to Yuling in the future, look for me. Daoist Qin Zhao, I can't thank you enough. I'll remember this favor. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Everyone expressed their gratitude and goodwill to Qin Zhao. They also wanted to make friends with Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao also responded to them one by one. It was naturally a good thing to make friends with these geniuses. Qin Zhao didn't care if he couldn't make friends with them. Yin Lushang Feng and Qian Hao didn't say anything. Yin Lushang Qi had spoken rudely to Qin Zhao many times, and Qian Hao also had a big grudge with Qin Zhao. Hee. A big guy suddenly walked in front of Qin Zhao. He smiled very honestly and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder with his huge palm. He grinned and smiled at Qin Zhao. If it weren't for his honest smile, Qin Zhao would have thought that he was going to do something to him. He was big and burly, with a strong back and a bare waist. His whole body was very thick and strong, tall and mighty, like a small giant. He was also a bit like a miniature barbarian life card, giving people a sense of strength. Qin Zhao, I'll definitely make friends with you. Hee. In the future, whoever dares to provoke you is going against me. I'll definitely fight him to the death. You saved my life, so my life is yours in the future. As long as you, Qin Zhao, say the word, I'll climb a mountain of swords or go through a sea of fire. I'll go to the ninth heaven to capture dragons, and go to the ninth hell to kill demons. I won't even frown. I'll say it here today. Everyone heard it. You can all give me an audience. If I violate these words in the future, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. My cultivation path will be cut off. When this tall and honest man opened his mouth, Qin Shao was a bit scared. Wasn't this gratitude a bit too much? He was directly giving his life to him. Qin Shao really couldn't bear it. But how to say it, this kind of straightforward and honest character that knew how to be grateful was quite liked by Qin Shao. He could make friends with this kind of person. It was just that this came a bit too fast. For a moment, Qin Shao naturally didn't react. When making friends, there should at least be a process of getting to know each other, right? It couldn't be said that they were life and death brothers right off the bat. After saying this, the tall and honest man's gaze swept over Yunlu Shang, Qi, and Xian Hao. He said, "It's fine if some people don't know how to be grateful, but if you still bite the hand that feeds you and continue to oppose my brother Qin Shao, then don't blame me for being rude. When the time comes, my fists don't recognize people. I don't care if you're the heavenly emperor. I'll beat you up without hesitation. When the time comes, let's see if your swords are sharper or my fists are harder." Obviously, these words were directed at Qian Hao and Yunlu Shangqi. When the two heard this, their expressions immediately turned ugly. A wave of anger rose in their hearts. Qian Hao fiercely gritted his teeth. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back and didn't open his mouth. Yunlu Shangqi's temper wasn't good. He couldn't hold back and directly pointed at the tall and honest man and cursed angrily. "Meng Dali, don't make oblique accusations here. What did I do to offend you? What does the conflict between me and Qin Shao have to do with you? Do I need to shout here? Who do you think you are? Are you Qin Zhao's dog?" Oof. Yunlu Shangqi's words completely enraged Meng Dali. "Yunlu Shangqi, try saying that again if you have the guts. Let's see if I'll tear your mouth apart. If you're not convinced, then fight with me. Let me see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant in front of me. Not just you, even your big brother, Yunlu Shangfeng, doesn't dare to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You haven't seen the world before, have you? Who told you to be so arrogant? Jump again for me to see." You. Yunlu Shangqi was an arrogant person. After being scolded by Meng Dali, he felt that he had lost a lot of face and his dignity had been trampled on. He was unable to restrain his anger and was so angry that he wanted to attack. However, in his heart, he knew that Meng Dali was very strong. If they really fought, he was afraid that he would be at a disadvantage. He could only rely on his big brother, Yunlu Shangfeng, and Pinwu. There was strength in numbers, so he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would have to think carefully. After Meng Dali finished speaking, he provocatively crooked his finger at Yunlu Shangqi, as if to say, "Hurry up and come over." Yunlu Shangqi was hot-headed and wanted to go out and fight, but he was stopped by Yunlu Shangfeng, who said in a low voice, "Don't be rash. You're no match for Meng Dali. If you bully him with numbers, I'm afraid the others won't agree. Forget it, let's go." Although Yunlu Shangqi was very angry and unwilling, he knew that his big brother's words were true. So, no matter how angry he was, what could he do? He could only endure it for the time being. Yunlu Shangfeng and the other two left first. Qian Hao and Nangong Xian didn't dare to stay any longer and left as well. After the five of them left, the atmosphere became much better. Chapter 2028. Meng Dali's actions made Qin Shao look at him in a new light. It seemed that not only was he forthright, but he was also very domineering. He dared to provoke and humiliate Yunlu Shangqi in such a way, and even made him leave without daring to respond. He was really something. It had to be said that it was really satisfying. Everyone also cried out in joy. Yunlu Shangqi had spoken rudely to Qin Shao several times. Everyone had seen it, and many people were already unhappy with Yunlu Shangqi. It was just that they didn't want to easily provoke the two brothers of the Yunlu family. After all, everyone was a genius of their own territory, and their strength was about the same. If they really made a scene, no one would be able to gain anything. But Meng Dali didn't care so much. He had such a heroic spirit that forced Yunlu Shang-chi to run away. He did what others didn't dare to do. He was really manly. Brother Qin Xiao. In the future, your problems will be my problems. We will be life and death brothers. Don't be polite with me. To deal with a villain like Yunlu Shang-chi, you can't be polite to him. You should be more ruthless and domineering than him. Meng Dali turned his head again and put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder. He said in a very familiar manner, "This kind of person bullies the weak and fears the strong. Give him 2 slaps, and I guarantee that he will be obedient." He didn't care whether Qin Xiao agreed or not. He directly announced that he and Qin Xiao were life and death brothers. This made Qin Xiao a little embarrassed. Qin Xiao had seen a lot of people who liked to make friends with everyone they met. From the very beginning, Brother Pure to Fatty Kai, they were all people who liked to make friends with people. He liked to make friends with all kinds of people. However, for Pure Gokai and the others, although they made friends with a lot of people, there were very few who they could really make friends with. Therefore, after interacting with such people, one would know that their character was very good, and they were people worth making deep friends with. Meng Dali's enthusiasm was indeed a little strong. Qin Xiao couldn't get used to it for a while. However, since Meng Dali was so enthusiastic, Qin Xiao didn't want to reject him directly, so she didn't respond much. Qin Xiao felt that Meng Dali was not a bad person. Forthright, straightforward, responsible, courageous, and loyal. He should be someone who would do anything for his friends. The most noble quality of a man should be loyalty and filial piety. "Brother Qin Xiao, why don't we go together?" Meng Dali asked enthusiastically. This put Qin Xiao in a difficult position for a while. Liu Fengqing already knew about Qin Zhao's difficulties, so he immediately stood up and said, "Haha, Brother Qin Xiao has always been with us. Don't tell me you want to snatch him from me? There's no need to fight over it. I can go with you. I'll listen to your orders," Meng Dali said. Don't. Wu Fengsheng immediately gestured for them to stop. "The 3 of us are enough. Everyone is here for the boundless water. Everyone has their own opportunities. It's not a good thing to have too many people. Even if we find the boundless water, it won't be easy to distribute it. So, don't get involved with us. My cousin is here to help me. She won't take up any resources. The 3 of us are only equivalent to me and Brother Qin Xiao. If we find the boundless water, it'll be easy to distribute it. If you join us, won't our plan be messed up?" Meng Dali could only helplessly say, "Okay, then let's say goodbye. Brother Qin Xiao, we'll meet again someday. Let's keep in touch. By the way, Brother Qin Xiao, where are you from? I'll find you next time." Meng Dali didn't continue to pester him, which made Qin Xiao secretly relieved. He replied, "I'm actually not from Huaxia. I'm a disciple of the Southern Wasteland's Fumu Immortal Palace." Someone from the Southern Wasteland? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Meng Dali looked at Qin Xiao in astonishment. Someone from the Southern Wasteland? How could there be such a monster in the Southern Wasteland? Not only Meng Dali, but the others were also very astonished. They had a whole new level of respect for the Southern Wasteland. In fact, in their hearts, the Southern Wasteland was a remote and barren place. They wouldn't even think of setting foot in this place in their lifetime. The Southern Wasteland was known as the Barbarians. They didn't expect that such a peerless monster could come out of the Southern Wasteland. It was really amazing. Okay. Next time I'll go to the Southern Wasteland to find you. Ha. Speaking of which, in the entire human world, except for the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, the Southern Wasteland is the only place I haven't been to. Meng Dali immediately nodded and smiled. Then they bid farewell and left. The AI also bid farewell and left one after another. The danger had been resolved. Naturally, they would continue to look for the boundless water. After all, there were still many people looking for it. The competition was very strong. After sending everyone off, Qin Zhao's group of 3 also left. Before leaving, Qin Xiao even took a look at the demon that was sealed back. He indeed had some sense of accomplishment in his heart. This was a powerful ancient saint existence, powerful to an unimaginable extent. His strength was probably far above the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, he was sealed back by Qin Xiao. It could also be considered to have contributed a little to the human race. Being able to do some good was indeed a very happy thing. Qin Xiao never felt that he was great, but at least he had a clear conscience as a person. Oh right, Qin Xiao, Meng Dali, this person. I've heard before too. He's very simple and honest, and his personality is very straightforward. He's a very loyal and righteous person. His character should still be very good. So, I feel that he can be befriended, Wu Fengcheng suddenly said. Hearing Wu Fengcheng say so, Qin Xiao also felt much more at ease. His intuition was originally the same. However, intuition was intuition after all. It might not be correct. Wu Fengcheng was well informed. He definitely understood a little more, but it did not matter either. Qin Xiao did not treat Meng Dali as a brother for the time being. For the time being, he was just a friend. In the future, they would slowly see. If they could be friends, then they would be friends. If not, then forget it. Making friends was a matter between both parties. It was also not Meng Dali alone who had the final say. Wu Fengcheng continued. This Meng Dali is also considered a prodigy. In the White Meng territory, he's also considered in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Perhaps looking at the entire 9 states of Huaxia, he's also considered a first-rate genius. I didn't expect that he actually came to participate in the holy son-in-law selection too. He seems to have only lived for 100 million years until now. Very monstrous. Qin Xiao was also secretly astonished when he heard. Only lived for 100 million years until now. That was indeed very young. This was a 4th-step Empyrean realm. It was indeed monstrous enough. Such a monstrous talent should have a lot of potential to be able to assault the Saint realm. Why did he still want to participate in the holy son-in-law selection? A true monstrous talent would scoff at the holy son-in-law's choice and be very disdainful. I don't quite understand. Perhaps he has his own plans. Or perhaps he's just participating for fun, treating it as an experience. He doesn't really want to become the holy son-in-law. Wu Fengcheng shook his head. In any case, he did not understand. He continued, it is said that the Meng clan of the Baimeng territory has a very deep relationship with the Baimeng clan of the 100 Schools of Thought. Some rumors say that the ancestor of the Meng clan was actually a member of the Baimeng clan. However, for some reason, he was chased out of the clan and then established the surname of the Meng clan. After countless years of development and growth, it finally became a big surname. In the Baimeng territory, it can definitely be ranked in the top 5 forces. Moreover, it is said that the blood of the barbarian clan flows in the Meng clan's body. Therefore, the people of the Meng clan, whether male or female, are abnormally tall and sturdy. They are tall and mighty, born with divine strength, and their bodies are extremely valiant. They have a very strong innate advantage. So Meng Dali's strength is actually very strong. It is precisely because of this that even Shang-Chi of Yunlu does not dare to provoke him. The blood of the barbarian clan flows in his body. Qin Xiao frowned. Looking at Meng Dali's appearance, it was indeed a bit like a miniature version of the barbarian clan's life. However, it was just not necessarily true. But it did not matter. Qin Xiao was not interested in investigating this gossip. There was no need to discuss this matter further. That's right. Wu Fengcheng thought of something again and suddenly said, Qin Xiao, this time you ruined the good thing of the black-robed men. I guess those black-robed men hate you to death. I'm afraid that they will target you. Therefore, we still have to be more careful. In fact, if Meng Dali was with us just now, it would also be beneficial. Meng Dali is a general. If he is with us, then if we encounter 2 black-robed men, I'm afraid we can fight. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 of us, it is still possible to deal with 1 black-robed man. If there are 2 or more of them, I guess it will be very troublesome. Qin Xiao nodded. She was also aware of the existence of this potential danger. However, it was useless to talk about it now. Qin Xiao did not regret not letting Meng Dali follow them. Forget it. Now we can only take 1 step at a time. This matter has been blown out of proportion. Those black-robed men probably will not dare to stay in the boundless territory any longer. Qin Xiao shook her head. It was useless to think about this now. It was better not to think about it, so as to avoid adding more troubles along the way. Wu Fengcheng nodded. This was also true. He had already told the news to his family. He believed that many people had already sent the news back. Moreover, the families behind those geniuses who had died would definitely take action. There would definitely be ancient sages who would come personally. Moreover, they had almost released Doom just now. Therefore, those black-robed men would definitely not dare to stay in the boundless territory any longer. It would not be so easy to find them in the boundless territory. Now, they just hoped that those black-robed men would leave the boundless territory quickly. Following that, it was much calmer. The three of them walked through one world after another and also met many people one after another. Just as Wu Fengcheng said, this time, it would most likely attract thousands of geniuses from various territories in the 9 states of Huaxia to come and participate. It was indeed such a great attraction. The gathering of geniuses and the twinkling of stars also aroused everyone's fighting spirit. It was as if there was an invisible competition for everyone to compete with each other. And the final victory would be marked by who found the boundless water first. Therefore, everyone was desperately searching for the boundless water. After all, the boundless water was rare. Even if they could find it, it would definitely be extremely, extremely few. That was not only a competition of luck, but also a competition of speed. It had to be a competition of who found it first. If they were late, there would definitely be none. With this journey, tens of thousands of years had passed. Qin Shao Trio did not know how many worlds they had walked through. Fortunately, they did not encounter any great danger, nor did they meet the black-robed men that they were most worried about. It seemed that those black-robed men should have already left the boundless territory. When Qin Zhao's team of 3 stepped into a new world, an extremely cold aura immediately hit them in the face. Instantly, Qin Zhao's team of 3 felt as though they had been sucked into an ice cellar. The cold was bone-chilling. Chapter 2029. What a terrifying aura. What a gloomy and cold aura. It was as if they had entered the 9 Serenities hell and entered a death zone. What appeared before the eyes of Qin Shao and the other 2 was a vast expanse of white. It was as if there were snowy mountains and snowy valleys that appeared on this piece of land, filling the entire world. The entire world was white as snow. It was so white that there was no trace of color, and it was so white that it was extremely cold. The gloomy aura was evil, and the chilly wind was blowing. It was mixed with a strange and mournful sound that made people's hair stand on end. If a mortal came in, they would probably be scared to death. Being in this place would make people feel as if they had fallen into a death zone. A very dangerous aura lingered around them. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. He put on the flowing light wings on his body and became vigilant, ready to attack at any time. Intuition told Qin Shao that it was very dangerous, so he had to be careful. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyin also sensed the extreme danger. They were also very vigilant, looking around carefully. Cousin, what the hell is this place? Why is there so much gloomy aura? It feels very dangerous. We have to quickly find an exit and leave this place. Lu Ruyin frowned and said. Wu Fengcheng nodded and said, it must be a dangerous place. We are in trouble. If we want to leave this place, it will not be so easy. We must pass through that valley. Since we have come in, there is no way out. So we can only continue to move forward. Everyone, be careful, Qin Shao solemnly said. The 3 of them cautiously moved forward. This time, they were especially vigilant and their pace was slower. They were all vigilant of their surroundings, not letting go of any wind or grass. Although it seemed that the world was still very quiet for the time being, there was no danger. But this kind of silence was particularly scary. This kind of silence could be the sign of a storm, just like the darkness before dawn. When Qin Shao and the others approached a valley and saw the situation in the valley clearly, the 3 of them suddenly had goosebumps. They were so shocked that their eyes widened. The valley in front of Qin Shao and the other 2 was actually filled with piles of white bones. Countless white bones were piled up like mountains, filling up the huge valley. Most of the bones were relatively complete, but there were also many bones that were incomplete. Some only had a head, some were missing arms, some were missing legs, and some were missing ribs. They were piled up in a mess in the valley. Looking at such a scene, the impact and shock it brought was indescribable. It really made one's hair stand on end, and the shock wasn't small. Ruyan Lu was so scared that she covered her mouth. She grabbed Wu Fingcheng's arm tightly with one hand. What the hell is this place? Qin Zhao's scalp went numb. He had also seen piles of white bones, but it was far from the scale in front of him. This valley had a diameter of more than 100,000 miles. Such a huge valley was actually completely filled with white bones. Just thinking about it made one know how terrifying it was. The number of lives that died here was also innumerable. And from the looks of those white bones, most of the dead were from the human clan. There were also some lives from other clans, but the human clan was the majority, accounting for 99% of the dead. How many people would have to die in order to fill up this valley? What the hell happened here? Just thinking about it made one feel scared and angry. It was no wonder that the death aura here was so heavy, and the evil Yin Qi soared to the sky. Cousin, it's so scary here. Looking at it makes me uncomfortable. Let's leave here quickly, Ruyan Lu said again. Wu Fingcheng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for us to leave. I know where this is. I used to be most worried about entering a few places, and this is one of them. I didn't expect that we would break in. This time, I'm afraid it will be an unprecedented test for us. Hearing Wu Fingcheng's words, Qin Zhao was also surprised. What the hell was this place? It seemed that it was indeed a very scary place. They were in big trouble. Qin Zhao also felt it. After pausing for a moment, Wu Fengcheng sighed and continued, This should be the departed soul mountain. According to the information I know, among the tens of thousands of dangerous worlds in the boundlessly territory, the departed soul mountain can be ranked in the top 20. This danger is definitely more terrifying than any world we have encountered before. The departed soul mountain is where countless dead souls are. The white bones you see can all turn into dead souls and come alive to kill us. No one can clearly explain the origin of the departed soul mountain, and there are no records. We only know that it is very scary. Those white bones are all in the heavenly venerable realm. After they died, they were thrown here. There are trillions of white bones here, and all of them can come to life and attack us like a plague of locusts. No matter how strong we are, we can't defeat this endless army of white bones. Alas, it's over, it's over. We are really unlucky. Seeing Wu Fingcheng so dejected and without confidence, Qin Zhao couldn't help but step forward and pat him on the shoulder. He comforted him and said, Don't lose your fighting spirit like this, right? You're not a person who easily admits defeat. Along the way, we've faced many dangers, but we've survived them all, and we're still alive and well. So, until the moment of death, you can't say discouraged words. You can't lose your fighting spirit. Only by maintaining an incomparably high fighting spirit and strong faith can it be possible to overcome all the dangers and difficulties. Our lives are in our hands. How can we easily give them away? Lu Ruyan also said, That's right, cousin. Why do I find that you are getting weaker and weaker? You were not like this before. When faced with danger, how can you say discouraged words without fighting? In my heart, you are a hero. You are a man full of courage. I don't even recognize you like this. Wasn't it like this in the disaster demon world? Everyone felt that they were going to die and were in despair. But in the end, didn't we still turn the tide and seal the disaster demon back? Everyone survived? Miracles always need people to create them. So what if it is the Dead Soul Mountain? We just need to create another miracle. You lost your fighting spirit without fighting. Then there is no hope at all. This is not how you should behave. Hearing Qin Zhao and Lu Ruyan's words, Wu Fingcheng also nodded with a face full of shame. He regained his fighting spirit and confidence. Nodding, he said with a serious face, Yes, yes, yes. You are right. I lost my fighting spirit. I really shouldn't have. Yes, what do we have to be afraid of? Even the disaster demon could be sealed back by us, let alone the Dead Soul Mountain. Let's fight together. As long as we are strong enough, there is nothing we can't win. It seems that my state of mind is still not strong enough. Brother Qin Zhao, Thank you for reminding me. I have to learn more from you. Your evilness is not without reason. To be able to know you is my Wu Fing Cheng's honor in this lifetime. Qin Shao patted Wu Fing Cheng's shoulder. It was good that he could understand. These were not important. What was important was to figure out the situation here and see if there was any way to get out. That was the way to go. This place was obviously not suitable to stay for long, so they had to think of a way to leave as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. As long as they fought for time, there was a possibility of a way out. Everyone had to be calm and not be anxious. Qin Shao said in a low voice, Wu Fing Cheng, tell us everything you know. We will stand here and not move. Don't touch those bones. Think of a feasible way out first. Wu Fing Cheng immediately said, Qin Shao, according to the situation I know, the exit seems to be in the center of the valley. What? The exit is in the center of the valley? What you mean is that if we want to leave this world, we have to step on those bones to reach the center of the valley, and then clear the bones there. Only then can we leave here, Qin Shao said with a deep frown. Wu Fing Cheng nodded and said, although I don't want to say it, according to the situation I know, it is like this. So just now this was indeed bad news. Listening to it gave people a headache. If the exit was in the center of the valley, then no matter what, they had to alarm those bones. Once the bones were alarmed, all the bones would wake up, and endless bones would crazily rush towards them. At that time, Qin Shao and the other two would have to face a powerful, terrifying, and crazy army of bones. Just by wasting time, Qin Shao and the others would be exhausted to death. Just thinking about it was scary, too scary. What should they do? They could not think of any good way. What should they do? What should they do? It seemed that this problem was a bit unsolvable. If they went head-on, it would be a dead end. If they did not go head-on, there was no other way to get out of here. This problem, at present, was just a single-choice question, and there was no other choice. This gave Qin Shao and the other two headaches, and they were sleepy. What should they do? No matter how they thought about it, they could not think of a feasible way. Therefore, the three of them looked at each other with a helpless expression. Qin Shao, you also have no idea? Lu Ruyin asked in a weak voice. Qin Shao shook his head and said helplessly, I also have no idea. I can't think of any feasible way. It seems that we can only fight head-on. But if we fight head-on, the probability of us dying is very, very high. By the way, Wu Fing Cheng, according to historical records, those who enter the departed soul mountain should have walked out alive, right? Wu Fing Cheng thought for a while and said, I'm not too sure about this. There is not much information recorded. I'm afraid some things will not be recorded. I only know that there were ancient sages who went in and came out successfully. But most of the records only vaguely mention it, only saying that it is extremely dangerous inside, and there is no chance of survival. Many people who went and died inside, never to come out again. I really don't know if there are any fourth-step heavenly venerables who walked out of the departed soul mountain alive. If there were successful precedents, then it would be a relief. At least it proved that there was a way to get out. But if there were no such precedents in the records, then it was even more troublesome. Qin Shao also had a headache. What should they do now? Is there really no other exit? Qin Shao asked again, somewhat unwilling to give up. Wu Fing Cheng shook his head and said, as far as I know, there is no exit. There is only one exit in the departed soul world, and it is in the center of the valley. It should have been buried by those white bones. We can't see it from here. Chapter 2030. This was an unprecedented predicament. However, Qin Shao immediately calmed down. He thought for a while and said, what's written in the records may not be true. If others can't find a path, it may not be that we can't find one. Many times, you have to create your own opportunities. You have to walk your own path to know if it's possible or not. Let's take advantage of the fact that those bones haven't awakened yet. Let's go to other places to search. Although the three of them knew that the possibility of this was extremely small, they still had to look for it. There was a reason why the Dead Soul Mountain could be considered as one of the top 20 most dangerous worlds in the Boundlessly territory. This was definitely the conclusion of countless ancestors over countless years. The three of them carefully went around the valley and walked towards the side of the mountain. There were no flowers or trees on this mountain, only rugged rocks like a forest. All the rocks were white, as if they were covered by a thick layer of snow. The rocky forest was full of gloomy coldness, as cold as the nine hells. A strange aura filled the entire mountain. Walking in it made Qin Shao and the other two feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Their hearts were inexplicably tight, as if a great danger could erupt at any time. This feeling was very bad, making Qin Shao and the other two even more careful. They walked slowly with their hearts hanging in their throats. Kacha! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from under Rian Lu's feet. This sudden sound startled Rian Lu. When she glanced at her feet, she saw a white skull. She was so frightened that she opened her mouth and was about to scream. Luckily, Wu Fengcheng covered Rian Lu's mouth at that very moment, preventing her from screaming. Shoo! Rian Lu's other hand immediately made a shushing gesture. Only then did Rian Lu react. She nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Only then did Wu Fengcheng let go of Rian Lu. With this, Rian Lu also calmed down. It seems that there are many bones on this mountain, but most of them should be broken. These bones probably won't wake up. Even we have to be careful. Don't panic if something happens. Qin Shao transmitted a message to Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruyan. Qin Shao and Wu Fengcheng didn't have any problems. Ruyan Lu wasn't a coward either. She just couldn't react to the sudden situation. Ruyan Lu nodded solemnly, indicating that she understood. Qin Shao took the lead, Lu Ruyan was in the middle, and Wu Fengcheng was at the back. This way, Rian Lu would be protected to the greatest extent, and she would be less exposed to unexpected situations. Sure enough, they kept bumping into broken bones along the way. There was a skull, a broken arm, a few ribs, a broken leg, and even a few fingers. There were also some broken bones. It was hard to tell where they came from. These skeletons must have been awakened in the past and were shattered by the intruders. Therefore, white bones could be seen everywhere on this mountain. After seeing so many of them, he was a little numb. After walking around the mountain, Qin Shao and the other two were disappointed that they did not find any other exits. This world was very small. Compared to other worlds, it was very small. Other than this mountain range, there was only that mountain full of white bones. After walking around, they found nothing. This made Qin Shao and the other two a little worried. Qin Shao, what should we do now? There is no other way. There's only one way out. If we don't make any noise and don't make any big movements, then we shouldn't wake up those sleeping skeletons. But if we want to go to the center of the valley to find the exit, then we will definitely alarm these skeletons. Once these skeletons wake up, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to fly out even if we have wings. Wu Fengcheng looked at Qin Shao and asked seriously. Qin Shao was of course clear about this situation, but there was really no other way now. There was no other way out. The only way out was there. What else could they do? Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It seems that we can only choose to fight with our lives." Fight, even if it was a situation of 10 deaths, they could only grit their teeth and fight. Wu Fengcheng sighed helplessly and shook his head. Did they really have to fight with their lives? The loss of a doppelganger was very big. One could not blame him for having no fighting spirit. Indeed, the situation in front of them really made them unable to see any hope of survival. Saying that it was a situation of 10 deaths was just to comfort themselves. It was simply a situation of 10 deaths. In the face of these endless skeletons, perhaps only the existence of the ancient sage could possibly kill their way out. How could it be so easy to get out of the world that was known as the top 20 most dangerous world in the boundlessly territory? Cousin, I think we should ask for help from home? Lu Ruyan suddenly suggested. Ask for help. Wu Fengcheng's expression changed. It sounded like it was not a bad idea. Lu Ruyan added, as long as we stand here and don't move, then we should not wake up those skeletons. If we ask for help from home now, they can send an ancient sage to find us and then take us away. No matter how dangerous it is here, it definitely can't stop the footsteps of an ancient sage. How about I go find my father? My father loves me the most. If he knows that I'm in danger, he will definitely rush over to save us. This Wu Fengcheng's heart was really moved. This was indeed a better idea. Moreover, in such a dangerous situation, it was not a shameful thing for them to ask for help. The most important thing was that in this way, they could ensure their survival. The lives of 3 people were worth it to be thick-skinned and ask for help once. Although once they asked for help, they would definitely be disqualified from the Holy Prince Consort selection. But Wu Fengcheng did not care about this. He originally did not want to become the Holy Prince Consort. He just wanted to use this opportunity to train himself. At the same time, he could also compete with the geniuses of the various territories. This was a rare opportunity. If he asked for help from his family, he would be a little embarrassed. But if Lu Ruiyan asked her father, she would be much more relaxed. Hearing Lu Ruiyan's words, Qin Zhao's heart secretly relaxed a little. If this was the case, it could not be better. Otherwise, they would have to fight. Qin Zhao also knew that this time, the danger was too great. It was really possible that they would die here. Okay, cousin, then I'll leave it to you. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Fengcheng finally nodded. After getting Wu Fengcheng's approval, Lu Ruiyan quickly said, Okay, cousin. Then I'll go find my father now. You guys wait here first. With this way of survival, everyone's heart suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. In Qin Zhao's heart, there was a slight trace of regret. Speaking of which, along the way, he had experienced many dangers, but there was really no time when he asked for help. Therefore, Qin Zhao also developed a mindset. No matter what kind of danger he encountered, he liked to solve it with his own efforts. Creating one after another impossible was also a kind of success and a sense of accomplishment. Didn't the road of cultivation require these successes and this sense of accomplishment? Without these, wouldn't the road of cultivation be too dry and boring? But this time, after all, it was not just his matter. There was also Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruiyan. Lu Ruiyan wanted to ask her father to save her. Qin Zhao could not refute other people's rights. Wu Fengcheng and Lu Ruiyan were able to ask for the help of the ancient saints. There was indeed no need for them to risk their lives for this. The situation this time was different from in the Disaster Devil world. In the Disaster Devil world, the Disaster Devil had already awakened. Everyone had no time to wait for help to come. And now, as long as they did not wake up those white bones, there would be time to wait for help to come. Wu Fengcheng, we can't relax our vigilance. We still can't be careless. Whether these white bones will suddenly wake up or not, we don't know. Or maybe, later, there will be people who will break in and ruin things. So, we still have to be careful. Qin Zhao said. Wu Fengcheng nodded and agreed with Qin Zhao's words. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the valley. He stared at those white bones to prevent them from waking up. It was better to be prepared for battle at any time. Qin Zhao's gaze suddenly fell on a place. There was a strange aura hovering there. It was strange and evil hovering there. Even though it was far away, Qin Zhao could feel that the aura contained powerful energy. The energy contained in it was incomparably violent, as if it could explode at any time. What a powerful aura! What a violent aura! This aura, after staring for a while and feeling it, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. It was as if he had caught something important. Could that be the violent aura? A thought suddenly came to Qin Zhao, and he could not help but be a little excited. The violent aura, this was what Qin Zhao needed the most now. It was the material needed to cultivate the violent aura. Qin Zhao originally planned to enter the abyss of beasts to find the violent aura, so he casually looked for Xiao Gu. Could it be that his luck was so good this time that he could find the violent aura here? If so, it was simply too good. However, Qin Zhao was not too excited. Instead, he pulled Wu Fengcheng and asked him, Look at that aura over there. What is it? I feel that it is very extraordinary. Wu Fengcheng also immediately looked over. Only then did he discover that there was a violent aura over there. After looking for a while, Wu Fengcheng's face suddenly surged with a bit of surprise. Haha, I don't know what to say. Say that we are lucky, but we ended up in Departed Soul Mountain. Say that we are unlucky, but we ended up finding the violent aura here. And there's a lot of this violent aura. The quantity is not small. Its value is immeasurable. It is really the violent aura. Getting Wu Fengcheng's affirmative answer, Qin Zhao's mood was a little excited. This was really the feeling of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Qin Shao really did not expect that entering the boundless territory this time, there would be such an additional huge harvest. To be able to obtain the violent aura, that was of great significance to him. However, that violent aura was in the valley. For the time being, he naturally did not dare to go over to collect it. Wu Fengcheng also suppressed the impulse in his heart and said, "Haha, brother Qin Shao, it seems that you are very eager for this violent aura. You need it very much?" Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, I really need it. I want to cultivate a secret technique, and it just so happens that I need the violent aura, so I've been looking for it. Previously, I planned to enter the abyss of beasts to look for it, but the plan changed at the last minute. I came to the boundless territory to look for the boundless water first." "Oh, so that's how it is." Wu Fengcheng was relieved. He smiled and said, "Then it seems that Brother Qin Zhao's luck is still very good. When Uncle Lu comes later, let him help collect the violent aura." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.